Chapter 1. The concubine has been pregnant for 3 months. In the 36th year of the Yuanjia era, during springtime, the dusk had already fallen. The sky was dim, and a fine drizzle pattered down, interrupted occasionally by a biting cold wind that dampened the sheer lantern hanging beneath the vermilion eaves. The sound of rain filtered through the window panes, disturbing the tranquility of slumber. Tao Xuang hurried in, her tone urgent as she called, "Madam, madam." Qinghe, attending within, heard the commotion outside and quickly lifted the curtain to emerge, hushing her with a low reprimand. "Lower your voice. The madam has been restless for days due to the matter of that concubine, and finally, she has managed to fall asleep. We must not wake her." At the mention, Tao Xuang fell silent, though frustration still clouded her expression. Noticing this, Qinghe grew curious and inquired, "What troubles you?" Tao Xuang, suppressing her voice, replied with indignation. "The messenger reports that the concubine is already 3 months pregnant. Just think of how long our madam has been kept in the dark." Qinghe fell into a contemplative silence. Tao Xuang, still seething, continued through gritted teeth, "That concubine is nothing but a woman from the brothels. How can she possibly compare to our madam? The Duke truly brings home all manner of filth. It's a wonder our madam trusts him so." Without fear of taint, Xingyi's heart skipped a beat, and she raised her voice in admonition. "Mind your words." Realizing her volume had risen, she glanced back towards the inner chamber, relieved to find it silent, and then lowered her voice to scold her softly. "The mistress is the... Mistress, is she someone you may speak of so freely?" Tao Xuang, initially consumed by anger, paled at the realization, stammering an explanation. "I only feel for the madam." Qinghe, understanding her not to harbor ill intentions, sighed and cautioned, "Do not be so reckless in the future. Walls have ears should this reach the Duke, and he seeks to retaliate. It would not bode well for you." Ta Shuang's face paled further, and she hurriedly promised, "It won't happen again." Qinghe patted the back of her hand, offering no further words. Both she and Tao Xuang were handmaidens chosen by the old matriarch to accompany their mistress, having grown up together. To speak impertinently, in her heart, she regarded the madam as a beloved sister. Witnessing such a grave humiliation inflicted upon her, how could she not be incensed? Though Ta Shuang's words were harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. What was their mistress' status? She was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Cui family of Qinghe, the elder sister of the current crown princess. How many daughters from noble families could rival her? Even if the Duke desired to take a concubine, he ought to select a woman of unblemished lineage. Moreover, on the day of their marriage, he had sworn to their mistress that he would never take a concubine, pledging fidelity and a lifetime free of illegitimate offspring. How little time had passed since those vows were made, and now they seemed utterly disregarded. To raise a mere courtesan from Yangzhou as a concubine was not only a slight to their mistress, but also an affront to the entire Cui family of Qinghe and the dignity of the crown. "Princess!" Cui Yuning awoke from a nightmarish reverie. Her voice stilled as she heard the subdued whispers of Qinghe and Tao Xuang outside. A fleeting shock coursed through her. She had been pregnant for 3 months already. Closing her eyes, she pondered the implications. It meant they had been entangled for at least 3 months prior. How expertly Pei Yu had deceived her, for she had perceived nothing amiss. Had she not caught a whiff of rouge on him a few days ago, and, driven by suspicion, sent someone to investigate, she might have remained blissfully ignorant until her demise. Fortuitously, fate had favored her diligent inquiry, revealing a thread of truth that a colleague had presented him with a slender beauty from Yangzhou. Initially, Pei Yu had declined, yet upon seeing the woman's plight, he took her into a secluded courtyard. According to a servant's report, the concubine bore a slight resemblance to her. Subsequently, Pei Yu frequently visited the courtyard, and before long, he began to spend the night there. Cui Yuning, accompanied by Tao Xuang and Qinghe, had stealthily visited that very courtyard. The red candles burned through the night, and Pei Yu did not emerge until dawn, when at last some stirrings were heard. What more was there for her to comprehend? A wave of nausea washed over Cui Yuning. Pei Yu had claimed to be preoccupied with official duties, and she had believed him that he spoke of pressing matters, and she had trusted him completely. His deception was so well-crafted that no one had ever doubted him. He continued to pluck flowers for her, to procure delicacies, scouring all of Chang'an for the freshest and most sought-after jeweled hairpins, remaining the cherished husband in. Her heart, the illustrious Pei Lang who captivated all of Chang'an. Yet, unbeknownst to her, his heart had strayed. She had never imagined that the Pei Yu, her childhood companion, who had once blushed while professing his exclusive affection for her, would ever waver in his devotion. Cui Yuning found herself unable to endure this betrayal. She had declared before their marriage that her temperament was such that she would never share her husband with another. Pei Yu had vowed to be unwavering, and his promises had seemed so sincere. But what was the outcome? Cui Yuning closed her eyes, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Your Grace," she heard the maids kneeling in the outer chamber. Returning to her senses, she beheld Pei Yu striding in, clad in a long bamboo green robe, his eyes as bright as stars, his countenance as exquisite as polished jade. With his recent elevation and inherited title, he exuded an air of distinguished pride. "Yao Yao." Pei Yu approached with haste. "Are you feeling any better?" Her gaze rested upon him. Having known Pei Yu since their youth, spanning a decade, she was intimately familiar with his expressions. She recognized that his current concern was genuine, yet it struck her as absurd. He feigned deep affection as he inquired after her well-being, only to turn and indulge in carnal pleasures with that concubine in the secluded courtyard. The thought churned her stomach violently. Pei Yu, noticing her distress, exclaimed, "Yao Yao." Cui Yuning coldly evaded his touch, and Pei Yu dismissed it as her being petulant due to illness, remaining indifferent as he instructed a maid to bring her medicine. The newly appointed maid, Do Ko, observing the scene, smiled and said, "Madam, all the noble women in the capital envy you even in your illness. The Duke has taken 3 days off to care for you." The other uninformed maidservants joined in light-hearted banter. However, Cui Yuning did not smile. She propped herself up. Pei Yu held the bowl of medicine, blowing on it to cool, then tested it with his fingers. Satisfied with the temperature, he leaned in to feed her, but Cui Yuning felt nothing but annoyance and pushed it away. The medicinal concoction spilled over her, and the delicate peach blossom porcelain bowl shattered on the floor, breaking into several fragments. Pei Yu stood frozen for a moment, but dismissed it as merely her usual petty grievances when he instructed the maid to bring another bowl and patiently coaxed her. "Yao Yao, the doctor has advised you to take your medicine. If you find it too bitter, I can have someone fetch some candied fruit for you to enjoy alongside it. When you feel better, I shall take you out to ride in the countryside, or perhaps we can visit Lingyang to refresh your spirits. There is a hot spring there, which is exceedingly beneficial for your health." He spoke softly, utterly unconcerned about his robe being stained. Cui Yuning looked at him with disdain and seized a nearby intricately designed incense burner, hurling it at him. Pei Yu barely had time to evade as it struck his forehead, breaking the skin and causing blood to seep out, a sight most alarming. Pei Yu stared at her in astonishment, which swiftly transformed into anger. "Cui Yuning," he exclaimed. She regarded him coolly, instructing Qinghe to provide her with a soft pillow, and nonchalantly asked, "How is your concubine faring?" Chapter 2. The intentions of the Cui family to seize power have been met with a complete purge. Pei Yu's body instantly stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, but he quickly masked it, parting his lips as if to utter something vague. Upon raising his gaze, he met the indifferent stare of Cui Yuning. Her expression was exceedingly cold, her enchanting eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a tranquil, ancient well. After several years of marriage, when had Pei Yu ever witnessed such a demeanor from Cui Yuning? The outside world spoke of Cui Jinyang from the Qinghe Cui family, who, despite her ethereal beauty, was known for her haughty and overbearing nature, seizing whatever she desired without challenge from any noble lady. Yet only Pei Yu understood that this portrayal was not entirely accurate. Yuning, though a bit spoiled and willful, was also remarkably easy to appease. Despite their occasional quarrels after marriage, they always reconciled swiftly. However, this was the first time she had regarded him with such indifference. A chill enveloped Pei Yu's heart. His throat constricted as if something were lodged within, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word of defense. Cui Yuning's lips curled into a mocking smile as she raised her gaze to instruct the maidservants in attendance to bring her over. Tao Shuang and Qinghe, fully aware of whom she referred to, promptly complied. Pei Yu swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Yuning, this matter is my fault. Do not blame her." Cui Yuning regarded his handsome face, a pang of pain stirring within her. She genuinely felt sorrowful, despite having been pampered since childhood and carried along smoothly. She truly cherished Pei Yu, a sentiment that remained to this day. Yet, he had turned his affections elsewhere. Cui Yuning recalled that summer of her 15th year, an unusually hot day when they had promised to visit the temple outside the city to admire the newly bloomed lotus flowers. However, shortly after their departure, she fell ill from the heat. Regretting her inability to fulfill their promise, she felt both disappointed and troubled. As dusk fell, Pei Yu arrived, drenched from the rain, holding a bouquet of lotus flowers, his eyes shining brightly as if illuminated from within. He proclaimed, "This is the finest blossom from the temple. The abbot took great effort to allow me to pick this one." Despite the oppressive heat, his gentle demeanor with the lotus made the entire room feel serene. And Cui Yuning suddenly heard the rapid beating of her own heart. Blushing, she stammered a soft, "Thank you." In that moment, she genuinely believed she would grow old with Pei Yu. Those memories replayed in her mind endlessly. And Cui Yuning could not fathom how the Pei Yu who once declared that marrying her was his greatest desire could transform into this stranger. While her heart ached, her exterior remained composed, as if to silently convey, "You know I disdain to resort to violence." Pei Yu snapped back to reality, a dryness settling in his throat. She was of the esteemed Cui family, naturally above squabbling with a mere commoner. Half an hour later, several maidservants brought the woman forth. Upon seeing Pei Yu, the woman struggled against her restraints and rushed towards him, trembling as she called out, "Pei Lang." Instinctively, Pei Yu reached out to assist her, but suddenly recollecting something, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Cui Yuning remained calm, inquiring, "When did this occur?" Pei Yu met her indifferent gaze and struggled to utter a phrase, "For months ago." Cui Yuning's lips curled slightly. 2 months prior, on her birthday, Pei Yu had hurried back from Yangzhou, and that very evening they had visited the temple, where the elderly abbot had permitted them to light eternal lamps beneath the ancient ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Standing before the stone table beneath the tree, Pei Yu took up his brush to inscribe his wish upon the lamp. She leaned in to read it, and saw the words, "May Yao Yao be safe year after year." In retrospect, it seemed utterly absurd. Cui Yuning wished not to dwell on this matter further. Her gaze shifted to the young woman beside her. The girl appeared around 15 or 16, clad in a water-green dress, her slight bulge of a belly evident, her face resembling a spring peach with rosy cheeks. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint resemblance to her own features. Ruanyang also regarded her. This was Cui Yuning, renowned as the most beautiful maiden in Luoyang since her coming of age. Cui Yuning had been frail since birth, weighing less than 3 pounds at her arrival into the world. Her delicate constitution led her to seldom venture outside, cultivating an ethereal beauty that rivaled the frost and snow. Yet, her appearance was strikingly vivid, radiant as a peony, and her half-reclining posture only enhanced her allure, compelling one to gaze longer than would be deemed proper. Ruanyang felt a sense of shame and lowered her head. Previously, some had remarked upon the resemblance between her and the wife of the Duke of the State, but she could not see it. She felt no comparison could be made. Cui Yuning withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and calmly stated, "Pei Yu, you know my character. Since you have failed to fulfill your prior promises, there is no longer any possibility between us. Let's part ways." Pei Yu was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such an escalation. He stepped forward abruptly. "I can explain. Yao Yao, please listen to me." This time, he acknowledged his wrongdoing. Yet, he had never intended to wrong Ruanyang. His error stemmed from mistaking her for someone who bore a slight resemblance to Yao Ning, especially those eyes reminiscent of Yao Ning's, gazing at him with such gentleness and admiration. Yao Ning had never looked at him that way. As the legitimate daughter of the Cui family, she was haughty and willful, treating everyone with the same arrogance. Even when he displeased her, she would dismiss him outright. Thus, Ruanyang's submissiveness nearly captivated him. This was the Cui Yuning who had once wholeheartedly belonged to him. Yet, despite this, he had never contemplated making Ruanyang his concubine. It was the county magistrate who had drugged him, leading to his grievous error. Upon awakening, he found himself at a loss for how to confront the situation. When he intended to send Jinyang away, she revealed her pregnancy, leaving him no choice but to bring her back. He had hoped to find a suitable moment to inform Yao Ning, only to discover that she already knew. A piercing pain surged through his heart, and Yao Ning pressed a hand to her chest, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Give me the divorce papers." Pei Yu's throat tightened with bitterness, and he hoarsely implored, Yao, do you truly not care for the bond we once shared as husband and wife?" The notion of their marital bond struck Yao Ning as absurd, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Pei Yu, do you believe you are worthy of speaking such words to me?" Pei Yu clenched his fist and turned away, saying, Yao, abandon this futile hope. I will not permit you to leave my side. Yao Ning, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, spoke directly, Tao Shuang. Summon Mother Zhang and instruct them to write a letter home, requesting my brother to send someone to escort me back. Tao Shuang acknowledged her request and moved to exit. Pei Yu called her back, turning to Yao Ning, his tone somber. Yao, you are unwell. I had not intended to burden you with this news, fearing it would cause you undue distress. He spoke deliberately, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding surged within Yao Ning. What do you mean? Pei Yu gazed at her, articulating each word with gravity. Last night, at the hour of the rat, the crown prince secretly engaged in witchcraft, intending to usurp the throne. The crown princess of the Cui clan, along with all the wives and concubines of the Eastern Palace, have been executed. The implicated families have faced extermination, with the women condemned to a life as state courtesans and the men exiled 3,000 miles away. Chapter 3. A child cannot be accommodated. You truly disappoint me. The entire family faces extermination. The Cui family, my sister, father and mother, elder brother and sister-in-law, and the newly born niece. Yao Ning felt as if her heart was gripped by an immense force, rendering her breathless. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed straight down. Yao Ning. Pei Yu rushed forward, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted at the maids and servants within the room. Where is the doctor? Hurry and summon him. The room descended into chaos, with the maids hastily seeking the physician. Pei Yu sat at the bedside, his expression grave, filled with profound regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have kept silent. He never anticipated she would contemplate separation from him. Fortunately, the Cui family had fallen, or he would have genuinely feared that her elder brother-in-law might take her back. Thankfully, now, Yao Ning has only him to rely upon. Pei Yu clasped her hand tightly. The room was engulfed in silence, with even the sound of breathing seeming unusually pronounced. Jinyang anxiously twisted her handkerchief, cautiously calling out, Pei Lang? Pei Yu lifted his gaze to her, shadows clouding his eyes, lacking the inclination to converse further. He casually instructed several maids to escort her back to her quarters. Due to Yao Ning's frail health, requiring a doctor every few days, Pei Yu had taken the initiative to invite a highly skilled physician to reside at their household. After some urging from the maids, several doctors hurried in with their medicine boxes. After examining her, the doctor prescribed a remedy, and Tao Shuang went out to fetch the medicine, watching as the maids prepared it before bringing it in to feed it to Qinghe for the lady. Pei Yu spoke in a low voice. I shall do it. Qinghe lowered her head, her tone gentle. The doctor said that the lady is suffering from excessive anger. She must not be agitated again. If she awakens to see the Duke, I fear. She hesitated, failing to finish her thought, her head bowing even lower. Pei Yu's expression shifted several times before he ultimately relinquished his position. After administering the medicine, a moment passed. Yao Ning gradually regained consciousness, her eyes slowly focusing. She bit her lip, the words of Pei Yu echoing in her mind, each phrase dripping with bloodshed. From his words alone, one could discern the multitude of lives that would inevitably be lost to this calamity of witchcraft. Yao Ning closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. The current emperor had reigned for a decade without an heir, which had shaken the foundation of the state. The birth of the crown prince's brother-in-law quelled the ambitions of the restless feudal lords. The emperor rejoiced, granting amnesty and designating the brother-in-law as the crown prince. The crown prince was praised for his strength and fairness externally, while being gentle and kind internally. All in the court lauded him as possessing the virtues of his illustrious ancestor. His position as crown prince was solidly established. How could he possibly engage in witchcraft? It must be a deliberate scheme to frame him. Cui Yuning understood she ought not to blame the emperor, yet she could not help herself. Her sister had married into the Eastern Palace at the tender age of 15. The fate of the Cui family was intertwined with that of the crown prince, shared in glory and in ruin. How could the Cui family escape this calamity? With hundreds of lives at stake, how could she not harbor hatred? Cui Yuning felt a sharp pain in her chest, mustering her strength to inquire. What of the grandson? Pei Yu hurried closer, explaining that the grandson was still young and the sole bloodline of the wrathful crown prince. The emperor, being merciful, had merely confined him, without endangering his life. Mercy? To remain unrepentant in the face of wrath. To resist submission is wrath. To know one's faults yet not amend them is wrath. Cui Yuning felt a bitter mockery in her heart. Indeed, the imperial family was truly indifferent. Had they considered the joy of the crown prince's birth when issuing such a calumny? And what of Pei Yu? Due to their familial ties and his role as the crown prince's companion, he had always received favorable treatment from the crown prince's brother, Prince Qinghe. How could he have been appointed as the minister of revenue at such a tender age otherwise? Yet he had the audacity to speak of the vile crown prince, truly a heartless wretch. If her father and brother were still alive, would they permit him such arrogance? Cui Yuning shut her eyes, tears cascading down like rain. Noticing her desolate expression, Pei Yu gently reassured her, "Yao Yao, take heart. The decree stated that daughters who marry outside the family shall not be held accountable for their family's sins." Cui Yuning, regaining her composure, realized he mistakenly believed her tears were born of fear, leaving her feeling profoundly disappointed, as if she had never truly known him. Pei Yu, oblivious to her change in demeanor, pondered for a moment before softly continuing, "The physician has mentioned your frail constitution. It would be best to cease taking those medicines. After all, you are but a child. There is no need to deplete your vitality." Cui Yuning had indeed a fragile health prior to their marriage. The doctor had advised that she would require years of recuperation before engaging in marital relations. Initially, she had hoped to bear Pei Yu a child. Thus, she had been consuming fertility-enhancing herbs. Upon hearing his words, Cui Yuning remained silent. But after a brief moment, he added, "Once Jinyang delivers her child, I shall ensure she is sent away. You will personally raise the child, and I will manage the servant's discourse so that he knows only you as his mother. Rest assured, Yao Yao, no one can surpass your place in my heart." Cui Yuning was so incensed that she laughed bitterly. "What filth and refuse are you offering me? Do you think I am some sort of collector of scraps?" Pei Yu, recalling her distress upon learning of the Cui family's downfall, chose not to argue further, sighing, "Yao Yao, that is my own flesh and blood." Cui Yuning retorted, "So I am to allow a bastard child to tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Cui family? Pei Yu, you may lack shame, but I still possess mine." Pei Yu's expression darkened in an instant, and he spoke with irritation. Madame, whom is this referring to?" Cui Yuning laboriously opened her eyelids, and before her lay a canopy adorned with an array of exquisite pearls and jade, as delicate as gossamer, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting the ethereal mist that gently rose, resembling a realm of the divine. Cui Yuning appeared dazed. This pearl-laden canopy was a birthday gift from her family when she turned 13, crafted by skilled artisans at a considerable expense. And it was indeed rare to find another of its kind throughout the entire Great Zhou. She cherished and adored it immensely. However, she never anticipated that during the journey to the Duke of State's residence, the carriage would encounter a jolt, causing the finest piece of jadeite to shatter into two halves. Heartbroken, she instructed Qinghe to place it at the bottom of the trunk, never to retrieve it again. Yet now that piece of jadeite remained intact. Was it a dream, or... Cui Yuning stared blankly at it. Upon noticing her eyes had opened, Qinghe joyfully called out, "The young lady has awakened." Quickly, Tao Suang summoned Sister Baoqin to assist the young lady with her dressing. Chapter 4. She truly returned to the year of 15. Qinghe's voice was soft and carried a youthful, melodious clarity. Cui Yuning instinctively turned to look, finding herself gazing upon a girl who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. With her hair styled in twin braids, her lively expression was unmistakable. For a moment, she was taken aback. Qinghe, her devoted maid, had always been the epitome of composure and attentiveness. When had she ever displayed such unrestrained joy? The name Bao Qin surfaced from the depths of her memory, a recollection she had long wished to avoid. Both Qinghe and Tao Shuang had been personally selected by her grandmother as companions of her age. Before either of them had taken on significant responsibilities, Bao Qin had been the chief made by her mother's side. With a temperament of steadiness, Bao Qin had trained Qinghe, instilling in her a similar character. On the year of her coming of age, a scandal erupted when a maid attempted to seduce the second master within the household. Upon discovering this, her grandmother's wrath was immediate, resulting in Bao Qin's dismissal. Cui Yuning believed firmly that Bao Qin would never engage in such treachery. She stepped forward to plead for her, only to witness her second aunt weeping inconsolably, lamenting that her niece's heart was merciless, unable to fathom that her own uncle could commit such a deed. Although Cui Yuning thought otherwise, she could not voice her dissent. At that moment, her grandmother gazed at her with profound disappointment, while Bao Qin, unwilling to place her in such a difficult position, rushed out and collided with a pillar to prove her innocence. Her death was tragically brutal, staining the ground with blood. In the quiet hours of the night, Cui Yuning often found herself reflecting upon how, had she known that Bao Qin would encounter her second uncle, she would never have burdened her with the task of delivering a hairpin to her sick sister. Lost in thought, she was suddenly roused as someone lifted the curtain to enter the inner chamber. A girl, around 17 or 18, entered carrying a copper basin. With a heart-shaped face and willow-like brows, she spoke with a cheerful demeanor. "Look, our young lady seems to be in a daze." This visage was unmistakably Bao Qin, youthful and vibrant, still alive. What could this possibly mean? The words she had just heard, Chang'an, the matriarch's return, were clearly events from her coming-of-age year. A bewildering thought began to surface in Cui Yaoning's mind. Could it be that she had indeed? Bao Qin set the copper basin upon a pedestal and approached with a smile, saying, "Young lady, may I assist you in rising?" Cui Yuning, her emotions in turmoil, nodded in response. During the dressing, there were inevitable moments of contact, and as she felt the warmth of Bao Qin's hand against her skin, the heavy stone that had lodged in her heart finally fell away. She closed her eyes, unable to restrain her tears. This was not a dream. She had truly returned to the year of her 15th birthday. At this time, she had not yet celebrated her birthday, had not been betrothed to Pei Yu, and her brother had not yet married. None of it had transpired. There was still time. There was still hope. Father, mother, brother and sister-in-law, elder sister, the crown prince's brother-in-law, and the lives of hundreds within the Cui family. All these names coursed through her mind, causing her such pain that she could barely stand. She dared not imagine the panic and fear that would engulf her family when they were imprisoned. These were burdens they should never have to bear. "It is all right, Cui Yuning," she reassured herself. "There is still time. In this lifetime." She vowed to ensure that they would not repeat the same tragic fate. Regardless of who sought to harm the crown prince or the Cui family, she would unearth them. After completing her morning rituals, Cui Yuning, accompanied by Bao Qin and Qinghe, made her way to the front courtyard. The Lantern Festival had just passed, and the lanterns within the mansion had not yet been taken down. They hung beneath the corridors, glowing resplendently in red, creating a festive atmosphere. Recently, a significant snowfall had graced the grounds, leaving a delicate layer of white that further enhanced the beauty of the scene. As they walked, the maidservants and young attendants bowed in respect, all aware that the 9th young lady of the main house was the most cherished daughter of the Cui family, favored by both the master and mistress, as well as the matriarch. The 9th young lady did not disappoint their affection, despite her tender age. She possessed an ethereal beauty that had already made her renowned in Luoyang, even before reaching the age of maturity. One could not help but wonder how striking she would be once she came of age. Such a delicate beauty deserved the rarest treasures of the world to be presented before her for her delight. Upon entering the front courtyard, Cui Yaoning's eyes first fell upon her father, Cui Yu. He occupied the leftmost seat. Next to him sat her mother, Wang Shi, followed by her elder brother, Cui Zhan. her second brother Cui Yuning, born of concubine Hu, and her fourth brother Cui Hong, born of concubine Lin. To the right were members of the second household, her uncle, Cui Li, and her aunt, Wei Shi, along with their third brother, Cui Hao, and their fifth brother, Cui Ming, born of concubine Pei. As for the young ladies, aside from her, all the other daughters of the main house were already married. In the second household, the sixth young lady, Cui Xiu, was being courted, while the legitimate seventh young lady, Cui Xian, and the eighth young lady, Cui Wan, had just reached maturity. In her previous life, Cui Yuning had held a particular fondness for the sixth young lady. Her mother was a concubine born of the Pei family in Hedong, who had been sought after by their grandmother to be married to her uncle as a favored concubine. By relation, she was the aunt of Pei Yu. Concubine Pei was favored and bore children, yet she never adopted a seductive demeanor, earning the great esteem of the matriarch, who often encouraged her to visit her relatives from her maternal side. Due to this connection, Pei Yu frequently visited the Cui residence during his childhood. Initially, Cui Yuning did not harbor any special feelings towards Pei Yu. She merely considered him a cousin who was often mentioned by the sixth young lady. However, her curiosity grew as she heard more about him. As time passed, she found Pei Yu to be genuinely admirable. He excelled in his studies, yet he was not merely a bookish scholar. He could paint, fold peach blossoms, and present her with delightful birthday gifts. While traveling for his studies, he penned numerous letters to her, vividly describing the landscapes he encountered, his eloquence bringing her along on his journeys through his words. Cui Yuning mused that her feelings for Pei Yu were not a fleeting infatuation, but rather a gradual, profound attachment that had taken root over time. She also thought of the sixth young lady, whose gentle and unassuming nature made her speak softly at home. Yet, she was exceedingly concerned about the relationship between Cui Yuning and Pei Yu. Whenever Cui Yuning quarreled with Pei Yu, it was the sixth young lady who would come up with various ways to soothe her. Cui Yuning would tease her, unafraid of her cousin Ming's jealousy, noting how her cousin cared for her even more than her own brother. When the sixth young lady heard this, she laughed and replied that it was precisely because she was too wonderful that she hoped her cousin would bring her home swiftly. At that moment, Cui Yuning felt a blush and chose not to speak further. In her previous life, Cui Yuning had never contemplated deeply. However, now that she has extricated herself from the affections for Pei Yu, she can faintly discern some underlying reasons. The sixth young lady seems reluctant to allow her to marry into a higher status. Pei Yu, being merely the legitimate eldest son of the second branch of the Duke of Zhengguo's household, possesses a status that is more than sufficient for other noble ladies, yet appears somewhat inadequate for her. Had it not been for the untimely demise of the legitimate heir from the first branch shortly after their engagement, and the necessity for the main family to have an heir, discussions of adopting a son would have rendered the duke's title inaccessible to him. Cui Yuning composed herself and respectfully greeted her elders one by one. The second Madame Wei, raised her eyes to regard her niece's entrance, a smile devoid of warmth gracing her lips. What a rare sight it is for our ninth young lady to rise so early. Has she not waited for the matriarch to dine before coming over? Chapter 5 In 2 months, our dear ninth daughter will come of age, will she not? The second Madame, born into the esteemed Wei family of Jingzhou, is the biological niece of the matriarch, pampered by her father and brothers before her marriage, and later cherished by the matriarch. She has led a rather content life, the only source of her vexation being the two nieces from the first branch. Although the old lady harbors little affection for the first branch, her two granddaughters receive her utmost affection. Whether it be the elder third daughter or the younger ninth daughter, they are doted upon to the core, with every novelty reserved for their enjoyment. The third daughter of the first branch and her younger sister are of similar age, and in a twist of fate, the third daughter has been fortunate enough to catch the eye of the crown prince, who personally sought the emperor's blessing for their union, thus becoming the crown princess. The Wei family, resigned to this reality, contemplated marrying off the second daughter to another prince. However, the father-in-law asserted that one crown princess from the Cui family was sufficient, fearing that another royal marriage might incite the emperor's suspicion. With the father-in-law's decree in place, what could the Wei family say? After much effort in marrying off the second daughter and enjoying a few years of comfort, the seventh daughter has now reached the marriageable age. And to add to the distress, there's also the nearing coming-of-age ninth daughter. The Wei family finds it increasingly difficult to maintain a smile. In all of Luoyang, who does not know of Cui Yuning unparalleled beauty? Even before reaching maturity, the inquiries about her are countless. Once she comes of age, the threshold of the Cui household will surely be worn thin. With the ninth daughter in the foreground, who will notice the seventh daughter bearing such resentment? The Wei family has always regarded them with a frosty demeanor. Today, Cui Yuning dons a gown of peony color adorned with intricate patterns and a lychee white silk skirt. Due to the chill in the air, she wears a cloak of shimmering white satin, its collar embellished with a circle of snow-white fur, enhancing her fair skin and floral beauty. Her thick hair and fragrant cheeks radiate the vibrant splendor of a peony in full bloom, exuding a slightly audacious charm. As she enters, the room is instantly illuminated by her presence, which only serves to deepen the Wei family's discontent. Just as Cui Yuning is about to speak, an irate voice belonging to the matriarch resonates from behind. Ninth daughter has been frail since childhood. As an aunt, you should show compassion instead of competing with the child. Cui Yuning turns around. Several maidservants assist a kindly and gentle old lady into the room, freshly returned from a religious observance, dressed simply, save for two exquisite jade bracelets adorning her wrists, hinting at her nobility. Cui Yuning swiftly approaches to offer her support, her voice sweet and soft. Grandmother, the young girl's tone is filled with admiration and reliance. The old matriarch's heart melts at the sound, and she gently pats the back of her hand, speaking tenderly, "Fear not, my dear. Grandmother is here to see who dares to chastise you." The seventh miss of the second branch, Cui Xian, observes with a pursed lip, her tone tinged with jealousy, with grandmother favoring ninth daughter so. Who would dare speak ill of her? She has always been at odds with Cui Yuning. Besides her mother's constant admonitions, it is further exacerbated by Cui Yuning's frequent companionship with the sixth daughter, Cui Xiuxiu, as if they were of equal standing, while she feels diminished by associating with a daughter of lesser status. Although the old matriarch holds affection for the two granddaughters of the first branch, she does not treat her second branch granddaughters as insignificant. Pretending to be angry, she retorts, "You little girl, how dare you say I favor her? If you think back, has there ever been a time when the gifts I sent were not equally shared between you and ninth daughter?" Seventh Miss Cui Xian, still in her youth, mistook her grandmother's stern expression for genuine anger. She hurriedly approached, playfully shaking her arm and cooing that she would not misbehave again. The matriarch Cui, with a gentle yet firm gesture, tapped her forehead and cautioned, "Your mother is rather foolish. Do not emulate her. We are all sisters by blood, and there is no need to contend for superiority, which would only harm our bonds and invite ridicule." Wan Lan, with a competitive spirit, had influenced seventh Mrs. temperament. Fortunately, being still young and not inherently malevolent, she could be guided. Otherwise, it would be a source of great distress. Cui Xian offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. However, Wei was incensed. Being reprimanded by her aunt in the presence of so many younger relatives left her face flushed with embarrassment. "Mother, I'm not a mere young maiden to be subjected to such treatment. It is truly unbearable." Cui, the matriarch, shot her a disapproving glance, prompting her to take her seat at the head of the table. Cui Yu promptly rose, leading the members of the main branch in greeting the matriarch, and then respectfully inquired about her journey. Cui responded in a measured tone, yet their interactions, though mother and son, felt as distant as those between strangers. Cui Yuning observed them quietly, internally sighing. She would later come to understand the underlying grievances between her father and grandmother. When her father was born, her grandmother endured significant blood loss, struggling mightily to bring him into the world, only for him to be taken by his great-grandmother for upbringing. When her grandmother finally recovered and managed to bear another child, her son, in a fit of crying and tantrums, demanded to return to his great-grandmother. This left her grandmother heartbroken. After the birth of her second uncle, she decided to keep him close and raise him herself. But his great-grandmother insisted that she was neglecting her son, taking him back into her own care. It was only after the passing of his great-grandmother that he returned to his grandmother's side. Yet by then, she had already nurtured her sweet-talking second uncle, and her son, being reserved and introspective, grew even more estranged from her. As he reached marriageable age, the matriarch chose a niece from her family as a bride for him, but he steadfastly refused, declaring that he wished to marry his mother instead. This infuriated her, for she believed that her great-grandmother's influence had long diminished their mother-son bond. And now, after finally liberating herself from that weight, her son sought to marry her great-grandmother's direct descendant. From that point onward, her disdain for him and the main branch only intensified, and when his mother arrived, she was met with coldness. Their emotional rift remained unresolved until the matriarch's death in the previous lifetime. Though he never voiced it, the sorrow must have lingered within him. Both he and his grandmother showered love upon Cui Yuning, and if fate permitted, she genuinely wished for them to reconcile their differences. Once the matriarch had exchanged pleasantries with her two sons, she inquired about the academic progress of the young gentleman from each branch, nodding in satisfaction before turning her attention to the marriage prospects of the young ladies in the household. The sixth daughter was already engaged, while the seventh and eighth daughters had reached the age for courtship. As she paused, glancing at Wei, she admonished, "When Lan, the eighth daughter, calls you mother, you ought to take her marriage into consideration. After all, she is a daughter of the Cui family." Wei forced a smile in response. The eighth daughter, Cui Wan, kept her head bowed, embodying a demeanor of submissive obedience. Being a concubine's daughter, her birth mother, a mere fleeting affection, had been cast aside by her father after a brief period of favor. She had grown accustomed to being overlooked and had never imagined that one day her grandmother would take charge of her marriage. In this manner, the stepmother would also invest some thought. Cui Wan did not dare to dream of high-status families. It sufficed for her to belong to a respectable household and fulfill the role of a capable matron. With reddened eyes, Cui Wan rose to express her gratitude. The old matriarch of the Cui family smiled gently, remarking that there was no need for such formalities among family. After this, her gaze shifted back to Cui Yuning, who appeared to be lost in thought, her mind wandering. She then turned to her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang, and inquired, "If I recall correctly, in 2 months' time, our ninth daughter will come of age, will she not?" Chapter 6. Her future husband will never be Pei Yu. Madame Wang, the esteemed matriarch, promptly acknowledged the inquiry. Old Madame Cui withdrew her gaze and settled it upon her most cherished granddaughter, a smile gracing her lips. What would our dear Jinyang desire for her coming-of-age gift? Cui Yuning, previously pondering how to mend the rift between the two, was jolted back to reality by her brother Cui Zhan's gentle nudge. He lowered his voice and reiterated old Madame Cui's question. With a tilt of her head, Cui Yuning's enchanting phoenix eyes curved into crescent moons. Her voice sweet as honey. "Whatever grandmother gifts me, I shall treasure." "Look at her," old Madame Cui chuckled, pointing at her. "This child is the reason for my favoritism. Her words are as sweet as nectar, and conversing with her rejuvenates my spirit." "Really?" Cui Yuning replied, her eyes twinkling. "That is splendid. I shall pursue you for conversation henceforth, as long as you don't find me tiresome." Old Madame Cui laughed playfully. "You little rascal, just don't annoy me." By her side, the chief maid, Wanju, stifled a smile. It was evident that while the old lady concealed her delight, had Jinyang not appeared, she would have certainly felt a void for quite some time. Old Madame Cui shot Wanju a disapproving glance. "You speak too much." Wanju, well acquainted with the old lady's temperament, merely smiled, unperturbed. Cui Yuning grinned. "If you find me bothersome, I shall still come." Old Madame Cui remarked on her clinginess, expressing concern over her future marriage prospects. Yet her face radiated joy despite her words. Cui Xian, unable to suppress her disdain, instinctively sought to retort. However, Madame Wei swiftly covered her mouth. Cui Xian, perturbed, glared at her mother. "Mother, what are you doing?" Madame Wei whispered, "Have you forgotten what your grandmother just said? Must you provoke her to receive another scolding before you learn?" Cui Xian fell silent, knowing full well that when her grandmother wore a stern expression, Even her mother refrained from retorting. She could not fathom Cui Yuning's audacity. Old Madame Cui turned to Madame Wang. Now that she has come of age, preparations for suitors must commence. Gather portraits of suitable young men and let Jinyang select, for she has discerning tastes and would not settle for the sons of ordinary families. Madame Wang responded with a smile of agreement. At this, Cui Xian could no longer contain herself. Who says she looks down on them? I believe Cui Yuning would fancy any commoner. Old Madame Cui's expression darkened instantly, her eyes narrowing as she inquired softly, "What do you mean by that, seventh miss?" Cui Xian, though frightened, allowed her desire to see Cui Yuning humiliated to overpower her fear, raising her voice defiantly. Pei Yang's nephew stayed with us for a time and often took Cui Yuning out to play. In no time, she developed feelings for him. She is not foolish. Cui Yuning, with her haughty and spoiled demeanor, had never interacted with her siblings in the same manner as she did with Pei Yu. Cui Xian harbored no fondness for the sixth miss, nor for Pei Yang, and especially not for Pei Yu. Would the Hedong Pei family matter? The Qinghe Cui family was still the foremost noble household in the realm. A few years ago, old Lady Cui had encountered Pei Yu once. He was an exceptional young man, distinguished by his scholarly pursuits and handsome appearance, being the legitimate eldest son of the second branch of the Hedong Pei family, thus not belonging to a dilapidated household. However, in terms of matching with her ninth daughter, his status was indeed somewhat lacking. Her elder sister was the crown princess. Old Lady Cui adored the pair of sisters from the main branch, yet harbored a slight preference for the ninth daughter in her heart. As a child, she had been so small and delicate, prone to tears, and no one could console her, except that when she saw old Lady Cui, she would break into a smile. How could one not be fond of such a beautifully delicate girl? With the third daughter having become the crown princess, old Lady Cui secretly wished that the future husband of her ninth daughter would at least be a prince or a nobleman, for she could not bear to see her ninth daughter fall short of her sister. Their sisterly bond was profound, but others did not share the same sentiment. The thought that outsiders might use hurtful words against the ninth daughter pained her heart deeply. Old Lady Cui remained silent, and those within the room refrained from speaking, creating an atmosphere so tranquil that one might hear a pin drop. Cui Xian, mustering her courage, took the initiative to speak. "Grandmother, I did not lie. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sixth Sister. She knows the matter better than I do." Old Lady Cui returned to her senses and looked over. Cui Xiu, startled, felt a trickle of sweat run down her back. Under the inscrutable gaze of the matriarch, she stammered, "Ninth daughter has always enjoyed playing with me. It is inevitable that she would encounter her cousin. As for whether she likes him, I'm not certain." Cui Xian glared at her with dissatisfaction. "What are you pretending for? Don't you usually enjoy taking Cui Yuning along to play with your cousin?" Cui Xiuxiu bit her lip and hastily replied, "Seventh sister has misunderstood." Yet Cui Xian could not tolerate her demeanor. Feigning weakness for whom? Just like her mother, she had lowered herself, despite being a lady from a prominent family, adopting the airs of a courtesan. Old Lady Cui's expression remained inscrutable as she turned her gaze towards Cui Yuning, speaking in a calm voice. "In that case, you may speak for yourself." Cui Yuning exhibited no signs of panic. In the open society of the Great Zhou, it was entirely normal for young men and women to venture out together. In her previous life, Cui Xian had mentioned this matter as well. At that time, having been struck by the truth, she blushed immediately, and their grandmother, for the sake of her dignity, refrained from further inquiries, hastily dismissing them. This lifetime, since she had no intention of entangling herself with Pei Yu, there was no need for her grandmother to be aware of unnecessary feelings. After all, her future husband would certainly not be him. "Grandmother, you startle me," Cui Yuning said with a bright smile. "When I used to play with Sixth Sister, she would always mention Pei Yu. Out of curiosity from hearing it so often, I later discovered he is quite an interesting person, always finding new amusements." She spoke candidly, her tone filled with praise for her playmate, her voice sweet and soft, reminiscent of a girl yet to fully mature. Old Lady Cui was well aware of her naive and carefree nature and did not perceive the situation as grave. The young girl was still quite young, and it was only natural for her to feel intrigued by the first arrival of an outsider to their residence. Only sixth miss. Upon this thought, the expression of old lady Cui darkened immediately. She was unaware of when sixth miss had acquired such calculating skills, using them against her own sisters. While her petty tricks might deceive the innocent young maidens yet to marry, the seasoned elders present were far too perceptive to fall for her ploys. The glances directed her way ranged from mockery to scrutiny, indifference to anger. Cui Xiuxiu's complexion turned ashen, nearly causing her to falter in her seat. After all, she was merely a newly betrothed young lady, unable to maintain her composure. Before uttering a word, her emotions threatened to spill forth, nearly bringing her to tears. Old Lady Cui gently tapped the Wang Wali table surface and said softly, "Wenlan, as the matriarch of the second branch, the children of Ali are also your responsibility. You ought to take greater care in raising them. If the character of the concubines within the household is found wanting, do you think your reputation will remain unscathed?" Chapter 7 Mother. I no longer hold any affection for him. Wei responded with a simple affirmation, casting a glance at the second master, Cui Li, and wringing her handkerchief as she lamented to the matriarch, "I do wish to take charge, yet I fear that in the end, the second master may accuse me of being harsh toward a concubine's daughter." Upon hearing this, the matriarch, Cui Leofuren, merely glanced at Cui Li with a detached demeanor. Having presided over the Cui family for decades, her authority was unquestionable. When her countenance darkened, few dared to utter a word. The second master, Cui Li, forced a nervous smile and quickly declared his reluctance to voice any objections. A wave of satisfaction washed over Wei as she observed the sixth young lady, Cui Xiuxiu. Although the matriarch appeared to be reprimanding her, it was evident that her words were veiled criticisms aimed at Cui Xiuxiu, as if she were on the verge of openly denouncing her for harboring ill intentions. Concubine Pei was not a virtuous woman, and her influence was evident in the behavior of the younger generation. Now that the matriarch had spoken, and with no protection from the second master, it would be intriguing to witness how she dealt with these two charming vixens. Wei felt a sense of contentment, even extending a more favorable view towards Cui Yuning. However, the matriarch, being advanced in age, soon began to feel fatigued after a brief discourse, and she waved her hand to dismiss the assembly. The members of the first and second households bowed respectfully and took their leave. Cui Yuning departed the fastest, but as she exited the front courtyard, she was called back. Cui Xiuxiu, accompanied by two maidservants, hurriedly caught up, appearing slightly breathless from her haste. After pausing to catch her breath, she bit her lip and cautiously inquired, "Ninth sister, you are not angry with me, are you?" Noticing Cui Xiuxiu anxiously twisting her handkerchief, Cui Yuning smiled and feigned ignorance, asking, "What could I possibly be angry about?" This demeanor struck Cui Xiuxiu as somewhat unfamiliar. Perhaps it was simply because they had not seen each other for several days. Feeling somewhat reassured, Cui Xiuxiu, with reddened eyes, replied, "It matters little that my grandmother and the others misunderstand me. After all, I am but a concubine's daughter, unloved. However, I cherish our bond and would hate for you to misunderstand me as well. You are aware of my mother-s temperament, and father-s disinterest in family matters has made life difficult for me and the concubine. Thus, when I encounter you, I instinctively lean on her for support, not realizing that others might perceive it as me attempting to entice you." She had inherited concubine Pei's beauty, with a face as delicate as a peach blossom, and her weeping was so poignant that it evoked a natural instinct to comfort her. Cui Yuning suddenly found the situation to be exceedingly tiresome. Cui Xiuxiu was merely a year her senior. They were of comparable age, and Cui Xiuxiu's gentle nature often drew her to play with her, treating her like an elder sister. Even after her rebirth, while she recognized Cui Xiuxiu's intentions in introducing Pei Yu, which seemed aimed at preventing her from marrying well, Pei Yu had indeed been her own choice, and Cui Yuning did not wish to dwell on the matter excessively. Nevertheless, in this lifetime, with the matriarch having explicitly stated her stance, Cui Yuning distanced herself from the situation, remaining innocent. What, then, did that make her grandmother and the others? Cui Yuning felt a chill in her heart and was at a loss for words. Not receiving a response, Cui Xiuxiu's sobs gradually subsided. stealing a glance at her. She bit her lip and shifted the conversation. Ninth sister, earlier, did you express your displeasure towards you in front of grandmother because you feared being blamed? Cui Yuning's smile faded as she interjected. Sixth sister, from whom did you hear that I held affection for Pei Yu? Cui Xiuxiu was momentarily taken aback. Before she could speak, Cui Yuning remarked, I have made my feelings quite clear to grandmother. I regard Pei Yu merely as a playmate. The reputation of a young lady is of utmost importance, so I kindly ask you, sixth sister, not to jest with me. After saying this, she performed a graceful bow and departed with Baoqin and Qinghe. Cui Xiuxiu stood there in a daze, forgetting even to call her back. With Pei Yu's appearance and lineage, how could she possibly allow such a fine suitor to be given to Jinyang, were it not for her own lower status? Surely, it was the old matriarch's presence that made Jinyang fearful of being scolded for speaking untruths. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Cui Xiuxiu felt an unsettling anxiety. She decided to write a letter to Yu, urging him to be more attentive to Jinyang. Resolute in her decision, Cui Xiuxiu returned to her small courtyard with her maid. Cui Yuning, accompanied by Baoqin and Qinghe, went to pay her respects to her mother. As soon as they lifted the curtain and entered, a strong scent of medicine assaulted her senses. Cui Yuning wrinkled her nose and inquired, Are you unwell again? Wang Shi smiled gently. It is merely a common cold. It is nothing serious. She beckoned the young girl to sit by the bedside and, stroking her long hair, asked, Just now, your grandmother was here, and I could not inquire in detail. Now that it is just the two of us, tell me your true feelings. Are you merely sulking with that young gentleman from the Pei family, or have you truly lost interest? Cui Yuning looked up and asked, Do you not think Pei Yu's status is rather low? Wang Shi sighed. I would rather you marry someone of lesser rank. Those of lower status, out of respect for your father and brothers, would not dare to take a concubine. While stroking her daughter's silky black hair, she fell into a reverie. People often say that the wives of influential families have it well, but what is so good about it? If one encounters a husband with an insatiable appetite for women, one must share him with 3 or 4 others. If one is unfortunate enough to have a lustful husband, the courtyard will be filled with women, and there is little courage to dissuade him. Such a life may appear enviable to outsiders, yet only one understands the true essence of it. She hailed from the Wang family of Taiyuan and was renowned as a talented woman before her marriage, coming from a prestigious lineage. With her husband, Cui Yu, she shared a bond that blossomed from childhood, and her early days in the Cui household were filled with joy and sweetness. Even when her mother-in-law made life difficult, she found happiness, feeling a deep connection with her husband. Yet, life rarely unfolds as one wishes. Soon, the old matriarch introduced the favored concubine, Aunt Wei. Subsequently, Aunt Lin, Aunt Zhao, and the most favored aunt who followed, each more beautiful than the last, like blooming buds, captivating anyone who laid eyes on them. Wang Shi could no longer remember the countenance of her husband when he first sought her hand in marriage. Devoid of hope, she felt no disappointment. This was her life. However, she wished for her daughter to find happiness and joy. The prospect of third Miss marrying into the royal family was bleak, yet there remained hope for Jinyang. The young gentleman from the Pei family possessed both good character and appearance. Though his status was slightly inferior to Jinyang's, it was not excessively low. Should Jinyang marry him, with the backing of her father and brothers, Pei Yu would likely not dare to take a concubine. Cui Yuning gazed up at her mother, who, due to years of medication, appeared exceedingly frail, her chin sharp and her beauty delicate, akin to a begonia blooming precariously on a cliff's edge, swaying dangerously. It was said that her parents shared a profound affection, yet if their relationship were truly so admirable, there would not be so many illegitimate sons and daughters in the household. Cui Yuning nestled in her embrace, gently rubbing her cheek against the back of her hand as she murmured, Mother, I no longer like him. Truly no longer? Indeed. Is this merely a fleeting tantrum? No. Very well, very well. Wang responded softly, pinching the tip of her nose with a smile. Since you no longer harbor feelings for him, I shall seek out some distinguished young gentleman for you. Do you prefer one from a humble background or a more illustrious lineage? Chapter 8 reveals that Cui Yuning pondered the notion that a prestigious family background might be advantageous. In her previous life, The sudden downfall of the crown prince led to the annihilation of the Cui family, and she only learned of their demise a day after their execution. This time, she vowed never to allow history to repeat itself. Thus, it was imperative to choose a partner from a prominent lineage, facilitating the gathering of intelligence and instilling a sense of caution in others. Cui Yuning reined in her thoughts and ceased to dwell further on the matter. Wang Shi's expression was somewhat complex. She felt her daughter had not fully absorbed her earlier words. Nevertheless, she smiled and said, "Very well. I shall select a few outstanding candidates for you." Understanding her mother's intentions, Cui Yuning playfully clung to her arm and said, "Mother, I know you fear I might suffer if I marry into a noble family, but have you considered that there are also reckless individuals among the common folk?" Wang Shi's eyes widened. Would he dare? Typically gentle, she adopted a more assertive demeanor when it came to her daughter, coldly adding, "If he dares to show you disrespect, I will have your elder brother bring you back home at once, and he can forget about his official position." Though her words were bold, she possessed the conviction to back them up. The prominent families were often intertwined, and nearly half of the great Zhou court comprised aristocrats. A single thread could affect the whole tapestry. Cui Yuning's eyes glistened with tears upon hearing her mother's words. Pei Yu was well aware of this truth, which is why he dared to take advantage of her only when the Cui family had fallen into disrepute. Such a character was more repugnant to her than a scheming villain. Yet, what if the crown prince were to fall from grace? Before her mother could speak, Cui Yuning choked on her words, saying, "Last night, I had a dream in which the entire Cui family was executed. Pei Yu was so audacious, promising me that he would never take a concubine. Yet once the Cui family was no more, he brought a mistress into the household for me to raise." Wang Shi was about to admonish her for speaking ill of the royal family, a grave offense, but the next moment she heard the muffled sobs of her daughter. Listening closely to her words ignited a spark of anger within her. Wang Shi hurriedly tried to pull her away, but the girl refused to budge from her embrace, her slender shoulders trembling as she wept, causing Wang Shi's heart to ache. No one understood better than Wang Shi the delicate nature of her daughter. The youngest of the family, she had been so fragile at birth, weighing less than 3 pounds, her cries as soft as a kitten's. The household had expended countless resources to nurture this precious child. From the matriarch to the servants, everyone doted on her, particularly the matriarch, who harbored an unwavering affection for this granddaughter to the point of exasperating the second branch of the family. Throughout her life, the youngest daughter had received everything she desired. This was the first time she cried with such deep-seated grievance. Reflecting on her daughter's dream, Wang Shi felt a surge of contempt for Pei Yu. Although she knew it was unjust to blame him for something that transpired in a dream, she could not help herself. Perhaps it was because her daughter's words rang with such authenticity that she felt as if they had indeed occurred. As the youngest daughter ceased her tears, Wang Shi gently patted her back, comforting her, "Your father, brother, and grandmother, we are all here. This is not a dream. This is precisely the fate that befell us in our past life." Cui Yuning yearned to speak her heart, yet the words eluded her, and she could only allow her tears to flow uncontrollably. Wang, her mother, felt a profound ache for her, tenderly patting her back while simultaneously uttering harsh rebukes towards Pei Yu, extending her disdain even to the 6th young lady of the second household. Fortunately, 9th young lady had not succumbed to despair. Otherwise, her heart would have been utterly torn asunder. It was no wonder that 9th young lady harbored an aversion to Pei Yu. Not only was she still a young girl, but even if it were her, dreaming of such events would also extinguish any lingering fondness towards Pei Yu. Alas, it seemed that Pei Yu was simply ill-fated. Wang thought absently, her touch becoming increasingly gentle as she soothed her daughter. After a considerable time of weeping, Cui Yuning gradually stilled her tears, sniffled, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, climbed out of her mother's embrace. Wang handed her a handkerchief to wipe her face, inquiring if she had cried enough. Cui Yuning's complexion was slightly flushed as she playfully tugged at her mother's arm, exclaiming, "Please stop, or I shall become angry." All right, I shan't mention it," Wang replied, playfully tapping her daughter's nose, and then cheerfully instructed the nearby maid, "Baoqi, quickly fetch a basin of water so the young lady may wash her face. She cannot go out looking like a little stray cat. Baoqi stifled a giggle, responding with an affirmative as she hurried off. Cui Yuning blushed once more, reminding her, "You promised not to bring it up." Wang indulgently assured her, "I shall not mention it." After washing her face, Cui Yuning sat with her mother for a while longer, chatting, before she returned to her Four Seasons courtyard with Baoqin and Qinghe. As they meandered past the corridor, they reached the ornamental pavilion in the small garden. Unbeknownst to them, several spring peach trees, meticulously tended by the maids, had blossomed. From a distance, the branches appeared to be adorned with a delicate layer of snow, exuding a refreshing and vibrant charm. Cui Yuning, inspired, tiptoed to pluck a few branches. Before long, snow began to fall again, and, judging by its intensity, it seemed unlikely to cease any time soon, accumulating in a grand display. They still had quite a distance to traverse. Baoqin gently urged, "My lady, let us hasten back. If you desire more, I can have someone pluck some for you later. You've only just recovered from your cold, and if you're caught in the snow, it may lead to illness." The old lady and madam will only worry, as she was assigned by her mother to attend to Cui Yuning. The latter held her in high esteem. Hearing her concern, she ceased her delay and made her way back to the courtyard. Lan Xiang, the head maid beside Cui Xiuxiu, had been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. Upon their return, she approached and performed a respectful greeting. "Ninth young lady." Tao Shuang was still unaware of the discord between the two young ladies that day. She stepped forward with a smile, explaining, "Miss, Sister Lan Xiang has been waiting here for quite a while. She says the sixth young lady has a message for you." Cui Yuning's enthusiasm dissipated instantly, and casting a glance at Qinghe, she entered the house, clutching the branches of peach blossoms. Tao Shuang was momentarily taken aback, and, just as she was about to inquire further, Qinghe pulled her aside to converse. Baoqin lifted the curtain and followed inside. Lan Xiang inwardly sighed in resignation, for the sixth young lady had instructed her that failure to deliver the message would not yield a favorable outcome, and thus she steeled herself to enter and say, "Ninth young lady, my young lady has a message for you." Inside, the warmth of the heated Kong starkly contrasted the chill outside. Cui Yuning, feeling the heat, entered and promptly removed her cloak, handing the chain over to be hung on the rack. She then tightly closed the window shutters before approaching to inquire, "Having just been out in the snow, do you wish to change into a fresh garment, my lady?" Throughout the entire exchange, no one acknowledged Lan Xiang. Understanding the reason behind their indifference, she bore no resentment and patiently awaited her turn. After a considerable time, she observed Miss Gio emerge clad in a simple, elegant robe, complemented by a skirt of rosy hue. The understated yet refined colors accentuated her beauty, rendering her ethereal and captivating. When her enchanting, vibrant phoenix eyes glanced up, they seemed to weaken the very knees of those who beheld her. Leaning against the exquisite beauty couch, she casually toyed with a peach blossom and, in a nonchalant manner, inquired, "So, what message did she wish for you to convey?" Chapter 9. The Grandmother's Favoritism. Only summoning Jinyang for meals, Lan Xiang let out a sigh of relief, kneeling on the ground and bowing deeply twice. "Miss Gio is benevolent." Cui Yuning lightly tapped the peach branch and gestured for her to rise. Lan Xiang respectfully bowed once more before standing up to reply. "Our young lady said that today's incident was due to her misstatement. She implores Miss Gio to overlook it, considering their past friendship, and not to hold it against her." Cui Yuning smiled non-committally. "Is there anything else?" Uncertain of Miss Gio's thoughts, Lan Xiang steeled herself and continued, "There is. If you are willing to forgive her, she will personally come to apologize and make amends." "That will not be necessary." Cui Yuning paused, her fingers playing with the peach branch, and said in a soft voice, "Go back and tell Sixth Sister. We are all sisters. There is no deep-seated enmity, so what is there to forgive? It would only invite ridicule from outsiders." Miss Gio's beauty was striking, her enchanting phoenix eyes exuding a charm that suggested unspoken words. Yet, when her expression turned cold, she resembled a celestial being from the paintings, embodying an air of majesty that commanded respect. Lan Xiang felt a shiver run through her heart and promptly took her leave. Upon exiting, she noticed Baoqin, the head maid beside Miss Gio, following her out. Lan Xiang ha that. Bao Qin smiled and handed her an umbrella, saying it's snowing outside, and the young lady is concerned you might catch a chill on your way. She specifically sent me to deliver this to you. Holding the umbrella, Lan Xiang was momentarily taken back. Bao Qin glanced at the worsening weather and playfully tapped her hand, urging her, "You should hurry back. The snowfall is getting heavier." Lan Xiang pressed her lips together and replied, "Please convey my gratitude to Miss Jiao." Bao Qin nodded in acknowledgement, watching as she quickly departed the courtyard before retracting her gaze and lifting the curtain to return indoors. The young lady, unbeknownst to them, had risen from her elegant couch and stood at the window, delicately pruning the freshly gathered peach branches with a fine pair of scissors. Bao Qin selected a white and pink porcelain vase and handed it to her, smiling. "At least she knows how to show gratitude. Your efforts were not in vain." Cui Yuning did not lift her head, murmuring, "She is also quite pitiable." Previously, she had thought Sixth Sister's temperament to be gentle, but after hearing her words yesterday, she began to suspect that such gentleness was merely a facade. Her true nature might be quite different. If her suspicions were correct, the maids attending her would likely face difficulties, and Lan Xiang would undoubtedly return to reprimands. After all, what was the worth of a mere umbrella in the grand scheme of things? Cui Yuning paid no mind, placing the pruned peach branches into the vase. As the snow fell increasingly thicker, accompanied by gusts of biting cold wind that stung against the skin, the surroundings soon transformed into a silvery landscape. Within the Wanxiang courtyard, several matrons peeked outside to observe the weather, tightening their garments as they huddled together in conversation. Suddenly, a creaking sound was heard. The matrons squinted their eyes to see, recognizing it was Lan Xiang returning, and quickly plastered smiles on their faces to greet her. Lan Xiang smiled at them, quickly entering the courtyard while holding an umbrella. Upon reaching the eaves, she closed the umbrella and gently shook it. Noticing a new maid standing idly, she beckoned her to take the umbrella to her room. As the young maid entered to attend to the sixth miss, knowing that Lan Xiang was her chief maid, she eagerly accepted the task with a bright smile. Once Lan Xiang saw her walk away, she turned and entered the room. Cui Xiuxiu, who was halfway through writing a letter, paused slightly upon seeing Lan Xiang lift the curtain to come in. She softly inquired, "What did ninth miss say?" Lan Xiang's heart tightened as she spoke the truth. Cui Xiuxiu unconsciously tightened her grip on the pen, her tone losing its earlier gentleness as she grit her teeth and asked, "Is she upset that I did not go in person?" Lan Xiang lowered her head in silence. In her view, even if ninth miss were to be angry, it would likely be at the seventh miss for plotting against her, rather than for a trivial matter. The servants believed that ninth miss treated the young lady exceptionally well, sending her all sorts of novelties, while the young lady claimed that ninth miss was merely trying to win hearts and flaunting her good fortune. Lan Xiang felt differently, but dared not voice her opinion. A previous young maid who had just joined the household made the mistake of speaking too freely about these matters and soon met with misfortune, falling into the pond. They all harbored suspicions, but none dared to speak up. "I ask you." Cui Xiuxiu slammed the table, unable to contain her frustration. "Speak." Lan Xiang trembled slightly and replied in a low voice. "Ninth miss likely did not mean it that way. Perhaps she has just not yet calmed down and spoke in anger." Cui Xiuxiu found this reasoning quite sensible, her anger dissipating by a third. She dropped the pen, her expression shifting from gloom to brightness. "I trouble you to make a trip." Lan Xiang responded with utmost respect. "It is what a servant ought to do." Cui Xiuxiu glanced outside and noted, "You were drenched in such heavy snow on your way back. I shall have someone prepare a bowl of ginger soup for you to warm yourself." Lan Xiang, filled with gratitude, added, "Ninth miss has gifted me an umbrella." Cui Xiuxiu paused momentarily, then laughed. What a rare thing. Ninth miss is usually so overbearing that it is a wonder she did not send you away. It seems she is in a good mood today, and you have caught a fortunate moment. Lan Xiang smiled and replied, "I suppose I am just lucky." Cui Xiuxiu waved her hand to dismiss her, then looked down at the half-written letter. Due to her earlier emotional instability, a few drops of ink had splattered onto the elegant characters, making them appear rather messy. Taking a deep breath, she crumpled the paper into a ball and took a fresh sheet to start anew. Writing as if conversing, "Ayu, the heavy snow has finally ceased after falling all day. The weather is cold, and when Cui Yuning went to pay respects to her grandmother. It was already noon. Grandmother instructed the maidservants to bring a cup of hot tea, teasing her on purpose. Is ninth miss aware that I have delicious food here? And has hurried over just in time for a meal. Cui Yuning tugged at her arm playfully. You tease me again. Grandmother laughed heartily, patting the back of her hand. It is so cold outside. You might as well stay and have lunch with me before heading back. The small kitchen has learned some new pastries from Qinghe. You should try them and see if they are as good as they say. Cui Yuning nestled against her, softly responding. Madame Cui gently caressed her granddaughter's long hair and, with a smile gracing her lips, remarked from now on, do come here for lunch and keep me company with your chatter. Certainly, Cui Yuning replied with unreserved enthusiasm, her eyes curving into crescent moons. As long as you don't find me bothersome, I shall come every day. Madame Cui playfully tapped her finger on the tip of the girl's nose, bursting into laughter. With a spirited little imp like you to dine with me, how could I possibly be displeased? Nestled in the warmth of her grandmother's embrace, Cui Yuning smiled softly and replied, I feel the same way. Madame Cui paused momentarily, stroking the young girl's head in silence. It was no wonder she favored her ninth granddaughter so dearly. The other granddaughters trembled in fear of her, and even if she wished to draw closer, such intimacy remained elusive. Lost in her reverie, the entrance curtain was lifted, and someone stepped in, their voice dripping with envy. Grandmother is indeed biased. She only ever calls for the ninth daughter at mealtime. Chapter 10. What kind of person does ninth miss favor? Before her presence could be felt, her voice was heard. Just by listening, Cui Yuning recognized that it was the seventh miss, Cui Xian, who had arrived. The two had never been on good terms. If one were to seek a reason, perhaps it was simply a clash of personalities. Whenever they found themselves in the same vicinity, quarrels were bound to ensue. And aside from their grandmother, no other elder could rein them in. A few years prior, when their grandmother bestowed a branch of flowers with more buds upon Cui Yuning than upon Cui Xian, a scuffle ensued as Cui Xian attempted to seize it. Now, in this new life, reflecting upon such moments brought a sense of amusement to Cui Yuning. Upon entering, Cui Xian removed her cloak and handed it to a maid, pouting as she addressed their grandmother. Grandmother, are you feeling guilty? Cui Lao Fu Ren felt a headache coming on. She was at a loss for words regarding the seventh Mississippi. To say she feared her would be untrue, as long as ninth miss was present. Cui Xian's tongue spewed forth complaints as if she had consumed an excess of vinegar. Yet, to say she was unafraid was equally inaccurate. Even a slight frown from Cui Lao Fu Ren would render Cui Xian speechless. Rolling her eyes, Cui Lao Fu Ren replied with irritation, What have I to feel guilty about? Every time you come to pay your respects, I invite you to stay for a meal. Yet you refuse each time. Cui Xian found herself at a loss for words. Unlike Cui Yuning, who had a thick skin, she felt too embarrassed to keep imposing on their grandmother for meals. Cui Lao Fu Ren, finding her lack of cleverness frustrating, said sternly, It is nearly noon. If you do not intend to dine, why are you here? Cui Xian immediately felt wronged. You claim not to be biased. Yet this is blatant favoritism. I have come, and you still wish to send me away? Cui Lao Fu Ren was not swayed by her antics, and replied coolly, Did I not invite you to stay during the morning greetings? Cui Xian stammered, unable to articulate a response. If she did not come then, what was the purpose of her visit now? The expression on Cui Lao Fu Ren's face darkened, and she spoke sternly, Or is it that you cannot bear to see ninth miss thrive? The old lady's tone was severe, startling even Cui Yuning, let alone Cui Xian, who was so frightened that she burst into tears. Cui Lao Fu Ren was determined to rectify this troubling tendency of hers. While it was not inherently wrong for her to engage in rivalry with ninth miss, the concern was that Cui Xian might develop a deep-seated resentment, potentially leading her to act against her own sister, thus inviting ridicule. With a stern countenance, Cui Lao Fu Ren commanded, No more tears. Fearing punishment from her grandmother, Cui Xian stifled her sobs, remaining silent. Although her beauty did not rival that of ninth miss, she possessed a delicate charm, and the tears glistening on her lashes evoked a sense of pity. Cui Lao Fu Ren felt both exasperated and empathetic. This foolish girl had truly been misguided by her mother. She had never laid a hand on her, so why was she so afraid? With a sigh in her heart, she maintained her stern expression. Now tell me, what exactly has Ninth Miss done wrong? Speak clearly, and if it is indeed her fault, I will compel her to apologize. Upon hearing the words apologize, Cui Xian's eyes brightened, and she opened her mouth to respond, but then hesitated, lowering her head in silence. Cui Lao Fu Rin narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her before asking nonchalantly, "Seventh Miss, have you made up your mind?" Cui Xian bit her lip, remaining silent. Cui Lao Fu Rin's hand slammed down on the table. This time, before she could utter a word, Cui Xian burst into tears, exclaiming, "I said, please do not hit me." Stealing a glance at Cui Yuning, she shut her eyes, lifted her chin defiantly, and declared, "I wish for Ninth Sister to play with me." The matriarch, having mentally prepared for all manner of jealousy from Seventh Sister towards Ninth Sister, was momentarily taken aback by this statement, feeling as though she had misheard. "What did you say?" Such words, once spoken, became easier to articulate. Cui Xian repeated herself, her sense of grievance intensifying. After all, it was she who was the legitimate daughter, yet Ninth Sister always sought companionship with the illegitimate ones. That Cui Xiao clung to her could only be with ulterior motives. Wiping her tears, Cui Xian sobbed, "Yet she refuses to believe me, constantly calling for Sixth Sister. I'm her sister too." Upon hearing this, Cui Yuning found herself choking on her pastry, her face flushing red. She coughed, startled, while the matriarch, taken aback, hastily summoned a serving girl to fetch a cup of water. As she fed Cui Xian, she gently patted her back, admonishing, "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Cui Yuning, having been startled into tears, murmured, "I am not." She was taken aback by Cui Xian's audacity, constantly compared to her. She had always been subjected to Cui Xian's barbed remarks. How could she suddenly wish to play together? It was no wonder they were rivals. Before she could finish her thought, Cui Xian grasped her meaning, glaring at her in frustration. "Who told you to always play with Cui Xiao? Those two are not to be trusted." Cui Yuning, equally indignant, retorted, "Do you even want me to play with you?" Cui Xian hesitated, finally managing to stammer out a single word. "Want?" Cui Yuning replied, "Then hurry and come over to apologize." Cui Xian widened her eyes and blurted, "You wish." As soon as the words left her mouth, she met Cui Yaoning's teasing expression. Realizing she was being jested with, Cui Xian couldn't help but laugh as well. The matriarch could hardly have anticipated that her two granddaughters, who had bickered since childhood, would one day reconcile. Taking a sip of her warm tea, she smiled and asked, "Will you still argue in the future?" Both Cui Yuning and Cui Xian replied in unison, "Yes." The matriarch was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled, "You too. As long as you do not truly anger one another, your playful quarrels seem to strengthen your bond." Lost in thought, the matriarch grew somewhat melancholic. With Seventh Sister reaching maturity and Ninth Sister soon to follow, the thought of them approaching the age of marriage tugged at her heart. Cui Yuning nestled against her grandmother's arm, sweetly coaxing, "Then I shall not marry, but stay at home to accompany you." The matriarch pinched the delicate cheek of her little granddaughter, marveling at Ninth Sister's ethereal beauty, knowing that if she were to marry, she would undoubtedly be the most beautiful bride in all of Luoyang. Cui Xian leaned in, "What about me?" The matriarch looked at her, smiling gently. "You shall be the second most beautiful." Cui Xian understood she could never rival Ninth Sister's beauty. She touched her face and laughed. "All right then. I shall be the second most beautiful bride in all of Luoyang." The matriarch raised an eyebrow at her. "Are you already yearning for marriage?" Cui Xian's face instantly flushed crimson. How many young ladies do not yearn for their future husbands? Regardless of their temperament, whether it be tempestuous or reckless, they are, after all, daughters. Having read tales of romantic heroes and heroines, how could they not dream of encountering a similar story of their own? Lady Cui has traversed this path herself and sees nothing amiss. With a smile, she inquires, "What type do you fancy?" Cui Xian blushes and replies, "I admire the flower-ranked scholar." Lady Cui nods in understanding and then turns to her little granddaughter, asking, "And what of you, Jinyang? What do you prefer?" Cui Yuning, momentarily at a loss, whimsically responds, echoing the opposite of Pei Yu, I am drawn to spirited young generals. Chapter 11. Since one covets the beauty of Jinyang, one must also accept her capricious nature. Cui Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you fond of talented scholars? Although Cui Yuning had claimed that she regarded Pei Yu merely as a playmate, Cui Xian was not convinced. After all, who treats an ordinary companion with such kindness? Moreover, Jinyang was not known for her amiable temperament. As soon as the words left her mouth, Cui Xian belatedly realized the implications. No, Jinyang must have said that out of fear that their grandmother would suspect her of yesterday's words. By asking such a question, was she not blatantly undermining her? If their hard-won rapport were to be jeopardized over such trivial matters, it would be unbearable. Cui Xian quickly turned her thoughts, pondering how to gloss over her previous comment. Her gaze inadvertently drifting to Cui Yuning. At that moment, she had already risen from the old lady's lap and taken a seat opposite her. Yet she lounged like a boneless cat, lazily lifting her snow-white chin. What is so admirable about a scholar? Historically, it is often the learned who are unfaithful and fickle. A youthful general would be far more forthright and spirited. Cui Xian momentarily forgot her distress and chuckled. You make it sound as if Pei Yu has committed some act of betrayal, leaving you displeased. Though she spoke lightly, she did not take it to heart. Pei Yu would never dare to disrespect the legitimate daughters of the Qinghe Cui family. Cui Yuning nibbled on a soft pastry, casually explaining, perhaps. I had a dream not long ago, and indeed, I dreamt of him. Cui Xian thought to herself that the dream must have felt quite real. Otherwise, Jinyang would not have vented her anger on Pei Yu. It seemed that even the bond of companionship had been tarnished by that dream. Despite her disdain for Pei Yu, she could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. However, one must consider the fact that she had encountered the proud and temperamental Jinyang. She deserved it. If one seeks the favor of Jinyang, one must also endure her unpredictable temperament. Cui Xian silently grumbled, her competitive nature flaring up as she mustered the courage to act coy with the old lady. Which of us do you think Jinyang and I prefer? Lady Cui chuckled. As long as they are sincere towards you, whether they be scholars or warriors, why should you two compete? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Cui Xian sensed that her grandmother favored Jinyang and chimed in, I also like those who practice martial arts. Lady Cui shot her a glare, lowered her head to sip her tea, and began to contemplate what sort of husbands would suit them both. Luoyang was not lacking in young talents, yet she felt none were worthy of her precious granddaughters. The daughters of the Qinghe Cui family excelled in both beauty and character. Had there not already been a crown princess, they would be fit to be royal consorts. Seventh Nyang was particularly concerned with appearances, always eager to take the lead. And her playful nature made a martial general the most suitable match, someone to accompany her in horseback riding and hunting. Jinyang, delicate and fragile, will be better paired with a top scholar to share poetry and enjoy flowers. Nevertheless, in the end, it would still depend on their preferences. Lady Cui halted her wandering thoughts, returning to the present, and instructed someone to serve the meal. Disliking extravagance, she had the kitchen prepare 5 dishes and a soup for lunch, along with a pastry that had been sent from Qinghe. Finally presented is the chicken skin soup with pickled bamboo shoots, made from the freshly sprouted bamboo shoots just unearthed from the snow this morning, finely sliced into delicate shreds. Once the hot broth is poured, it becomes both crisp and tender, exuding an exceptionally delightful flavor. Cui Yuning found it delectable and indulged in an extra bowl. Lady Cui smiled and remarked, if you enjoy it, do come back tomorrow. I shall have the kitchen prepare more for you. As this season's spring bamboo shoots are at their most tender. Given the current chill, meat dishes are not favored by the various masters of the mansion, making vegetables quite sought after. Having managed the household for many years, Lady Cui naturally provided the most diverse and freshest array of dishes, with any surplus distributed among the other residences. Although Cui Yuning was favored, it was impossible for her to compete with the lady in terms of culinary offerings. Cui Yuning readily agreed. Cui Xian also insisted on accompanying her, and though Lady Cui felt a slight headache, she nodded in consent, relieved that the two were no longer quarrelsome and could gather without conflict. After the meal, Lady Cui, feeling drowsy, instructed several maidservants to assist her to her chamber for a rest. Observing this, Cui Yuning and Cui Xian accompanied by their maidservants, took their leave. Cui Yuning, accustomed to an afternoon nap, prepared to return after a brief stroll to digest her meal. Cui Xian, having just played with her and finding everything novel, intended to follow her, but halted upon hearing her mention sleep, deciding to wait for a message upon her awakening. Cui Yuning consented, and Cui Xian felt assured to depart. Qinghe remarked with a smile, "Initially, I thought the seventh miss was domineering, always trying to outdo our young lady. Today, however, she seems rather childlike." Tao Shuang nodded in agreement. The seventh miss often enjoyed teasing them, yet when rebuffed, she would appear exasperated, only to return again as if she had forgotten the prior encounter. It was indeed amusing. As the conversation shifted to the sixth miss, Tao Shuang recalled that Qinghe had mentioned her true nature was less benign than it appeared. Her introduction of Master Pei to their lady was not made with honorable intentions. The fondness Tao Shuang once held for the sixth miss had now turned to disdain. Truly, she was spoiled by her mother, squandering the goodwill their lady had shown her. Tao Shuang was curious to see how the sixth miss would fare without their lady's protection. In the corridor, several branches of spring peach blossoms peeked into view, their vibrant hues standing out against the blanket of white snow. Cui Yuning lowered her head to inhale their fragrance, reminiscing about Cui Xian from her previous life. In her memory, Cui Xian was always eager to compete, as both were legitimate daughters, vying for superiority in every matter. Cui Yuning, not known for her patience, would often overlook Cui Xian's provocations for the sake of their grandmother, yet she harbored no fondness for her. After both married within a few years of one another, they had not communicated for nearly a decade, save for occasional family visits. Reflecting on this now, she could only feel a sense of wistfulness. "Let's go." Cui Yuning collected her thoughts and led the two back to the courtyard. The snow that had accumulated yesterday had been thoroughly cleared by the servants, leaving only a hint of moisture on the ground. Upon entering the room, she embraced her chin and closed the window shutters, then retrieved an apricot-colored nightgown from the rack. Approaching to inquire, "Shall the young lady change now?" Cui Yuning nodded, and after changing, she sat at the dressing table, allowing Qinghe to remove the ornamental hairpins from her tresses. In the mirror, a captivating and radiant face was reflected, strikingly beautiful even without the application of makeup. Qinghe cast a fleeting glance before lowering her eyes to continue adjusting her hairpin. However, Tao Shuang was utterly captivated, and only upon being gently reminded by Bao Qin did she return to her senses with an embarrassed smile. Despite being in close attendance to their young mistress, the maids were still dazzled by her beauty, as radiant as blossoming peaches and plums. They couldn't help but wonder who among them was fortunate enough to win her heart. Cui Yuning, on the other hand, remained unfazed. After a simple touch-up, she reclined on the bed, engrossed in a novel. Bao Qin lowered the curtain and withdrew. Cui Yuning propped herself on her arm, but soon felt drowsy. After a brief yawn, she closed her eyes for a moment of rest. Just as she was about to drift off, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Chapter 12. If Pei Yu were involved, she would want him dead. Cui Yuning found the noise outside unbearable and tugged at the bell by her bedside. The commotion outside immediately subsided, and not long after, Bao Qin entered, gently calling out, "Mississippi," due to a restless night. Cui Yuning's eyes carried a hint of fatigue. She raised her hand to massage her throbbing temples and leaned back against the bed, inquiring, "What is the source of the disturbance outside?" Bao Qin, typically composed, now wore a bitter smile, revealing that the sixth and seventh young ladies had encountered each other upon arrival. Not long after Cui Xian had settled in, she received urgent news from her mother and hurried to the Four Seasons courtyard, only to run into Cui Xiao, who was leaving. The seventh young lady, known for her domineering nature, had inherited the temperament of the second house's matriarch, Wei Shi. She often looked down upon the legitimate daughters of the first house, let alone her half-sister. Their encounter sparked an immediate quarrel. The servants in the courtyard found themselves in a difficult position. Both the seventh and sixth young ladies were their superiors, and they dared not intervene too forcefully, hoping only that their voices would lower enough not to disturb the Mississippi. Unfortunately, they did awaken her. After Bao Qin recounted the events, Cui Yuning massaged her temples and pulled back the curtains. instructing her to invite the others in for a discussion. Bao Qin complied and left. Cui Yuning casually donned a robe and emerged to find Cui Xian's furious expression and Cui Xiao, tears streaming down her face. Under normal circumstances, Cui Yuning would have inquired about the cause of their altercation. However, this time she chose to ignore it, leaning against the Luohan bed and calmly asking, "What are you two arguing about outside?" Both women looked up at her. She appeared as if she had just risen, her unkempt, lustrous hair cascading down, accentuating her delicate features and enhancing her natural beauty. The sight of such ethereal grace rendered onlookers hesitant to gaze upon her for long. Cui Xian, feeling guilty for disturbing her, momentarily faltered, but the thought of Cui Xiao reignited her anger. Had I not come, who knows what scheme she would concoct to harm you? With that, she slammed a letter onto the tea table. This letter, presumably snatched from Cui Xiao, was crumpled and bore the inscription to ninth young lady in elegant script, the ink nearly penetrating the paper. Cui Yuning glanced at it and recognized Pei Yu's handwriting. In her previous life, Pei Yu often penned letters to her, sharing tales of his adventures, the delicacies he had savored, and occasionally enclosing sketches or poems for her appreciation. Cui Yuning, frail and seldom leaving the estate, cherished these letters as they represented the pursuits she longed for but could not partake in. Receiving a letter from Pei Yu was always her happiest moment. Calculating the timeline, she realized it was indeed the right moment for a letter to arrive. Shifting her gaze, she turned to Cui Xiao and inquired leisurely, "Does Six Sister have anything to say to me?" Cui Xiao dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, and upon meeting Cui Yaoning's gaze, she blushed and said, "I know you do not wish to see me, but the letter from my Yu has arrived. Regardless of our relationship, he is innocent, so please do not direct your anger towards him." Cui Yuning and Pei Yu exchanged correspondence, facilitated by Cui Xiao, who was responsible for sending the letters and relaying them. Previously, this seemed inconsequential, yet now it strikes her as amusing. Afin chil flickers in Cui Yuning segaze. Should she not harbor resentment towards Pei Yu? The mere mention of his name now evokes a sense of revulsion within her. He has not only shattered their youthful bond, but has also tarnished the image of that spirited young man she once cherished. Moreover, she remains uncertain of Pei Yu's involvement in the affairs of the Cui family. If he were indeed entangled, Cui Yaoning's breath momentarily falters before she exhales heavily. She desires his demise. Cui Xian, standing nearby, seethes with indignation and glares at her. Cui Xiao, what are you plotting? You deceived the young Miss Jiao into corresponding with your impoverished cousin, fearing that others won't scorn her for such clandestine dealings? The Dazhou ethos is liberal and unrestrained. When it comes to interactions between men and women, one should be forthright. There is no need for the furtive antics of Cui Xiao. There is nothing inherently wrong, yet your actions render it suspicious, leading to potential misinterpretations by others. The reputation of a young lady holds paramount significance. If you claim ignorance of the repercussions, I find that hard to believe. As Cui Xiao opens her mouth, tears cascade down her cheeks. That is not my intention. I merely thought that Miss Jiu used to eagerly anticipate receiving letters from you. She pauses, choking back her sobs to offer an explanation. I believe that if Miss Jiu received a letter from you, she might find joy, and perhaps in her happiness, she could reconcile with me. Her words are articulated with such delicacy that they invoke a pang of sorrow in the onlookers. The maid beside her also dabs at her tears. Miss Jiu, you are well aware of how our young lady has always treated you. How could you suspect her over mere rumors? Such doubt would only serve to harm the bond you have cherished since childhood. Our young lady wept throughout the night, and this morning her eyes remain swollen. Thankfully, she has yet to reach marriageable age. Otherwise, how could she face the world? The tone of the conversation inevitably bears a hint of resentment. Cui Yuning casts a sidelong glance. This maid appears unfamiliar, unlike the close attendants of Cui Xiao, suggesting she is a recent addition to the household. Cui Yuning remains silent, leaning back lazily. Bao Qin, with a stern expression, steps forward and reprimands such insolence. Who taught you to speak to your mistress in this manner? Qinghe, summon a few matrons to impart a lesson. Qinghe acknowledges and calls over several matrons. These women, accustomed to the more laborious tasks within the household, possess considerable strength. Upon hearing the command, they seize the previously speaking maid and deliver 2 resounding slaps. The young maid, startled and terrified, cries out for mercy. "Miss Jiu, spare me. Miss Jiu, please." Bao Qin, concerned about the disturbance, instructs the matrons to escort her away. Cui Xiu's heart tightens, her grip on her handkerchief intensifying. Cui Yuning, toying with her delicate fingers, languidly states, "Sixth sister, should your memory falter. Allow me to reiterate, but let it be known that there shall be no third occasion. My relationship with Pei Yu is merely that of playmates. Now that I am on the cusp of maturity, it is only prudent to maintain a distance, lest any rumors tarnish my reputation. I shall not accept this letter. I trust that Sister Lu is a wise individual and will not repeat past mistakes." Cui Yuning did not even glance at the letter, instructing Qinghe to retrieve it and return it to her, speaking softly, "Should such an incident occur again, I shall have no choice but to summon grandmother and second uncle to adjudicate." Bowing, see our guest out. Cui Xiu's face alternated between shades of green and white. Yet upon observing Cui Yaoning's demeanor, she dared not utter another word and departed with her maid. Cui Xian breathed a sigh of relief, remarking that at last she saw through her character. Cui Yuning chose not to engage in debate on the matter. Instead, she had Qinghe serve 2 cups of tea, lowered her gaze, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Delayed by Cui Xiu. Cui Xian nearly forgot the reason for her visit, only remembering it when reminded, and hastily responded, "I told you that grandmother favors you. The moment you expressed an affinity for martial arts, grandmother instructed my mother to write a letter, inviting the son of my aunt's family from the Zheng clan of Jinyang to stay for a while." Chapter 13. At this year's Spring Banquet, it seems the noble ladies will find themselves overshadowed by Jinyang. The moment Cui Yuning heard her tone, she sensed jealousy brewing within her. Fortunately, Cui Xian was merely a chatterbox with no malicious intentions. Otherwise, even with their grandmother's presence, Cui Yuning would not have considered mending their relationship. She set down her warm tea and reminded her, "It may not solely be because of me. Next month, the Grand Princess Anping will host her spring banquet." The Grand Princess Anping, being the aunt of the current emperor and the sole legitimate daughter of Emperor Taizu, resides in Luoyang. After losing her husband early in life, she never remarried and has no offspring. Her fondness lies with the young and beautiful maidens, and she holds this spring banquet annually to invite the noble ladies and gentlemen of the city. Over time, this event has evolved into a gathering where the noble ladies and gentlemen observe one another. Each year, the banquet attracts not only the prominent families of Luoyang, but also those from southern aristocracies. Cui Xian considered this possibility, yet upon recalling the spring banquet, she remarked sourly, "You will surely steal the spotlight again." The Grand Princess Anping's husband is of the Qinghe Cui clan, which means they must address him as uncle. When he was alive, they often visited each other. However, after his passing, the Grand Princess mourned for several years, closing her doors to guests until she eventually re-emerged. Consequently, their relationship has faded, with only the annual spring banquet serving as a means for her to extend invitations to the young ladies of her household. Despite this, she has never truly taken notice of them. Jinyang, on the other hand, seldom left the estate due to her frail constitution. After her visit 2 years ago, she garnered the Grand Princess's affection and was bestowed with several boxes of jewelry. At that time, she was still young, her features delicate and youthful, prompting others to remark upon her as a beautifully sculpted, ethereal maiden. Now, as Jinyang approaches her coming-of-age ceremony, her beauty rivals that of a blooming peony, radiating an enchanting grace. Among the young ladies in the household, Cui Xian previously believed that third sister was the most beautiful, yet Jinyang, upon reaching maturity, surpasses her by a notable margin. Especially given her limited outings, she has developed an exquisite and ethereal appearance. Although Cui Xian is usually confident in her own beauty, she cannot help but feel a twinge of self-doubt in Jinyang's presence. It is evident that this year's spring banquet will leave the noble ladies feeling overshadowed by Jinyang. Cui Xian, filled with envy and a hint of bitterness, touched her face contemplatively. Why hadn't her mother blessed her with such beauty? Cui Yuning reached for the tea that Qinghe had just served her, glaring at her. If you keep sulking, I will have Baoyin escort you out immediately. Cui Xian guarded her tea, took a sip, and after a moment of hesitation, said, regardless, if I take a liking to someone, you must not compete with me. If Jinyang were to vie for the same affections, she lacked the confidence to prevail. Cui Yuning reminisced about Cui Xian's past suitors. Although she claimed to favor the talented scholars, her second aunt ultimately chose a military officer for her, who seemed to bear the surname Zhao. His family background was modest, yet he was exceptionally capable, rapidly rising through the ranks. During family visits, Cui Xian often appeared vibrant and well. It is understandable. As the legitimate daughter of the Qinghe Cui clan, Zhao Xing's marriage to her was indeed an elevation in status. Her beauty ensured a harmonious marriage, which need not be elaborated upon. Cui Yuning found herself reflecting once more, recognizing the keen insight of her elders. In the past, she had admired Pei Yu immensely. However, her feelings had since waned. Noticing her silence, Cui Xian became flustered, exclaiming, "You aren't truly considering competing with me, are you?" Previously, she had been reassured by the belief that Jinyang, with her discerning taste, would not vie for the same affection. Yet, the thought that Jinyang could be attracted to someone she herself deemed unworthy left her feeling uncertain. "Fear not, I shall not contend with you," Cui Yuning reassured her, playfully suggesting, "Shall I intentionally appear less appealing to accentuate your beauty?" "That won't be necessary," Cui Xian replied, her chin lifted, her tone imbued with pride and haughtiness. "If someone I fancy does not return my affections, it simply indicates that he is unworthy of my admiration." As the legitimate daughter of the Cui family from Qinghe, she naturally harbored her own sense of dignity. If a man failed to appreciate her, it would be his loss. She would not indulge in self-pity or squander her time over any man. A person of her standing and beauty, while perhaps not surpassing Jinyang, had been cherished and adored throughout her life, and she saw no reason to diminish herself. Cui Yuning regarded her with a smile, realizing she had previously underestimated her seventh sister's charm. She wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. While outsiders might label her as proud and somewhat mischievous, Cui Xian believed such judgments to be unfounded. She was merely raised in an environment filled with affection, not intentionally bullying others. Should Pei Yu be unwilling, she would simply seek another suitor, even if he had not expressed his thoughts. It seemed the onlookers were overly concerned. Perhaps he had merely chosen not to voice his opinions in her presence. This thought stirred a slight annoyance within Cui Yuning. Her nature was such that she loved with fervor and loathed with equal intensity. When she disliked someone, even their mere existence became irksome. Cui Yuning, feeling the weight of her gaze, blushed and feigned composure, inquiring, "Am I not speaking the truth?" Indeed, Cui Yuning replied, snapping back to the moment, concealing her thoughts as she smiled brightly at her sister, her voice soft and almost playful. "I merely regret that I have not spent more time with my seventh sister in the past." Her tone was both charming and sweet, her alluring phoenix eyes sparkling with life. Cui Xian, unable to suppress her embarrassment, felt her ears flush. It was no wonder their grandmother favored Jinyang so. Had she been in her place, she would have likely shown the same partiality. Cui Xian's lips subtly curled into a smile. "It is never too late. Even after we are married, we can still enjoy each other as company." She regarded her as a true sister and sincerely hoped for her to find a splendid match. Earnestly advising, "At the upcoming Spring Banquet, you shall surely shine. Let your aunt choose a suitable partner for you." Cui Yuning was momentarily taken aback. Concerned that she might still be preoccupied with Pei Yu, Cui Xian frowned and remarked, "As for Pei Yu, I cannot quite articulate it. He appears warm and amiable, of good character, yet I cannot muster any fondness for him." Though not particularly astute, she had a knack for discerning character. While she might not favor daughters of lesser status, she was not one to be easily bullied. She ignored the eighth daughter of the second branch entirely, reserving her utmost disdain for the sixth daughter and concubine Pei. Cui Yuning regained her composure and simply replied, "I understand." Cui Xian finally felt a sense of relief. After exchanging a few more words, noticing that Cui Yuning appeared somewhat fatigued, she ceased her conversation, promising to visit her again the following day, and departed with her maidservant. Cui Yuning returned to her chamber for a brief nap, which extended until dusk. Upon waking, Baoqin informed her that her mother, Lady Wang, had sent a maid earlier to invite her for dinner that evening. Cui Yuning quickly refreshed herself, donned a new outfit, and accompanied by Baoqin and Qinghe, made her way to the Jinyang. As she lifted the curtain to enter, she spotted her elder brother conversing with their mother. She removed her cloak and handed it to a nearby maidservant, greeting them with "Mother, brother." Lady Wang smiled warmly and beckoned her over, saying, "Come here quickly. Xian and I were just discussing you." Chapter 14. Has the seventh daughter truly been scolded into foolishness by her mother? Cui Yuning approached, her tone unconsciously laced with a hint of playful charm. "Mother, what ill words have you and brother conspired to speak about me?" Wang, her mother, playfully tapped her on the nose. "Who would dare speak ill of you, my little miser? If you were to cry, I would have to console you." Cui Yuning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Mother." Wang looked at her in surprise. Lo and behold, our ninth daughter is actually shy. She has indeed blossomed into a young lady. The embarrassment deepened for Cui Yuning as she felt her mother was teasing her deliberately. She turned to her elder brother to complain, "Brother, look at mother. She is bullying me again." Cui Zhan, having just reached his 20s and yet to be betrothed, inherited a quiet and reserved demeanor from their father, Pei Yu. Only in the presence of their mother and sister did his emotions surface. Seeing his sister finally display a bit of affection, Cui Zhan smiled and gently urged, "Mother, please do not tease ninth daughter any further." He was dressed in a dark blue silk robe with a round collar. His appearance a harmonious blend of their parents' finest traits, sharp brows and bright eyes, radiating charisma. Cui Yuning gazed at him, thinking her brother was simply perfect. If it were not for the unfortunate incident of the girl he was initially betrothed to eloping with another, he would have already secured a fiancé by now. However, with the spring festival banquet approaching, she would soon have a sister-in-law. In her memories, her sister-in-law had first been introduced to her during this very banquet, and it was only after some time that she was promised to her brother. Wang, delighted to see her children bonding, took her hand and asked, "Are you aware that your grandmother has invited a young gentleman from the Zheng family of Jinyang to stay with us?" Cui Yuning nodded. "Seventh sister mentioned it to me today." Knowing that the two young ladies had never been particularly close, Wang found it curious and probed further. Cui Yuning, not wishing to elaborate, merely brushed over the details and redirected the conversation. "What does he look like?" Wang chuckled, patting the back of her hand. "Your grandmother would surely select someone of exemplary character and appearance for you. Her standards are quite high, and she would not settle for an ordinary young man." Cui Yuning nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. Although she had been granted a second chance at life, she no longer harbored expectations of finding deep affection in marriage. Yet she would not settle for an unsuitable match. If she were to wed, it must be to someone whose character, appearance, and demeanor were beyond reproach. While Cui Zhan believed his sister was still too young to rush into such matters, he was aware that several young ladies in the household had reached a suitable age, and if he did not act swiftly, the better prospects might be claimed by others. "Grandmother has entrusted me with this task. I will inquire diligently when the time comes." The matriarch, Cui Leo Furin, instructed Wei to compose a letter, not merely to summon the gentleman with a simple note, but to have her two grandsons visit under the pretense of familial greetings, inviting the young man over. The delegation comprised Cui Zhan from the elder branch and Cui Hao from the second. Since the old lady mentioned it, Cui Zhan had become increasingly attentive. It was said that the young men of the Zheng family from Xinjiang were trained in martial arts and came from a reputable lineage. Yet he felt that no one could possibly be deemed worthy of his ethereal sister. Should he uncover any unsavory details, he would not allow his sister to marry such a man. Cui Yuning lightly inquired, "Brother, when will you be leaving?" Cui Zhan gently stroked his sister's hair and said softly, "We shall depart early tomorrow morning after breakfast." Cui Yuning felt that their schedule was somewhat rushed and frowned slightly. Noticing her expression, Cui Zhan smiled and reassured her. "The journey from Xinjiang to here is quite manageable, but we must first visit our uncle in Hudong, which will take around 10 days for the round trip. Therefore, We need to set off early. Given that this was their grandmother's arrangement, Cui Yuning refrained from voicing her concerns and simply wished her brother a safe journey. The following day, Cui Yuning rose early and made her way to the front hall, where a considerable number of relatives had already gathered to bid farewell to the two brothers. She greeted each of them in turn. Wei Shi found it peculiar and was about to make a snide remark, but Cui Xian quickly intervened. Mother. Wei Shi shot her a glance. Why are you pulling me? Are you planning to bully Jinyang again? Cui Xian looked at her disapprovingly. Jinyang is so well-behaved. As an elder, you should care for her instead of always picking on her. Wei Shi was taken aback, reaching out to touch her daughter's head. Heavens! Could it be that my seventh daughter has been rendered foolish by her mother? How could she utter such nonsense? Just as she contemplated this, she noticed her daughter's astonished expression and realized she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Come here. Wei Shi beckoned her daughter aside, her brow furrowed with concern. What is the matter with you today? Aren't you usually the one who enjoys sparring with Jinyang? Hearing her mother's words, Cui Xian finally understood why Jinyang had previously disliked her. They had indeed been quite unkind. Cui Xian's face flushed with embarrassment as she stamped her foot in anger. From now on, Jinyang and I are good sisters, and you shall not bully her any longer. With that declaration, she lifted her skirts and ran off. Wei Shi watched as her daughter hurried to Jinyang's side, her excitement evident as she chattered away, making Jinyang smile brightly, which in turn infuriated Wei Shi. That foolish expression mirrored her brother's. Did this simple girl not realize that with Jinyang around, she would struggle to find a suitable husband? Clutching her chest, Wei Shi stepped aside to rest, fearing that the sight would provoke her to anger further. Cui Yuning was unaccustomed to not being subjected to her second aunt's barbs and cast a glance in that direction, only to see her sitting with her eyes closed. A maid attending to her with a massage. Has she not slept well? Cui Xian followed her gaze and proudly declared, I told mother that we are now good sisters, and she will not torment you in the future. Cui Yuning was skeptical of her second aunt's sudden change of heart, but chose not to comment, smiling appreciatively. Thank you, seventh sister. Cui Xian's ears turned crimson, yet she replied with an air of nonchalance, I am your sister, after all. Cui Yuning paused for a moment. Her elder sister was 10 years her senior and the crown princess, unable to visit the Cui residence frequently. Thus, her impression of her was not particularly deep, and she had never fully embraced the concept of sisterhood. In her past life, she had perceived the gentle Cui Xiao as a sister. Now, however, she found that Cui Xian's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of an elder sister. Though her temperament was not gentle, her current manner of speaking rendered the notion of sisterhood vividly clear in Cui Yaoning's heart. After a while, as the guests gradually gathered, Old Lady Cui summoned her two grandsons to remind them of the precautions for their journey. Just before they departed, Cui Yuning presented each of her brothers with a talisman for safety, which she had obtained from accompanying their grandmother to the temple to pray. It was said to possess remarkable efficacy. Cui Zhan chuckled as he affectionately tousled his sister's hair and solemnly tucked the talismans into his bosom. Cui Yao, following his father Cui Li, with his charming wit, cheerfully remarked, Thank you, Jinyang. I shall certainly bring back some delightful novelties from our travels. Cui Xian eagerly leaned in, asking, What about me? Cui Hao, treating them equally, smiled and assured her, Of course, I'll bring something for everyone. I would never forget the two of you, so rest assured. Satisfied, Cui Xuan smiled. Cui Yuning watched as they climbed into the carriage, their figures gradually receding into the distance, before turning back to walk alongside Cui Xian. As they entered the door, they noticed the head maid, Wanju, approaching the two girls, saying, Seventh young miss, ninth young miss, the old lady requests your presence. Chapter 15. Our young lady seeks a quick, and Wanju led the two young ladies toward Shou and Tang. Unable to contain her curiosity, Cui Xian eagerly inquired, Sister Wanju, do you have any idea why grandmother has summoned us? Both young ladies held a special place in the old lady's heart, and Wanju, hesitant to assert herself, lowered her head and vaguely replied, Before I left, it seemed I saw Aunt Pei from the second house passing by. Cui Xian's expression darkened with frustration. It was highly likely that Aunt Pei was spreading malicious gossip, while she appeared subservient in front of the old lady. She was brazen in the second house, taking advantage of her father's favoritism and disregarding all decorum. Through gritted teeth, Cui Xian confided to Cui Yuning. Just the other day, my mother punished her by making her kneel in the ancestral hall. Can you guess what happened? Without waiting for a response, Cui Xian continued. Her anger barely restrained. Aunt Pei barely knelt for half a stick of incense before she started crying out in pain. My mother thought she was merely putting on an act and ignored her, only to discover later that she was indeed pregnant, 2 months along, no less. The child was almost lost. For 2 whole months, Aunt Pei had concealed her condition from grandmother, who would believe she harbored no ill intent. Had she merely mentioned her pregnancy, my mother would never have allowed her kneel in the ancestral hall. Fortunately, the child was safe. Otherwise, grandmother and father would not have easily brushed this matter aside. Even so, Father S. demeanor had grown cold. For several days, he had taken up residence in Aunt Pei's Pei pavilion. Cui Yuning listened in silence. In the past, she rarely encountered Cui Xiao when she visited. Hence her impression of her was not particularly strong. However, it was evident that someone who could cause trouble for the second aunt was not to be trifled with. As they entered the courtyard, they could hear distant weeping. Old lady, sixth sister has been raised under your watch since childhood. She is usually the most obedient. How could she be as scheming as the madam claims? The recent days had seen much chatter within the household, especially since seventh sister had just gotten engaged. If the gossip spread through the careless tongues of the maidservants, how could seventh sister maintain her dignity? Cui Xian halted her steps, turning to Cui Yuning. See? I told you, she is not a person to be trusted. None of these concubines are worth a dime. Cui Yuning chose not to engage in that line of conversation. The main house also had several concubines, some of whom were honest and upright, while others thrived on rivalry and jealousy. Thankfully, her father did not indulge in the same favoritism as her second uncle, which had prevented any major disputes. As for the second house, she felt it was not her place to interject. Cui Xian, still simmering with indignation, murmured her discontent, prompting Cui Yuning to tug at her sleeve, urging, "Come on, let us not keep grandmother waiting." Reluctantly, Cui Xian nodded in agreement. Wanju maintained her composure as she lifted the curtain and ushered them inside. The maidservants in attendance were quite perceptive upon seeing the 2 young ladies enter. They hurriedly provided soft stools and served hot tea and snacks. Cui Yuning took a sip of the warm tea and glanced around. Beside the old lady sat a beautiful woman clad in a peach-red floral long coat, appearing to be in her early 30s, delicately dabbing at her tears with a silk handkerchief, exuding an undeniable beauty. As the 2 young ladies entered, Aunt Pei turned her head to wipe her eyes, revealing an embarrassed smile as if to say she hoped not to cause them any amusement. Madame Cui cast a fleeting glance at her, sternly admonishing, "Crying excessively harms your health. You are now with child, which is different from before. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the child." Aunt Pei, with reddened eyes, acknowledged her words. Cui Yuning delicately nibbled on a soft pastry and inquired with a smile, "Grandmother, you have summoned us in haste. Is there a matter of great importance?" Madame Cui lounged languidly on the rattan couch, her voice soft as she replied, "Aunt Pei, now that 7th and 9th sisters have arrived, feel free to express whatever is on your mind." She had initially wished to disregard the matter, assuming it pertained merely to 6th sister. However, Aunt Pei's incessant complaints had become a source of headache for her, given Aunt Pei's current condition and her usual compliance. Madame Cui contemplated granting her a concession to avoid further contention from second brother later on. Aunt Pei expressed her gratitude to the matriarch, fiddling with her handkerchief, and tearfully said, "Ninth Miss, I understand that you wish to distance yourself from 6th Mississippi. Although she has erred, regardless of her intentions, it is only fitting that the matriarch and the lady impose penalties upon her." Such grandiloquent sentiments were articulated beautifully. Madame Cui relaxed her brow, savoring her tea in silence. Aunt Pei continued, appealing to emotions by recounting how 6th Miss had cared for her younger siblings over the past 2 years, and questioning whether their sisterly bond had ever been insincere. Cui Xian was poised to scoff at this, but Cui Yuning restrained her, offering Aunt Pei a calm smile, encouraging her to speak plainly. Her demeanor remained unperturbed, as though she were untouched by the discourse. Aunt Pei felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, as Sixth Sister had mentioned, Ninth Sister's temperament had shifted. Just days prior, when discussing Pei Yu, despite her haughty expression, one could still discern the joy of a young woman. Whereas now she appeared as impassive as an ancient well, devoid of any emotional response. Such a sudden transformation hinted that someone had spoken ill of her. Aunt Pei's gaze subtly flicked to Cui Xian, who sat beside Cui Yuning, before she cast her eyes downward, gripping her handkerchief tightly. It was likely Seventh Sister who had stirred the pot. She and Wei Shi truly were a bane to them. Wei Shi relished in tormenting her, and Seventh Sister had followed her mother's lead, finding ways to bully Sixth Sister, coveting every precious thing, and now even seeking to usurp Ninth Sister. Although Aunt Pei was filled with resentment, she dared not show it in the presence of the matriarch. She covered her face and wept softly, "Since you have inquired, Ninth Miss, I shall not conceal the truth. Out of respect for our past relations, I beseech you to spare Sixth Miss this once." As she spoke, she rose to bow in respect. The nearby maidservants hurriedly stopped her, and after much persuasion, Aunt Pei was convinced to return to her seat on the rattan couch. Cui Yaoning's expression remained unchanged as she inquired slowly, "What do you mean by that, Aunt?" "I fail to comprehend." Aunt Pei, with reddened eyes, replied, "Ninth Miss, you may be unaware, but recently, the household has been abuzz with discussions regarding Sixth Mississippi. She has only just become engaged. If the gossip-mongering maidservants spread word of this outside, how will her future in-laws perceive her? I implore you to consider Seventh Sister's reputation and put an end to this matter. And I also beseech the matriarch to advise the maidservants to refrain from mentioning it further." Madame Pei once again engaged in a debate with old Madame Cui, stating, "Esteemed matriarch, consider this. As sisters within the same household, if the reputation of the sixth young lady is tarnished, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon the faces of the other unmarried young ladies in our residence, leading one to question the upbringing of the Cui family." Old Madame Cui narrowed her eyes, preparing to respond, when suddenly, the curtain was thrust aside, and a round-faced maid rushed in, flustered. Wanju immediately stepped forward, her voice cold as she reprimanded, "How dare you behave so recklessly in front of the matriarch?" The maid trembled uncontrollably, prostrating herself on the ground with two loud bows. Weeping as she implored, "Matriarch, I beseech you to come and see our young lady. She has sought to end her own life." Chapter 16, she dared to scheme against Ninth Miss. And even if it meant sacrificing her own face, she would ensure that the other would suffer as well. Old Madame Cui immediately led a group to the evening fragrance courtyard. Inside the courtyard, maids and servants were bustling about, some preparing medicine, others summoning doctors, while a few remained indoors to attend to needs. The little maid who had accompanied them, her eyes reddened, remarked, "Fortunately, the old women discovered it in time. Otherwise, the young lady would truly have." At this point, she covered her face and wept. The sixth miss had been feeling unwell these past couple of days. Her sleep disturbed. This morning, after seeing off her two elder brothers, she intended to rest, only to overhear the maids discussing her behind her back. It was one thing for outsiders to speak, but these were the very maids who had been by her side since childhood, including the head maid, Lan Xiang. In a moment of despair, the sixth miss threw herself into the ornamental lake of the small garden. Fortunately, a cleaning woman passing by noticed and promptly rescued her. It was just past the new year, the coldest time of the year. The lake water was frigid, and for a frail woman, a careless fall could easily lead to a fatal outcome. The sixth miss was rescued in time, but she had developed a high fever. Despite this, she remained unconscious, her delicate face pale, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld her. Madame Pei, heart-wrenched, leaned against the bedside, unable to contain her sorrowful cries. The maids within the room gently urged her, "Madam, please cease your weeping. Your health is paramount. If the sixth miss were to know that you neglect your own well-being so, she would surely chide you." "Indeed, madam, you must think of the child," they added. The physician had just examined her and reported that the sixth miss was no longer in serious danger. With time and proper care, she would recover. The maids took turns offering comfort until, at last, Madame Pei managed to suppress her tears. Wiping her eyes, she turned and knelt before old Madame Cui, lamenting, "Esteemed matriarch, you have witnessed how these maids have behaved with such audacity. 6th Mississippi. She nearly lost her life due to this incident. If they're not punished, it won't be long before the maids in this household follow suit, thinking they can trample upon their masters." Seeing her tears, old Madame Cui did not hold her momentary slip of the tongue against her. "And what are those maids?" she inquired. The little maid who had led them replied with indignation, "They have been detained by Mama Lu." Old Madame Cui signaled to the stewardess beside her to send someone to investigate. Before long, the results came back. Indeed, as the maid had said, Lanxiang and the others had been discussing their mistress behind closed doors. Implicitly, their words had involved 9th Mississippi. The stewardess did not pursue the matter further, instructing the servants to silence the maids to prevent any damage to 9th Miss's reputation. Upon hearing the stewardess's report, old Madame Cui turned the prayer beads in her hand and calmly remarked, "Sell them off." With that, the matter was resolved. Old Madame Cui issued a decree forbidding any mention of the incident within the household, warning that those who disobeyed would face the same fate as Lanxiang and her companions. On the way back, Cui Xian couldn't help but reflect. She had often found her half-sister insufferable, yet now it seemed her temper was remarkably mild. A few careless words from the maids had driven her to attempt suicide in the lake. Such a person hardly warranted her caution. Never mind, since grandmother has spoken. It is best to heed her words. After all, Lunyang poses no real threat to me. Cui Xian is the legitimate daughter of the second branch, while Cui Xiuxiu is merely a concubine's daughter. No matter how exceptional she may be, she cannot wield any influence. In the realm of noble families, the foremost consideration in selecting a wife is, of course, her lineage. Yet, Cui Yuning found herself contemplating Lanxiang. On that day, when she conveyed a message for Cui Xiuxiu, her demeanor was exceedingly courteous. How could she possibly be unaware of propriety? However, she had sent Baoqin to inquire with the matron, who confirmed that Lanxiang had not offered any defense. Thus, it was established that Cui Xiuxiu had taken her own life by drowning due to the tarnishing of her reputation. Consequently, who would dare claim that Cui Xiuxiu had ulterior motives in introducing her to Pei Yu? Even if rumors were spread, her reputation would remain impeccable. Cui Yuning exhaled softly, unwilling to regard her sister, with whom she had played since childhood, in such a negative light. She steeled her mind and ceased further contemplation. Since grandmother had made a decision, it was not open to dispute. As for Lanxiang, she had unfortunately become an unwitting victim of this calamity. All she could do was ensure that Baoqin discreetly kept an eye on her. Shortly after the old matriarch issued her command, both branches of the family received word, with strict admonitions for the servants to guard their tongues, for the lessons of the past were evident. The following day, during the morning greetings, the old matriarch reiterated this matter, summoning the young ladies from each branch. 6th Miss Cui Xiuxiu had only just regained consciousness the previous evening, and the doctor had advised her to rest well. Thus, the matriarch excused her from the morning salutations. Present in the room were only the 9th Miss of the first branch and the 7th and 8th Misses of the second branch. The maidservants in attendance served fresh tea to each of the young ladies. The old matriarch took a sip and gently admonished, "You are all aware of how you have been treated in the residence these past 2 years. This incident must not be repeated. You are all sisters, bound by blood. While minor quarrels may occur within the household, when in the presence of others, regardless of your usual relations, you must feign harmony. Do not resort to schemes that might bring ridicule upon us and tarnish the reputation of the Qinghe Cui family." The young ladies, compliant, listened attentively. After the old matriarch had spoken a few words, she dismissed them. Wanju approached to massage the old lady's shoulders, smilingly offering consolation. "The young ladies are all quite obedient. Why then does the matriarch still appear displeased?" The old matriarch replied with a faint smile, "Indeed, they are obedient." Wanju, perceiving the unspoken implications in the matriarch's words, slowed her ministrations and said with a smile, "Rest assured, matriarch. The young ladies are sensible and surely will not repeat this." The old matriarch sipped her tea, smiling non-committally, hoping for the best. After the passage of about 10 days, Cui Xiuxiu had sufficiently recovered to begin paying her respects to the old matriarch. Having endured a severe illness, she appeared even more slender, exuding an air of frail beauty, reminiscent of delicate willows swaying in the breeze. Cui Yuning recognized her elder sister's maidservant as familiar. Baoqin whispered that she was the young maid who had been reprimanded for her lack of decorum in the Shishi courtyard, seemingly named Zhu Xiang. Cui Yuning withdrew her gaze, and upon noticing Cui Xiuxiu looking over, she offered a faint smile. Following this incident, regardless of their true feelings, all maintained a facade of cordiality. Wang was in full agreement with her daughter's actions, gently stroking her hair. It should be so. In less than 2 years, she would be married. So there was no need to create a scene that could tarnish her reputation. Cui Yuning nestled in her embrace and asked, "Mother, do you think my marriage will proceed as planned?" Wang explained, "Not necessarily. Your second aunt is quite formidable. How could she allow both of them to have their way? Just wait and see. This engagement is bound to stir up trouble." In the past, due to the camaraderie between Jinyang and Lunyang, she had invested considerable effort in their marriage arrangements, which had led to much resentment from Wei. Now, if she dared to scheme against Jinyang, even at the cost of her own reputation, she would not allow her to have an easy time of it. Just as they were conversing, a maid from the old lady's courtyard arrived with a message. "Madam, the eldest son and the third son have returned. The old lady requests your presence along with Miss Jiao in the front courtyard." Chapter 17. The goddess of Mount Gu in the main hall of the front courtyard. A few individuals were seated. At the top sat the venerable matriarch, Lady Cui, flanked on either side by her eldest grandson, Pei Yu, and her second grandson, Cui Li, along with the 2 recently returned young gentlemen. Zheng Qingling occupied a seat beside Cui Zhan, engaging the elderly lady in conversation with a cheerful demeanor. Tall and handsome, he easily captured the affection of the matriarch, bringing forth laughter from her in no time. Possessing both admirable character and striking appearance, coupled with a family legacy of remarkable integrity, his years of martial training had not tarnished his complexion. When he smiled, he exuded a youthful vigor reminiscent of a gallant young general. Lady Cui nodded approvingly. Such a valiant young man was indeed worthy of her 9th daughter. After some time, Wei, the matriarch of the second branch, entered with several young ladies. Zheng Qingling rose to pay his respects, addressing her as aunt. His aunt was married to Wei's elder brother, establishing a familial connection between the 2 families. Wei responded warmly, introducing the young ladies. "This is your 7th sister. The other 2 are your 6th and 8th sisters." The young ladies had taken the time to prepare themselves for the guests, while Cui Xian, having learned that her grandmother had chosen a suitor for her 9th sister, opted for a simple yet elegant appearance. The 8th sister, accustomed to caution, dressed in a manner befitting her station, exuding both gentility and grace. The 6th sister, recently recovered from illness, adorned her hair with a few delicate pink silk flowers, embellished with a lustrous pearl at the center, presenting a modest yet enchanting visage that complemented her delicate features. Zheng Qingling maintained a composed demeanor as he greeted each of them. It was often said that the Cui family of Qinghe produced beauties, and this was undeniably true. Each young lady possessed her own unique charm. The 6th sister's softness, the 7th sister's elegance, and the 8th sister's gentle disposition. Wei was quite pleased with him. The Zheng family of Xingyang had a long-standing reputation for loyalty and valor, and the young men they raised were exceptionally remarkable, with Zheng Qingling standing out as the most distinguished of his generation. Yet, the matriarch's favoritism was evident. Such an admirable young man, seemingly uninterested in her 7th daughter, was instead being considered for her 9th, who had yet to reach womanhood. Moreover, in terms of familial ties, he was only distantly related to the 7th daughter. If he could secure her affection first, convincing the matriarch to allow him to court the 7th daughter would be effortless, leaving the matriarch with little to argue against. Wei's mind raced with possibilities, though her demeanor remained amiable as she engaged him in light conversation. While Zheng Qingling conversed with the elders, his thoughts began to drift. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Prior to his departure, his mother had informed him that Lady Cui intended for him to meet with the legitimate daughter of the first branch, and the family was in full support of him bringing the 9th daughter home as his bride. Fearing he might be reluctant, his mother had reassured him of the beauty of the crown princess, suggesting that the ninth daughter, being her sister, would surely be equally striking. Zhang Qingling contemplated that his mother was overly concerned. To him, beauty was no match for the prowess of a sword. Now of age for marriage. Regardless of the ninth daughter's looks, he would endeavor to fulfill his family's desires. He simply wondered when the esteemed matriarch and the ninth daughter would arrive. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the voices of maidservants outside announcing, "Madam, Miss Ninth." Instinctively, Zhang Qingling turned his gaze towards the sound. The first to enter was a beautiful matron, appearing to be in her 30s. Time had not diminished her allure. Rather, it had enriched her demeanor, imbuing her with an air of dignified elegance. Zhang Qingling recognized her identity as the esteemed Lady Wang. He lowered his gaze in deference and respectfully addressed her, "Lady Wang." Her eyes momentarily rested upon him before she smiled warmly, remarking that they were relatives and there was no need for such formality. He could simply call her aunt. Zhang complied with her request. Lady Wang then motioned to the young girl beside her, introducing her with a smile. "You have yet to receive a courtesy name, so I shall call you Qingling. This is your ninth younger sister." Turning to the young girl, she added, "Ninth miss, this is your cousin." Zhang Qingling gazed over, momentarily entranced. Beside the matron stood a girl of about 14 or 15, adorned in a gown of peony-patterned fabric woven with golden threads and an apricot blossom skirt that flowed gracefully. Her skin was as radiant as ice, and she moved with a delicate elegance. A peony-shaped hair ornament nestled in her tresses, its size ostentatious yet unable to overshadow her beauty. Zhang Qingling was suddenly reminded of a passage from Xiao Yaoyu. On Mount Gu she dwells a divine being, whose skin is as pure as snow. Graceful as a maiden, subsisting not on grains but on the winds and dew, riding clouds and commanding dragons, wandering beyond the seas. Observing ninth miss, the words took on a vivid form. The divine being of Gu, she was indeed akin to her. Sighing deeply, Zhang Qingling felt a twinge of rudeness for his momentary distraction and quickly addressed her as ninth younger sister, lowering his head to avoid further gazing. Lady Wang observed him with evident satisfaction. The beauty of ninth miss was such that even women could not help but be captivated, let alone a young man seeing her for the first time. Zhang Qingling's ability to regain his composure so swiftly spoke volumes of his character. He was certainly not one easily swayed by mere beauty. Pleased, Lady Wang's gaze softened towards him. Cui Yuning scrutinized him with keen interest. The young man before her was dressed in a dark brocade robe embellished with golden threads, his long hair tied back, and his sword-like brows arched. Perhaps due to years of martial training, his stature was notably tall, even surpassing that of her brother, exuding the spirited vigor of youth. He was a stark contrast to Pei Yu. While Pei Yu's demeanor was gentle and refined, Zhang Qingling appeared as a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. Merely judging by appearances, Cui Yuning found him quite pleasing. Retracting her gaze, she gently called out, "Cousin." Zhang Qingling responded with his head bowed, his exposed earlobes tinged with a blush. Such beauty, it seemed, was flawless from head to toe. Even her voice was melodious, sweet as a babbling brook in the forest, reminiscent of honey freshly drawn from the hive, leaving one feeling utterly enraptured. Any lingering dissatisfaction from his arduous journey dissipated in an instant, replaced with profound relief. It was fortunate that the matriarch had taken a liking to him and that he had not shirked this responsibility onto his brothers. The elderly matriarch, Cui Leo Furin, squinted as she observed for a while before cheerfully exclaiming, all right, come and sit down. Standing there and chatting is quite unbecoming." Cui Yuning and her mother entered to find a suitable place to sit. Zhang Qingling sat down in a distracted manner, unaware of how Miss Jiu perceived him. However, the old lady should have conveyed her sentiments to her, and since she had agreed, it indicated that she did not oppose the matter. Contemplating this, Zhang Qingling felt a surge of joy in his heart. He longed to steal a glance at Miss Jiu, but feared that a direct gaze might lead to an embarrassing moment. Thus, he opted to sip from the hot tea beside him to mask his emotions. The perceptive old lady Cui noticed the youthful man's earlobes flushing red and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, for he was still but a young lad. After a brief conversation, old lady Cui turned her gaze towards Zheng Qingling with a smile, suggesting that he must be weary from his journey. You should rest for now, she advised. After dinner this evening, let your cousins take you out for a stroll. It is a rare occasion, so enjoy your time in Luoyang before you return. Chapter 18. A pause for the ninth young lady after dispersing. Cui Yuning returned to the Jingxiutang with her mother. It was not long before her elder brother, Cui Zhan, arrived, weariness etched upon his handsome features after days of relentless toil. Wang Shi, observing his fatigue, felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted his shoulder, stating, "For the next couple of days, you shall dine with me. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare some nourishing dishes for you." Cui Zhan offered a resigned smile. He felt he had actually grown stronger from his recent travels, despite his mother-esque concerns. He listened dutifully as she fussed over him. "Cui Yuning indeed. You have lost weight, but I believe you look even more handsome this way. I wonder how many noble young ladies will be captivated at the upcoming Spring Banquet next month." Cui Zhan's good looks rendered any signs of weight loss nearly imperceptible, leaving only an impression of elegance and vigor. Wang Shi replied with a smile, "If only that were the case. I am genuinely anxious about your marriage. Just look around Luoyang. How many young gentlemen of your age remain unmarried?" Her tone turned slightly accusatory as she spoke of a certain Miss Su, who had eloped, tarnishing her reputation and, in turn, affecting her daughter's prospects. Miss Siyuan possessed both admirable character and beauty, yet she remained unbetrothed, burdened by the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the Su family. However, it was a promise made by her late father-in-law, leaving her with little recourse. Despite her gentle and forgiving nature, Wang Shi could not remain composed when it came to matters concerning her son. While she refrained from criticizing her father-in-law in front of her husband, she felt no such restraint with her children. Cui Zhan understood his mother-esque distress, but felt constrained by the involvement of his grandfather. So he turned to his sister for assistance. Cui Yuning, playfully linking her arm with her mother-esque, said, "Do not fret, for I shall keep a keen eye on the Spring Banquet to help brother." Wang Shi's attention was diverted, and she patted her hand affectionately, saying, "Very well. Do report back to me on anyone you find suitable. I shall send someone to inquire about their reputation." Cui Yuning agreed, winking at her brother, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This side of her was rarely displayed in front of outsiders, only surfacing in the company of those she cherished. Guizan chakold, ruffling her hair, "Then I shall rely on you, ninth sister." Wang Shi shot him a playful glare, reminding him that such familial banter was rather unseemly. "By the way, I find that Zheng Qingling seems quite decent. Could you discreetly inquire about his true character?" Some young aristocrats were adept at masquerading as gentlemen, yet beneath their polished exteriors lay a tempestuous nature. Wang Shi held disdain for such individuals, regardless of their elevated status or noble lineage. She would never place her daughter in such perilous circumstances. Cui Zhan recounted what he had learned over the past few days to his mother and sister, adding his own perspective. Aside from that, he is said to be quite passionate about martial arts. Wang Shi's heart tightened at this revelation. Wouldn't he have a habit of violence? Would he? Not at all, Cui Zhan chuckled, attempting to ease her concerns. "I merely worry that he might lack the romantic sensibility, leading to a mundane and dreary life for ninth sister after marriage." Wang laid her worries to rest and smiled, saying, "What do I care? It is nothing of concern. Have you noticed his demeanor over the past 2 days? He seems rather dull." Cui Zhan shook his head. Wang felt more at ease, remarking, "Then it is of no consequence. Today, I found him to be quite courteous, unlike those who only bury themselves in martial training. Moreover, we must consider Jinyang's feelings as well." Despite her mental preparation, Cui Yuning could not help but blush, gently swaying her arm. "Mother." Wang chuckled and playfully tapped her on the nose, chiding, "You are nearly a grown woman, yet you still act coy." Guizan, sensing that his mother would soon share intimate words with his sister, decided not to linger and retreated to rest in his chamber. Once he departed, Wang teasingly inquired, "Now that your brother is absent, what are your thoughts on Qingling?" Cui Yuning, unguarded before her mother, languidly toyed with her cascading hair. "It's only our first meeting. We shall see how our interactions unfold in the coming days." Wang nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for caution. You are yet to reach the age of maturity. If this does not work out, we shall consider another. A good daughter is sought after by many families. Although she found Zheng Qingling to be quite admirable, if Jinyang disapproved, this examination would ultimately come to naught. The evening banquet was hosted in the main hall of the front courtyard, with 3 tables set for the 2 families. One for the elders, one for the young ladies, and one for the young masters of the household. As a guest, Zheng Qingling was seated at the main table. Out of concern for his comfort, the matriarch Cui called over Cui Zhan and Cui how to keep him company. Wei was somewhat displeased, believing that the old lady had only intended to summon De Lang, and had included San Lang merely to avoid provoking her. Cui Li, perceiving his wife's thoughts, shot her a fierce glare to deter any potential disruption that might embarrass Zheng Qingling, hissing, "Do not cause trouble." Wei gritted her teeth in anger. After all, he had spent over 10 days at concubine Pei's side, striking a blow to her dignity as the main wife. And now he had the audacity to admonish her for causing a scene? Wasn't he at all for their son? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, and she nearly confronted him. Matriarch Cui sipped her tea, casting a fleeting glance at her niece, her expression tinged with warning. Though Wei was her own niece, she would typically show favoritism in trivial matters. However, she would not tolerate any mischief regarding serious issues. Wei, startled by her mother's gaze, hesitated and ultimately held her tongue. Zheng Qingling sat beside Cui Zhan, oblivious to the undercurrents of the table, his demeanor slightly awkward as he lowered his head to drink tea. Whether by coincidence or design, his position afforded him a clear view of Jinyang. She had donned a brocade garment of Yao Huang, intricately embroidered with begonia patterns, her hair adorned with a peony-shaped hairpin and agate tassels that danced delicately against her fair cheeks, rendering it difficult to discern which was more exquisite. Zheng Qingling stole but a glance before lowering his head again, fearful of inadvertently offending the elegant maiden. The meal passed in a distracted haze. After dining, matriarch Cui summoned her 2 daughters-in-law to join her in a game of leaf cards. Noticing the younger generation lingering about, she feigned anger, stating, "What are you all dawdling for? Qingling has come all this way. Take him out for a stroll instead of letting him languish in the house all day." The young ladies and gentlemen present understood the unspoken meaning behind the old lady's invitation and responded with cheerful agreement. Cui Xian, mustering her courage, knowingly asked, "Grandmother, may we also go?" The venerable matriarch, with a rare smile gracing her features, responded, "Certainly, certainly. Just dress warmly so you don't catch a chill, as it is quite cold outside at this hour." Kui Xuan Jaifuli acquiesced. The matriarch then shifted her gaze to Cui Xiuxiu, chuckling, "My dear 6th daughter, you have just recovered and should avoid the wind. Coincidentally, I find myself in need of a companion for my game of leaf cards. Would you care to join us for a few rounds?" Cui Xiuxiu hesitated for a moment, then replied with a smile, "As long as grandmother does not mind my lack of skill." The matriarch laughed, assuring her that she was not at all displeased. Cui Xian, with a slight pout, chose not to linger further and tugged Cui Yuning out of the hall. Zheng Qingling hastily followed, calling out, "Miss Nine, please wait." Chapter 19. She was going to steal Zheng Qingling. Cui Yuning halted her steps, casting a sidelong glance at him. The corridor was adorned with several lanterns shaped like flower baskets, their lights illuminating the space as if it were daytime, highlighting the allure of her enchanting Danfeng eyes. Though she said nothing, there lingered a hint of unspoken words. Zheng Qingling, feeling a sense of trepidation, dared not raise his gaze to meet hers and simply murmured, "It's chilly at night. Miss Jiu should wear more to protect against the cold." His tall and handsome stature, coupled with his gentle demeanor, resembled a large, snowy dog that Cui Yuning had once encountered in the princess's residence. That dog, named Tuan Tuan, was entirely white, without a single blemish, possessing a delightful temperament, and would waddle over with its fluffy tail wagging whenever it saw someone. Cui Yuning snapped back to reality and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, cousin. My maid has already gone ahead to fetch my cloak." Just then, Bao Qin hurriedly approached from the other end of the corridor, cradling a brocade cloak adorned with a pattern of lychee and white peonies, calling out, Mississippi Zhang Qingling felt his cheeks flush crimson. It was only natural. Such a precious and delicate person as Miss Jiu would undoubtedly have attentive maids to cater to her needs. He realized he had been rather presumptuous, and he pondered how Miss Jiu might perceive this. Cui Xian, deliberately teasing him, inquired with a hint of mischief, "Cousin Qingling, with so many siblings around, why do you seem to see only Miss Jiu?" The two younger gentlemen could not suppress their laughter. "Why don't you ask me if I'm cold, cousin?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, although we may not be as fragile as Miss Jiu, it hardly seems fair for you to show such partiality." The playful banter continued, causing Zhang Qingling's face to redden once more. He struggled to find words to clarify his intentions, but felt that any attempt would only serve to exacerbate the situation, leading him to silence. Cui Hao shot a disapproving glare at his teasing sister, stepping in to mediate. "Let us prepare to leave. Have his servants bring the cloaks and anything else we might need." The eighth sister, Cui Wan, often overlooked within a household, was aware of the old lady's intention to invite them to the Lantern Festival and, not wishing to intrude, declared her desire to return and rest due to feeling unwell. Thus, only the seventh and ninth sisters remained. On the gentleman's side, the eldest brother Cui Zhan, second brother Cui Wan, third brother Cui Hao, fourth brother Cui Hong, and cousin Zhang Qingling were present. Only the fifth brother, Cui Ming, being the youngest, was kept back by Cui Hao for this very reason, and a maid was dispatched to take him back to Aunt Pei. With the exception of Zhang Qingling, the others were aware that Cui Hao was aiding Wei Shi in retaliation, as they had overheard some matters regarding the second branch recently, but they refrained from discussing it further in deference to their elders. After a brief wait, the maids delivered the cloaks and capes, and once everything was in order, the group set forth. Cui Yuning and Cui Xian shared a carriage, while the others divided themselves among two additional carriages. Zhang Qingling rode with Cui Zhan, while Cui Wan, Cui Hao, and Cui Hong occupied another. Once aboard the carriage, Cui Xian picked a preserved fruit from the food box and attempted to engage in conversation. But Cui Yaoning's spirits seemed low, responding only intermittently. Cui Xian leaned in and asked softly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Cui Yuning leaned languidly against the carriage, her expression weary. It was nothing unusual, save for the discomfort weighing heavily upon her chest after dining. Since childhood, her frail constitution had rendered her meals modest, and the physician had advised her to take a stroll post-repast for digestion, a habit she had diligently adhered to. This evening, in deference to her grandmother's concern that Zhang Qingling might not relish the local Luoyang cuisine, a few dishes from Jinyang had been added to the banquet, and she had unwittingly indulged a bit more than usual. It was only natural to feel unwell after overindulgence without proper digestion. Cui Xian's gaze fell naturally upon her face. Cui Yuning, already a captivating beauty, looked even more enchanting with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, almost enchanting one's very soul. Cui Xian, captivated for a moment, quickly regained her composure and remarked with a pout, "You are merely a delicate flower. Perhaps some fresh air might alleviate your discomfort." As she spoke, she lifted the curtain with an air of maturity, adding fortuitously, "Our household is not lacking in gold and jewels to sustain you. How an ordinary family fare." The evening breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. Cui Xian shivered unexpectedly and frowned, questioning, is it wise to be exposed to such a cold wind? Observing Cui Yaoning's slender frame, she harbored doubts. It would be unfortunate if, after venturing out, she encountered neither novelty nor warmth. Cui Yuning shook her head, changing positions with her and lifting the curtain to invite some air. At that moment, the curtain of the opposite carriage was lifted, revealing the spirited visage of Zhang Qingling. From this angle, one could faintly discern her brother, Cui Zhan, seated across from him. Cui Yuning was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Qingling also paused, then quickly regained his composure, flashing her a radiant smile. His laughter was exuberant and unrestrained, embodying the spirit of youth. This vivacity was a rare sight for Cui Yuning, yet it stirred an unspoken yearning within her. She returned his smile and lowered the curtain. Noticing a change in her demeanor, Cui Xian inquired, Cui Yuning explained that she had seen Zheng Qingling and leaned back against her seat once more. Cui Xian, intrigued, leaned closer and asked curiously, "What do you think of Zheng Qingling?" She regarded him as someone commendable, yet, due to his designation as the chosen suitor by their grandmother, she had refrained from paying him too much attention, wishing to avoid the perception of vying for a man against her sister. "Not bad," Cui Yuning replied with a calm tone, devoid of significant fluctuation. Cui Xian responded with a dismissive, "Oh," pouting, "I thought you might be quite taken with him." At that moment, Cui Yuning felt some of her prior discomfort dissipate and casually remarked, "It's merely our first meeting. How can one speak of affection? He is simply a youth of decent appearance." Cui Xian was swiftly persuaded by her words. Reflecting on it, she realized that with a beauty like Jinyang, who could resist being enamored? Jinyang possessed both allure and status. For a youth like Zheng Qingling, it would be difficult for him to aspire to her, rendering him merely one among many admirers in her eyes. Cui Xian, lost in admiration, cupped her face in envy. Jinyang had the freedom to choose her favored suitor, a luxury Cui Xian felt she could not afford. At this juncture, a thought struck her, and with a cold laugh, she said, "Can you guess why grandmother does not permit her to accompany us?" Though she did not mention a name, Cui Yuning was well aware of whom she referred to. Without waiting for her response, Cui Xian hurriedly exclaimed, "Just look at her demeanor. Who in a residence does not know that Zheng Qingling was chosen for you by grandmother? Why is she dressing so alluringly, if not for someone else's attention? It is uncommon for a young lady to put such effort into her appearance merely for receiving guests." Eighth sister is a person of discernment and propriety. She understands grandmother's arrangements and does not seek to overshadow others. Although sixth sister cannot eclipse ninth sister's presence, it is evident to the discerning that her attire and adornments have been meticulously selected, reflecting the sentiments of a young maiden. Fortunately, grandmother, with her keen insight, recognized her ill intentions and promptly intervened. At this point, noticing her calm demeanor, Cui Xian felt a twinge of irritation. Is she truly indifferent even as someone attempts to usurp Zheng Qingling? Chapter 20. Her affection now amounts to a cup of tea. Cui Yuning smiled casually. Allowing events to unfold as they may, anything that could be easily taken was not worth her earnest effort. Her tone was playful yet languid, tinged with a near-innocent cruelty. Much like the mistress from her past life, if she had remained within her bounds, Cui Yuning would have left her be, choosing instead to confront Pei Yu, as such matters ought to be addressed at their source. If Pei Yu truly cherished her, the mistress would have had no opportunity to encroach upon her domain. Men, it seems, are perpetually unable to govern their baser instincts, casting the blame upon women. How absurd. Cui Xian was momentarily taken aback, finding her reasoning quite sound. Yet this matter could not simply be dismissed. She popped another candied fruit into her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she proposed, "Since you cannot confront her, allow me to handle it. I have no intention of letting her off so easily." The discord between her and Lunyang was well known within the household, and their quarrels were quite ordinary. However, the situation with Jinyang was different. Should word spread, it could easily be misconstrued as a rivalry for a man, jeopardizing the reputation of the Cui family women. Cui Xian, who valued her family's honor above all, could not abide by someone like Cui Xiuxiu, who sought to tarnish their lineage. Cui Yuning smiled sweetly at her. "Thank you, seventh sister." Cui Xian momentarily lost her focus, swallowing the candied fruit with difficulty, unable to discern whether it was the sweetness of the treat or her sister's voice that was more delightful. As night descended upon Luoyang, the streets bustled with activity, and after a brief journey, their carriage arrived at the destination. This time, Cui Xian had brought along only a single maid, while Cui Yuning was accompanied by Bao Qin. Just before disembarking, the two maids presented the prepared veils to their mistresses. Although such details were not particularly emphasized in the current era, both young ladies were of striking beauty. Should any ill-intentioned individuals lay eyes upon them, they could find themselves in peril. Cui Yuning donned her veil, supported by Bao Qin as she alighted from a carriage. The vibrant lights of Luoyang illuminated the streets, where an array of stalls displayed jewelry, snacks, and fresh flowers. Upon disembarking, Cui Yuning approached his sister and quietly inquired, "Are you cold?" Cui Yuning tightened her cloak, feeling a slight chill, but unwilling to let her discomfort spoil their outing. She shook her head, "Not cold." Cui Yuning nodded in response, gently admonishing, "If you feel unwell at any point, do not hesitate to tell me." "I understand, brother," Cui Yuning replied, her demeanor slightly playful, as she added a soft huff, "I am not that delicate." Cui Yuning chuckled, finding her assertion true. In his eyes, his sister was the epitome of obedience. Despite her frail constitution, she was neither petulant nor willful. Cui Yuning's gaze subtly flickered towards Zheng Qingling, and the thought of his sister potentially marrying him made his scrutiny of the man less than favorable, as he could find faults in him at every turn. Observing Zheng's captivated gaze upon his sister, Cui Yuning's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. After all, the young man had not committed any overt transgressions. It was only natural for him to be entranced by such beauty. Were he to ignore Cui Yuning altogether, Cui Yuning would deem him either blind or a hypocrite. A group of individuals stood out conspicuously on the street, and the common folk, well versed in the ways of society, instinctively recognized that such elegantly poised ladies and gentlemen were either affluent or of noble birth. Thus they kept their distance. On this rare occasion, Cui Xian strolled about, linking arms with Cui Yuning. Eventually, they paused in front of a jewelry stall. Cui Xian picked up a lily hairpin and playfully held it against Cui Yuning's cheek. Though it was not exceptionally exquisite, its craftsmanship was evident, with delicate tassels adorned with small lilies and tiny bells that chimed sweetly in the breeze. With a smile, Cui Xian remarked, "This suits you perfectly. Shall I adorn you with it?" Cui Yuning, equally enchanted, expressed her gratitude with a gentle smile and lifted the edge of her veil, inclining her head to allow her friend to pin in place. Zheng Qingling caught a fleeting glimpse, his mind echoing with the words "cloud-like tresses, floral grace, exquisite beauty," and after a moment of distraction, he let out a deep breath, lowering his gaze to avert his eyes. The vendor stood momentarily entranced, only regaining his senses when Cui Xian raised her voice to call him back. Naturally, the two young ladies did not need to pay for their outing. Several elder brothers followed dutifully behind them. The second son, Cui Wen, the third son, Cui Hao, and the fourth son, Cui Hong, were not particularly serious in nature. And upon noticing that the ladies lingered at the jewelry stall, they exchanged words with Cui Yuning before linking arms and wandering off to enjoy themselves. Cui Xian looked askance at her brother's behavior and whispered to Cui Yuning, "At least our elder brother remains composed." Hearing Zheng Qingling decline to join them, she remarked, "He is quite admirable. However, I wonder why he chose not to accompany us. Surely, Jinyang understands." Cui Yuning's cheeks flushed, and she gently pushed her friend away. Cui Xian, sensing her embarrassment, felt that Zheng Qingling indeed held promise, and for a moment, her gaze upon him resembled that of a sister-in-law assessing a potential suitor. As they ambled along, stopping frequently at various stalls, Zheng Qingling trailed behind, his gaze naturally following Cui Yuning. The sound of a newly pinned silver bells chimed lightly as she walked, their melodic tinkling enchanting to the ear, while the sheer veil of her hat offered a glimpse of her ethereal beauty. Passing a candied fruit stall, Zheng Qingling paused to purchase 2 skewers, first offering one to Cui Xian. Just as he was about to extend the other to Cui Yuning, Cui Yuning intervened. Jinyang has a delicate constitution and cannot indulge in such treats. Zheng Qingling's face flushed a deep crimson, caught in a dilemma of whether to give the skewer away or reclaim it. "Please take it," he stammered. Looking up, he met the young lady's gaze through the gossamer fabric. Cui Yuning furrowed his brow and reminded him, "Jinyang, fear not, dear brother, I shall not partake." Cui Yuning replied, lowering her head to inhale the sweet aroma. A slight smile graced her lips as she continued, "Since my cousin has made the effort to buy these, it would be ungracious of me not to accept." With that, she turned and glided away, as graceful as a butterfly among blossoms, both agile and beautiful. Zheng Qingling stood momentarily transfixed, uncertain if he had misinterpreted her words, sensing an underlying meaning yet hesitant to confirm his suspicions. As they walked further, Cui Xian quietly remarked, "He possesses quite the perceptive nature." Cui Yuning, without responding, merely curved her lips into a smile. Rarely indulging in candied fruit, she had inadvertently glanced at the stall, not realizing that Zheng Qingling had taken note of her interest. Cui Yuning mused absently. If the previous fondness for Zheng Qingling could be likened to but a mere drop of water, it has now blossomed into enough to fill a lantern. While Cui Zhan and the others had yet to arrive, Cui Xian found a tea house to settle in and, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "What are your current feelings towards Zheng Qingling?" Cui Yuning maintained her indifferent demeanor, responding with a casual, "It's fine." Cui Xian curled her lips slightly, but chose not to comment, instead summoning the waiter for some tea and snacks. Before long, Cui Zhan made his appearance. Cui Xian glanced behind him and asked, "Where's cousin Qingling?" Cui Zhan briefly explained, "On his way to find you, he encountered a ruffian bullying someone, and Qingling dealt with him rather decisively. He is now assisting the elderly gentleman in arranging the tables and chairs." Chapter 21. He had never been so joyful. Cui Xian was momentarily taken aback. To her, Zheng Qingling's actions were so novel that they bordered on the extraordinary. The young nobles of Luoyang were predominantly haughty and aristocratic, and even the most courteous among them would not exhibit such compassion as Zheng Qingling did, rescuing the common folk and even personally assisting in their recovery. It was simply unprecedented. How could he possibly resemble a noble scion? Cui Xian struggled to comprehend. Although she did not mistreat her servants, she certainly did not possess the same empathy for the populace as he did. Perhaps one could only encounter someone like Zheng Qingling in the pages of a story. She cast a teasing glance at Cui Yuning, surprised to find that her cousin Qingling was indeed a chivalrous hero. Initially, she thought well of Zheng Qingling, but now she questioned his intellect. If Ninth Miss truly wed him, would the noble ladies of Luoyang not find it laughable? Moreover, it would render them embarrassed to venture outside. Cui Yuning sipped her hot tea to dispel the chill from her body and smiled, believing that kind-hearted individuals were far preferable to those with cold hearts. She refrained from judging his actions, recognizing that everyone has their own way of conducting themselves. As long as he acted without regret, that sufficed. Cui Xian considered this and decided not to dwell on it further. After all, Ninth Miss had not yet made a commitment to him. If she did decide on Zheng Qingling, she would offer her counsel then. Cui Zhan smiled gently. Still a youth at heart, Zheng Qingling was not particularly old, and his years of martial training had endowed him with a forthright and spirited character. It was only natural for him to stand against injustice. He did not hold excessive expectations. Cui Yuning cradled her teacup for warmth and glanced at her brother, silently urging him to make another trip. Cui Zhan responded, Cui Yuning reminded him, "Cousin Qingling may assist him temporarily, but he cannot provide lifelong aid. Brother, you should warn that debauchee once more, lest he seek trouble again." The scion had departed for the time being, but there was no guarantee he would not return the next day. If Zheng Qingling were absent then, it would be the common folk who would suffer. In her youth, Cui Yuning had once harbored such benevolence. When she was 8, on her journey to Chang'an, she encountered a pair of beggars, a grandfather and his grandson, who were emaciated from hunger. Feeling pity, she instructed her maid to give them food. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude and departed. However, when she later returned to provide them with more, she discovered their lifeless bodies. At that time, she could not comprehend why, despite her good intentions, they had perished. She mourned deeply for a long while. Upon arriving in Chang'an, her elder sister learned of the incident and sought her out. Her sister, possessing a gentle nature, first praised her kindness, then held her close to impart wisdom. She explained that in such dire circumstances, the grandfather and grandson could not secure sustenance. While her act of kindness had offered them momentary relief, it could not sustain them for a lifetime. Life ultimately depended on their own efforts. She further remarked, "It is better to teach one to fish than to simply give him fish." From that moment on, Cui Yuning grasped a crucial lesson. One should not interfere lightly in the fates of others. If one truly wished to help, they must be prepared to manage the aftermath. Today, that debauchee might have merely sought a trivial quarrel, but Zheng Qingling's intervention could potentially jeopardize the life of that commoner. Cui Zhan observed his sister and could not help but reflect on the matter. Indeed, The younger sister has blossomed into a young lady, displaying a thoughtfulness that even he had not anticipated. As he reflects on the imminent marriage of such a clever and obedient sister, a wave of reluctance washes over him. Though he conceals his emotions and gently instructs them not to wander off before descending the stairs, Cui Yuning, with a hint of jealousy, remarks, "You play the hero, and yet you still assist him in cleaning up the aftermath?" Cui Yuning, aware of her sister's childishness, casts a fleeting glance her way and responds, "If it were you, I would also seek our brother's help. What difficulty could such a small favor pose for us? Perhaps this little kindness could aid someone in need." Cui Yuning's mood brightens again, but after a moment, she pouts and declares, "I would never go out of my way like him to find you tasks." Cui Yuning chuckles softly, propping her arm while gazing at the moonlight outside. Upon entering the private room of the tea house, the two had already set aside their veils on the rack. The serene moonlight cascaded upon her cheek like a delicate veil, enhancing her cool demeanor. When Zheng Qingling returned, he was greeted by this picturesque scene of a beauty admiring the moon. He paused for a moment, then regained his composure and greeted, "Seventh Miss, 9th Mississippi." Cui Yuning, still feeling a bit disgruntled, intentionally pokes at him. "We've been calling you cousin for ages. Yet you still address us as Miss. Do you not consider us your cousins?" Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, her brows furrowed. Zheng Qingling hastily sought to appease her, retrieving 2 lanterns from behind him, glancing at Cui Yuning with her flushed ears, and said, "I found these on the way. If my 2 cousins do not mind, please take them." The lanterns were distinct in design, one depicting a red carp leaping over the dragoness gate, and the other featuring a jade rabbit embracing the moon. Both exquisitely charming. Cui Yuning, without needing to look closely, recognized that the jade rabbit lantern was meant for the 9th Miss and felt no anger. She accepted the red carp lantern and stepped outside to afford them some privacy. The private room fell into an immediate hush. 9th Miss, Zheng Qingling spoke first, stepping forward to present the jade rabbit lantern to Cui Yuning. He scratched his head and asked, "May I call you that?" Cui Yuning smiled gently, "Of course." Zheng Qingling's heart fluttered with joy, gazing at the girl's jade-like visage, and could no longer contain his long-held curiosity. "The old matriarch intends for us to consider each other. I wish to inquire." At this point, he hesitated to continue. However, the young lady seemed to perceive his unspoken thoughts. "What does my cousin wish to say?" Zheng Qingling swallowed hard, steeling himself, and blurted out, "I wish to know my cousin's sentiments, if she is unwilling. If she is unwilling." He repeated those words, bitterness flooding his throat. If she were to decline, he felt utterly at a loss, for he had never cherished anyone as deeply as he did her. It felt as if his heart would leap from his chest each time he beheld her. Her smile rendered the world around him devoid of color. None could compare to her. He even believed that should he be fortunate enough to wed the 9th Miss, he would willingly forsake swords and blades for the rest of his days. Cui Yuning offered no immediate response, merely curving her eyes in a smile and asking, "What does my cousin think?" Her phoenix eyes were irresistibly captivating. Her smile, reminiscent of the radiant full moon, was so pure and beautiful that it stirred a desire to present her with all the wonders of the world. Zheng Qingling was momentarily stunned by the sudden surprise, taking a considerable time to regain his senses before urgently inquiring, "Does my cousin's words mean what I think they do?" He had an inkling, yet dared not believe it. Could such a remarkable person truly wish to gaze upon him? Cui Yuning fell silent, her gaze lowered as she admired the lanterns. Zheng Qingling noticed that one of her earlobes had turned a rosy hue, which helped him to temper his elation and regain composure. After all, Jinyang was a young lady. No matter how pleased she might be with him, she would not easily voice it, lest misunderstandings arise. It was only natural to consider that he had been overly hasty in his excitement. Before his arrival, it had been mentioned at home that the 9th daughter of the Cui family in Qinghe was the cherished jewel of old Madame Cui, having been doted upon since childhood. If she truly did not wish for this, it was unlikely they would press her. A wave of exhilaration surged through Zheng Qingling's chest, a warmth gradually enveloping him. This moment was unparalleled. He had never experienced such profound joy as he did now. Chapter 22. I did not intend to eavesdrop. Cui Yuning had been aware of her beauty since childhood, and therefore did not find Zheng Qingling's lapse in decorum particularly unusual. She rested her chin on her hand and glanced towards the door, reminding him, if cousin Qingling does not invite sister Seven in soon, she may become quite irritated. In an instant, Zheng Qingling realized his rudeness. He ought to be grateful for sister Seven's willingness to indulge his sentiments. It was unreasonable to keep her waiting outside. I shall. Before he could finish his sentence, Cui Xian had already leaned halfway into the room, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Have you finished speaking? She inquired. Patience was never her virtue. Had it been anyone else but Jinyang, she would not have tolerated such a long wait. Zheng Qingling's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried to apologize. I beg your pardon. Miss Seven, please come in. Cui Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Miss Seven? Zheng Qingling promptly corrected himself. Cousin. Cui Xian huffed, graciously pushing the door open and adding, I did not intend to interrupt your conversation. I merely calculated that my elder brother would soon be returning. She shook the red carp lantern in her hand and smirked. For the sake of the lantern, I shall give you a warning. My brother dotes on Jinyang. If he sees you conversing with her alone, at this, she chuckled mischievously. Zheng Qingling was perceptive. Despite Cui Xian's unfinished statement, he grasped her implication. A solitary man and woman in a room, even in these more liberal times, would not escape the scrutiny of others. If the eldest son were to witness such a scene, he would undoubtedly feel displeased, which would tarnish his impression of Zheng Qingling. As he regarded Cui Zhan as a potential future brother-in-law, he had no desire to provoke his discontent. Zheng Qingling understood Cui Zhan's sentiments well. Were he to have a sister as ethereal as hers, he too would wish to safeguard her from being easily courted away. He rose to pour a cup of hot tea for Cui Xian, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Cui Xian accepted it, took a sip, and lifted her chin, saying, I'm not doing this for you. I am considering Jinyang's well-being. Rather than feeling offended, Zheng Qingling was pleased. The rapport between the two was evidently strong, and her words suggested that Jinyang spoke of him favorably in private. Cui Xian, observing his foolish expression, discreetly rolled her eyes before cheerfully asking, I heard that cousin Qingling saved a commoner today? Zheng Qingling was not surprised that she was aware of this matter and nodded. Cui Xian clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Wow, upholding justice and punishing evil, you truly embody the spirit of the Zheng family from Xinjiang. Zheng Qingling, unfamiliar with her sarcasm, turned crimson and scratched his head, repeatedly downplaying his actions, while his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Cui Yuning. What'd she think? Would she, like Sister Seven, regard him as a champion of righteousness? When a young man is in the presence of a woman he admires, he invariably yearns to present his finest self. Noticing the anxious glances he cast her way, Cui Yuning smiled, affirming his thoughts. Her cousin was indeed a hero. Zheng Qingling's heart soared, as if adrift on soft clouds, leaving him in a daze, even forgetting what Cui Zhan and the others had said upon their return. On the return journey, Cui Xian could not resist inquiring about what they had discussed in the private room. Cui Yuning, reluctant to delve into the subject, casually remarked that they were merely talking about lanterns. However, Cui Xian, unconvinced, pressed her for more details. Cui Yuning tightened her cloak, burying her small face in the fluffy white rabbit fur, and nonchalantly asked, If you heard it, why are you asking me? I didn't, Cui Xian retorted, her annoyance flaring up. It's all Zheng Qingling's fault for speaking so softly. She had leaned in to listen, but whether it was the quality of the door or something else, not a sound had escaped. Cui Yuning raised her eyes, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Realizing she had been caught, Cui Xian stammered, her cheeks flushed. I was just curious. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Besides, I didn't hear anything, did I? She had always been strong-willed, fearing no one except her grandmother. Initially, she spoke with some hesitation, but gradually her tone grew more assertive. Cui Yuning cast a cool glance in her direction. When her striking beauty turned stoic, it exuded an air of solemnity that stifled any inclination to argue. Cui Xian pouted, feeling slightly aggrieved as she said, Well, I won't ask any more. After she spoke, she gazed eagerly at Cui Yuning, hoping to detect a hint of guilt that might prompt her to share more, but to her surprise, Cui Yuning merely nodded and remained silent. Dejected, Cui Xian settled down and could not help but steal glances at her. The young lady leaned back, her eyes closed in repose, making it difficult to discern her emotions. Cui Xian felt a surge of anxiety, sensing that Jinyang might be upset. She longed to say something to mend the situation, yet hesitated, fearing to disturb her rest. At that moment, there were few pedestrians on the street, and the carriage smoothly made its way back to the Cui residence. Once they disembarked, Cui Xian finally summoned the courage to call out to her, Jinyang. Cui Yuning paused, her gaze meeting Cui Xian's through the delicate veil of her hat. Cui Xian twisted her handkerchief, stammering for quite some time before asking, "Will you still play with me?" Among the unmarried young ladies in the household, only she, Lunyang, Banyang, and Jinyang were left. She harbored a deep disdain for the concubine's daughter, Lunyang, and felt indifferent towards the cautious Banyang. Only Jinyang, being a legitimate daughter, garnered her respect. Cui Xian understood that her disposition was not particularly endearing, and she had no close friends with whom to share her thoughts. After finally finding companionship with Jinyang, the thought of losing her over those remarks filled her with regret. She tightened her grip on the handkerchief, holding her breath as she awaited a response. Cui Yuning nodded. Relieved, Cui Xian felt joy mixed with a tinge of grievance as she confessed, I thought you weren't going to play with me anymore." Cui Yuning smiled, choosing not to dwell on the topic further, and advised, "Seventh sister should be more mindful in the future. I may not hold it against you, but what if it were someone else?" Cui Xian fell silent, unable to find words. Cui Yuning elaborated, with seventh sister pressing me for answers. "It almost seems as if I had done something inappropriate with my cousin in that private room. If word got out, it could tarnish my reputation." Cui Xian truly realized her mistake and hurriedly apologized. "Jinyang, you know me, I'm not a malicious person. I was merely curious." She babbled her explanation, fearing that she might genuinely be misunderstood as having ill intentions. Cui Yuning gently patted her hand and soothingly said, "I understand seventh sister's temperament. There is no misunderstanding." A hint of gratitude welled up in Cui Xian's eyes as she bit her lip and softly responded. Thus, the matter was swiftly put to rest. Just as the two were about to part ways, a maidservant from the main hall approached and respectfully said, "Seventh miss, ninth miss. The cousin has sent me to inquire if you both are available tomorrow to go to the countryside to admire the blossoms." Chapter 23, I simply cannot abide her demeanor. As if she intends to usurp my sister as suitor. Cui Xian instinctively felt the urge to jest, yet restrained herself upon noticing the presence of the maidservant. She inquired, "How many are attending?" The maidservant, with utmost reverence, replied, "The cousin has invited the eldest and the third young masters. The others are unavailable tomorrow. As for the sixth and eighth young ladies, I shall inquire shortly." Cui Xian pursed her lips, knowing full well that the eighth miss would certainly decline. And regarding the sixth miss, she let out a cold laugh. Even if that little minx wished to attend, she would implore grandmother to keep her within the estate. Although the ninth miss believed that any man who could be easily taken was not worth a regard as an elder sister, she could not bear to see the sixth miss harboring inappropriate feelings for Zheng Qingling. Cui Xian informed the maidservant that both she and her sister would be available the following day, dismissing her with a wave. Once the maid had departed, Cui Xian could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming, "Zheng Qingling, of all people, must invite Cui Xiuxiu." Cui Yuning was not overly surprised. Given Zheng Qingling's desire to invite her for a floral outing, it would be ill-mannered to exclude any of the young ladies in the household. Thus he had to extend invitations to all. Cui Xian understood this rationale, but found her emotions difficult to control when it came to Cui Xiuxiu. In a gentle tone, Cui Yuning cautioned, "Speak of this only in private. When we go out tomorrow, do not cause any disturbances, lest our cousin misunderstand the propriety of the young ladies in our household." Heeding her grandmother's warning, Cui Xian nodded in agreement. She valued her reputation and would certainly not provoke Cui Xiuxiu in front of outsiders. There were many ways to deal with her. Would it not be better to ensure she could not attend at all? Resolute, Cui Xian arose early the next day to seek out her mother. Recently, Weisher had been in a foul mood due to her husband spending countless nights with concubine Pei. She had been sleeping late and rising early with a poor appetite, barely managing a few bites of breakfast before requesting it to be cleared away. Seventh Miss. The maidservants and older women in the courtyard greeted her respectfully. Hearing the commotion, Weisher lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing her daughter parting the curtain, a smile graced her face as she beckoned. Come here. Weisher had one son and two daughters. Her eldest was married far away and returned only once or twice a year. The youngest, Seventh Miss, shared both her looks and temperament, and Weisher was particularly fond of her, always sending her the finest things. Cui Yuning approached obediently. Weisher, stroking her daughter's head, asked, Have you eaten? Qinghe nodded and replied succinctly, I finished my breakfast early. Weisher found this curious. Her daughter, aside from being diligent when competing with the ninth miss, usually exhibited a lazy disposition. What could have prompted her to rise so early today? As she began to explain, concerned that her mother might chastise her for lacking decorum, Qinghe quickly corrected herself. Cousin has invited us out to enjoy the flowers today. I feared being delayed, so I woke early. Weisher's eyes brightened. Who else is invited? Qinghe listed the names of those attending the outing. When she mentioned the ninth miss, Weisher's smile faltered, and she retorted irritably, Why must she be everywhere? Afterward, she scrutinized her daughter's attire, exasperatedly poking her forehead. You are already not as lovely as the ninth miss, and you dress so plainly. Are you afraid of being overshadowed by her? Mother, Qinghe was irked. No matter what I wore, I would always be overshadowed by Jinyang's elegance. Moreover, I had already mentioned that I was on good terms with her, so you must not speak ill of her. Jinyang's beauty and grace would still captivate even if she donned the simplest of garments, while others rely on attire. She is adorned by her very essence. Weisher was exasperated. Each of them was a source of worry. Jinyang, with her gentle disposition, got along well with Sanyang, while Samlang willingly played the subordinate to the Lang. Jinyang, despite her spirited nature, was firmly under Jinyang's influence. Was she truly inferior to Wang Shi? Weisher found herself engulfed in self-doubt, rubbing her forehead in silence. Mother, Qinghe said, shaking her arm. I do not like Lunyang. Could you speak to grandmother and prevent her from coming, please? Weisher, who held disdain for concubine Pei and naturally for Qinghe, retorted sharply, I am already aware of that little vixen's intentions. Let me show her how to be dealt with. After speaking, Weisher summoned the head maid, Cui Wei, instructing her to fetch Lunyang, claiming her severe headache necessitated the girl's copying of several Buddhist scriptures for her blessings. Qinghe regarded her mother with adoration, then hesitated before suggesting, Shouldn't you inform grandmother to avoid misunderstandings that might lead to her scolding you? Weisher stroked her daughter's face, her expression tinged with concern. This impulsive girl, so naive, would surely bring her headaches in future matrimonial matters. Weisher explained, as the matriarch of the second household, It is my duty to manage the daughters of lesser status. Even your father would not dare to argue with me. Qinghe felt reassured and thanked her mother. Embracing her arm, Weisher found her daughter both amusing and vexing, pinching her ear while warning her to dress elegantly when attending the flower viewing. In terms of relationships, Qingling was closer to her than the other young ladies in the residence, so she must not allow Jinyang to seize the opportunity first. Qinghe frowned at this, retorting, He was chosen for Jinyang by grandmother. I will not interfere. Weisher replied indignantly, That is favoritism from your grandmother. He is the nephew of her sister-in-law. How could she not consider giving such a fine young man to Jinyang? Her bias is utterly blinding. Qinghe chose to ignore her mother's words, huffing lightly. Regardless, Jinyang and I are currently on excellent terms. Do not sow discord. Weisher, seeing her daughter turn to leave, was left fuming. What ungrateful girl! Whose interest was she truly considering? When Qinghe arrived at the seashore courtyard, Cui Yuning had just awakened. The weather had improved over the past few days, but the snow on the mountain had likely not yet melted. Fearing the cold, Cui Yuning instructed Bao Qin to add several layers of clothing for her. Qinghe, observing her still, slender waist, couldn't he help but wonder how slim Jinyang must be to wear so many layers without appearing bulky. After freshening up, Cui Yuning called for her meal. Qinghe, having asked if Jinyang had dined, nodded and nibbled on a pastry. By the way, I had mother keep Cui Xiuxiu at home. You can enjoy your day without worrying about her spoiling the fun. Although Cui Yuning did not mind whether Cui Xiuxiu was present or not, she appreciated Cui Xian's consideration and would not undermine her intentions. Thank you, seventh sister. What do you mean by being distant? I simply cannot abide her demeanor, as if she intends to covet the men of her own sisters. After finishing their meal, Cui Yuning and Cui Xian paid their respects to the matriarch, Cui Leo Furin, and proceeded to the front hall. Cui Zhan, Cui Hao, and Zheng Qingling had arrived early, and to their surprise, sitting beside them was Jinyang, Cui Wan, who appeared more elegantly attired than usual, clearly having put considerable effort into her appearance. Cui Xian frowned. Could it be that Jinyang harbored inappropriate intentions? Remembering Cui Yaoning's warning, she refrained from voicing her suspicions, deciding to probe further during their carriage ride later. The two exchanged greetings, and at the sight of Cui Yaoning entering, Zheng Qingling's eyes brightened, suppressing his emotions as he called out, "Seventh sister, ninth sister." Chapter 24, Apologies. We have an engagement, Cui Yaoning responded with a smile and found a seat. Cui Hao, with his lively disposition, had already grown impatient. Upon seeing his sister and Jinyang arrive, he could not help but inquire, "Is everyone here? If so, let us depart." Zheng Qingling, returning to his senses, was about to affirm their arrival when a servant from the Zheng residence reminded him, "Young master, the sixth young lady has not yet arrived." Zheng Qingling frowned slightly, a delicate figure flashing through his mind. His impression of the sixth young lady was rather faint. He only recalled that day when she wore a silk-white, cross-collared gown, appearing as fragile as a willow in the wind. Within the estate, there were only 4 young ladies, each possessing remarkable beauty. Yet Jinyang was so striking that after a single glance, her image consumed his thoughts, leaving no room for others. Regaining his composure, Zheng Qingling sent someone to inquire about the situation. Just then, the head maid beside Cui Xiuxiu entered, bowing respectfully to the assembly. "I am Zhu Xiang, the sixth young lady's attendant. She is unwell and has sent me to inform you that you may proceed without her." Zheng Qingling found this peculiar. The sixth young lady had clearly promised to attend last night, so how could she suddenly fall ill? It seemed too coincidental. Despite his confusion, he understood that this was not the moment for questioning, so he simply acknowledged the message and dismissed Zhu Xiang. Cui Hao set down his tea and rose, asking, "Is everyone ready to go now?" Zheng Qingling nodded. The group proceeded outside, where a carriage emblazoned with the Cui family crest awaited, accompanied by servants leading several fine steeds. Observing the expressions of those around him only deepened his perplexity. If he recalled correctly, third young master Cui Hao was the sixth young lady's brother. How was it that he offered no words of concern upon hearing of her ailment? The others seemed oblivious to the remark, their faces calm, except for the seventh young lady, whose lips briefly curled into a cold smile upon hearing the news, though it vanished almost instantaneously. He could not discern whether he was imagining things. Suppressing his doubts, Zheng Qingling swiftly mounted his horse. Dressed in a chestnut-red, round-collared robe, and with his long hair bound in a crown, he exuded an admirable presence that captivated the young ladies. Kuizan nodded in approval. Aside from his somewhat reckless nature, Zheng Qingling was indeed far superior to that Pei Yu in other respects. As only 3 young ladies were to accompany him, no second carriage was prepared. Once aboard, Cui Wan took the initiative to explain, "Jinyang, I harbor no such feelings for the young master." Cui Yaoning paused in surprise and asked with a smile, "Why do you mention this, eighth sister?" Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity and beauty, her expression tinged with a hint of pride, resembling a delicate and beautiful cat. Cui Wan cautiously observed her. She was not well acquainted with her cousin from the main house, only aware that the elders in the household doted on her, and that she had a notoriously spoiled temperament. Even the domineering seventh young lady could not gain the upper hand before her. Biting her lip, she was about to clarify when she suddenly realized something and felt a pang of regret. "I misspoke. Please do not take my words to heart, Jinyang." Since Jinyang had yet to be betrothed to the young master, her words inadvertently suggested an affirmation of their relationship. No wonder Jinyang would respond as she did. Cui Yuning tightly grasped her handkerchief, summoning her courage to softly explain. My mother has arranged a marriage for me, and I learned that he would be visiting the Bema Temple today. I wish to seize this opportunity to catch a glimpse of him. Cui Yuning gazed at her in surprise, taken aback by her elder sister's audacity, which contrasted sharply with her usually cautious demeanor. Once the words were spoken, Cui Yuning felt a sense of ease wash over her. She continued, if I were to marry without ever having seen him, I would surely feel regret. At least by seeing him, I can have a clearer understanding of my future. After all, she wanted to know what her husband would look like. Cui Yuning recognized the boldness of her actions. Had she not feared that her seventh sister might misunderstand her intentions as a rivalry with the ninth miss? She would not have voiced her thoughts. Cui Xian playfully threatened her. You dare to speak of such matters before me? Are you not afraid I shall inform our mother and grandmother? She suspected that their grandmother and mother were entirely unaware of the true purpose behind the eighth daughter's visit to admire the flowers. If the eighth daughter had not mentioned it, no one would have suspected her motives, for her usual demeanor was so intimidating that everyone assumed she was timid and obedient. Cui Yuning's face turned pale in an instant, her palms damp with sweat, yet she feigned calmness as she stated, I believe seventh sister is not that kind of person. Cui Xian was momentarily taken aback. Cui Yuning continued in a hushed tone. It is said that seventh sister and ninth miss possess bad tempers and are domineering. Yet throughout the years, you have never bullied me. In contrast to mere hearsay, she trusted the evidence of her own experiences. Madame Pei and her daughter had a pristine reputation among the servants, yet their attitude towards Cui Yuning was markedly different. Ultimately, discerning truth from falsehood required personal experience. Cui Xian regarded her with newfound respect, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. Do not worry. I shall keep this matter to myself. Since you call me sister, how could I not assist you? Cui Yuning genuinely smiled, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, seventh sister. Cui Yuning, finding it refreshing to spend time with her half-sister, softened her gaze. If the eighth daughter were to remain obedient and composed, she would not mind accommodating her. Cui Yuning pondered for a moment and quietly inquired, Who is the man you are to marry, elder sister? Cui Yuning felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she shyly replied, He is the legitimate second son of the Li family. It is said that he hails from a branch of the Zhao County Li clan and possesses a notable lineage, though the truth of it is uncertain. I do not dwell on such matters. I am merely content to marry into a legitimate line, for at least my children will not be born as illegitimate. Cui Yuning furrowed her brow, recalling that she had only a vague acquaintance with the eighth sister and could not remember her fiancé's full name. But she did not believe it to be Li. After a moment of thought, she began to piece things together. Perhaps it was due to their grandmother's return from Chang'an that day, which had altered the course of events in ways different from her previous life. Cui Yuning exhaled softly, hoping that Cui Yuning's future husband would be a good man. For it was her actions that had brought about changes in the eighth sister's marriage. If he turned out to be ill-tempered, Cui Yuning furrowed her brow, her heart uneasy. After a period of contemplation, Cui Yuning took the initiative to speak. Elder sister, when the time comes, we shall accompany you. It would not seem strange for a few young ladies to gather together. Should Cui Yuning venture alone, there exists a peril that she may be misconstrued as engaging in clandestine dealings, thereby tarnishing her reputation, leading the Li family to forsake her as a prospective bride. Cui Yuning is acutely aware of this truth. She casts a glance at her and silently acknowledges the kindness extended to her. As they journey to Bema Temple, a resplendent grove of peach blossoms adorns the landscape. Though it is merely February, the blossoms at the foot of the mountain are in splendid bloom, presenting a breathtaking spectacle from afar. At the base of the hill, numerous carriages belonging to esteemed gentlemen and ladies are already stationed. Bema Temple, renowned for its flourishing incense offerings, attracts a multitude of devotees daily. Astute vendors have set up stalls at the mountain's foot, peddling sweet confections, fragrant flowers, and poetic verses, creating a lively atmosphere. Cui Yuning and her companions don their veils, assisted by their respective maids as they alight from their carriage. Cui Zhan and the others arrive ahead, entrusting their horses to a stable hand for feeding, while they seek out a stall to await the ladies. Among the gentlemen, Zheng Qingling stands tallest, adorned in a striking deep red attire that accentuates his handsome countenance. A few audacious, noble women approach with playful smiles, inviting them to join in their revelry. Zheng Qingling casts a glance beyond them, his eyes lighting up momentarily. Regrettably, we are already engaged. Chapter 25. No one could take what is mine. Several noble young ladies followed his gaze and looked back. They first noticed a young girl who had just descended from a carriage, draped in a peony-colored cloak adorned with intertwined lotus patterns. Her figure was slender and graceful, and even with a veil on her head, her beauty was evident. Someone recognized the emblem on the carriage, tugged at her friend's arm, and whispered, "It's someone from the Cui family." The Cui family of Qinghe had 4 daughters of marriageable age, all of whom rarely left their estate, leaving the noble ladies momentarily unable to discern which girl stood before them. The one who had spoken earlier chimed in again. "Do not concern yourself with who she may be. Whether a legitimate daughter or a concubine, she remains someone we cannot afford to offend." This statement was indeed sensible, and the noble lady's earlier inclination to compare themselves dissipated. Everyone knew that the daughters of the Cui family were all exceptionally beautiful. Who would willingly seek to diminish their own worth by comparing to them? Cui Xian, who had just stepped down, heard the commotion and playfully whispered to Cui Yuning, "You must act swiftly. Your cousin is quite the catch. If you do not seize the opportunity, someone else may just take him away." Although Cui Wan had been engaging in pleasant conversation with them throughout the journey, she remained cautious and simply listened quietly. Cui Yuning met the gaze of Zheng Qingling. The boy's eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of a loyal dog greeting its master, his fluffy tail wagging joyfully. She curved her lips into a confident smile, declaring, "What is mine, no one could take away," even though she recognized that Zheng Qingling might have declined due to their presence. The fact that his gaze was solely fixed on her stirred something within her. She had previously told her grandmother that she admired spirited young generals. At that time, it was merely idle chatter, but now she found herself genuinely fond of him. The pure and innocent affection of a martial arts youth was indeed more touching. Cui Xian detected a change in her tone and teased with a smile, "Have you finally confirmed that your cousin belongs to you?" Cui Yuning chose not to respond. Unfazed, Cui Xian believed that Zheng Qingling held promise. If Jinyang were truly uninterested, she would have been forthright in denying it. Her silence indicated that she indeed harbored some feelings for Zheng Qingling. While Cui Xian felt delighted, she also shared a mutual understanding with Cui Zhan. If it were that easy for him to marry Jinyang, it would be quite unsatisfactory. With this thought in mind, Cui Xian maintained a frosty demeanor towards Zheng Qingling along the way, leaving him utterly perplexed as he pondered where he might have offended the 7th Mississippi. At the foot of the mountain, the peach blossoms bloomed in resplendent glory. As they ascended further, the scenery became even more breathtaking. Remembering her promise to accompany Cui Wan to Beima Temple, Cui Yuning proactively suggested to her 2 brothers, "Now that we are here, shall we continue upwards and pay our respects at Beima Temple?" Cui Zhan furrowed his brow, silently observing his sister's delicate frame. Cui Hao, with his hands behind his head, smiled playfully. "There is no harm in visiting Beima Temple, but can your frail body handle it, Jinyang?" Although the stone steps are not steep, climbing the mountain is no simple task, and most young ladies would struggle, let alone delicate Jinyang. If anything were to happen, the old lady would surely scold me mercilessly. Cui Hao was naturally reluctant to shoulder such risks and deliberately tried to intimidate his cousin, hoping she would retreat. Upon his reminder, Cui Wan recalled the condition of Jinyang and gently tugged at Cui Yaoning's arm, softly advising, "Jinyang, it suffices for me to go alone. If you were to feel unwell while assisting me, I would be overwhelmed with guilt." Cui Yaoning cast a glance at her, questioning, "What excuse do you have to leave alone?" After a moment of hesitation, Cui Wan realized her initial plan to speak to their elder cousin about visiting Beima Temple for incense offerings during their flower viewing was now uncertain. As she doubted he would agree, Cui Yaoning comfortingly patted her hand, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will ensure you meet him." Cui Wan's face flushed crimson, and as she attempted to persuade her further, she noticed Cui Yaoning quickening her pace towards their elder cousin. Brother. Cui Yuning knew that the true decision-maker among their party was him. She playfully leaned on his arm, saying, I haven't had the chance to enjoy myself in a long time. Would you really deny me this outing? Cui Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he replied solemnly. What Hao Gu'er said is not without merit. You are well aware of your own health. Cui Yuning sighed silently within. She would never jest about her health. Had it been in her previous life, she wouldn't have even agreed to go out for flower viewing. Yet now, perhaps due to the experience of living again, she felt increasingly invigorated, having shed the frail state that had plagued her with frequent illnesses. In her past life, walking just a few steps would leave her breathless. Now, she felt no such fatigue. Cui Yuning shared this with him. Cui Zhan's gaze swept over his sister's pitiful demeanor, and he ultimately softened, saying, If you feel unwell, just rest in the pavilion, or I'll have someone escort you down a mountain immediately. Cui Yuning obediently nodded, thanking her brother. Cui Zhan affectionately ruffled her hair before stepping forward. Zhang Qingling, rarely witnessing her playful side, felt a warmth spread through him, even through the light veil of her hat. Cui Yuning shot him a playful glance, teasing, How unambitious you are. Her sweet voice, even when scolding, sounded almost endearing. It was the first time Zhang Qingling had seen her express such clear emotions, leaving him grinning foolishly as he touched his nose. He realized that Jinyang had finally begun to open up to him. Her vibrant demeanor was far more captivating than her usual cool and distant self. Cui Xian observed him with a smirk, thinking, if he looks this pleased without marrying Jinyang, one can only imagine how ecstatic he will be once they are wed. Cui Wan chuckled, Seventh sister, your demeanor closely resembles that of elder brother. Cui Xian paused in surprise, then touched her face, asking, Do I? Cui Wan nodded, affirming, Indeed. Your concern for Jinyang mirrors his. Cui Xian felt a touch of shyness, glancing at her half-sister, and hesitantly added, Not only Jinyang. I'm equally concerned about your marriage. Cui Wan smiled and nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. Seventh sister is quite content with this attitude. She does not question the veracity of the words, nor does she indulge in the folly of comparing herself to ninth sister. The mere prospect of such a marriage and the harmonious relationships with her sisters in the household brings her immense satisfaction. Surely, considering these connections, even if she were to marry in the future, her stepmother would lead a more pleasant life within the household. Cui Xian, sensing her skepticism, emphasized, Rest assured. Even if you do not meet him today, I will find an opportunity for you both to encounter one another. Cui Wan, caught between laughter and tears, could only acquiesce. Cui Yuning teased her with a smile. Seventh sister, we have yet to arrive, and already you are contemplating a backup plan for eighth sister? Chapter 26. Do you know why Miss Liu has not arrived? Cui Xian's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, but she quickly regained her composure and declared with righteous fervor. Isn't this merely a precaution? Cui Yuning and Cui Wan exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. Cui Xian realized they were jesting at her expense and playfully threatened to tickle them, feigning indignation. Ah, so you two have conspired to bully me, have you? The young ladies frolicked and bantered, embodying the vivacity expected of their age, their laughter ringing like a cascade of silver bells throughout the forest. Zhang Qingling could not help but glance over. The camaraderie among these young ladies was palpable, and he mused that had Miss Liu been present, she too would have reveled in their merriment. It was indeed a pity that illness had struck at such an inopportune time, he reflected inwardly. Though Cui Zhan had suggested that his sister speak up when feeling unwell, he deliberately slowed their ascent up the mountain, choosing instead to rest at a pavilion while awaiting their arrival. The peaks surrounding the pavilion were steep, with several wild peach branches daringly extending towards them, adorned with delicate pink blossoms that were quite enchanting. The mid-mountain area was perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of ethereal beauty. As Cui Yuning ascended the steps, a beam of sunlight pierced through the canopy of clouds, bathing her in a golden glow, her entire being radiating a divine brilliance that made her seem as if she might take flight at any moment. The sheer fabric of her veil accentuated her ethereal beauty, prompting admiration, with skin as pure as ice and a figure as graceful as the goddess of the river. Zhang Qingling found himself captivated until a few discreet coughs from Cui Zhan jolted him back to reality. He awkwardly touched his nose. chuckling as he attempted to redirect the conversation. The scenery here is truly magnificent. Cui Yuning chose not to expose his thoughts. Well aware of the true nature of beauty, whether it be in a landscape or in the person. Upon reaching the pavilion, Cui Xian and Cui Wan instinctively took seats beside Cui Yuning, leaving the spot near Zheng Qingling for Cui Yuning. Overjoyed, Zheng Qingling, knowing that young ladies appreciate cleanliness, carefully wiped the seat with a handkerchief before inviting her to sit. Cui Yuning was pleasantly surprised by his attentiveness, especially for a martial artist, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a brisk, refreshing breeze lifted a corner of her veil, revealing her enchanting visage. Zheng Qingling, momentarily entranced, sought to make conversation. "Do you know why Miss Lu did not come today?" Cui Yuning looked up at him, puzzled by his unexpected inquiry. Zheng Qingling had spoken casually, but upon noticing her earnestness, he articulated his curiosity. "I just found it strange that she fell ill without any apparent reason." His expression was clear and devoid of any romantic undertones, appearing merely inquisitive. Cui Yuning pressed her lips together and replied softly, "Perhaps it was due to the wind last night." Zheng Qingling, unable to discern her expression through the veil, nodded in agreement. "That must be it. Miss Lu is rather frail, so it is no wonder she needs to recuperate at home." He had a greater desire to inquire about Cui Hao and the others' attitudes towards Miss Lu, but hesitated, fearing it might hurt their feelings. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek answers upon their return to the estate. Cui Yuning felt a twinge of discomfort. Zheng Qingling seemed capable of caring for anyone except Cui Xiuxiu. Despite his attentiveness towards Cui Xiuxiu, perhaps due to her absence, it still left her feeling unsettled. Cui Yuning inhaled deeply, tilting her head to gaze at the breathtaking scenery outside. The mountain peaks were steep and awe-inspiring. Even with steps to climb, the ascent was exhausting. There were pilgrims resting on the bluestone after tiresome walks, and children playing as they ambled along. "Father, you and Mother are not as fast as I am," exclaimed a 4- or 5-year-old girl, holding a candied hawthorn on a stick, her tone laced with pride as she scampered up the steps. Her parents exchanged a knowing smile and followed suit. After climbing over 100 steps, they arrived at a pavilion perched on the cliffside, partially jutting out. With a majestic pine tree providing a canopied shade, bathed in the sea of clouds, evoking admiration for nature's craftsmanship. In the pavilion above, there sat a figure, only discernible from this angle by the dark, intricately carved silhouette of a qilin and clouds. It appeared to be a man. Cui Yuning, unwilling to be misunderstood, averted her gaze after a brief glance. Zheng Qingling followed her line of sight, seeing nothing, and could not help but inquire, "What's the matter?" Cui Yuning shook her head, dismissing it as nothing. After resting for a while, Cui Yuning and the others set off again, taking care to accommodate the pace of the young ladies, pausing at another pavilion halfway to rest. Although it consumed time, it was not overly tiring. As Cui Xian emerged from the pavilion, she fell in a step beside Cui Yuning and whispered, "Did Zheng Qingling upset you?" Cui Yuning was taken aback by her perceptiveness and pressed her lips together. If she were to mention Cui Xiuxiu, given Cui Xian's temperament, it would likely lead to an uproar, jeopardizing her own reputation. She casually fabricated a lie. "It's nothing, just a bit weary from walking, feeling somewhat unwell." Cui Xian seemed uncertain whether to believe her, but refrained from pursuing the matter further. Cui Wan, however, felt a pang of guilt, repeatedly apologizing until Cui Yuning adopted a stern expression, prompting her to cease her apologies. After another half-hour of walking, they finally arrived at Beima Temple. With its red walls and gray tiles, lush pine trees, and the stone incense burner before the main hall, enveloped in swirling smoke. Occasionally, pilgrims led by young novices approached to offer incense, accompanied by the distant, melodious tolling of bells, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. Zheng Qingling could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the best temple in the world lives up to its name." His voice was not soft, and many believers turned to him with softened gazes. Cui Laofuren was a devout Buddhist, visiting Beima Temple to listen to the master chant scriptures 10 days each month. Cui Yuning had accompanied her several times, and the young novices recognized his face. As they entered, a young novice approached and greeted them. Cui Shizhu. Cui Zhan returned the gesture. The novice inquired about Cui Leo Furin's well-being before joining his palms together and saying, "Please wait, the master is currently unavailable. I will fetch the abbey master right away." "There's no need," Cui Zhan interjected gently, explaining, "I merely brought my younger siblings for a stroll today. There is no need to trouble the masters." The novice nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the group behind him, discreetly memorizing their faces. These were esteemed guests and warranted proper hospitality. He first went to report to his master in the supervisory institute. As for how his master would decide, that was beyond his control, and he could not be held accountable for it later. Having made up his mind, the young monk smiled and said, "If there's anything, just call for me." After the young monk left, Cui Xin cheerfully remarked, "Elder brother, I, along with Jinyang and the others, will be going to offer incense shortly, so please do not follow us." Cui Zhan pondered for a moment and surmised that the young ladies might wish to converse about matters pertaining to their gender, so he did not stop them. After a brief reflection, he suggested, "Let Qinghe accompany you." Cui Xin agreed, and the group parted ways. Cui Yuning asked Cui Xin and Cui Wan to seek out the young master of the Li family first, then called out to Zheng Qingling, "I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 27. Are you jealous? Zheng Qingling halted his steps and glanced at her, scratching his slightly flushed ears as he softly inquired, "Jinyang, what is it you wish to tell me?" His hands, clenched tightly at his sides, betrayed a hint of tension, despite his efforts to remain composed. At this moment, Cui Yuning had already ceased to be angry with him and feigned a serious expression to tease him. "What do you think I am going to say?" Zheng Qingling immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, instinctively blurting out, "You wouldn't mean to say that you no longer wish to see me, would you?" He considered this possibility with trepidation. Although he was the most outstanding among the Zheng family of Xinjiang, he felt utterly insignificant before the most cherished lady of the Cui family in Qinghe. With merely a beckon of her hand, countless suitors like him would gladly fall at her feet. Before he had met her, Zheng Qingling had scorned the notion of beauty, but upon becoming acquainted with her, he suddenly understood why it was said that even heroes falter before fair maidens. Perhaps all heroes are destined to succumb to their charms, much like Xiang Yu before Yu Ji, or he himself before Cui Yuning. In February, the pear blossoms in the temple had begun to bloom, each white flower resembling spring snow, gracefully interspersed among the verdant leaves. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a subtle fragrance. Cui Yuning caught a flower that had been blown down by the wind, lowered her head to inhale its scent, and casually inquired, "What if I were to say yes?" Zheng Qingling found himself momentarily speechless, a dryness in his throat. If that were truly the case, he felt at a loss for words. If Jinyang disliked him, there was nothing he could do. Throughout this courtship, he had never truly been in command. He cleared his throat, attempting to salvage the moment, only to be met with the sight of the girl before him breaking into a smile, her expression playful and mischievous. "I was just teasing you, and you actually believed it?" The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. After a pause, Zheng Qingling finally found his voice. What did you say?" Cui Yuning pouted and turned away. "If you didn't hear it, then forget it." I heard you. I just..." Zheng Qingling hurriedly blocked her path, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I was merely afraid you were playing with me again." Cui Yuning teased him, once bitten by a snake. One is wary of rope for 10 years, isn't it? When she laughed, her eyes curved like crescent moons, resembling a cunning little fox, evoking both delight and irritation in him. Zheng Qingling felt as though he might very well be ensnared by her for life. He rubbed his nose and offered a foolish grin. "Yes, I fear you might truly begin to dislike me." The tall and handsome youth presented such an earnest yet silly smile, making it difficult for anyone not to be moved. Cui Yuning rolled her eyes. "Who told you to mention other girls in front of me?" Instinctively, Zheng Qingling wanted to ask when he had mentioned another girl, but suddenly recalled his earlier inquiries about the sixth lady while ascending the mountain. Realization dawned upon him as he excitedly asked, "Are you jealous?" Cui Yuning shot him a glance, smacking him playfully with the pear blossom in her hand before turning away. "Hey, wait." Zheng Qingling clumsily caught the flower and hurried after her, grinning apologetically. "It was my mistake. Jinyang, please don't take it to heart. I was just being thoughtless. He, relying on his height and long legs, directly obstructed her path. Cui Yuning raised her chin slightly, her nose wrinkling in displeasure, and declared, "Do not mention her in my presence again." Her tone was almost commanding, sounding both willful and headstrong. Yet, Qinghe displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he replied in a conciliatory manner, "I shall not mention her, nor any other woman henceforth." It was all due to his own lack of wit. After all, she was a young lady, and even though they were sisters, how could she not feel a twinge of jealousy? Qinghe did not perceive her behavior as spoiled or capricious. Rather, he found it endearing. That Jinyang could feel jealousy only affirmed that she held feelings for him. Cui Yuning thought him a bit foolish, but it was precisely this unreserved nature that rendered him sincere. With a light scoff, she commanded, "Do not follow me. I am off to find Sister Qi and the others." Qinghe scratched his head, hesitating as he said, "But Cousin Si Yin asked me to accompany you." Cui Yuning, with her eyes sparkling mischievously, queried, "Then will you heed his word or mine?" Without a moment's thought, Qinghe knew the correct response and replied hastily, "Naturally, I will heed yours." Cui Yuning responded, "Then you may seek out your brother." Qinghe acquiesced and watched her turn to leave, biting his lip as he inquired, "Jinyang, you still wish for us to see each other, do you not?" The young woman paused, playfully blinking her eyes. "What do you think?" Qinghe pressed his lips together, his heart in turmoil. Cui Yuning smiled, offering him a reassuring affirmation. Of course. She then entered the hall, as delicate morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her. As she moved, her rosy dress unfurled like a blooming red lotus, a beauty so profound that it elicited no thoughts of impropriety. Qinghe smiled, resting his hands behind his head and gazing idly upwards. The temple was picturesque, a pear tree adorned with blossoms as radiant as spring snow. His mind, almost whimsically, recalled the image of Jinyang beneath the pear tree, gently plucking a flower to smell, her eyes like crescent moons, her brows like deep blue, and the blossoms surrounding her could not surpass the brilliance of her smile. Qinghe mused that he would never forget this moment in his lifetime. Upon entering the hall, Cui Yuning quickly located Cui Xian and Cui Wan. The two were engaged in a discussion with a small monk, seeking interpretations of the divinations they had drawn. Observing their fine garments, those present to offer incense could tell that they were of noble status and maintained a respectful distance. Guided by a young acolyte, Cui Yuning donated her offering before approaching them. "Have you found him? Come here quickly," Cui Xian called out, waving her hand. "Not yet. I have searched with Banyang, but to no avail. We have even enlisted a little monk to help us keep an eye out." Cui Yuning stepped closer and quietly asked, "Does Ba Jie know what he looks like?" Cui Wan shook her head, twirling her handkerchief. If she knew his appearance, she would not need to put in such effort. After all, being born of a concubine, her mother, while adhering to her grandmother's wishes, would not overly burden her in matters of marriage. It was impossible for her to be diligent in such decisions. She could not even inquire, let alone choose. Cui Wan had anticipated this outcome early on and felt no great disappointment. With a smile, she said, "I have learned that the second young master prefers to wear dark garments, and he is quite robust, making him easily recognizable. Being a legitimate child is already a significant advantage. However, if the mother were to be cruel and wed her to a powerful family as a concubine, it would indeed be a fate worse than death." Cui Yuning was well aware of her second aunt's true nature and chose not to elaborate, merely offering a smile, silently wishing her elder sister Ba to achieve her desires. Cui Wan smiled in response, expressing her gratitude to Jinyang. "Now let us converse later. It's time to draw lots." Cui Xian, growing impatient, eagerly tugged at Cui Yuning, playfully insisting, "The lots for Beima Temple are the most auspicious. You should also draw one to see your fate with Cousin Qinghe." Chapter 28. The one you seek has arrived. Cui Yuning had not always held much faith in such matters. Although she had been influenced by her grandmother from a young age, her youthful impatience rendered her unable to truly meditate or revere the divine, diminishing her sense of awe. However, her perspective had shifted somewhat. Without the multitude of celestial beings, how could she have experienced her life anew? Jinyang, what are you daydreaming about? Cui Xian waved her hand before her. Cui Yuning returned to the moment, inquiring what fortunes they had drawn. Both had sought omens regarding love. Cui Xian received a mediocre sign, while Cui Wan drew an exceptionally auspicious one, laden with promise. Though Cui Xian felt a twinge of frustration at her own luck, she sincerely congratulated Cui Wan. It was not that she had suddenly changed her temperament. Rather, she understood that, regardless of the outcomes, her future husband would undoubtedly possess superior character and appearance compared to Cui Wan's, rendering any jealousy unnecessary. After all, a mere slip of paper could hardly dictate fate. Cui Xian pouted. Today my luck seems to have fled. Jinyang, do draw fortune. Let me see how the fates smile upon you. Cui Yuning nodded, stepping forward to grasp the fortune stick holder, quietly contemplating her question. After a gentle shake, a wooden stick fell from the container. She picked it up to examine it. The 98th Guanyin sacred fortune. Misfortune met with peace, an unfavorable omen. She froze, holding the stick in silence. Noticing her prolonged stillness, Cui Xian leaned in for a glimpse. Her words caught in her throat. What is this? Cui Wan glanced over and spoke softly. That fortune is not accurate. Cui Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nodding vigorously, indeed, it cannot be accurate. How could both of us draw ill fortunes? That is simply too unfortunate. Besides, you and cousin Zheng Qingling are practically a foregone conclusion. This was determined by grandmother herself. Anyone with eyes knows that Zheng Qingling's heart belongs to Jinyang. Such a union cannot go awry. Cui Xian exchanged a knowing look with Cui Wan, and together they offered words of comfort. Cui Yuning suppressed her tumultuous thoughts, smiling at them. Do not worry. It is merely an unfavorable omen. I'm not taking it to heart. I was simply lost in thought. Cui Xian remained skeptical of her words. If she truly did not care, why had she remained so stunned for so long? Jinyang, did you ask about you and cousin Qingling? Yes. Cui Xian felt even more regret for having hastily encouraged her to draw fortune. Seeing Jinyang now show some interest in Zheng Qingling, how could she not feel disheartened upon hearing this news? Biting her lip, Cui Xian said, Jinyang, I am so sorry. Enough, I truly did not mind. Cui Yuning interjected earnestly. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have drawn a fortune eventually. It makes no difference. I hold no grudge against you. Cui Xian's heart grew heavier with guilt, her mood darkening. Cui Yuning comforted her and approached the old monk for an interpretation of her fortune. Did you inquire about love? Yes. Remain steadfast, for a benefactor is on their way. If you inquire about various matters, the one in charge will certainly delay. The old monk's words were cryptic, leaving Cui Yuning puzzled. The monk smiled and advised, just remember, it is wise to be patient in all things. To avoid entanglement, that is sufficient. Patience in all things. Cui Yuning murmured to herself, pondering deeply, yet finding no discernible clues, ultimately deciding to dismiss the matter. What was hers could not be taken by others, and what was not hers would inevitably depart. She resolved to take each step as it came. Her feelings for Zheng Qingling were not yet profound. At most, there existed a mere flicker of fondness. Steeling herself, Cui Yuning turned to seek out her companions. Just then, a young monk clad in a gray robe approached, whispering, Esteemed guests, it appears the person you seek has arrived. Chapter 29. What if he is not the young masterly? Cui Yuning, pondering how to alleviate Cui Xian's guilt, smiled at the two and decided to visit Sister 8's future betrothed. Cui Wan's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully tapped her foot. Sister 9, Cui Yuning, with a playful glint in her eyes, feigned ignorance, asking, Have I said anything wrong, Sister 8? Cui Xian chimed in with teasing laughter indeed. To be protective even before meeting him. Imagine how it will be once you are married. The two shared a glance and burst into laughter. Guivan, clutching her silk handkerchief, blushed deeply, too embarrassed to engage with them any longer. As they exited the palace, Zheng Qingling hurriedly approached. Sister 9, where are you going? Cui Yuning halted her steps, stating, We are accompanying Sister 8 for some fresh air. Do not follow us. Zheng Qingling abruptly stopped. Gazing at her from the steps, resembling a forlorn white dog abandoned by its master. Remembering the fortune stick, Cui Yuning felt a rare softness in her heart and lifted her chin, saying, "If you have nothing to do, you may go inside and draw a fortune stick. I shall come find you shortly." Zheng Qingling's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Cui Xian could not help but whisper to Cui Wan, "I told you the fortune stick was unreliable, right? The young master has feelings, and the maid has intentions." She simply could not fathom what unexpected turn this marriage could take. Cui Wan nodded in agreement, feeling envious of the earlier scene. She mused about the character of young Master Li. If he could exhibit even a fraction of the affection Zheng Qingling showed towards Sister Nine, she would be thoroughly satisfied. The little monk led the way, and before long, they arrived at a Zen courtyard. "Esteemed guests, the person you seek should be here," he announced. Cui Xian furrowed her brow, questioning, "Should be?" The little monk offered a wry smile. "I sought the person based on the descriptions you provided, but I cannot guarantee it is indeed him." Cui Xian pressed further. "Have you heard how others address him?" The little monk's expression grew troubled, and with hands clasped in apology, he replied, "There were too many people surrounding that gentleman. I dared not approach." Cui Xian's face fell in displeasure. "What if he is not young Master Li? Have we come here for nothing?" Cui Wan shared her sentiments, but knew it was not the little monk's fault. They had not provided an accurate description. She quickly interjected, "Little master, what does that gentleman look like?" The little monk pondered for a moment before responding. "He possesses an extraordinary demeanor." These 4 words, while somewhat lacking, were all he could muster given his youthful age and limited experience. Cui Wan felt reassured, following their descriptions. The chances of error were minimal. In Luoyang, young masters typically donned white or azure attire, with few preferring dark garments, making identification easier. If a mistake were to occur, they could always seek another opportunity to meet. Resolute, Cui Wan thanked the little monk and asked him to return, then shared her thoughts with Cui Yuning and Cui Xian. "Sister 7, Sister 9, what do you think?" Cui Yuning and Cui Xian were merely accompanying her to meet young Master Li, and thus had no objections. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Yuning suggested, "Let us simply enter and claim we have inadvertently stumbled in." The group reached a consensus, and just as they stepped into the Zen courtyard, the door unexpectedly swung open. A figure emerged from within, adorned in a dark-hued, intricately embroidered cloak featuring patterns of mythical creatures and auspicious clouds. The collar, lined with soft gray-brown fur, framed a countenance that was both aloof and strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of delicate spring snow trembling upon the branches of a verdant bamboo grove. Chapter 30. He had seen her countless times in his dreams as their gazes met. The temple abbot standing beside the man was the first to speak, his hands clasped in reverence as he gently inquired, "Are you here to seek the humble monk?" It was only then that Cui Yuning realized they were in the abbot's Zen retreat. She had accompanied her grandmother to Beima Temple several times in the past, recalling that the abbot would preach to her grandmother in the front hall's meditation room, but had never visited this place before. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to respond appropriately. Regaining her composure, she lowered her head and answered affirmatively. With so many young gentlemen present, it would be inappropriate to claim they were there to see young Master Li, as such a rumor could easily lead to misunderstandings. Master Ji smiled kindly, gesturing with his beaded hands to indicate they should wait in the side hall. With a sigh of relief, Cui Yuning took Cui Xian's hand, and as they entered the side hall, she caught a whiff of a crisp plum fragrance as they brushed past one another. Cui Yuning lowered her eyelids, suppressing her wandering thoughts. Inside the side hall, the external noise was largely muted. The 2 sisters found a spot to sit down, each exhaling a breath of relief. "That nearly scared me to death," Cui Xian exclaimed. There were so many people, and they all looked unfamiliar. Pouring herself a cup of tea from the table, Cui Xian took a sip to steady her nerves. Cui Yuning settled beside her, unable to suppress a laugh. "The way you say it, it sounds as though you've encountered every young gentleman in Luoyang." "I have indeed met most of them," Cui Xian replied, setting down her teacup and propping her arm on the table. "Mother is anxious about my marriage prospects and has sent me numerous portraits of young gentlemen from Luoyang to peruse, but none of them have caught my eye. They all seem rather unremarkable." She was always able to find faults, Either they were not tall enough, too burly, or lacked handsomeness. Even her elder brother and several of her cousins fell short in her estimation. Cui Xian was simply too discerning for them. Cui Yuning was about to inquire about young Master Li when she realized the implication. Since her seventh sister had not mentioned seeing a portrait of him, it indicated that his family background and appearance did not meet her second aunt standards. That second aunt was notoriously strict with her nieces and less favored daughters, reserving her genuine affection solely for Cui Xian, whom she had cherished for many years. Anything of worth was naturally directed toward her. Cui Wan was aware of this dynamic, keeping her eyes lowered and remaining silent. She had grown accustomed to being cautious from a young age, not daring to harbor feelings of jealousy. Yet in that moment, she could not entirely suppress a subtle sense of sorrow. If she were a legitimate daughter, perhaps life would be a little easier. Just wait a bit longer. Perhaps once I am married, things will improve significantly. Cui Wan tightened her grip on her handkerchief, a fleeting glimmer of moisture in her eyes. The hall fell silent, the sandalwood incense burning slowly. Cui Xian, belatedly sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, opened her mouth to say something, only to find it awkward. She was typically strong-willed, unwilling to admit fault even when she believed she was in the wrong. Moreover, she did not think herself at fault in this instance. Pressing her lips together, Cui Xian stiffly poured herself another cup of tea. Cui Yuning spoke up to divert the topic. I wonder where young Master Li is. Are you certain he has come to Beima Temple? Eighth sister? Cui Xian could not help but ask. Wasn't he the one leading just now? Cui Wan shook her head. The man's demeanor was truly extraordinary, far beyond what mere words could capture. Even her cousin Qinghe could not compare to him in the slightest. She doubted her mother would willingly present such a remarkable person to her. Cui Wan suppressed her thoughts and hesitated before saying, he should be arriving soon. The person who sent the message stated as much, though she could not discern its veracity. In an instant, Cui Xian's eyes sparkled, and a blush crept across her cheeks, wondering where they had come from. That gentleman was indeed strikingly handsome. It was the first time she had encountered such a distinguished man, resembling a character from storybook. Cui Yuning remarked, he hails from Chang'an. Cui Xian was taken aback and pressed further. Do you know him? Cui Yuning ses eyelashes fluttered. The image of the man flashing in her mind, and she bit her lip. The one earlier is from the Pei family of Hedong. He is Pei Yu's elder cousin, the heir of the Duke of State, Pei Yanshu, and also the son of the princess of Jinyang. Naturally, she recognized him. By relation, he should be her brother-in-law. In her past life at the Spring Banquet of Princess Anping, he had shone brilliantly, capturing the hearts of countless noble ladies from Luoyang. Back then, she had even mused with a few acquaintances about how challenging life would be for anyone marrying into such a family with a princess for a mother-in-law. In terms of status, who could compare to this princess? Even those of the 5 prominent families had to show respect to the royal family. However, this renowned young lord of Chang'an seemed to be cursed by fate. He tragically fell to his death before her marriage to Pei Yu. Subsequently, due to the necessity of heirs in the main branch, Pei Yu was adopted by the elder family, and in a twist of fate, that princess of Jinyang became her mother-in-law. The princess of Jinyang held disdain for Pei Yu, her unacknowledged son, and naturally had little affection for her as a daughter-in-law. Fortunately, they met infrequently, and she, maintaining her princess identity, deemed it beneath her to employ any tactics against them. Thus, her married life was not overly burdensome. In contrast, Pei Yu's biological mother from the second branch evoked her disdain. Her few unpleasant memories were all tied to that woman. Reflecting on it now, it was clear that Pei Yu bore the blood of his mother, his arrogance unmistakable. Cui Yuning closed her eyes, recalling the events of her past life. Her emotions strained, she pressed her fingers to her forehead, exhaling the pent-up frustration within her. It was all in the past. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, what was there to feel disheartened about? Both Pei Yu and his biological mother were mere strangers to her. As for the heir of the Duke of State, Cui Yuning genuinely hoped he would live a long life. If he were to survive, how could Pei Yu inherit the title? She remembered clearly that during the lifetime of that heir, Pei Yu had been overshadowed, unable to shine at all. Cui Xian, with a look of surprise, exclaimed, Pei Yu has such an impressive cousin? How rare. She had thought the Pei family of Hedong was comprised solely of country bumpkins. Cui Yuning, observing her expression, sought to lighten the mood, smiling as she teased, "Seventh sister, have you taken a fancy to him?" Who could resist the charm of such a handsome young gentleman? Yet, Cui Xian paused momentarily, then, with a slight pout, remarked, "With the exquisite beauty of Jinyang preceding me, how could that gentleman possibly take notice of someone like me?" She possessed no extraordinary talents, save for a keen self-awareness. Cui Yuning chuckled softly, remarking that we were all adorned with veils. Through the delicate fabric of her veil, Cui Xian gazed at her, momentarily dazzled by her enchanting and affectionate smile. Regaining her composure, she corrected herself, saying, "It is not the same. Jinyang's beauty is such that one recognizes her allure at first glance, radiating with unabashed splendor." As the group exited the courtyard, someone jested, "The young master's charm remains undiminished. Having just arrived in Luoyang, he has already attracted several noble ladies. Imagine the attention he will garner at the Spring Banquet." Indeed, those ladies looked every bit the beauties one would expect, and it was widely said that Luoyang produced such captivating women. The one who spoke earlier was truly a paragon of beauty, her allure palpable even through the sheer fabric of the veil. Pei Yu paused, his icy gaze sweeping over the speaker, his voice suddenly dropping to a grave tone. "Prudence in your words is advised." Someone, unsure of the situation, tentatively inquired, "Does the young master know her?" Pei Yu lowered his eyelids. Indeed, he was well acquainted with her. He had encountered her countless times within the realm of dreams. Chapter 31. The young master arrives after sending off the esteemed guests. Master Qinghe returned to the meditation room. Upon hearing the commotion, Cui Yuning and the others hurriedly rose to pay their respects. Master Qinghe smiled and returned the gesture, his gaze shifting slightly as he twirled his prayer beads. Inquiring with a warm smile, "Cui Xiaoshu, how has the venerable Shanhui been lately?" Shanhui was indeed the Dharma name under which her grandmother practiced at the temple. Cui Yuning suddenly realized that the abbot had already recognized their identities. He merely chose not to reveal it in front of the group of young gentlemen. After all, it would undoubtedly cast a peculiar light on the young ladies should word get out about their pursuit here, even if the master was unaware of their true purpose. He instinctively opted for discretion out of concern for the ladies' reputations. Gratefully, Cui Yuning replied, "Thanks to your blessings, grandmother is well." Master Qinghe clasped his hands together in reverence and chanted a Buddhist invocation, his expression reflecting a hint of embarrassment. "It is fortunate to know that the Venerable One is without worry. Otherwise, my heart would remain unsettled." A few months prior, while discussing scriptures with the elderly matriarch, he had mentioned that Master Fanyao from the Prajna Temple was a close friend of his. The matriarch, delighted, had promptly requested him to compose a letter to Master Fanyao. It was only later that he realized her advanced age and the toll that travel might take on her health, prompting him to send someone to dissuade her. But it was too late. The doorkeeper informed him that the matriarch had already set off at dawn, leaving him to relinquish his concerns. Cui Yuning understood that this matter was not to be blamed on him and quickly offered her reassurances. Master Qinghe smiled and requested her to wait a moment while he retrieved a few books from his quiet chamber. "These are my annotations. I would be grateful if you could deliver them to the Venerable One as a small token of my esteem." Cui Yuning believed her grandmother would appreciate this thoughtful gift, and after sincerely expressing her gratitude, she and Cui Xian exited the meditation hall. Master Qinghe was indeed a true enlightened monk. Despite his white hair and gentle demeanor, he exuded an air of dignity that even the impetuous Cui Xian dared not challenge in his presence. Once outside the meditation hall, Cui Xian patted her chest and muttered with a pout, "No wonder grandmother enjoys his sermons. It seems they share a mutual affinity." The aura Master Qinghe emanated reminded her of her grandmother. She felt intimidated to even breathe loudly when he conversed with her. It was truly commendable that Jinyang accompanied grandmother to listen to sermons so many times. She would not have been able to endure it herself. Cui Yuning gently tapped her forehead, adopting a serious expression as she scolded, "If you cannot control your tongue, I will certainly inform grandmother, so she can rectify your behavior." Cui Xian quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes pleading as she looked at her sister. I was wrong, Jinyang. Cui Yuning ignored her. Retracing her steps along the path, they had arrived. Cui Xian felt a surge of panic, genuinely fearing her grandmother would be resolute in reprimanding her. She shook her sister's arm, pleading, Jinyang, trust me this time. I will think carefully before speaking next time. Along the way, several peach blossoms peeked over the wall. And Cui Wan tiptoed to pluck a branch, handing it to Cui Yuning with a smile, advocating for her sister. Let us forgive seventh sister this time. Though she may speak bluntly, her heart is kind. I believe after this incident, she will surely think twice before speaking so freely. Cui Xian was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated such a defense from her. Cui Yuning took the peach blossom, lowered her head to inhale its fragrance, and gently tapped Cui Xian with the peach branch, advising her, the Spring Banquet is next month. I wonder how many noble ladies will attend. If you say something inappropriate and someone points it out, consider the consequences. Cui Xian's loose tongue had caused countless troubles. It suddenly dawned on her that in her previous life, Cui Xian had offended a noble woman with her words, resulting in her second aunt having to find her a suitor of low status. As for whom she had offended, she could not recall. In her past life, her relationship with Cui Xian and Cui Wan was rather ordinary. Now that they were getting along, she felt it necessary to offer some guidance. For they were sisters after all. Compared to outsiders, one's own kin was always more trustworthy, a lesson she had failed to grasp in her previous existence. Cui Yuning silently sighed within. Cui Xian was not foolish. Upon receiving her hint, she naturally considered the repercussions, breaking into a cold sweat and expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Seeing her genuine appreciation, Cui Yuning softly remarked, if you, seventh sister, can remember this, my advice will not have been in vain. Of course, Cui Xian replied, thanking her once more, and then Cui Wan, awkwardly adding, your desire to meet young Masterly need not be rushed. If we cannot encounter him at Beima Temple, I will speak to Mother to ensure you have the chance to meet. Cui Wan was taken aback, turning her head to feign being affected by the wind, softly murmuring, thank you, seventh sister. Cui Xian waved her hand dismissively, for they were sisters. As they conversed, they arrived at the main hall, where numerous devotees were queuing to offer incense, the atmosphere bustling with activity. Cui Zhan spotted his sister from a distance and hurried over, calling out, ninth sister. Cui Yuning looked up, greeting him warmly, her gaze landing on the fortune slip he held in his palm. With a playful smile, she teased, brother, have you decided to draw lots? Are you inquiring about a match made by the Bodhisattva, preparing to find me a sister-in-law soon? In her recollection, her brother was reserved and composed, not the type to seek advice on romantic matters. Cui Zhan chuckled, flicking her forehead lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Qinghe and Hao asked me to draw. He did not exert too much force, knowing his sister was delicate, but despite having restrained most of his strength, he still caused her to flinch back in pain, leaving him feeling regretful. Cui Yuning shook her head, dismissing it, and her attention shifted to Zheng Qingling, who appeared lost in thought, his hands empty. Had he not drawn a slip? The thought crossed her mind momentarily before she brushed it aside. If he had not drawn, he would not have asked her brother to do so. She steadied herself and inquired directly. Zheng Qingling snapped back to reality, forcing a casual smile. I drew one, but it got knocked away before I could see it. With the crowd bustling around them, it was only natural for things to get jostled. Cui Xian felt a pang of regret. She wanted to compare the accuracy of the ninth sister's fortune slip. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes brightened. We'll accompany you. Draw another slip and see. Zheng Qingling froze momentarily, opening his mouth as if to say something, standing amidst the dappled shadows of the trees. The mottled sunlight filtering through the leaves illuminated his face, casting an indistinct expression. Cui Yuning watched him closely, suddenly interjecting, you can only draw once a day, otherwise, it loses its validity. After pondering for a moment, she added, this kind of fortune slip merely seeks peace, if it were truly so effective. The threshold of the White Horse Temple would have long been trampled upon. Cui Xian realized the validity of this reasoning and refrained from further questioning. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, Zheng Qingling cheerfully inquired, What fortune slip did Jinyang draw? Naturally, it was an excellent one, Cui Yuning replied hastily, fearing he might harbor some thoughts. Indeed, Qinghe responded, momentarily taken aback, yet his expression softened. Just then, a servant close to Cui Yuning approached swiftly, casting a glance at Cui Yuning, and whispered, "Young master, your cousin has arrived." Chapter 32. Are you not afraid he will cause a disturbance? Cui Yuning was taken aback. The cousin from the Qinghe Cui clan? With such an extensive family, it was difficult to recall all the names. After a moment of hesitation, the young servant gritted his teeth and whispered a reminder. It is the nephew of the second branch, Master Pei Yu. In an instant, a youthful figure flashed through Cui Yuning's mind. His eyes sparkled like bright stars, his demeanor as noble as jade. In terms of appearance and elegance, none of the young gentlemen from Luoyang could compare to him, had it not been for the incident concerning the sixth sister. Given the way the ninth lady had treated him in the past, once she came of age, and if she harbored any thoughts of marrying him, their grandmother would likely have approved of the match. Alas, grandmother could not tolerate any nails sticking out. A fleeting hint of regret brushed through Cui Yuning's heart, but it quickly dissipated. Regarding the matter of the sixth sister, although he, as the legitimate grandson of the first branch, looked down upon taking action, it did not mean he harbored no resentment. No matter how outstanding Pei Yu was, that was all in the past. Moreover, the suitor now being chosen for the ninth lady was indeed exceptional, a scion of the Zheng clan from Xinjiang, with a promising future ahead. Cui Yuning suppressed his thoughts, nodded to the young servant, and instructed him to inform their grandmother that they would be returning shortly. The servant acknowledged him, bowed to the young gentlemen and ladies, and withdrew. Even though he deliberately lowered his voice, the proximity allowed the others to hear their conversation clearly. Cui Yuning and Cui Yuning instinctively glanced at Cui Yuning. Pei Yu's sudden visit undoubtedly had something to do with the ninth lady. They recalled her saying she considered him merely a playmate. However, it was evident that Pei Yu did not share that sentiment. They also thought of Zheng Qinghe. If he were to learn of Pei Yu's intentions, it could lead to an unfavorable outcome, filling them with concern. Cui Yuning gently tugged at Cui Yuning's sleeve, intending to say something. But upon seeing the girl's shake of the head, she swallowed her words. Perhaps the ninth lady had her own thoughts. Cui Yuning patted her hand reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. She herself felt indifferent. When she cared for Pei Yu, he seemed significant, but when she did not, he was inconsequential. As for Zheng Qinghe, she would explain to him properly. After all, she had neither secretly interacted with Pei Yu nor established any relationship with him. Nor had there been any intimate gestures. If one were to insist, it could only be said that they had spent some time together as childhood friends. If Zheng Qinghe still minded, that would be a different matter. Cui Yuning paused, her fingers playing with the peach branch, the smile in her eyes fading slightly. She resolved to inform their grandmother that this meeting would be dismissed. After all, he was merely a man, no matter how fond she felt. She would not compromise her pride. Furthermore, it was merely a matter of fondness at this stage. Cui Yuning watched the servant leave and retracted his gaze. Apologetically looking at Zheng Qinghe, "We have guests at home. I fear we must take our leave. Another day, I shall accompany you to Beima Temple for a proper visit." Zheng Qinghe smiled brightly. No need. His gaze shifted to the girl lost in thought beneath her hood, her dress fluttering gracefully. When she was not smiling, her complexion appeared strikingly cold, akin to a hibiscus blooming in a wintry landscape, both vibrant and resplendent. He remarked, "I've already witnessed the most beautiful scenery in Luoyang." Cui Yuning felt a hint of implication in the young man's gaze and scrutinized him a moment longer. The youth met his stare with an air of nonchalance, betraying no hint of guilt. Preoccupied with matters within the estate, Cui Yuning suppressed his myriad thoughts and suggested they return home. The group expressed no dissent, each descending the mountain with their own contemplations. Cui Yuning reflected on the timing of Pei Yu's arrival in Luoyang in her previous life, ultimately concluding that he had arrived earlier than expected. Perhaps it was due to her failure to receive his letters or respond to him, or perhaps Cui Xiuxiu had spoken to him, igniting a sense of urgency. He had come to the Cui residence nearly half a month sooner than in her past life. Cui Yuning never doubted the affection that 16-year-old Pei Yu held for her, even though their relationship had culminated in a painful parting in her previous life. She believed wholeheartedly that he had truly cherished her. Childhood companions naturally share a bond deeper than that of ordinary friends. Yet, that bond seemed trivial in a world rife with unfaithful individuals who abandon their families. The simplicity of mere affection paled in comparison to the allure of gain, the passage of time, and the encroachment of outsiders. While Cui Yuning could not blame the current Pei Yu for the actions of his past self, she also could not pretend that nothing had transpired. In her previous life, Pei Yu had single-handedly squandered the affection they had nurtured over 10 years. Cui Yuning understood better than anyone that this was no mere dream. It was a lifetime she had lived through. Thus, it was best to remain as strangers. Without further entanglements. "What are you thinking?" The clear voice of the young man interrupted her reverie. Cui Yuning turned her head. The verdant shade of the trees danced with the gentle breeze. The youth, with his hands cradling his head, turned towards her with a smile reminiscent of a spirited hero stepping into the world, infused with the essence of nature. In an instant, the restlessness in Cui Yuning's heart was soothed. She suddenly comprehended why she felt an affinity for Zheng Qingling. Perhaps it was due to the chivalrous spirit he embodied, distinctly absent in the ordinary youths of Wuling, as if he had stepped out of a tale. Suppressing her thoughts, she replied softly, "Just thinking." Zheng Qingling naturally inquired further. "What about?" He then noticed that the girl had fallen silent, her autumn-like eyes peering at him from beneath her hood, stirring a longing within him. Zheng Qingling swallowed hard, unwelcome images flashing through his mind, and he closed his eyes, daring not to meet her gaze any longer, hastily striding ahead to catch up with Cui Zhan and the others. Behind him, the girl's laughter resonated like the tinkling of silver bells. Zheng Qingling understood that she was teasing him, and though he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, an intense affection surged within his chest. He was utterly enamored with her. Every smile and frown captivated his thoughts. Fortunately, such a remarkable girl was soon to express her feelings to him. Zheng Qingling's heart surged with emotion as they descended the mountain. Under the blazing sun, the young ladies, fatigued and overheated, entered the carriage and removed their hoods, loosening their cloaks for respite. Cui Xian, having tasted a candied fruit, glanced at Cui Yuning, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. "Sister Jiu, are you not anxious?" Cui Yuning shot her a glance. Anxious about what? Her demeanor was remarkably calm, which caused Cui Xian to choke slightly as she stammered. "What about Pei Yu? Aren't you concerned that he might show up at such a critical moment?" "Concern about what?" Cui Yuning replied. Cui Xian pressed on. "He could create a scene. You are currently in the midst of a courtship with your cousin Qingling. What if he jeopardizes your engagement?" Cui Yuning gazed steadily at her. "Have we made any private vows to each other?" Cui Xian shook her head. Cui Yuning continued. "Then have we met in secret?" Cui Xian shook her head once more. Each time they ventured out, it was always with the elder's approval. There were no clandestine encounters. With a cool demeanor, Cui Yuning stated, "If that is the case, what is there for me to worry about? If he wishes to cause a disturbance, let him. If he attempts to drag me into some unfounded drama, he must first consider whether my grandmother and the others would permit it." Chapter 33. Pei Yu had already caught my eye. Cui Xian found Jinyang's words to be quite reasonable. But why did they feel such concern? After much contemplation, Cui Xian concluded that the blame lay with that country bumpkin, Pei Yu. If he hadn't arrived so suddenly, would they have been so troubled? It was no wonder she harbored disdain for him. His disagreeable demeanor resembled that of Pei Yu and her daughter. Was there not enough space for him in Hedong? Why must he intrude upon their lives in Luoyang? Cui Xian seethed with indignation, turning over words to curse him. Cui Yuning, irritated by the noise, retrieved a volume of song poetry from a small cabinet and handed it to her, suggesting she conserve her energy for when they returned home, where she'd have ample opportunity to vent her frustrations. Cui Xian was momentarily stumped. Would she still dare to scold him once they were back at the estate? Despite her aversion to Pei Yu, he was still a scion of the Pei family from Hedong. As a guest, one could not afford to lose their composure or courtesy. She certainly did not wish to tarnish her reputation over a country bumpkin bearing the surname Pei. With a huff, She begrudgingly opened the book of poetry. Cui Yuning chuckled softly. It was evident that to manage seventh sister, one required Jinyang's intervention. The carriage traversed the wide road until it reached the Cui residence, where the maidservants assisted their mistresses down from the carriage and into the courtyard. Cui Yuning, with the lute in her arms, awaited her turn to wash and dress. Upon hearing news from the front courtyard that a guest had arrived, the old matriarch invited them to join for a meal. Cui Yuning dispatched Tao Shuang to relay the message to the maid. As Qinghe paused in her grooming, she glanced at the reflection of a young lady in the mirror and whispered, "Miss, would you like to apply a subtle touch of makeup to prevent Lord Pei from being unable to resist your beauty?" The sixth young lady had a heart of darkness, no matter how admirable Lord Pei might be. With such a cousin to mix, she felt he could not compare to Zhonglang from Xinjiang. Cui Yuning halted her actions, stating, "There's no need. The trouble of dismantling and reapplying is unnecessary. Pei Yu is not worth my efforts." Baoqin brought over a gown of pale yellow, chuckling as she spoke, "With such beauty, my lady, it cannot be concealed." Upon reflection, Qinghe agreed and ceased her worries. Once they were finished with their grooming, Cui Yuning donned her attire and, accompanied by Baoqin and Qinghe, exited the courtyard. Just past the pavilion, they spotted a youth waiting in the distance. He wore a long greenish robe, with eyes like bright stars and a countenance akin to jade. Standing proudly like a bamboo in the snow, the 16-year-old boy's features still bore the innocence of youth, far from the steadiness he would later acquire. Pei Yu noticed her as well and called out, "Jinyang," due to the fatigue from travel. A hint of weariness lingered in his eyes, yet his voice rang clear, betraying a subtle surprise upon hearing her name. He was a son of the Pei family from Hedong, and despite the familial ties with the Qinghe Cui clan, it was not often he could visit. Considering the time, it had been over half a year since she last saw Pei Yu. A feeling of inexplicable melancholy washed over Cui Yuning, for herself, for Pei Yu, for the Cui family, and for the wasted decade of her previous life. She had genuinely harbored feelings for Pei Yu, which later turned to disdain upon discovering the truth. She could not comprehend why she and Pei Yu had ended up at such an impasse. Childhood companions, innocent to the world, could not withstand the intrusion of an outsider. How laughable it was that for the sake of that concubine, he had trampled on her dignity, fully aware of her pride. What more was there for Cui Yuning to understand? However, Pei Yu's affections for her had waned. She exhaled softly, her gaze laden with complexity and sorrow, traversing the contours of the youth's brow and eyes inch by inch, before finally closing her eyes and releasing the pent-up feelings within her. It was all in the past. After Pei Yu had committed such an act, the boy, who had blushed while picking flowers for her, had ceased to exist. Cui Yuning let her eyelids droop slightly, suppressing the emotions lurking in her eyes, and performed a formal bow. "Elder brother." It was an exceedingly distant form of address. Pei Yu's steps faltered as he recalled a letter from his cousin, which mentioned that Jinyang was upset with him. At that time, he had thought a jest. After all, he was well aware of how willful and spoiled the young ladies of the Qinghe Cui family were, yet they were also easily placated. She was petulant, headstrong, yet undeniably endearing. When she called his name, it was never with formality, but rather with her full name, in a tone that was both demanding and affectionate. The way Pei Yu's name rolled off her tongue seemed to carry a sweetness that was hard to ignore. He mused that perhaps it was due to their separation of over half a year. Upon receiving the news, he promptly informed his parents and hurried over, even enlisting the help of his cousin. Pei Yu suppressed the tumult of thoughts within him and looked up at her, wondering if Jinyang was upset with his late arrival. Cui Yuning remained silent. Pei Yu believed he had discerned her thoughts and hastily explained, "Jinyang, it is not that I did not come. It is simply that my tutor has been exceptionally strict with my studies these past 6 months. I have found it difficult to extricate myself. You know how much hope my tutor has placed in me, wishing for me to achieve the same excellence as my elder brother. I only managed to come early by pleading with my brother, using his pretext to request leave from my tutor. Please wait for me, Pei Yu." Cui Yuning interrupted him, her demeanor cool. "My grandmother has arranged for me to meet someone." Pei Yu's body stiffened, a parched sensation gripping his throat. What?" Cui Yuning repeated her statement. To Pei Yu, it felt as though he were trapped in a dream. It must be a dream. How could he hear Jinyang speak of meeting someone else? After a long pause, he finally regained his voice. You agreed? The girl opposite him adjusted her pale pink shawl and nodded gently, yes. Pei Yu's throat felt dry, and his heart ached profoundly. He longed to ask her, what about me? What do I represent? Yet the words eluded him. They had no agreements, and he lacked both the position and justification to question her. Nevertheless, he could not contain himself, and blurted out the words, what about me? Cui Yuning's expression momentarily faltered. The 16-year-old Pei Yu was blameless. Treating him thus seemed rather cruel. Yet, such thoughts dissipated in an instant. Anyone could empathize with Pei Yu. She could not. The memories of her past life were vividly etched in her mind, along with the Cui family. She was uncertain whether Pei Yu had any involvement in the downfall of the Cui family and the crown prince. If he did, Cui Yuning steadied herself, her gaze penetrating through him to envision Pei Yu 5 or 6 years hence, the darkness in her eyes deepening. She would preemptively sever this source. Lowering her gaze to mask her emotions, she spoke evenly. Elder brother, you jest. We are no longer children and must always be mindful of the distinction between men and women. I cherish the bond of childhood companionship, though it has faded beyond that. She appeared aloof, her demeanor tranquil and indifferent, the pale pink veil billowing in the wind, reminiscent of a celestial maiden poised to take flight. Pei Yu had never encountered her in such a manner, his heart racing with unease, instinctively calling out her name, Yao Yao. Bao Qin stepped forward and offered a respectful bow, addressing the matter with a hint of impertinence. Forgive my audacity, but Lord Pei must understand the significance of a young lady's reputation. Our lady is currently under scrutiny. I beseech you, for the sake of our past connection, refrain from further discussion on this matter, lest it lead to misunderstandings. Pei Yu stood frozen, as if his throat had been constricted by an unseen force, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 34. Who is this, ninth lady? Pei Yu never anticipated that encountering Cui Yuning again would unfold in such a manner, strange and aloof. He felt as though everything was a dream, a profoundly cruel dream. He harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps if he simply opened his eyes, the proud and charming Cui Yuning would return to him. She would tell him that she was merely teasing, that he couldn't possibly have taken it to heart. Perhaps. Pei Yu clenched his fist, his nails digging painfully into his palm, yet he felt no discomfort, eagerly awaiting the imagined scene to materialize. Senior brother, the young lady finally spoke. Pei Yu fixed his gaze upon her. Cui Yuning glanced at the gathering dark clouds on the horizon, her brow slightly furrowing as she spoke in a low voice. It seems it is about to rain. If you have no further instructions, ninth lady shall proceed to the front courtyard. Pei Yu followed her line of sight, observing the thick layer of ominous clouds that had amassed, clearly signaling an impending downpour. Earlier that morning, the sun had shone brightly, yet in this brief span, the weather had changed drastically. The capriciousness of the sky mirrored Cui Yuning herself, unpredictable and elusive. Pei Yu retracted his gaze, having just called out her name, but recalled the words of her maid beside her, swallowing back his voice. He then gently inquired, Ninth lady, if it would not inconvenience you, might we go together? Cui Yuning nodded slightly, her expression serene. Her lack of objection was not born of softness. It was simply because the path lay before them, and she could not obstruct Pei Yu's passage. Pei Yu closed his eyes, feeling a bitter pang in his throat. He would have preferred if she were to scold or berate him rather than maintain this calm indifference, as though he were an inconsequential stranger. His cousin had simplified the matter too much. It was not merely a case of the ninth lady being miffed. He understood her. She was genuinely upset. Pei Yu could not fathom where he had gone wrong to provoke such ire, especially considering that merely half a month ago, she had been the temperamental yet easily appeased girl he knew. Bao Qin glanced at the sky, suggesting they return to fetch a cloak, while urging Miss do hurry, for there is still quite a distance to the front courtyard. Pei Yu heard the young lady obediently respond with a cheerful, all right. She had changed, yet remained the same. It seemed as though she was still the Cui Yuning he knew, but she was no longer the girl he had been familiar with just weeks prior. At least now, the ninth lady was a complete enigma to him. Pei Yu suppressed the swirling thoughts in his mind, leisurely trailing behind them. Though he could not decipher her current temperament, He was well aware of how she appeared when she was angry. He could discern that Jinyang and her maidservants were keen to keep him at bay, and thus he would not knowingly provoke her further hatred. As he rounded the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered the duo of mistress and servant. On the far right stood an unfamiliar youth, tall and clad in resplendent red garments, exuding a vibrant and carefree aura that instantly evoked the image of a wandering hero. With his keen intuition, Pei Yu recognized the identity of this individual, someone closely associated with Jinyang. Sure enough, the young man soon called out, "Jinyang." The girl ahead paused, softly responding, "Cousin Qinghe," her voice sweet and gentle. Merely by the titles exchanged, one could grasp the nuances of their relationship. Pei Yu halted, an uncontrollable surge of jealousy swelling within him. Cui Yuning of the Cui family in Qinghe was known for her capricious and willful temperament. Even among relatives, she drew distinctions between closeness and distance. In the past, numerous cousins had visited, and Pei Yu had witnessed how she addressed one of them as elder brother, while he had also observed the jealousy that flickered in that young man's gaze towards him. Now he found himself in that very position. How absurd! Pei Yu clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the fiery jealousy that threatened to engulf him. What merit or virtue did this person possess? Had it not been for the estrangement between him and Jinyang, such recognition would never have befallen him. Zhang Qingling inquired of Cui Yuning, his gaze drifting to Pei Yu, who stood a short distance behind her. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Jinyang, may I ask who this is?" Cui Yuning replied, "He is a cousin from the Pei family of Hedong." Zhang Qingling, after pondering the age, smiled and queried, "Could it be that you are Pei Yu, Sir Pei?" Pei Yu lowered his eyes, concealing his emotions, and nodded indifferently. Zhang Qingling clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "It is an honor to meet you." His sincerity was genuine. The offspring of the Hedong Pei family were renowned scholars, and this generation was particularly remarkable. The eldest son of the first branch, Pei Yu, had achieved the highest honors at just 17, his reputation echoing throughout Chang'an. The eldest son of the second branch, Pei Yu, was equally distinguished, gentle, and modest. He had studied under the esteemed Su Shoyin since the age of 11, achieving notable academic success, and it was expected that he would excel in the forthcoming imperial examinations. Zhang Qingling was well acquainted with these illustrious names, despite his own struggles with academics, instilled with a sense of respect for those who excelled. He held Pei Yu in high regard. Pei Yu's demeanor remained aloof as he responded curtly. Zhang Qingling, perceiving his indifference, naturally refrained from pressing further, thus abandoning any intention of continuing the conversation. The rain outside intensified, seeping through the gaps in the leaves and falling coolly upon them. Cui Yuning furrowed her brow and suggested, "Let us proceed to the front courtyard." The group had no objections, and the young servant accompanying Zhang Qingling stepped back, allowing the two masters to walk side by side. To Pei Yu's eyes, this arrangement cast a shadow over his expression. In the front courtyard, the matriarch, Lady Cui, along with the mistresses of both branches, had already arrived. As the esteemed concubine of the prominent Hedong Pei family, Pei Yujun's visit was met with respect, prompting Lady Cui to personally receive him. Madame Wei had no intention of attending. However, the old lady had sent word that her presence was imperative. With a resigned sigh, Madame Wei sipped her hot tea, her mind drifting to the foolish words of her daughter, who insisted that she facilitate a meeting between Cui Wan and the young Master Li. Truly, children are a burden, each one a source of unrest. Cui Wan, merely a concubine's daughter, no matter how sincere and affectionate she may be, is not worth the effort of her involvement. Yet, that wretched seventh daughter had caused such an uproar. She should never have allowed her to grow too close to ninth daughter. It was certain she had learned mischief from her. Madame Wei felt a throbbing headache and summoned a maid to massage her temples. "Young master, Miss Nine," came a chorus of greetings from the maids outside. Madame Wei looked up to see three figures entering, the last of whom was Pei Yu, who had come from the east of the river. Chapter 35, the discerning eye of the old matriarch, was indeed exceptional. Wei cast a glance at the dignified Wang, seated beside her, and felt a sense of calm wash over her. It was her sister-in-law who should be worried. Typically resembling a clay statue of a deity, She was eager to see if she could maintain her composure now that the matter concerned Jinyang. That young man, Pei Yu, appeared to be rather tenacious. A wave of schadenfreude coursed through Wei's mind. It would be delightful if they turned on each other, causing Jinyang to miss the spring banquet. Without her, her seventh sister would surely be the most outstanding maiden in Luoyang. Pei Yu entered and first paid respects to the venerable matriarch, followed by the two matronly figures. Regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Wei and Wang, their faces wore warm and welcoming smiles, embodying the demeanor befitting esteemed ladies of a noble family. After inquiring about his family's recent affairs and his studies, the old matriarch beamed, praising, "I have long heard of your scholarly prowess. It appears the accolades are well-deserved." Pei Yu offered a modest smile. His gentle and radiant demeanor endeared him to the elders, and whenever he wished, he could easily elicit joy from those around him. The old matriarch regarded him with a touch of regret. He was a remarkably courteous and exceptional youth, yet due to the familial ties with Lunyang, a union with Jinyang was perpetually out of reach. She would never allow her most cherished granddaughter to face any semblance of threat. With a smile, the old matriarch beckoned Zheng Qingling over and cheerfully introduced, "This is Qingling, whom you have yet to meet. I have selected him as a potential match for your cousin." "Jinyang, what do you think?" At the conclusion of her words, the hall fell into a sudden hush. Cui Xian and Cui Wan exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Although the arrangement between Zheng Qingling and Jinyang had been tacitly understood, it had never been openly acknowledged. Now, the matriarch had rendered it a foregone conclusion. Wei's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. How biased could she be? Was not the seventh sister also her granddaughter? Why was all the favor reserved for Jinyang? The old matriarch was truly remarkable. Were it not for Pei Yu's presence, Wei would have rushed forth to confront the matriarch, demanding clarity on why it was only the seventh sister who bore the bloodline of their Wei family. Zheng Qingling was equally taken aback by the old matriarch's proclamation, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. On the way here, I had already been introduced to Brother Zheng. Pei Yu paused, lowered his eyes, and replied with a faint smile, "The old matriarch's discernment is indeed commendable." He was acutely aware that the matriarch was attempting to divert his thoughts. However, Pei Yu's eyelids drooped, concealing the shadows lurking in his gaze. After waiting so long, he had anticipated proposing to the Cui family on the day of the high school examination. Now, to suddenly inform him that hope had been extinguished was simply unacceptable. Did Zheng Qingling, an outsider, truly know what colors of hairpin she favored, what delicacy she relished, or what pursuit she enjoyed? Pei Yu exhaled softly, steadying himself. The matter of Cui Yaoning's marriage was solely hers to determine. If he could win over Jinyang, everything else would fall into place. Zheng Qingling and Zhao Qingling were merely transient figures in his path. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and observing that everyone had gathered, the old matriarch signaled to the maidservants to serve the dishes, presenting a splendid array of delicacies across a long table. Madame Cui chuckled. "I've taught you a few dishes from the Hedong region. I cannot vouch for their authenticity, but do give them a try. I wonder if they suit your palate." Pei Yu sampled a bite and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, madam, the flavors are delightful." After the meal, Madame Cui engaged in conversation with him for a while, but soon felt fatigued and instructed her maid to assist her back for some rest. With the elders having departed, the younger generation felt a newfound freedom. Cui Xian hurried to Cui Yuning, pulling along Cui Wan, and the three young ladies retreated to the courtyard to converse. Outside, the fine rain fell incessantly, shrouding the sky and dimming the daylight, casting an atmosphere reminiscent of twilight, even though it was merely midday. Unable to venture out, Cui Zhan and Cui Hao deliberated on where to take Pei Yu. Pei Yu's gaze drifted towards Cui Xiao, who was accompanied by her maid. Apologetically, he said, "I must first pay a visit to my aunt." Cui Zhan let out a silent sigh of relief. To be fair, he was not particularly inclined to engage with Pei Yu any further at this moment. Yet due to their familial ties, he felt it inappropriate to neglect him. After all, any neglect would only invite ridicule upon the Cui family. Cui Zhan responded, "It seems we have not considered your journey. You must indeed rest well. Once the weather improves in a couple of days, we shall host you for a proper welcome." Pei Yu expressed his gratitude and allowed the maid to guide him to the courtyard of his aunt. He took long strides and quickly caught up with Cui Yuning. She was petite, adorned in a delicate white robe embellished with lychee floral patterns, appearing like a fragile apricot blossom swaying in the gentle rain, truly captivating. "Cousin," he called out. Cui Yuning halted, looking at him through the canopy of her umbrella, her face lighting up with surprise. "Are you?" Pei Yu acknowledged her and inquired about her and Aunt Pei's well-being during this period, also conveying the regards of the elders back home. Although Aunt Pei was a concubine, she had been raised under the care of her legitimate mother. This connection fostered a good relationship between her and several of her legitimate brothers, particularly with Pei Yu's father, which is why he made the long journey to Luoyang to visit her each year. Cui Yuning's expression momentarily flickered before settling into a gentle smile. All is well. The maid behind her wore a resentful expression, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but was silenced by a glare from Cui Yuning, retreating yet still simmering with indignation. Pei Yu sensed that perhaps things were not as easy as she portrayed. After all, being a concubine is hardly a comfortable existence. Even the favored concubine is still a concubine. It seemed that his cousin-'s life might not be as pleasant as it appeared. Pei Yu struggled to comprehend his aunt's decision to become a concubine in the Cui household. Yet he refrained from passing judgment on the elders and chose to remain silent. Recognizing his position as an outsider, he returned to Aunt Pei's Baiwa pavilion. Aunt Pei was overjoyed to see her nephew, who had traveled from afar, inquiring about family matters and shedding tears of emotion. Pei Yu quickly reassured her, urging her to calm down. Once her tears subsided, she summoned several platters of his favorite delicacies and called for Cui Yuning to join them in conversation. After a while, Pei Yu took the initiative to bid farewell, and Cui Yuning accompanied him as they made their way back to her own residence at Wanxiang Hall. Throughout the journey, Pei Yu had been holding back his curiosity, but he finally asked, "Cousin, why did you not come with Jinyang?" He recalled that Jinyang and his cousin shared a close bond. Upon witnessing their silence in the parlor moments ago, any astute observer could discern the discord between them. Cui Yuning trembled slightly and managed a forced smile. "We had a minor disagreement recently, but you know how Jinyang can be. It's nothing serious. In a couple of days, I shall extend my apologies to her." Pei Yu understood. Indeed, Jinyang's temperament often led to quarrels over trivial matters, and he had grown accustomed to such episodes. Suddenly, Pei Yu recalled something and, half-jokingly, remarked, "Cousin, could it be that I have unwittingly become a victim of your misfortunes?" At this, Cui Yuning froze, and a stream of tears cascaded down her cheeks. The maid beside her fell to her knees with a thud, crying out, "Young master, Miss Jiao is on the verge of driving our young lady to despair." Chapter 36, you say, "If cousin Qinghe were know that Jinyang nearly drove me to death." Pei Yu was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant his brow furrowed tightly as he inquired in a grave tone, "What do you mean by that?" Jinyang knelt on the ground, bowing her head repeatedly, her voice choked with emotion as she pleaded, "I beseech you, young master, save Our Lady, for Jinyang." Cui Yuning interjected sharply. Jinyang trembled at her words, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Miss, forgive my audacity this once. I truly can no longer endure it." Cui Yuning's chest heaved with anger, and she prepared to speak again. However, Pei Yu raised his hand to silence her, maintaining a composed expression as he focused his gaze on Jinyang, prompting her to continue. Jinyang hurriedly recounted the events of recent days, detailing how Jinyang had bullied others and how the people in the manor treated some with disdain while elevating others. A profound silence enveloped the area. The sky darkened, and the wind howled ominously. Fine raindrops cascaded into the corridor, drenching the delicate silk lanterns hanging above. Pei Yu listened intently, his countenance inscrutable. "Have you finished?" His voice was steady, devoid of any fluctuation. Jinyang's heart raced with trepidation as she dared to glance up at him. The young master leaned against a gilded pillar in the corridor, most of his figure obscured by the dimming light, his demeanor cool and tranquil, rendering his thoughts difficult to decipher. Jinyang clenched her fists, gradually lowering her head. At this juncture, she felt powerless. Regardless of whether the young master believed her or not, she had expressed all she could. Surely, her master would not hold it against her now. She hoped not. Otherwise, if she were to be replaced, the young master would surely become suspicious. In her heart, Jinyang reassured herself and sought calmness. Having been assigned to serve the sixth miss, she had come to understand her character. Yet, a maid remained a maid, with little power to effect change. She was not like Lan Xiang, that foolish girl, lacking in empathy. A master was a master, and one must do as commanded. Conscience? What was that? A means to sustain oneself? Lan Xiang may have possessed a conscience, yet her life was worse than Zhu Xiang's. Zhu Xiang tightened her grip, bowing her head even lower. Pei Yu regarded the speaking maid. She knelt on the ground, her hair and clothing soaked by the rain, yet she kept her head bowed, fearful of any negligence. She appeared much like a devoted maid fiercely protecting her master. Yet, the depiction of Jinyang that emerged from her lips seemed to portray a different person altogether. Capricious, willful, and selfish were inadequate descriptors. Perhaps cruel and malicious would be more fitting. Yet, the Jinyang he remembered was not like that. Indeed, Jinyang had always been spoiled and prone to temper tantrums, accustomed to giving orders to her siblings, seemingly born to command. However, she had never resorted to covert schemes or manipulations. She was a girl who loved passionately and despised fiercely. If she disliked someone, it was evident on her face. And if she cherished someone, she would shower them with affection. Even when she expressed disdain for Seventh and Yang, she would complain about how they always quarreled, only to boast moments later that she had never lost an argument against her. With such innocent and carefree nature, how could she possibly act in such a manner, forcing her cousin to take her own life and allowing others to bully her? It felt as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. Perhaps there lies a misunderstanding. Pei Yu pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards Cui Yuning. Since the moment her maid began to speak, she had been weeping incessantly, her tears flowing like a string of unbroken pearls. He cleared his throat and spoke candidly. Cousin, perhaps you have misjudged Jinyang. She truly does not possess such a temperament. Cui Yuning paused in her delicate action of wiping her tears with a silk handkerchief, unaware of her change in demeanor. Pei Yu recounted Jinyang's character, then hesitated before suggesting it might be a misunderstanding. Why not have a proper conversation with her? Jinyang is not an unreasonable person. If you clarify the situation, she surely will not hold it against you. Think about it. Dear cousin, you have maintained a cordial relationship for so many years. Must it be severed over unfounded grievances? His tone was gentle, coaxing. Cui Yuning clutched her handkerchief, masking the indifference in her eyes. What a splendid suggestion indeed. Such a good cousin he is, failing to inquire about her well-being amidst this turmoil and instinctively defending Jinyang. The sound of his words grated on her ears. His implication was that Jinyang was blameless. Was it not she who was at fault? Though he sought to console her, had he truly believed in her, he would not have spoken thus, clearly exonerating Jinyang. She had come to a realization. Pei Yu cared little for her well-being. His sole concern was the potential impact on his relationship with Jinyang. This was the good nephew her mother had frequently mentioned, the cousin she once held in high regard. Cui Yuning found the irony unbearable and lowered her gaze. She had grossly underestimated Jinyang's standing in Pei Yu's heart. Since this path was futile, she would seek another. With her head bowed, she cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Xiang. Understanding her intent, Zhu Xiang immediately lamented, "Young master, consider this. Jinyang is a legitimate daughter, while our young lady is merely a concubine's child. We could scarcely dare to provoke her. Our young lady wishes to extend an apology, yet Jinyang stubbornly refuses to meet. We are truly at a loss." Pei Yu furrowed his brow. He found this assertion credible. Jinyang indeed was unwilling to see him. He was convinced that his cousin had embroiled him in this predicament. What a senseless calamity. Silently, Pei Yu sighed within. I shall devise a solution. Dear cousin, there is no need for excessive worry. If you have not spoken falsely, then clarifying things with Jinyang should suffice. However, if there is falsehood, Pei Yu's breath slowed momentarily, and the chill in his gaze deepened. Then he would need to have serious talk with his cousin. A young lady's reputation is of utmost importance. How could she dare to slander Jinyang so? Cui Yuning brushed away the tears clinging to her lashes with her handkerchief, inclined her head, and said, "Then this matter shall be entrusted to you, dear cousin." Pei Yu detected no hint of insincerity on her visage and nodded in acknowledgement. After traversing a long corridor, they parted ways. Cui Xiuxiu returned to the Wanxiang Hall with Zhu Xiang. Upon entering, a maidservant emerged from the small kitchen bearing a bowl of ginger soup, ensuring it was at an appropriate temperature before offering it to her. Cui Xiuxiu took a sip and casually set it aside. The room was warmed by a calm, and a gentle fragrance permeated the air. The garments enveloping Zhu Xiang were thoroughly drenched, and the oppressive heat only served to heighten her discomfort, yet she dared not move, standing in respectful anticipation of her master's words. I recall, Cui Xiuxiu, perched on the edge of the table, propped her chin in contemplation before inquiring. Cousin Qinghe appears to embody the essence of a chivalrous hero, does he not? Zhu Xiang acquiesced. A youth trained in martial arts naturally possesses a touch more youthful spirit than others. Cui Xiuxiu clicked her tongue in mild disdain, remarking how biased grandmother truly is, selecting only the most exceptional individuals for 9th Mississippi. It is utterly unfair, wouldn't you agree? She sighed wistfully, and before Zhu Xiang could respond, she continued on her own. Do you think that if cousin Qinghe were aware that 9th Miss nearly brought about my demise, the union could still proceed? Chapter 37. He is Pei Yu's cousin. It is utterly impossible for me to be with him. Zhu Xiang's heart skipped a beat, paralyzed with fear, afraid even to breathe. This marriage had been explicitly sanctioned by the old lady. It was a matter set in stone. Zhu Xiang could hardly fathom the consequences if this engagement were to falter due to the interference of the 6th Miss, and what wrath the old lady would unleash upon discovering it. Merely contemplating it left her breathless. Miss, Zhu Xiang summoned her courage, gritting her teeth to advise. Should the old lady find out, we might face dire consequences. The 6th Miss may remain unscathed, but we certainly will not. Just like Lan Xiang, who was sold off at her master's whim. Since time immemorial, handmaidens like us have been at the mercy of others. Cui Xiuxiu leaned on her elbow, chuckling, yet her eyes betrayed not a trace of mirth. Do you believe, at this juncture, that I have any path left to tread? The old lady has long been wary of me. Not just me, even the first madam has begun to guard against me. By a word from 9th Miss, I have become the most scheming young lady in the residence, a target for everyone's disdain. Even Lan Xiang has turned against me. 9th Miss may be innocent, but am I not? What is wrong with Pei Yu? The Hedong Pei family can uphold their status. What flaw could she possibly find in him? Cui Xiuxiu's heart bled with resentment. If Pei Yu were to take a liking to me, where would 9th Miss stand? Besides, at this point, she had nowhere to turn. With her marriage prospects dashed, free from the constraints of the first madam and grandmother, Wei Shi would brazenly trample upon her chances. If that is the case, why not fight for it? The worst outcome would be marrying into a noble family as a concubine. The status of the Qinghe Cui family's illegitimate daughter could hardly sink lower. Thus, what was there to fear? If she could tarnish 9th Miss's reputation, then this endeavor would not be in vain. Cui Xiuxiu drained her ginger soup, her eyes glimmering with determination. She was eager to see whether the chivalrous Zheng Qingling would still wish to pursue 9th Miss under such circumstances. Go, deliver the message to his attendant. Is he not curious? Let him know the truth. Zhu Xiang hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns, but held her tongue. A maid entered to clear away the empty bowl of ginger soup. Cui Xiuxiu cast a casual glance, tapping lightly. Remember your place. Do not emulate Lan Xiang. Zhu Xiang was startled, responding respectfully, yes. Cui Xiuxiu, playing with her nails, smiled sweetly. Go on. I await your good news. Zhu Xiang nodded and retreated. As her master had not instructed her to change her attire, she dared not do so, rushing into the rain clad in her nearly dry garments. In the Four Seasons courtyard, Cui Xian animatedly described Wei Shi's tone of voice. I see you're out of your mind, always bringing me troubles. Tell me, when will you agree to meet? Cui Wan cooperatively inquired. What did 7th sister say? Cui Xian replied, I suggested arranging a meeting between you and young Master Li. And I heard her say she was willing to meet those people. Cui Wan was taken aback. Fearing she might start her customary thanks, Cui Xian hurriedly interrupted. Enough. It's merely a trifling matter. It's hardly worth mentioning. Before she could speak, Cui Xian swiftly shifted the topic. directing her gaze towards a young girl sitting beside her, sipping ginger tea. "How is it that you arrived here with Pei Yu today? It nearly frightened me to death," she remarked. Cui Yuning took a delicate sip of her tea, responding slowly. "We encountered each other on the way. Did he deliberately block your path?" Cui Yuning inquired. "Yes," came a reply. Cui Xian, her eyes widening in disbelief, exclaimed, "What a shameless act." She glanced at Cui Yuning once more and suddenly comprehended Pei Yu's feelings. Who would easily relinquish such a beauty? Seated on the couch with her ginger tea, she wore a thin garment adorned with a snow blue pomegranate pattern. Her hair elegantly pinned with a silk flower, which, though vibrant and beautiful, paled in comparison to her own radiance. "Did Zheng Qingling see him?" Cui Xian asked. "Yes," Cui Yuning confirmed. Cui Xian, astonished, queried, "Did they not come to blows?" Cui Yuning looked up at her, handing the empty cup to Bao Qin, and with a hint of amusement, asked, "Why would they fight?" Cui Xian posited that Zheng Qingling must be unaware of Pei Yu's affections for her. Otherwise, his demeanor would not be so amiable. Cui Yuning did not refute this assertion. Cui Xian swiftly redirected her curiosity, asking, "Today, grandmother mentioned your mutual observation. What are your thoughts on that?" Cui Yuning appeared disinterested, responding, "It's merely an observation." Seizing the moment, Cui Xian teased at last. "You are willing to admit your feelings for Zheng Qingling?" Cui Yuning shot her a glance, but remained silent. Cui Wan quickly attempted to mediate. "What about you? Seventh sister? They are all settling down, yet you remain unattached." Cui Xian dismissed the urgency with a wave. "There are plenty of eligible young talents at the Spring Banquet. Do you think I shall struggle to find husband?" Cui Wan, pressing her lips together in jest, remarked, "I suspect, seventh sister, you are still thinking about that young gentleman we encountered at the temple?" Cui Xian's eyes lit up momentarily, but upon recalling his surname, her expression soured. "He is a Pei. There is no possibility between us. My mother would never allow me to marry a man of that surname. Moreover, he is the cousin of that rustic Pei Yu, which further complicates matters. Besides, I am self-aware. That day, he didn't spare me a glance. As cold as snow in the depths of winter. I am simply no match for him." Cui Wan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it seems impossible." Yet, she couldn't help but feel regret. Such an exceptional man would surely belong to someone else in the future. Cui Xian proposed, "How about you, ninth sister? Go and claim him for yourself." Cui Yuning nearly choked on her tea at this suggestion, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" Cui Xian repeated her words. Cui Yuning reached across the tea table to touch her forehead, finding no sign of fever. "How can you speak such nonsense in broad daylight?" Cui Yuning insisted. "He is quite handsome. You two would make a fine pair." Cui Yuning shot her a disapproving look. "There are countless individuals in the world who would be a suitable match for me. Do you expect me to pursue them all? Besides, he is Pei Yu's cousin. It is utterly impossible." Her final assertion was made with unwavering certainty. Cui Xian pondered, acknowledging that such an awkward connection was indeed untenable. "I just cannot shake the feeling that, upon hearing grandmother's announcement regarding your mutual observation, Zheng Qingling is simply not worthy of you." Cui Yuning spoke out in defense of Zheng Qingling. "I find it quite commendable. It seems you are merely seeking trouble out of boredom." Cui Xian, aware of her own tendency to meddle, could not resist teasing in response to her friend's support. "Indeed, your cousin Qingling is unparalleled in the world. We must not speak ill of him." Cui Yuning playfully stuffed a piece of pastry in her mouth, chuckling lightly, "As long as you understand. I am quite protective of my own." Cui Xian, taken by surprise with the sudden treat, nearly choked. "Have you truly intended to choke me to death for Zheng Qingling?" she exclaimed with a laugh. "If seventh sister does not speak of him, then I shall not feed you anymore." Cui Xian, both exasperated and amused, reached out to poke her friend's forehead. The group of young ladies erupted into a playful commotion. At that moment, Bao Qin lifted the curtain and entered, speaking softly, "Miss, young Master Pei Yu is outside seeking an audience, claiming he has matters to discuss with you." Chapter 38. He never believed her. The laughter within the room abruptly ceased. Cui Xian immediately furrowed her brow and turned to look at Cui Yuning. How could he still be bothering you? The grandmother had already announced their engagement. A perceptive person ought to draw a clear line. If he were to show up and Zheng Qingling happened to see him, what misunderstandings might arise? Although she felt that Zheng Qingling could be criticized for various reasons. His arms weren't sufficiently fair, his demeanor lacked grace, and so forth. When compared to Pei Yu, she found Zheng Qingling to possess numerous merits. With this thought, Cui Xian abruptly stood up, her expression fierce as she declared, "I shall see what he intends to do." "Do not." Cui Yuning hastily restrained her. If she were to confront him, her temper would surely lead to an argument. If word got out, it would surely invite ridicule. Those unaware would assume their hospitality was thus. Cui Yuning rose and placed a calming hand on Cui Xian's shoulder. "Allow me to go." Cui Xian grew anxious. "If you go, he will cling to you." "What then?" Pei Yu was also a striking young man in Chang'an, but in her words, he sounded like a creature to be avoided at all costs. Cui Yuning found this amusing, a smile playing on her lips as she gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. "But you will be there, will you not?" Cui Xian's agitation was soothed. "Qinghe." "Fine then. Should Pei Yu dare to act presumptuously, I shall teach him a lesson. Even if it leads to reprimand from grandmother, I shall not care." The temperature outside was markedly different from that within. As Cui Yuning approached the window, a gust of cold wind sneaked through the cracks, causing her to shiver and halt in her tracks. Bao Qin quickly fetched a cloak, wrapping it around her. "It's much colder outside. You ought to dress warmly." Cui Yuning nodded in agreement. Bao Qin led her out of the inner room to the front parlor. The sky was dim, and the wind and snow raged outside. The thin silk lanterns hanging in the corridor cast a faint glow, becoming the sole source of light amidst the encroaching darkness. Cui Yuning had returned that afternoon and had nestled on the couch, not expecting such a heavy snowfall. Approaching spring, it was indeed rare to witness such a downpour of snow. They made their way through the corridor to the parlor. Bao Qin opened the door, and a wave of warm air rushed out. She rubbed her hands together and stepped aside. "Please come in." Cui Yuning stepped inside, her gaze sweeping across the room. Pei Yu sat at the table, sipping tea. Perhaps the maid had just brought the steaming beverage. Wisps of steam rose from the rim of the cup he held tightly. His brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought, appearing somewhat dazed. It seemed he had arrived in haste, or perhaps his umbrella had not shielded him adequately, as the damp strands of hair upon his forehead gave him an air of disarray. Cui Yuning calmly diverted her gaze and seated herself opposite him. The maid promptly approached, bringing a fresh pot of hot tea, pouring a cup and cautiously handing it to her. Cui Yuning accepted it, but did not drink immediately, instead holding it in her hands, relishing the warmth that radiated from it, her expression tranquil and detached. "Now, what brings you to seek me?" Pei Yu, still unaccustomed to her cold demeanor, closed his eyes momentarily. He had never envisioned that their relationship would reach such a juncture. He had believed they would share a lifetime together. Now, it seemed to have become but a fleeting illusion. After a moment, Pei Yu opened his eyes and glanced at the frowning girl, realizing her patience was waning. He asked with unwavering certainty, "Is your desire to distance yourself from me because of sickness?" Cui Yuning momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and shook her head in response. No, she had not anticipated that he would connect the dots to Cui Xiao. Although she now harbored a deep disdain for her, Pei Yu's affairs were unrelated to her. Rather, it could be argued that Cui Xiao was entangled in his troubles. Had the previous life not ended in such a manner, perhaps her hatred would have been mitigated. Yet, with the fall of the Cui family and the absence of her kin, the betrayal from Pei Yu, her childhood companion of 10 years, was insufferable. How could she suppress the rising tide of resentment? Cui Yuning tightly gripped her cup, suddenly lowering her head to take a large sip, attempting to quell the tumultuous anger within her. Pei Yu neither affirmed nor dismissed her words, merely offering a thoughtful hum. After a while, he remarked, "She shared some matters with me." As she referred to Cui Xiao, and Cui Yuning understood. Pei Yu did not expect her to respond. As he continued to recount the information he had gathered from a maidservant close to Cui Xiao. Upon receiving the news, I rushed here. I wished to ascertain the truth of her claims. The young man gazed at her across the table, sincere and earnest. Cui Yuning found it amusing and refrained from answering his question, leisurely countering. Do you believe it to be true or false? Pei Yu confidently declared false. The ninth miss he knew would never engage in such behavior. His visit was merely to seek reassurance. Cui Yuning propped her arms and regarded him as if he were a stranger. Despite his resolute tone, he asked her once more. How peculiar. Cui Yuning struggled to comprehend his actions. If it were false, why inquire further? Pei Yu was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words to defend himself, rendered speechless in an instant. Observing his expression, Cui Yuning grasped everything. She chuckled softly, realizing, You don't truly believe me. You merely feign trust in my presence. Cui Yuning found it difficult to articulate her current emotions. It seemed that many matters had been predetermined from the start. Trust does not transform in a day. Likewise, people remain unchanged. From the outset, Pei Yu had never placed much faith in her. She had assumed that a decade of familiarity was genuine, but perhaps it was merely an illusion, her own misconception. Not Pei Yu's. The usually eloquent youth became flustered, hastily explaining, No, I do believe you. I just wanted to confirm. Then, Cui Yuning paused, a playful smile gracing her lips as she retorted. What if I said that everything she claimed is true? What if I truly did let others bully her and drove her to despair? When she smiled, the room radiated with her vibrant energy. Her eyes and brows alight with a mischievous gleam, reminiscent of a villain who revels in their misdeeds without a hint of remorse. Her strikingly beautiful, almost aggressive visage was perfectly suited for such a mischievous expression. Pei Yu was instantly rendered speechless. His expression served as the most compelling answer. Cui Yuning had not felt particularly sorrowful from the very beginning. Upon receiving this answer, she merely thought to herself, as expected, if only she had comprehended these truths in her previous life, perhaps everything would not have needed to start anew. After a considerable pause, Pei Yu steadied himself and spoke. Regardless of whether you believe or not, I truly cannot fathom that you would commit such an act. I inquire only to ascertain whether she is lying. It seemed he had uttered that line solely for this purpose. Once he finished speaking, Pei Yu rose and took up his umbrella. For now, knowing this answer, his purpose for being here had been fulfilled. He opened the door and glanced back at the young woman seated at the table, gently saying, Your health is fragile. Do sip some hot tea and return home promptly. Chapter 39. Just cowards. The youth's gentle demeanor and caring tone echoed the sentiments of years gone by. Cui Yuning found herself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about her past life. They had once been the celestial couple spoken of by the people of Qinghe. Had the crown prince and the Cui family not faced their calamities, and had that gaunt horse not intervened, perhaps they would have spent their lives in mutual affection. Cui Yuning recognized that his current concerns stemmed from genuine feelings, and while she felt a twinge of irony, she was reminded of Pei Yu from her previous life. Would he regret raising that concubine, thereby shattering their vows, if he were to learn of their current fate? Perhaps he would, or perhaps he would not. Cui Yuning could only lament for the 16-year-old Pei Yu, who likely never imagined that a mere acquaintance from a few days would devastate the bond they had nurtured over the years. She watched as the youth lifted the umbrella and stepped into the curtain of rain, his figure gradually fading within the corridor, consumed by the thickening darkness of night. Withdrawing her gaze, she set her teacup down. Miss, Baoqin whispered softly, Let us depart. Cui Yuning nodded, adjusting her cloak, and stepped out into the dim light, making her way back to the inner chamber. There, Cui Xian and Cui Wang were idly enjoying some pastries. Hearing the commotion, they looked up, and upon seeing Cui Yuning enter, they eagerly inquired about the reason for Pei Yu's visit. Cui Yuning, wishing to say little, offered only a brief mention. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Cui Xian's eyes. This pair of cousins was indeed alike, one a lingering ghost, the other restless. Cui Wan, being a concubine's daughter, refrained from speaking much, instead taking a sip of tea and quietly listening, occasionally nodding in agreement. Do you know why she is in such a hurry? Cui Xian teased, observing both of their intrigued expressions before smiling and revealing. Her engagement is on the verge of collapse. Cui Yuning was taken aback. Cui Xian shared the news she had heard from their mother. The suitor initially engaged to Cui Xiuxiu was a young man from the Wang family of Taiyuan. a distant relative of the Wang clan, known for his gentle disposition and commendable character. Such a favorable match would not ordinarily be destined for her. However, due to the Wang family's connections and the word of her exquisite qualities, an inquiry had been made, ultimately leading to the engagement. Now that this situation had arisen, the family had begun to inquire discreetly, and naturally, the Wang family would not shield Cui Xiao from the consequences. There were many outstanding young women from noble families, and the suitor had originally chosen Cui Xiao to align himself with the Wang family. Now that a rift had formed, he would no longer pursue her. The Wei family, reveling in this spectacle, had further fanned the flames. It was anticipated that the engagement would be called off within the next couple of days. Although the engagement had not been widely publicized, whispers had circulated among the aristocracy. The daughters of the Qinghe Cui family were certainly not exempt from the repercussions of such a public withdrawal, which would undoubtedly tarnish the reputations of other young women awaiting marriage. The Wei family devised a plan to publicly claim that Cui Xiao had fallen ill, and that her recovery would take some time. With the suitor eager to wed, both families agreed that it would be best to dissolve the engagement. This news would take a couple of days to spread. Cui Xian could hardly contain her excitement to witness Cui Xiao's reaction upon hearing this news. Without her aunt's support, what was she worth? Not only her mother, but even Cui Xian herself could easily manipulate her. After Cui Xian finished speaking, she turned to Cui Wan and said, "Do not think I am bullying her. Ninth sister used to treat her so well, yet she plotted against her. You should understand what kind of person she is." Cui Wan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied that she would not. As a concubine's daughter, she was more aware than anyone of Cui Xiao's true nature. She dared not provoke the two legitimate daughters, yet felt no hesitation toward her. The same applied to concubine Pei, who would not dare to act impudently towards Wei, yet bullied her own concubine. Thus, she naturally held no sympathy for the pair. Cui Xian was pleased with her demeanor and glanced at the sky outside, saying, "If there are no issues tomorrow, I suspect Mother will discuss with you the matter of meeting with young Master Li Wei. Uninterested in such troubles, simply send a message to the Li family, suggesting their youth meet at a tea house." The Li family readily agreed. Cui Wan was taken aback. "Tomorrow?" Cui Xian nodded and asked, "Do you not wish to meet him?" No. I just feel it is too sudden." "Better early than late," Cui Xian replied, turning to Cui Yuning with a smile, asking, "Shall we go together tomorrow?" Cui Yuning glanced outside and sensed that the weather would not be favorable, feeling a touch of laziness. However, seeing Cui Wan's hopeful gaze, she swallowed her words of refusal and agreed. Cui Wan sighed in relief, her face blooming with genuine gratitude. "Thank you, seventh sister, ninth sister." Cui Xian waved her hand dismissively and asked Cui Yuning if she wanted to invite Zheng Qingling to join them, suggesting it would be a good opportunity to foster a connection. Cui Yuning pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand, and eventually nodded. Once settled, Cui Xian and Cui Wan did not linger further. They arranged a time for their outing the next day and departed together. Baoqin summoned a couple of young maids to tidy up. Cui Yuning casually selected one to deliver a message to Zheng Qingling, instructing Baoqin and Xingyu to prepare for her cleansing. After her bath, Cui Yuning changed in her night attire. Baoqin approached and asked, "Miss, would you like to have dinner?" Cui Yuning, lacking appetite, instructed Baoqin to inform her grandmother that she would not be dining with them that evening. Perhaps considering her granddaughter's frail constitution, the old matriarch made no objections and sent a nourishing soup from the kitchen. Cui Yuning had a small amount, then leaned back on the couch, perusing a book. A young maid entered, lifting the curtain, and first spoke to Baoqin before cautiously approaching Cui Yuning, nervously wringing her garment as she reported, "Miss, the young master says he will be unavailable tomorrow." The room fell silent. Cui Yuning paused, her delicate fingers halting as she raised her gaze to the maid. The young maid, around 11 or 12 years old, appeared quite youthful and was now anxiously twisting her clothing, seemingly fearful of reprimand. Cui Yuning averted her gaze, gesturing for her to leave. The young maid, visibly relieved, quickly bowed and exited. Cui Yuning closed her book, tilting her head to gaze at the tranquil night outside. "Baoqin, why do you think he is unavailable tomorrow? He knows no one in Luoyang." Besides the Cui residence, where else could he possibly go? What could possibly occupy him? She guessed the reason but found it absurd and laughable. Bao Qin, noticing her distress, softly consoled her, perhaps. Perhaps the eldest young master has summoned him for something? Do you believe that? Cui Yaoning's tone was laced with sarcasm. If it were truly her brother and the others who had called upon him, how could he not confide in her? How could he fail to articulate the matter with clarity, instead leaving behind merely the remark of being too preoccupied? It was evident that someone had whispered something to him, and he chose to believe it. Cui Yuning found this utterly laughable. Must one truly be measured against others to reveal their worth? She felt that Pei Yu did not trust her, yet, at the very least, he might have inquired further. Instead, he hastily condemned her without a moment's hesitation. Cui Yuning understood that her acquaintance with Zheng Qingling was still fresh, and it was natural for him to harbor doubts about her character. However, to deny her even a chance to explain, was this what he termed a chivalrous heart? With her eyes cast downward, Cui Yuning scoffed. He is nothing but a coward. Chapter 40. She grants him 2 more days. Bao Qin opened her mouth, wishing to defend young Master Zhang. Perhaps there truly was a pressing matter? Perhaps. But suddenly, Bao Qin felt deflated. If she could not persuade herself, how could she convince the young lady? Moreover, deep down, she believed the young lady was right. If there were no guilt festering within, why would he refuse to approach? Such behavior was undeniably despicable. To speak irreverently, it resembled the actions of coward. She had once regarded young Master Zhang as an admirable suitor, his heart wholly devoted to the young lady, exuding an exuberant and carefree spirit, perfectly suited for someone as naive as her. Yet now, she could no longer be certain. A few insidious whispers from outsiders had sown doubt within him, robbing him of even the courage to seek clarification. How could such a man be worthy of a young lady? Bao Qin felt a strange relief in discovering this now. Otherwise, the young lady's life post-marriage might have been fraught with discontent. Yet, she pondered, if even young Master Zhang held such reservations, who else could possibly believe in her? With a silent sigh in her heart, she lifted her gaze to the young lady. The girl reclined against the couch, a simple white velvet blanket draped over her. The book she had been perusing lay carelessly on her lap, her chin resting on her hand as she gazed out the window, her expression cool and serene, devoid of any fluctuation, reminiscent of a goddess enshrined within a temple. Bao Qin poured a cup of hot tea and offered it gently, calling out, "My lady." Cui Yuning snapped back to reality, raising an eyebrow at her. Her tone and demeanor had returned to normal, leaving Bao Qin uncertain of her emotions. Tentatively, she inquired, "My lady, are you no longer angry?" Cui Yuning accepted the tea and took a sip, offering a faint smile. "I'm not angry anymore. It is merely human nature. Were she in his position, perhaps she would not have fared any better than Zheng Qingling. Who could know? She ought not to expect that anyone in this world would trust her unconditionally." Cui Yuning placed the tea on the table beside her. After all, she had never held Zheng Qingling in particularly high regard. Thus her disappointment was fleeting, and her spirits soon recovered. It was simply a matter of moving on. However, she resolved never to open her heart again. Perhaps the correct principle for noble families was to maintain a courteous distance throughout life. As Cui Yuning pondered this, she suddenly recalled the fortune she had drawn. Was it truly accurate? She considered Zheng Qingling's unusual demeanor that day. Perhaps he had drawn an unfavorable lot as well, which would explain his expression. Bao Qin, sensing her resolve, quietly asked, "Should we inform the old lady, so she is prepared?" The matriarch had just announced the engagement today. If the young lady were to suddenly declare her intention to withdraw, one could easily imagine the displeasure on the old lady's face. While she might not scold the young lady, her heart would undoubtedly be troubled. Cui Yuning recognized this point, her delicate fingers lightly tapping the table as she made her decision. "Then let us wait 2 more days to discuss it." This would also afford Zheng Qingling an opportunity. If he sought her out for clarification, she might still forgive him. If not, then it was simply not meant to be. Feeling a sense of relief, Cui Yuning picked up the book and resumed her reading. The following day, Cui Wan indeed received a message from the Wei family, urging her to meet with young Master Li. The Wei family would not go to such lengths to host a banquet. Instead, they arranged for them to meet at a tea house. Unable to resist Cui Xian's persistent pleas, she consented to accompany her. The day before had seen a heavy snowfall, but this morning it had ceased, leaving the ground cloaked in a pristine layer of white, the cold seeping deep into their bones. Cui Yuning, having anticipated this, was still chilled when she rose, prompting her to request an additional garment from a maid, Bao Qin, before she simply had breakfast and set out. The group had agreed upon a time, and upon reaching the entrance, they all climbed into a carriage bound for the tea house. Today, Cui Wan's attire differed from her usual modest and cautious style. Her clothing and hairpins were meticulously chosen, accentuating her beauty to a remarkable degree, both graceful and striking. There was not a single unattractive girl in the Cui family. Even Cui Xiuxiu stood out prominently among the noble ladies of Luoyang. Upon their arrival at the tea house, Cui Xian and Cui Yuning instinctively took seats next door. A waiter approached with a tray, inquiring what refreshments they would like. Cui Xian casually ordered a couple of items and handed them over. Before long, the tea and snacks were served. Their private room faced the street, with the windows wide open, revealing a few red plum trees planted in the apothecary across the way, their blossoms beautifully contrasting against the blanket of white snow. Cui Xian, cradling her tea, pondered her words before asking, "Have you had a quarrel with cousin Qingling?" Cui Yuning, returning to the moment, was taken aback by her perceptiveness. Cui Xian, who appeared straightforward and brash, had always acted according to her whims. Never had she expected her to notice so quickly. Cui Yuning responded softly. Cui Xian, realizing, was somewhat surprised. "What mood are you in now?" Her assumption was so natural that Cui Yuning nearly began to reflect on herself. She chuckled. "Why do you think it's me who is being difficult? Have you considered that perhaps he simply does not wish to come?" Cui Xian widened her eyes. "Does he dare?" Afterward, she retorted, "I don't know what mood you're in, but he practically clings to you all day. How could he refuse to come?" Cui Yuning lowered her gaze to sip her tea, concealing the complex thoughts swirling within her. Everyone assumed she was the one throwing a tantrum, as if Zheng Qingling were obliged to respond to her every call. Such reasoning was flawed. Cui Yuning succinctly stated, "Indeed, he declined." Cui Xian paused. Why? She quickly speculated, pressing further. Does he know about Pei Yu? Yet, upon reflection, she found this notion faulty. If Zheng Qingling were a real man, he would have sought out Pei Yu first upon learning of the matter. Cui Yuning shook her head slightly. "No, that's not it." "Then what is it?" she inquired. Cui Yuning, reluctant to elaborate, simply murmured, "Perhaps he simply does not wish to meet." Cui Xian's mouth fell open in disbelief. She was well aware of how much Zheng Qingling adored Jinyang. For her to utter such words indicated a significant rift had formed. "Why?" she asked. The root of the issue lay in a lack of understanding and trust. Cui Yuning considered mentioning Cui Xiuxiu, but realized the problem did not originate from her. If Zheng Qingling had faith in her, this situation would never have arisen. She should have realized this sooner. Zheng Qingling, a man with a heart of a chivalrous hero, inherently possesses a penchant for rescuing the weak, as exemplified by his act of saving the elderly man and Cui Xiuxiu that day. Such a person could never be associated with her. She is the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Cui family of Qinghe, having enjoyed boundless privileges since childhood. She may embody beauty, pride, and capriciousness, yet she could never be someone in need of salvation. Cui Xian, in a moment of realization, inquired whether it was truly impossible for her. Cui Yuning affirmed, stating that some fissures, once formed, remain despite one's fervent attempts at mending them. Moreover, she never looks back, nor does she deign to do so. Zheng Qingling had dismissed her, and to this day, he had not clarified matters with her. Thus, she would never humiliate herself by pursuing him. Cui Xian felt a sense of regret, but could not articulate it, asking, aside from him, which other talented youth could possibly capture your interest? Chapter 41. The matter of Jinyang's proud disposition remaining unaffected is indeed a conundrum. Lady Cui possesses remarkable discernment. The individuals she selects are undoubtedly exceptional, with impeccable lineage, appearance, and character. Aside from Zheng Qingling, who else could she consider? Cui Yuning rested her chin on her hand, languidly reminiscing about potential candidates. Although she no longer desired Zheng Qingling, The thought of marrying someone inferior was enough to make her feel utterly despondent. Let her ponder who among those unwed from her past life might qualify. It was essential that they held a position of prominence. Her vanity disallowed any thoughts of a lower match. As she reflected, a delicate visage surfaced in her mind. Pei Yu, the cousin of Pei Yu. Beyond him, there was no other individual of considerable rank who remained unmarried. Of course, it might also be due to his untimely demise. This notion felt somewhat wicked, and Cui Yuning silently offered her apologies in her heart. Nevertheless, considering Pei Yu's cousin would undoubtedly bring complications. Moreover, it was uncertain if he would even regard her with favor. She was striking, yet so was he, and he possessed an allure surpassing that of Pei Yu. Such individuals in Qinghe were not lacking for noble women's affections, and she could hardly believe he would be as enamored as other young lords from Luoyang. Cui Yuning grew somewhat restless, toying with her teacup, and muttered, "I shall see if there are any outstanding individuals at the spring feast." If all else fails, she languidly rested her head on the table, pouting and murmuring, "I might as well head to Qinghe to seek my sister, and let her and my brother-in-law select a suitable husband for me." The city of Qinghe was replete with nobility, abundant in wealth. However, with the pride of the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, they would rather marry within their own circles than deign to wed imperial offspring. As her sister had already become a consort to the crown prince, the Cui family could not produce another imperial consort. Unless absolutely necessary, such thoughts ought to be dismissed. Cui Yuning was not fond of royal customs. She was accustomed to a more relaxed demeanor. In her previous life, due to her frail constitution, her grandmother did not impose upon her the burdens of managing affairs, merely hoping for her safe upbringing. If she were to enter the royal realm, she feared it would become a source of ridicule. With a deep sigh, Cui Yuning reined in her wandering thoughts. Cui Xian envied her for having a sister as a consort to the crown prince, yet she believed that with Jinyang's beauty, she might find a suitor at the spring feast. If she truly desired it, nothing could be deemed impossible. Had she been a man, he would have long since fallen at Jinyang's feet. Rest assured, there will be many young lords attending this time. I refuse to believe that in such a grand spring feast, we cannot find a worthy husband. Cui Yuning felt comforted by her words, propping her arm up as she sampled the snacks. Their flavor was mediocre, but it was better than nothing. The two engaged in a meandering conversation, occasionally glancing out the window, uncertain if young Masterly had arrived. Perhaps he had come early. Just as they spoke, a voice called from next door, "Second young master." Cui Yuning and her companion instantly rose, unable to resist opening the door a crack to glimpse the young man entering. He appeared to be around the same age as Cui Wan, clad in a dark robe, with a robust physique that did not betray any sign of excess weight. Though not conventionally handsome, his features were quite pleasing, and the smile upon his face was endearing. In comparison to Zheng Qingling, he bears a closer resemblance to someone who has trained in martial arts for many years. Cui Xian withdrew her gaze and closed the door, her disappointment palpable. She had anticipated a striking figure, yet found him rather ordinary. Cui Yuning pointed a finger at her, indicating that he was indeed her choice. She observed that he was not unappealing. The man bore no conspicuous scars, nor did he possess any physical deformities. Given the status of 8th sister, securing such a match was already commendable. If second aunt had been more ruthless, opting for a wealthy suitor with physical shortcomings, it would have rendered 8th sister's existence unbearable. As it stood, this was just right. Those who were too exceptional were not meant for her. Cui Xian quickly grasped the reasoning behind this, offering an awkward smile without uttering a word. The soundproofing of the private room was quite effective. They could only faintly hear voices from the adjacent space, unable to discern the specifics of the conversation. In the meantime, the tea had cooled. Cui Xian propped herself up, signaling to the maid to bring another pot. "Jinyang, would you care for some more pastries?" "No, thank you." Cui Xian declined the additional pastries, requesting only a fresh pot of hot tea. Approaching noon, the maid attending to Cui Wan came to invite them. Cui Xian inquired, "Has your young lady concluded her conversation?" "Yes," the head maid replied respectfully, smiling as she explained. "Young Masterly has just departed." Cui Yuning and Cui Xian proceeded to the next room. Upon their entrance, Cui Yuning rose promptly to welcome them, her face still adorned with a faint blush, enhancing her gentle beauty. Cui Xian eagerly asked, "What did you think?" Cui Yuning, blushing, replied, "Young Masterly possesses a charming wit." Noticing his robust physique, I inquired if he practiced martial arts. He mentioned that he has always been larger than his peers and consumes more than others. Cui Yuning elaborated on their earlier conversation, and her expression revealed her satisfaction with this meeting. "Is he the one?" Cui Yuning decisively affirmed, "Yes. He is the best match available to me, and during our chat, I could tell he did not hold my status as a concubine against me." This engagement was enough to spark her anticipation. After returning home, Cui Yuning informed Wei Shi, and news from the Li family soon followed, expressing their satisfaction with eighth girl and finalizing the wedding date. It was set for this August, a splendid season. Although Wei Shi held a lukewarm opinion of Cui Yuning, she appreciated her diligence and, as she was now allied with her seventh aunt, did not impose any difficulties. 2 days later, the Wang family sent word, proposing a match between their sixth girl and their young son. Wei Shi responded that the sixth girl was unwell and would require a long period of recuperation. The Wang family expressed their regrets, citing a fortune teller's advice that their son should marry promptly, and thus they offered their apologies along with compensatory gifts. This proposal was thus concluded. Upon receiving this news, Cui Xiao tore apart her freshly completed artwork. She had anticipated this outcome, so there was little surprise. However, she admonished herself inwardly while a fierce flame of resentment smoldered within her chest, refusing to be extinguished. Clenching the pen tightly, she restrained herself from losing composure. Exhaling deeply, Cui Xiao discarded the pen, raising her gaze to the servant. "Zhu Xiang, has there been any news from Jinyang?" Zhu Xiang gently shook her head. The reaction of young Master Zhang was precisely as the young lady had anticipated. However, there was a remarkable absence of response from Miss Jiao. She neither caused a commotion nor displayed any anger, as if she had not heard a thing. Had it not been for her own eyes witnessing the maidservant approach young Master Zhang, one might have assumed that Miss Jiao was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. It was indeed perplexing. Cui Xiao pondered for a moment and murmured, "How could that proud disposition of Miss Jiao remain so unresponsive?" Zhu Xiang, observing her expression, cautiously inquired, "Shall I go and inquire further?" "No need," Cui Xiao replied, stepping out from behind the table, requesting several maidservants to assist her in dressing, and with a cheerful smile declared, "I shall personally seek her out." Chapter 42. He seeks an answer. Cui Xiao understood better than anyone the tempestuous nature of Cui Yuning, delicate, domineering, and self-serving. Relying on her status as the legitimate daughter and being favored, she often displayed small acts of kindness. Yet when it came to requests for something, she would refuse. Ungenerous and hypocritical, she remembered a pair of Lu siblings who once visited their estate. They were fond of Jinyang and gifted her a pair of exquisite jade bracelets of remarkable quality. Jinyang clearly did not cherish them, carelessly placing them in her dressing box. However, when Xiao sought to acquire them, she was met with refusal. The things she deemed unworthy were not to be relinquished to others, even if discarded. Cui Xiao was intensely curious about the expression Jinyang would wear now. After living a charmed life for over a decade, to be rejected by someone would surely be a sight to behold, and merely imagining it brought her immense amusement. She was positively eager to witness it. With a light chuckle, Cui Xiao donned her attire and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, and the snow on the paths had been cleared by the servants. As she navigated a long corridor, she unexpectedly encountered Zhang Qingling. He paced restlessly by the pavilion, seemingly torn by some inner conflict. A glance at the tepid tea on the table indicated he had been waiting for quite some time, and another glance directed him towards Jianyang's seasonal courtyard. A soft click of her tongue escaped Cui Xiao's lips. Finally, he was going to see Jinyang. It had been 4 or 5 days. It was indeed time for a response. She had anticipated a swift spectacle, yet the wait had been longer than expected. However, a good show was never too late. She could afford to wait. Cui Xiao gathered her thoughts and gently called out, "Cousin." Zhang Qingling snapped back to reality, his eyes darting away upon seeing her. L86. She was the person he dreaded encountering the most. Ever since learning that news, he had become despondent. He could hardly believe that Jinyang could be such a person. Yet the rumors his servant had gathered could not be dismissed. If Jinyang truly bullied others, how could a mere concubine dare to provoke a legitimate daughter? Moreover, he recalled Jinyang's expression upon hearing her name, anger and displeasure. She had declared she no longer wished to hear her name from his lips. At that moment, he had thought she was merely jealous, delightedly asserting that he would not speak the name of her or any other woman in the future. In hindsight, it seemed utterly laughable. It was not jealousy. She simply could not abide Lady Six's fortune. Having been showered with affection since childhood, she resented Lady Six, and everyone was obliged to indulge her, instinctively distancing themselves from Lady Six. The doubts he harbored that day finally found their explanation. He recalled the myriad scenes from his time in the estate. From top to bottom, everyone tacitly allowed Jinyang to bully Lady Six. What a grievous injustice! Even more detestable to Zheng Qingling was the knowledge that, despite knowing the immense grievances she suffered, he remained restless, tormented by thoughts of Jinyang. Ultimately, he resolved to confront her and seek an answer. The teachings he had absorbed since childhood informed him that if Jinyang truly possessed such a ruthless nature, regardless of his feelings for her, he likely would not marry her. He cherished the image of her as a divine being. Goddesses should indeed show compassion towards all beings, possessing tender hearts, should they not? Cui Xiuxiu spoke directly. Is your cousin in search of Jinyang? Zheng Qingling, returning to his senses, gazed at the girl before him. Her eyes sparkled with innocence. Despite having endured numerous injustices, she harbored not a trace of anger. Zheng Qingling felt an increasing sense of guilt, wishing to deny her assertion, but upon reflection, he realized he could not deceive her and thus decided to candidly confess. Yes, I have matters to discuss with her. Is that so? I happen to have similar intentions. Shall we go together? The words of refusal lodged in his throat, and he managed to utter a reluctant agreement. The delight in Cui Xiuxiu's eyes grew ever more pronounced. If Jinyang were to see them together, she would likely be even more incensed. Given her temperament, she would likely erupt on the spot. Should Zheng Qingling witness such a scene, he would become ever more convinced of her wrath. Their mutual glances could no longer continue. Proud as Jinyang was, she would not grant him a second chance. In a buoyant mood, Cui Xiuxiu accompanied Zheng Qingling to the Four Seasons courtyard. Upon their arrival, they were informed that Miss Jiu was taking a short rest. Zheng Qingling intended to summon a maid to notify her, but Cui Xiuxiu stopped him. Jinyang has always had the habit of napping. It is not personal against us. Her health is frail, and she needs to recuperate. Zheng Qingling looked at her, thoroughly perplexed, unable to fathom how she could maintain such kindness after enduring those hardships. She had clearly been driven nearly to death by Jinyang. Were he in her position, he would surely seek to sever ties with anyone who treated him thus. Reflecting on his recent observations, Zheng Qingling no longer believed her health to be as poor as claimed. If it were truly so dire, how could she accompany them to the White Horse Temple? Realizing the nature of his thoughts, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He was certain of his feelings for her, which explained his indiscretion upon learning her true nature. It seemed his idealized vision of Jinyang had been shattered. Zheng Qingling inexplicably recalled the fortune he had drawn at the White Horse Temple, an ominous omen. It was said that the temple's divinations were remarkably accurate. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere bad luck and gradually let go, reassured by Jinyang's words. Yet now, he could not help but remember. Perhaps, at that moment, his fate with Jinyang had already been sealed, bound yet unfulfilled. Cui Yuning awoke to find that it was already the hour of shun. As she lifted the curtain, while holding her chin, she remarked, "Young Master Zheng and Sixth Miss have been waiting for you for quite some time." Cui Yuning paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure, yawning before rising from her embroidered quilt. "What brings them here?" Bao Qin brought a basin of water, soaking a silk handkerchief to assist her in washing up. "I am not certain," she replied. Cui Yuning half-jokingly remarked, "They cannot possibly be seeking my blessing for their union, can they?" Through the mirror, Bao Qin observed her. Apart from the remnants of sleep adorning her features, there was nothing else, indicating that she had truly let go. Sighing with relief, she stated, "Even if they wish for it, I fear the Zheng family would not acquiesce." As one of the prominent families, Zheng Qingling, being the legitimate son of the primary branch, would likely face ridicule for marrying a concubine-s daughter. Even if she is a concubine-s daughter from a Qinghe Chui clan, it would not suffice. Cui Yuning nodded in agreement. After her grooming, she simply changed into another outfit and proceeded onward. The tea on the table was replaced pot after pot, and plate after plate of pastries was served. Zheng Qingling, on the verge of losing his patience, was informed by a maid that the young lady had awoken and would soon come after a brief grooming. His previous agitation dissipated instantly, replaced by a sense of unease. How peculiar was, clearly, he had come to inquire about matters. Yet it was he who felt the tension. Such a notion was unfathomable. Zheng Qingling reassured himself, and his emotions gradually settled. Before long, slow footsteps echoed from outside the door. The young lady. The door was pushed open. Zheng Qingling instinctively glanced over. The maiden stepped inside, adorned in a vibrant, delicate gown of pale yellow, the cascading layers of her skirt reminiscent of the silver spring blossoms blooming on branches in early spring. She exuded a serene beauty. Zheng Qingling's restrained gaze swept past her alluring and radiant face, still finding it hard to believe that such a clear-minded and ethereal young woman could harbor such cruelty. He closed his eyes briefly before finally speaking. "Miss Jiao." Chapter 43. I must extend my gratitude for your assistance in eliminating a coward. It is Miss Jiao, not Madame Jiao. The simplicity of the address delineates an insurmountable chasm between us. A glance exchanged reveals an unspoken understanding that something has irrevocably altered. Cui Yuning sits serenely across from him. In just a few days, 2 individuals have sought her regarding this matter. Let it end here. She feels a twinge of annoyance, lacking the patience to entertain a third inquiry. The attending maidservant presents hot tea and delicacies, standing silently to the side. Zheng Qingling, observing her settled demeanor, hesitates before casting a glance at Cui Xiuxiu. To discuss such matters in her presence seems to strike a raw nerve. Sensing the tension, Cui Xiuxiu empathetically suggests, "You two continue your conversation." With that, she rises, nodding towards Cui Yuning, and leads the maidservant out. Zheng Qingling notes that Madame Jiao has not bestowed a single glance upon her throughout. It is as though she does not exist at all. The maidservant beside her shares in this absence, as if she too were invisible. Such blatant disregard in his presence makes him ponder the extent of her indifference in private. Zheng Qingling realizes that there is no further inquiry necessary. He finds it absurd that he has wrestled with his thoughts for days, questioning what he already knows to be true. He had harbored a desperate hope, wondering if perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. Now, he has finally resigned himself to the truth. He misjudged her, believing that her exquisite beauty would be accompanied by a kind and gentle heart. Yet, the world is replete with those who possess a beautiful exterior but a flawed interior. Zheng Qingling exhales the weight upon his chest and meets her gaze, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "Miss Jiao, let our interactions conclude here." Upon finishing his statement, he anticipated a sense of relief, yet instead, his heart felt as if burdened by an immense stone, leaving him breathless. A moment of silence envelopes the air. The young woman nods gently, affirming, "Very well." Her acceptance is succinct and decisive. She does not inquire about the reasoning behind his choice, nor does she refuse him. She simply accepts it with an unsettling calm. The questions he had prepared to confront her with lodged in his throat. He opened his mouth, instinctively asking, "What?" Cui Yuning regarded him with a hint of confusion. I said, "Very well." Zheng Qingling sat there, expressionless, as the heaviness in his heart intensified. The young woman calmly outlines the next steps. "Rest assured, I shall discuss this with my grandmother. You need not concern yourself. Is there anything else? If not," Zheng Qingling, unable to contain his frustration, instinctively called out, "Madame Jiao, it should not be this way." This was not the image he had envisioned. "It is Miss Jiao," Cui Yuning corrected him. The cool detachment in her gaze silenced him instantly. He stammered, attempting to articulate something, but found himself at a loss. Lacking patience, Cui Yuning furrowed her brow and asked, Is there anything else? She has always been this way, lacking patience for those she disdains. A few exchanges are sufficient to wear her thin. Had Qinghe approached her a few days prior, she might have entertained him with more grace, but now, she has no desire to engage with someone so clearly disconnected from her life. Qinghe, in a daze, finally uttered, "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Cui Yuning retorted, "Why ask?" Qinghe was momentarily rendered speechless. Supporting her chin, Cui Yuning cast a glance through the window at Cui Xiu in the courtyard before returning her gaze to him. "If you have nothing urgent, you may leave for now. I suspect someone will seek my counsel shortly." Her tone was decidedly indifferent, and her expression mirrored it. Yet, her beauty rendered even her languid demeanor enchanting, reminiscent of a delicately nurtured flower. Suddenly, a flicker of irritation surged within Qinghe, compelling him to speak. "I chose not to meet your gaze because Cui Yuning interjected, placing her index finger to her lips, murmuring, "Let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Congratulations on achieving your desires. Likewise, I hope you find a suitable bride at the Spring Banquet." With that, she tilted her head and instructed Bao Qin, "See our guest out." Bao Qin bent slightly, guiding him to the door. "Please, young master." Qinghe noted her change in address. Young master was a term imbued with unfamiliar formality. An inexplicable bitterness welled up within him as he awkwardly rose. She must have felt similarly when he had referred to her as Miss Jiu. A sense of bitterness and bewilderment enveloped him. At the threshold, he could not resist glancing back one last time. The young lady sat gracefully in her chair, her delicate fingers idly toying with a few branches of red plum blossoms in the vase, a faint smile gracing her lips, illuminating the entire room with her beauty. Transcending mere words, she remained unchanged, yet he felt utterly transformed. Qinghe stumbled out of the courtyard in a daze, unaware of his own emotions. He understood her nature was ruthless, and that she had agreed to sever their connection. He ought to feel a sense of relief, yet a hollowness lingered in his heart. "Cousin." "Qinghe," Cui Xiu called out several times, noticing his seemingly oblivious demeanor as he exited, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. What had Miss Jiu said to him? Why had he changed so drastically? Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, Cui Xiu led her maid back inside. "Miss Jiu," she called out first. The girl across from her lazily raised her eyes and gestured, "Please sit." Cui Xiu complied. "What brings you here, sick sister? You seem to have sought me out for something specific." Cui Yuning's demeanor remained overly composed, as if nothing had transpired. Unable to restrain herself, Cui Xiu inquired, "Aren't you angry?" "Why would I be?" Cui Yuning replied. "Did Qinghe not come to end our acquaintance?" It dawned on her that Cui Xiu had come to gloat over her misfortune. In that case, she resolved not to grant her the satisfaction and smiled, asking, "So what if he did?" Cui Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Cui Yuning gently caressed the red plums, casually remarking, "Sick sister, I am different from you. A gentleman like Qinghe may seem rare in your eyes, but to me, he is merely an ordinary individual. However, I must thank you for helping me rid myself of a coward." The young lady chuckled lightly, plucking a branch of red plum and offering it to her. "Have you ever considered that, in your fervent efforts to distance Qinghe from me, what might transpire if he were to learn the truth?" She rested her chin on her hand, observing her with keen interest. Cui Xiu's expression contorted as she raised her hand to brush aside the red plum blossom. Cui Yuning glanced at the petals strewn upon the carpet, feeling a pang of regret, and withdrew her gaze, speaking in a calm tone, "Considering our long-standing acquaintance, this shall be the final occasion. Should you provoke me again, prepare to serve as a nun in the temple." Cui Xiu, weary of her superior and composed demeanor, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, retorting, "You have everything, thus you see no need to compete." Cui Yuning interrupted her, "I do not wish to hear it." Frustrated, Cui Xiu could no longer maintain her facade of gentleness, exclaiming, "What have I done wrong? I am merely protecting myself. You claim I do not resort to violence. But what of the First Lady, Grandmother, or Cui Xian?" Chapter 44. Do not underestimate others' intelligence. Cui Yuning certainly did not need to take matters into her own hands. For merely sitting there was sufficient to draw countless admirers eager to please her. Cui Yuning could hardly contain the surging hatred within her. If only her mother were of the Wang family. If only she were a legitimate daughter, who would dare to humiliate her? Through gritted teeth, she spoke, "You are the legitimate daughter, so of course you are free from my troubles." Cui Yuning found this amusing, asking, "So you intend to harm me?" Cui Yuning's pent-up words suddenly caught in her throat. She regarded Cui Yuning as though she were a different person. She had truly changed in the past. She would never have stood by and watched as their grandmother punished her. Now, however, she seemed oblivious. At this juncture, could it all be blamed on me? Cui Yuning felt herself breaking down, covering her face as tears streamed through her fingers. "What can I do if you refuse to forgive me? I do not wish for this. It is you who has forced my hand." With reddened eyes, she indignantly accused her. "Had you chosen to forgive me, we would never have reached this point." Yet Cui Yuning had lost her patience, retorting, "On what grounds?" She possessed a striking beauty, and when her expression turned cold, it became as sharp as a blade, deterring any thoughts of disrespect. Cui Yuning was momentarily taken aback. The girl across from her spoke again, her demeanor laced with disdain. "On what grounds do you scheme against me behind my back, yet expect me to bear the consequences? If it were you, would you be willing?" Cui Yuning turned her face away, remaining silent. A single glance from Cui Yuning revealed her unwillingness, and she sarcastically remarked, "You do not even wish it for yourself, yet you hope others will bear the brunt of your folly. Sixth sister, your selfishness is truly remarkable." Cui Yuning instinctively countered, "That is not the case." She seemed desperate to provide justification. Stumbling over her words, "I merely care too much about the bond we have shared since childhood." As she spoke, she convinced herself, her tone growing more resolute. She sought her forgiveness, not wanting their relationship to fade. Cui Yuning analyzed her own feelings, explaining how wonderful Pei Yu was, which prompted her to consider introducing him to her. As for the matter with Zheng Qingling, it was an impulsive act, one she had not thought through thoroughly. She cleverly stated that it was not she who sought out Zheng Qingling, but rather a servant of his who inquired. And some gossiping maids from her courtyard had mentioned it. In conclusion, she sincerely offered her apologies. "Ninth sister, there will not be a second time. Please forgive me." Cui Yuning laughed in disbelief. "Do you truly believe your words, sixth sister?" Before she could respond, she scoffed, "Of course you do. If you did not believe them yourself, why would you attempt to convince me?" Yet, she added, "Sixth sister, the world does not revolve around your cleverness alone. Do not regard others as fools. Your thoughts are of no concern to me. There is no need to share them. Let this be the end of it. As for the punishment from our grandmother, you must endure the consequences of your misdeeds. Had you remained obedient, none of this would have occurred. I once regarded you as a true sister, but it seems I was mistaken in my trust. Let us no longer speak of our past bond. It has been severed by your own hand. Return the Qin." Bao Qin responded affirmatively and assisted Cui Yuning out the door. Cui Yuning's expression turned icy as she clenched her fists tightly. It was all a fade, merely a deception to mislead her. Jinyang was the legitimate daughter, while she was a mere concubine's child, and with the current crown princess as her elder sister. How could she ever be regarded as a true sister? Just lies. Jinyang's words were merely intended to provoke her remorse, yet she refused to yield. Cui Yuning exhaled softly, her demeanor frosty. With her engagement dissolved and her future uncertain, what was there for her to fear? The ones who should be wary were Jinyang and her peers, those waiting to be wed. Should her grandmother and the others dare to press her, they would soon witness her formidable resolve. Rising from her seat, Cui Yuning led Zhu Xiang back to her quarters. Cui Yuning returned indoors, summoning Bao Qin to tenderly massage her temples. After engaging in conversation for a while, she felt utterly exhausted. Fortunately, there should be no further disturbances. Bao Qin gently kneaded her forehead, feeling quite sympathetic. The sixth young lady truly had a heart of stone. It was indeed a blessing that the young lady had come to her senses. It would be best not to associate with her in the future. In the past, the young lady had treated her with such kindness that even the seventh young lady felt envious. Had it not been for the young lady, could she have secured such a splendid marriage? Could she have lived as if she were a legitimate daughter? Just look at the eighth young lady. That was the true demeanor expected of a concubine's child. She portrayed herself as a victim, yet failed to reflect on the root of her plight. If she did not harbor ulterior motives, how could the matriarch and her kin hold her accountable? It was her own relentless folly that led to her downfall. Cui Yuning closed her eyes and spoke softly. Let her revel for a while longer. With today's events, their bond was irrevocably severed. Did she truly believe that her grandmother and the others had not taken action against her? It was merely because Zheng, Qingling, and Pei Yu, her two cousins, were present. They were granting her a semblance of respect, while she remained oblivious. Should she provoke her grandmother, she feared she would face dire consequences. There were numerous methods to discipline her within the household. It was naive to confront individuals who had held dominion over the family's affairs for years. Cui Yuning would not sully her hands directly, for doing so would tarnish her reputation. It was not worth it for just one person. With the spring banquet approaching, she wished to avoid any mishaps. Initially, she had thought that with Zheng, Qingling present, the banquet would merely serve as an opportunity for her brother to observe his wife and for her to accompany her seventh sister in leisurely pursuits. Yet, it had become apparent that she needed to approach the matter with greater gravity. Her own marriage prospects seemed to hinge upon this, and following the incident with Zheng Qingling, she was reluctant to allow her grandmother to invite suitors for inspection. Should it fail, her dignity would be compromised. She was a person who valued her face and would not wish for outsiders to witness her humiliation. But she did not voice it. Cui Yuning kept it in her heart. It was the first time someone had trampled upon her pride. Oh, upon reflection, it was not the first time. The first was Pei Yu. Ultimately, none of them were of good character. Cui Yuning languidly pondered, instructing Qinghe to prepare several outfits for her. She recalled that during her grandmother's last visit, she had brought exquisite fabric sent by her elder sister, a splendid floating brocade that shimmered in the sunlight. The spring banquet was just around the corner, and based on previous years, the weather should be delightful. This attire would be perfectly suitable. With more than half a month remaining until the banquet, there was ample time. Additionally, there were hairpins and ornaments. Although her elder sister gifted her some, they were ultimately the fashionable styles of Chang'an, exquisite yet excessively ornate, rendering them unsuitable for the spring banquet. Thus, Cui Yuning arranged a stroll through the streets with Cui Xian and Cui Wan in a couple of days. However, after setting her wedding date, Cui Wan could no longer venture out freely and regretfully declined, sending a platter of pastries to convey her sentiments. Consequently, Cui Yuning went out with Cui Xian. Their carriage halted at the Treasure Pavilion on West Street, where they soon spotted the emblem of the Cui residence. A steward, beaming with smiles, promptly approached to usher them inside. Cui Xian had a penchant for exquisite garments and treasures, well known by all the prominent shops. It appeared that the god of wealth had come to make a purchase. The steward, catching a glimpse of the young maiden beside Cui Xian, whose beauty could still be discerned even beneath her veil, calculated her age and status, and his smile grew even more genuine. "Seventh miss, ninth miss, please come inside." Chapter 45. You shall accompany me to the Grand Princess's residence tomorrow. The entire city of Luoyang is aware of the exquisite ninth young lady of the Cui family. She is a delicate flower nurtured by wealth and opulence. The steward had previously heard tales of her beauty, but had never had the fortune to behold her until today. Indeed, she lived up to her reputation. With a warm smile, the steward led the two ladies to a private room on the second floor. "What tea would you prefer?" he inquired. "Anything will do," they replied casually. Yet, the steward could not take their words at face value. He instructed his subordinates to bring forth a pot of tea suitable for young ladies, accompanied by some refreshments. Only then did he present the new items for their perusal. Setting aside the quality of the offerings, one could not fault the attentiveness displayed. Cui Xian felt quite pleased. It was the first time that the ninth young lady had invited her out to play, and if anything went awry at the place she recommended, she would be too embarrassed to extend another invitation in the future. Although these adornments were not as extravagant as those from Chang'an, they were undeniably elegant. "Do take a look and see if there is anything you fancy. I shall gift it to you," Cui Xian offered. Cui Yuning raised her gaze to survey the array of jewelry. Hairpins, hair ornaments, pearl flowers, and earrings were artfully arranged, glimmering with a captivating brilliance. each piece a testament to the artisan's meticulous craftsmanship. "They're all quite lovely," she remarked, though she felt that something was lacking. Propping her chin on her hand, she playfully teased, "Are you truly going to gift me something?" Cui Xian, vexed that she doubted her sincerity, quickly replied, "Of course." Cui Yuning, intent on teasing her further, gestured for the steward to bring forth the prized treasure of the shop. Cui Xian was momentarily rendered speechless. One could easily surmise the immense value of such a treasure. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it. Rather, purchasing it would deplete her private stash. Yet, it was the ninth young lady's first invitation to her. After some contemplation, Cui Xian resolved to make the purchase. If necessary, she could always plead with her mother and brother for a little extra. With a flourish, she declared, "I shall buy it." "Really? Do you look down on me?" Cui Xian retorted, her annoyance surfacing, but then, fearing that she might not have enough money, she instructed her maid to retrieve more. Cui Yuning, however, stopped her, chuckling. "I was merely jesting." Cui Xian paused in surprise. "What?" Cui Yuning replied with a gentle smile, "You needn't buy it." Cui Xian assumed she was concerned about finances, hastily assuring her, "I have money." Understanding her genuine desire to purchase the item for her, Cui Yuning clarified, "No, if you like it. I shall buy it for the spring banquet." Cui Xian's eyes widened in realization. No wonder she had been dismissive of the offerings. It was because she intended to dress splendidly for the occasion. Cui Xian had already anticipated that this year's spring banquet would be quite lively, and seeing the ninth young lady's carefree demeanor turn earnest only solidified her conviction. Many noble ladies would likely be mere spectators with a ninth young lady in attendance. After a moment's thought, she inquired, "Have you truly ended things with Zheng Qingling?" "Yes." "Have you informed grandmother?" Cui Yuning replied that she had not, planning to notify her upon returning home. "Then let us go together." Cui Xian, fearing her friend's sadness, clumsily attempted to comfort her. "If grandmother becomes upset, I can intercede on your behalf. It is merely a man. There are countless suitors at the spring banquet waiting for you to choose from." Cui Yuning responded, noticing the steward's arrival, placing her index finger against her lips and softly shushing her to silence. Cui Xian understood and fell quiet. The steward stepped forward, presenting the store's prized possession, a complete set of ruby jewelry, resplendent in its hue, perfectly suited for young maidens. The color was translucent, akin to flames flickering with life. At first glance, it was dazzling and radiant, exuding a charm distinct from the opulence of gold, possessing a touch of exquisite beauty. Cui Yuning picked up a pair of earrings, where a smooth ruby was delicately nestled at the center of a jade peony. The petals were crafted with remarkable precision, layered like a blooming peony in full splendor. The meticulous craftsmanship of the earrings spoke volumes about the quality of the entire ensemble. Satisfied, Cui Yuning inquired about the price. The steward gestured a figure that lay within her means, yet she preferred to save if possible. She mentioned her intention to wear the set at the upcoming spring banquet. The spring banquet hosted by Princess Anping and Luoyang was no secret. It was an exclusive gathering for the elite and distinguished families. The steward, having heard of it, promptly offered a discount of half the price, on the condition that if anyone inquired at the banquet, she would claim it was purchased from the treasure pavilion and encourage them to visit the shop. While Luoyang boasted several renowned jewelry stores, the steward believed that after this spring banquet, only the treasure pavilion would remain prominent. For not everyone could invite the esteemed ninth miss of the Cui family to promote their establishment. Cui Yuning had no objections, although she seldom attended banquets. Each occasion rendered her the center of attention, with noble ladies often approaching her to inquire about her attire and accessories. Upon leaving the treasure pavilion, the pair ventured to browse a newly opened clothing shop. However, they found the styles repetitive and uninspiring, leading them to return home together. Upon their arrival, word came from old Madame Cui, summoning them to her presence. Cui Xian felt a flutter of anxiety and whispered, "Ninth miss, grandmother wouldn't be coming to reprimand us, would she?" Cui Yuning believed it unlikely. Zheng Qingling probably hadn't mentioned anything to their grandmother, yet uncertainties lingered. However, since the matter was already settled, she felt there was little cause for concern and reassured Cui Xian. Upon reaching the shown hall of the matriarch, they first paid their respects. Old Madame Cui greeted them with a smile, her gaze warm and affectionate. The maidservants promptly brought forth stools and their favorite delicacies. Observing her grandmother's demeanor, Cui Xian felt a weight lift from her heart. The matriarch appeared unperturbed, which was reassuring. Just as Cui Xian exhaled in relief, she remembered that the ninth miss would likely bring up the earlier incident, causing her heart to race once more. Unaware of Cui Xian's shifting emotions, old Madame Cui cheerfully announced, "The princess's residence has just sent invitations for the spring banquet, and your names are among those listed. Eighth sister is engaged, and she shall not attend this time to prevent any complications with the Li family. You too should inform eighth sister of this development." As for the sixth miss, she had not been mentioned at all, implicitly disregarded in the conversation. Old Madame Cui was acutely aware that her granddaughter was a person with lofty aspirations. At the spring banquet, amidst the throngs of influential figures, should she inadvertently offend anyone, it could tarnish the reputation of the Cui family, jeopardizing the prospects of marriage for the 9 daughters. Her rebellious nature would not be tolerated by old Madame Cui. Both Cui Yuning and Cui Xian acquiesced to her wishes. Old Madame Cui remarked, "After all, they are our relatives. It is essential to maintain connections. Otherwise, as time passes, familial bonds will inevitably weaken. Since the Grand Princess's residence has extended an invitation, we must respond graciously. Tomorrow, you two shall visit the Grand Princess to express your gratitude." Cui Yuning softly complied. "Grandmother, I have something to discuss with you." Old Madame Cui playfully tapped her nose, smiling as she inquired, "Do speak. What is it you wish to request of me?" Cui Yuning blushed, gently shaking her arm in protest. Old Madame Cui chuckled heartily. All right, it appears I have misspoken. Now, my dear 9 daughters, what is it that you wish to convey?" With her head bowed, Cui Yuning spoke in a soft voice. "Grandmother, let my engagement with cousin Qinghe come to an end here." Chapter 46. Good things never come too late. The elderly matriarch, Lady Cui, was momentarily taken aback, her first instinct being to ascertain whether her granddaughter had faced any grievances. She grasped her hand with gentle urgency, inquiring, "Has he caused you distress?" For what other reason would Jinyang express such discontent? Her granddaughter was the epitome of obedience, not one to become upset without cause. Although some criticized her temperament as spoiled, what of it? She was a delicate flower nurtured in an affluent household, and a touch of petulance was hardly a fault. Must she conform to the submissive nature expected of women in society? Having lived through the trials of life, Lady Cui understood all too well that the notions of virtue and gentleness often demanded women to swallow their bitterness in silence. She could not bear to see Jinyang suffer such indignities. Young women ought to live freely and joyfully, with tender eyes and a voice full of concern. She regarded her granddaughter. Cui Yuning felt a surge of emotion, her nose tingling with the threat of tears. She had prepared herself for a reprimand from her grandmother, yet was met instead with genuine concern for her well-being. Suddenly, she found herself reflecting on her past life. In her distant marriage to Qinghe, frail and seldom returning home, she wondered if her grandmother had similarly worried about her well-being from afar. Her thoughts drifted to the downfall of the Cui family following the prince's fall from grace. While she, an outsider, could evade the repercussions, her grandmother, the matriarch, could not escape such fate. With her eyes now glistening with tears, she buried her face in her grandmother's embrace, murmuring, "Grandmother." Upon hearing the soft sobs emanating from her granddaughter, Lady Cui grew anxious, momentarily forgetting decorum. She gently lifted Jinyang's shoulders, pressing for answers. "What grievances has Qinghe caused you? Speak, and I shall seek redress on your behalf." Turning her gaze to Cui Xian, she inquired if she was aware of the situation. Cui Xian shook her head helplessly. She was only aware of a rift between Qinghe and Jinyang, but the details eluded her, as Jinyang had not elaborated, and she dared not pry further, well aware of the repercussions of her words. Cui Yuning wept quietly in her grandmother's embrace, as if to release a torrent of pent-up grievances. Lady Cui's heart ached at the sound. Even when mentioning her and Qinghe's past interactions in front of Pei Yu, It was only because she had perceived Jinyang's fondness for him that she had broached the subject. Who could have predicted such turmoil would ensue? Had she known, she would have been more patient, allowing Pei Yu to relinquish his pursuit with a more subtle approach. A twinge of regret stirred within Lady Cui. After a while, Cui Yuning composed herself, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having made her grandmother worry. Lady Cui reassured her that it was of no consequence and pressed her for the details. Cui Yuning recounted the events between herself and Zheng Qingling succinctly. As for Cui Xiu, she would neither exaggerate her faults nor conceal the truth. One must take responsibility for their misdeeds. Cui Xian was taken aback to learn that it was Zheng Qingling and Jinyang who had raised the matter first, feeling a surge of indignation. While he may sympathize with her, did he ever consider the feelings of the young women of the Cui family, who had no obligation to endure his whims? Lady Cui's expression reflected a blend of agreement and displeasure. Truly, he was a fool. If not for the reputation of ninth miss, she would have directly penned a letter to inquire the matriarch of the Zheng family, questioning their method of raising offspring. Fortunately, a marriage had not occurred. Had it, she might have resorted to the despicable act of favoring a concubine over a wife. With a decisive wave of her hand, the elderly matriarch announced, "Since that is the case, let this engagement be terminated. When time permits, I shall select a more suitable match for you. We need not covet this one. As for the Zheng family and Qingling, I shall handle the negotiations. Regarding sixth miss, once the spring banquet concludes, I shall address her conduct. This matter has crossed my threshold of tolerance. Time and again, she schemes against her own sisters, as though I am invisible. Should I fail to discipline her, I fear the younger ones will follow her example." A glimmer of frost appeared in the matriarch's eyes as she emitted a heavy, disdainful snort. Noticing this, Cui Yuning promptly patted her grandmother's back to ease her spirit, assuring her that it was better to see his true nature early on. The elderly lady understood this logic, yet her ire remained. Seventh miss was utterly correct. When have the daughters of the Qinghe Cui clan ever been subjected to such scrutiny by outsiders? The matriarch felt a pang of sympathy for her ninth miss, whose ethereal beauty had yet to yield a favorable match. The previous suitor, Pei Yu, had been inadequate, and now Zheng Qingling proved to be no better. Rubbing her temples, she felt a sharp pain. Cui Yuning hastily massaged her grandmother's temples, offering comfort. Good fortune is never too late. Perhaps something splendid awaits us. The matriarch could only cling to this thought. At the spring banquet, observe closely and see if there is anyone to your liking. I shall shamelessly request the Grand Princess to act as your matchmaker. Cui Yuning agreed. Though she harbored little hope, one could never tell. Perhaps an exceptional suitor awaited her selection. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the matriarch invited the two to share dinner. Once they had finished, she waved her hand, signaling for the servants to depart. The maidservants entered to tidy up and presented her with hot tea. The elderly matriarch took a delicate sip and mused, what could sixth miss possibly be contemplating all day? Does she not feel sufficiently embarrassed? A long-serving nurse, observing her expression, remarked, "I'm unaware of her thoughts, but it seems that sixth Miss's ambitions have grown bolder. She hardly regards your words with any seriousness." The matriarch scoffed, as if I were oblivious to her intentions. Keep a close watch on her. With the spring banquet approaching, I cannot afford any blunders. She cannot bear such disgrace. The nurse acknowledged this, and after a moment's hesitation, asked, "What if sixth miss refuses to comply?" The matriarch paused, closed her teacup, and replied with deliberate calmness, "The Cui family's esteemed reputation cannot be tarnished by her alone. Should she continue her misbehavior, let her atone to our ancestors." The nurse's expression stiffened as she bowed her head. She understood that the matriarch had made a resolute decision. Should that sixth miss persist in her obstinacy, she would likely face dire consequences. The following day, Cui Yuning and Cui Xian paid a visit to Grand Princess Anping. The matriarch had prepared gifts for their visit early in the morning. When Cui Yuning had visited 2 years prior, she had been a cheerful child. Now, on the cusp of becoming a young lady, the doorkeeper nearly failed to recognize her. "Please wait a moment, ladies. I shall go and convey your arrival." Both Cui Yuning and Cui Xian said nothing further. Even the straightforward Cui Yuning understood that the Grand Princess Anping was a formidable presence and refrained from being unruly within her estate, patiently awaiting her arrival. Before long, a slender maid with delicate features emerged, leading the two into a charming pavilion. This four-corner pavilion was situated in the heart of the garden, surrounded by an expanse of blooming white magnolias, their fragrance wafting through the air. The maid instructed someone to bring tea and pastries, then politely remarked, "Ladies, please bear with us a moment. His Highness is currently receiving guests in the front hall and will be with you shortly." Chapter 47. He lowered his gaze, not daring to look at her again. Soon, an elegantly dressed elderly lady was assisted over. The lady, in her 60s, had hair like autumn frost, meticulously arranged, showing no signs of fatigue. Her attire was resplendent and dignified, cradling a pure white Persian cat in her arms, smiling with a benevolent warmth. As she approached, she gently inquired, "Have you been waiting long? I was unable to attend to you earlier due to the presence of male guests." Her tone evoked memories of their grandmother, fostering a sense of intimacy. After all, as younger generations, it was customary for them to pay their respects first. Princess Anping chuckled nonchalantly, considering them all relatives, and remarked that there was no need for formalities. Casualness was sufficient. However, despite her words, they could not truly act without decorum. Cui Yuning smiled as she conveyed the greetings that their grandmother had sent. Princess Anping squinted her eyes, casting a glance over her, and playfully asked, "If I recall correctly, you must be Jinyang, am I right?" Cui Yuning affirmed with a yes. "You've blossomed into a fine young lady," Princess Anping remarked, pulling her closer for a better look and complimenting, "You surpass your sister in elegance. With both of you here, it will be difficult for my spring banquet not to be lively." She reminisced about the spring banquet from decades ago, still vividly engraved in her memory. At the tender age of 15, Jinyang attended her first banquet, where the young crown prince, upon seeing her, fell head over heels. He returned to seek a decree from the emperor, who commanded that Jinyang be granted to him as his crown princess. That tale still resonates as a celebrated story to this day. Princess Anping was delighted to witness the potential pairing of the young ladies. Now that Jinyang was approaching her coming-of-age ceremony, her beauty had blossomed even more than her elder sisters, and she could already foresee the vibrant atmosphere of the spring banquet. With a smile, Princess Anping asked, "Has your grandmother chosen a match for you?" Cui Yuning playfully responded, "Grandmother has advised me to observe for any suitors at the spring banquet, and I hope you can act as my matchmaker." Princess Anping burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Very well, simply name the one you fancy, and I shall personally see to it that he is brought to you as your husband." Cui Yuning laughed in agreement. Princess Anping then turned her attention to Cui Yuning, praising her for her newfound tranquility, causing Cui Yuning's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She had previously been competitive, causing the princess considerable trouble. Had it not been for Jinyang's guidance, she might still have been a boisterous character. With her eyes lowered, she softly spoke, "Your Highness, please do not jest about me. I was once foolish, and have only now come to understand that I caused you much trouble in the past. I sincerely hope you do not hold it against me." Princess Anping regarded Cui Yuning with a keen gaze, secretly nodding in approval. She had genuinely matured. The princess did not see anything wrong with young ladies being competitive. It was merely the nature of society that those who were too outspoken would attract gossip. Cui Yuning's previous demeanor had caused offense, yet she had improved significantly. It seemed that this year's spring banquet would require no special supervision from her. As she continued to offer her praises, a lady-in-waiting named Zhou approached Princess Anping, hesitating to speak upon noticing Cui Yuning and Cui Yuning's presence. Observing this, Princess Anping encouraged, "There are no outsiders here. Go ahead and speak." As the female official of the Zhou dynasty bowed respectfully and spoke, she relayed that the young lord had forgotten to extend his greetings earlier and was now waiting in the main hall. Princess Anping hesitated for a moment before inquiring about the time. It was now midday, the perfect hour for a meal. She had initially intended to invite the two maidens to dine, but unexpectedly, Qinghe, the child, had arrived once more. To request his departure at this hour might seem rather impolite. Contemplating the situation, Princess Onping mused that the two families had some degree of connection, and with a smile, she asked, "Would you care to join me for lunch?" Naturally, the young ladies, Cui Yuning and Cui Xian, had no grounds to refuse. They would follow the princess's arrangements without question. Princess Onping guided them toward the main hall, engaging them in conversation as she introduced the young Lord Pei Yu, who had recently arrived. The venerable Duke of the state, an old minister who had fought alongside the founding emperor to establish their dynasty, was renowned for his bravery and intellect. The emperor, recognizing his loyalty, had granted him the privilege of maintaining his title for 3 generations and had arranged the marriage of his daughter, Princess Jinyang, to Pei Yu's eldest son, the current duke, Pei Xiao. The union between Princess Jinyang and the duke was marked by deep affection. They had been wed for several years without concubines and had only one son, Pei Yu, who had been nurtured by a renowned scholar since childhood. His demeanor was distinguished and graceful, earning him a reputation as an exemplary gentleman in Qinghe, capturing the hearts of countless noble maidens. As Princess Onping recounted this, she recalled that the two families indeed shared a significant bond, implying that they ought to address each other as cousins. The current crown prince was a cousin to Pei Yu, while the second branch's Lady Pei was his paternal aunt. Cui Yuning felt a tinge of embarrassment. If one were to trace lineage, she would even have to refer to him as older brother. However, having had little interaction with him, she was uncertain of his temperament, though one could assume that someone labeled as an exemplary gentleman must possess commendable character. At least, one would hope he was superior to Pei Yu, she pondered aimlessly. As their conversation progressed, they arrived at the main hall, where someone was already seated beside the tea table. The young man, clad in a deep-hued robe adorned with white magnolia patterns, exhibited a tall and slender figure, his expression cold and distant, exuding an air of aloofness akin to a bouquet of spring snow among bamboo groves, leaving no room for any impure thoughts. Princess Onping stepped forward, smiling as she addressed him. "Qinghe." The young man lifted his gaze, rising to perform a courteous bow. "Your Highness." His voice was like a cascade of silver beads, imbued with a crisp chill. "Why such formality?" Princess Onping smiled dismissively, shifting to introduce the two young ladies beside her. "This is Jinyang, the younger sister of the crown princess. You must have met her before. And this is Jinyang, the 7th daughter of the Cui family." She then introduced Pei Yu to them. "This is Qinghe. Given the ties between your families, you may simply call him cousin. We are all relatives, and there is no need to adhere to the forms of address used by outsiders." Pei Yu maintained his composed demeanor, his gaze briefly scanning the two young ladies before swiftly averting his eyes, greeting them in a calm manner. Cui Xian boldly addressed him as cousin. Cui Yuning hesitated for a moment, softly uttering his name before lowering her gaze. Pei Yu, noticing the delicate blush gracing the young lady's fair earlobes, akin to peach blossoms blooming on branches in early spring, withdrew his gaze abruptly, lowering his own eyes. Princess Onping gazed at the youthful visage of Qinghe and inquired with a smile what kind of gift could possibly warrant such a special journey back. Pei Yu maintained his composure and quietly explained that the gift from his grandmother had not been placed with the other items, and he had momentarily overlooked it. The elderly lady of the town National Duke and Princess Onping had harbored a minor grievance in their youth. Both possessed stubborn temperaments, unwilling to concede easily. This stalemate had persisted for decades. Princess Onping chuckled and asked, "Is it truly a gift from her?" Pei Yu softly affirmed, "Indeed." The princess neither expressed belief nor disbelief, directing Lady Zhou to receive the gift and register it in the archives before she lifted her gaze and cheerfully invited, "Stay for lunch and accompany me." Chapter 48. Could he possibly have an inclination towards the same sex? As midday approached, the Grand Princess Onping arranged for a meal to be served. The long table was laden with exquisite delicacies from land and sea, anticipating the arrival of her young guests. The Grand Princess had specially instructed her attendants to prepare the lychee syrup that was currently favored by young ladies, accompanied by a couple of elegantly crafted pastries. The Grand Princess was in high spirits to have some youthful company. She asked Lady Zhou to bring forth the plum blossom wine, smiling as she said, "This wine was brewed by me during the heavy snowfall 2 years ago. Do try it and let me know your thoughts. Lady Zhou proceeded to pour a small cup for each of them. The wine was served in delicate, translucent jade cups, oval-shaped with curved handles, intricately adorned with carvings of birds and beasts. The cups felt incredibly smooth and warm in the palm, unmistakably of imperial quality. Cui Yuning took the cup, inhaling deeply to catch the crisp scent of plum blossoms. The flavor of the wine was subtle, discernible only upon closer inspection. It was not a strong liquor, so a small sip should pose no issue, she thought, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her. She lowered her head and took a gentle sip. As the liquid slid down her throat, an inexplicable astringency hit her tongue, quickly followed by a burning sensation. It felt as though her insides were ignited by flames, causing intense discomfort. Furrowing her brows, Cui Yuning took a spoonful of lychee syrup to alleviate the taste. She set down the wine cup and glanced over at Cui Xian, who appeared unfazed, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Since Cui Xian had partaken, it would seem impolite for her not to join in. As she contemplated her next move, the young man across from her suddenly spoke, "Your Highness, the young ladies are not well suited to strong spirits. Allow me to drink in your stead." His voice was cool and resonated with a crystalline clarity reminiscent of ice striking jade. Unable to resist, Cui Yuning raised her gaze to him. The youth maintained a calm demeanor, his pale, slender hand lifting a cup of wine, which he gestured towards the Grand Princess before tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. His neck, pale as porcelain, contrasted sharply with the surrounding brown fur, making his lips appear strikingly red, exuding an unexpected charm. Yet, his demeanor was too frigid, akin to a serene moon hanging in the high heavens. Any frivolous words would seem like an affront to his character. Cui Yuning averted her gaze, suppressing her thoughts. It was only after the young man asked reminder that the Grand Princess recalled the presence of two young, unmarried girls. She glanced up again. The elder sister, 7th Miss, displayed no visible reaction, while the younger, 9th Miss, had a delicate flush gracing her cheeks, her enchanting phoenix eyes glimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of tenderness. "Oh dear, how could I have overlooked this?" the Grand Princess exclaimed, a wave of regret washing over her. She promptly instructed her attendants to remove the wine cups and inquired with concern, "9th Miss, are you feeling well?" Cui Yuning shook her head, assuring her there was no issue. Initially, there had been a slight spiciness, but now it had subsided, and she could even faintly detect a hint of sweetness reminiscent of plum blossoms. Finally, she understood why it was called plum blossom wine. The Grand Princess, smacking her forehead, sighed, "It is my fault for being so careless in my excitement." With that, she commanded her attendants to summon the royal physician. Although the Grand Princess was of advanced age and generally well cared for, she was not exempt from ailments. The current sovereign, mindful of his aunt far away in Luoyang, had dispatched several physicians to reside in the princess's palace to attend to her needs. Cui Yuning hurriedly stopped her, asserting that she was perfectly fine. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as if washed by rain, and apart from the rosy hue gracing her cheeks, her speech was articulate. She hardly resembled someone intoxicated. Princess Anping, feeling slightly reassured, told her to voice any discomfort she might experience. Cui Yuning obediently replied affirmatively. Only then did Princess Anping divert her gaze, resuming her conversation with Pei Yu over drinks. Cui Yuning exhaled in relief, delicately sampling a morsel of food. Cui Xian set down her wine glass and, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Are you truly all right?" The frail body of Jinyang was strictly forbidden by the estate's physician from indulging in alcohol. It hadn't crossed her mind until the young lord mentioned it, prompting her belated recollection. Cui Yuning gently shook her head. Cui Xian released a sigh of relief and murmured, "Thank heavens you're fine. If something were amiss and grandmother found out I hadn't advised you, she would surely reprimand me." Cui Yuning couldn't help but chuckle. With the presence of men, both she and Cui Xian felt somewhat uneasy, consuming only a modest portion, but fortunately, the meal concluded swiftly. After dining, Pei Yu expressed his intent to take his leave. Cui Yuning and Cui Xian accompanied Princess Anping for a while longer, and as dusk approached, they too suggested returning home. The princess, reluctant to part, grasped the hands of both young ladies, urging them to visit her again whenever they had the chance. Naturally, Cui Yuning and Cui Xuan acquiesced. Once seated in the carriage heading home, Cui Xian relaxed, languidly waving her hand. I am utterly exhausted today. If the princess sends another invitation in the future, you may go alone. Though Princess Onping bore no heirs, her innate authority was palpable, evoking a sense of trepidation within her, more so than when facing grandmother. Ultimately, she understood that no matter how vexed grandmother might be, there was always a measure of affection, whereas the princess's demeanor was less forgiving. Cui Yuning found it amusing. If your name were on the invitation, would you still decline to attend? Cui Xian was momentarily silenced. After a brief pause, she revitalized. Pouting, she yearns to see you far more than me. Just look at that infatuated expression. Princess Onping favored young maidens blossoming like flowers. Jinyang seemed to fit her ideal perfectly, without a single flaw to be found. Cui Yuning laughed softly. Cui Xian then recalled the young lord they encountered today. Pouting again in annoyance, he clearly recognized us at the temple that day, yet today he pretends not to know us. How utterly rude. Cui Yuning teased her in jest. If he had initiated a conversation with us, would you not have speculated whether he harbored ulterior motives? Cui Xian pondered this, still seething with indignation. She scoffed. As for me, that's one thing, but he didn't even spare you a second glance. I genuinely wonder if he is even a man. Ordinary men would surely be captivated by Jinyang's beauty, yet he acted as if he were a monk in a temple, his gaze unwavering. Cui Yuning found his demeanor entirely reasonable. After all, he was a paragon among the esteemed young gentlemen of Qinghe, unlikely to be merely a figure of empty renown. Moreover, throughout history, those blessed with striking appearances often carried an air of arrogance. Pei Yu's looks were undoubtedly among the finest among men, complemented by an illustrious lineage, ensuring he would not lack for admiration from noble women. She recalled having heard in her past life that the beloved concubine's daughter, Princess Huayang, seemed to hold a deep affection for him, having made numerous advances that were met with rejection. The beloved concubine enjoyed enduring favor, her beauty unparalleled. Princess Huayang bore a striking resemblance to her, undeniably a stunning beauty in her own right. If even such a captivating beauty could elicit no response from him, how could he possibly be moved by lesser charms? Cui Yuning shared this observation with her. Cui Xian gasped, her demeanor instantly subdued. Yet curiosity got the better of her as she leaned in to inquire. If he does not fancy such beauties, could it be, as the tale suggests, that he harbors a preference for men? Chapter 49. Qinghe is unwell. Please visit her. Cui Yuning nearly choked, glancing up at her with a reproachful look, retorting, is it not permissible for one to be a virtuous gentleman? If he truly possessed any scandalous tendencies, they would undoubtedly have been revealed. Yet in her previous life, she had never heard of such a thing. It must not exist. Moreover, Princess Huayang is not one to be trifled with. If Pei Yu were to harbor any peculiar inclinations, she would have dispatched someone to investigate long ago. Cui Xian, slightly unconvinced, turned her face away, pouting and letting out a cold huff. I refuse to believe that there exists a Liu Xiaohui who remains untainted. Either he has a fondness for men, or he simply has not encountered someone he adores. Cui Yuning patted her back to soothe her, smiling gently. Indeed, perhaps he simply has not met someone he fancies. Cui Xian, irritated that she was defending another, reached out to pinch her cheek. Cui Yuning quickly pleaded for mercy, and as she moved, the flush on her cheeks became more pronounced, akin to a delicate blush upon pristine snow, utterly captivating. Cui Xian, reluctant to exert too much force, softened her grip and instead lightly flicked her brow, exclaiming in frustration, "Foolish girl, I am advocating for you." Cui Yuning replied softly, "You understand. Since you are aware, why do you still speak in his favor?" "Not exactly in his favor. I have merely come to comprehend a truth." Cui Yuning paused, resting her chin on her hand as she spoke slowly. "In the past, I was somewhat vain about my beauty, believing that all men should orbit around me. It is only now that I realize how mistaken I was. Her childhood friend, Pei Yu, had forsaken her for a concubine, Qinghe, who had harbored some affection for her. misunderstood her due to a mere rumor. Pei Yu and Zheng Qingling alike could not guarantee their fondness for her. How could she have ever dared to believe that everyone would adore her? The young woman tilted her head slightly, offering a faint smile. Beauty was merely a trivial adornment, and many individuals truly did not care for such superficialities. The young lord, accustomed to beauty, would not easily be swayed, and moreover, there were countless men in the world who did not find her appealing. It was perfectly normal for her seventh sister not to advocate on her behalf. Her earnestness struck a chord with Cui Yuning, who felt a pang of sorrow. Once, Ninth Miss had been so proud. She was like a resplendent peony, both vibrant and bold, forever the center of attention wherever she appeared. How could Ninth Miss claim that no one would cherish her? To her knowledge, there were many suitors in Luoyang who held her in their hearts, yet their statuses fell short, preventing them from reaching her. It was all Zheng Qingling's fault. If it were not for him, how could Ninth Miss have descended into such melancholy? She would not let Luoyang off easily, and Zheng Qingling should not think he could escape unscathed either. Cui Yuning seethed with indignation, yet she also sought to comfort her. A couple of individuals do not represent all men. When a spring festival banquet arrives, you will see just how beloved you truly are. Cui Yuning understood her good intentions and refrained from arguing. In truth, it was not solely due to Zheng Qingling. Ever since she had died and returned to the year she was 15, she knew she could never again be the carefree Cui Jinyang. Cui Yuning sighed softly, responding in agreement. The carriage returned to the Cui residence. Upon learning of their arrival, the elder Madame Cui summoned them and inquired about their experiences at the princess's palace, as well as the princess's attitude towards the Cui family. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Yuning conveyed the truth to her grandmother. Madame Cui gently tapped her fingers on the table and, after a brief pause, remarked, "It seems that the Grand Princess holds a fondness for both of you. If that is the case, you should spend more time with her whenever you can." The Grand Princess bore her own sorrows. With a deep sigh, she caressed Cui Yuning's long hair, lost in reminiscence. The prince consort, though a mere son of a concubine, possessed an elegance of demeanor that was remarkable. The Grand Princess of Anping, disregarding the counsel of others, was determined to marry him. After much perseverance, she finally gained the approval of Emperor Taizu. On the day of her marriage, a procession of bridal finery stretched for 10 miles. The couple enjoyed a blissful period following their nuptials, yet this happiness was short-lived. The prince consort suffered from a frail constitution, a condition inflicted upon him by his legitimate mother. Before long, he began to cough blood, and within a month, he could no longer rise from his bed. The Grand Princess of Anping was filled with rage and sought to take vengeance. However, the prince consort, despite his illness, stopped her. It is unclear what he said that day, but the Grand Princess fell silent and ceased to trouble the Cui household. After the prince consort's death, the Grand Princess closed her doors to visitors, refusing to see anyone. It was not until 2 years later that she gradually allowed herself to meet people again. Upon reflection, one could feel sympathy for the Grand Princess. Her husband passed away early, and she remained childless. The lengthy nights of those decades were endured alone in her solitude. As a woman herself, Madame Cui understood the depth of such suffering. Regaining her focus, Madame Cui refrained from discussing these matters with her granddaughters, instead smiling and saying, "If you have time, it would be nice for you to visit her." Cui Yuning whispered, "She is even more imposing than you." Madame Cui chuckled, "Of course. She is the Grand Princess, capable of wielding a sword. How could I, a mere woman, compare?" Cui Yuning, hearing her grandmother's humility, smirked. She was anything but ordinary. Having overseen the Cui family of Qinghe for so many years, her role was far from simple. The intricacies of domestic affairs were no less challenging than the battlefield. Nestled on the couch, Cui Yuning absent-mindedly plucked at the petals of a plum blossom. "You can let Jinyang go alone. The Grand Princess seems to favor her. Whether I go or not makes little difference. I would merely serve as a backdrop." Madame Cui cast a mild glance at her. Cui Yuning felt a flicker of unease and promptly straightened up, shifting back slightly, and pleaded, I'll go. Is that acceptable?" Only then did Madame Cui divert her gaze, pondering for a moment before addressing Cui Yuning. "I had intended to discuss your matters with Qingling today, but unexpectedly, his servant came to relay that he is unwell. Your brothers and eighth sister have already visited him. Since he is a guest, and given his illness, it will be prudent for both of you to pay your respects. We wouldn't want others to perceive our Cui family as lacking in decorum. Cui Xian furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to object. Cui Yuning tugged at her arm and politely acknowledged their grandmother. As they left, Cui Xian finally could not hold back her curiosity and asked, "Why didn't you let me speak? If I must go, why do you need to accompany me as well?" The more one attempts to appear natural, the more genuine one should seem. Cui Yuning released her grip on the arm and, with deliberate calmness, elucidated, "It is not as though I have committed any wrongdoing. Why should I hide away and shy from others?" Cui Xian pondered this logic and refrained from objecting. The two of them made their way to the courtyard where Zhang Qingling resided. His dwelling was adjacent to a lush bamboo grove, the verdant leaves glistening with dew, harmoniously reflecting the gentle flow of water, creating an exquisite scene visible at the mere push of a window. After the servants conveyed their arrival, they were ushered inside. In just a few short days, Zhang Qingling had wasted away to a mere shadow of his former self, his once vibrant features now bearing a somber expression, reminiscent of his previous spirited demeanor. Upon their entrance, his gaze fixated on the young lady who stepped in just behind. His throat tightened as he uncontrollably exclaimed, "Jinyang." Chapter 50. He feels utterly despicable. Cui Yuning maintained her composure, refraining from correcting him intentionally. After offering a slight bow, she calmly addressed him, "Elder brother." "Elder brother." Zhang Qingling repeated the title, feeling somewhat disoriented. Some relationships are ultimately irreparable. He should have realized long ago that the moment he uttered those words marking the end of their connection, there remained no possibility for reconciliation. Yet a faint, insistent thought lingered within him. He felt profoundly contemptible, preferring that she harbored thoughts of him, resented him, rather than remain indifferent as if they had never known each other. This, for him, was a different form of torment. He even subtly mused, what if she were indeed venomous? Yet, the moment this notion arose, he extinguished it. Zhang Qingling would never permit himself to become the most contemptible of individuals. Absolutely not. Cui Xian followed suit, politely addressing him as elder brother. Zhang Qingling responded absently, his mind clouded, almost unable to discern the present moment, as he leaned heavily against the table to sit down. Cui Xian called out to him twice. The young man remained oblivious, lost in his own world. His attendant, having grown accustomed to this behavior in recent days, hurriedly arranged for tea and refreshments, inviting the two young ladies to take a seat. Cui Xian declined, stating that after seeing him, they would return. Cui Yuning inquired further. Had he been feeling better these past few days? The young man's eyelids flickered, and he finally replied, "Much better." Cui Xian tugged at Cui Yaoning's sleeve, and with understanding, she smiled, saying, "In that case, my sister and I shall not disturb your rest any longer." Zhang Qingling remained silent. Cui Yuning then turned to the attendant, instructing him to have a maid deliver some medicinal herbs later, and added that if they needed anything, they should not hesitate to ask. The attendant expressed his gratitude and escorted them out. The young man's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Once outside in the courtyard, the attendant knelt down, bowing his head earnestly, pleading, "I beseech you, Miss Jiu, please save our young master." Cui Yuning was taken aback and urged him to rise. The attendant refused, insisting on remaining on his knees, his face set with determination. "Zhang." As he began to utter two words, Cui Xian realized something and quickly amended her words. "What I meant to say was, your young master appears a bit frail, but it cannot be to the point of being life-threatening, correct? Did you not mention he has been improving these past few days?" She considered the possibility that he might be playing tricks to elicit sympathy from Miss Jiu. Contemplating this, Cui Xian crossed her arms, her gaze sharp and fixed on him, ready to reprimand him should he dare to speak falsely. The attendant's face was etched with bitterness as he laid bare the truth. Upon returning that day, the young master fell ill. He had summoned the household physician that evening, who initially diagnosed him with an invasion of cold. After administering medicine with no improvement, he had to call for the physician again. The doctor stated that the young master was suffering from emotional distress. Heartache requires a remedy of the heart. Such matters cannot be resolved by others, and he advised the young master to take walks and not dwell too much on his troubles. The attendant had offered similar counsel, but the young master remained uncommunicative. He witnessed the young man growing increasingly despondent, as if his very spirit were being drained away, his frailty alarming him. The young master spoke little and consumed even less food. Today, upon encountering the ninth miss, there was at least a semblance of change in her demeanor. She exchanged a few words, unlike her usual state of lying in bed like a lifeless puppet. The young servant, feeling utterly helpless, summoned his courage to plead with her. He knelt on the ground, his eyes reddened, and bowed his head several times, beseeching her to consider the sincerity with which our young master regards her and to extend her assistance to him. Cui Yuning let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Are you not aware that it was your young master who himself proposed ceasing to regard the ninth miss?" The young servant was taken aback. He was aware that something had transpired between the young master and the ninth miss, though the specifics eluded him, as the young master had remained silent. He understood the depth of the young master's affection for the ninth miss. To have him personally utter such words was akin to tearing a piece of flesh from his own body. It was no wonder the young master reacted thus. It was all his fault. Regret surged within the young servant as he chastised himself, landing several hard slaps to his own face. If not for my indiscretion in revealing the matter concerning the sixth miss, the young master would not have arrived at this dismal state. I have let him down. It is my fault. He spared no strength in his self-punishment, and in a brief moment, his once handsome face bore several red handprints, creating a rather alarming appearance. Cui Yuning had someone restrain him, saying, "It is not your fault." After a pause, her voice took on an ethereal tone, suggesting that perhaps it was merely a matter of fate that the two of them were not meant to be. The young servant gazed at her in confusion, only to see the seventh miss beside her burst into laughter, her fair visage tinged with mockery. Is this the reason for his transformation? I once thought highly of Zheng Qingling, but now it seems a coward could never be worthy of our ninth Mississippi. She continued, "Do not seek the ninth miss any further. She will not assist you. You have witnessed your young master's demeanor towards her today. Even if the ninth miss were to agree to help, what good would it do? Moreover, Zheng Qingling is not deserving of her efforts." The young servant furrowed his brow, unable to tolerate such disparagement of his young master. Just as he was about to retort, she spoke again, her voice laced with both pity and disdain. "It is truly laughable how he has become this way because of mere rumors." A jolt of realization struck the young servant, and disregarding the proprieties, he urgently inquired, "What do you mean by that, seventh miss?" Cui Yuning scoffed, enunciating each word deliberately. "It means that everything your young master believes to be true is, in fact, false. How could someone who questions the ninth miss without even verifying the facts be worthy of her?" The young servant stammered, "Is what the seventh miss says true? If so, how unjust it would be. What then of the young master's despondency these past days?" Cui Yuning, uninterested in further discourse, remained silent. The young servant turned his hopeful gaze back to Cui Yuning. Instead of responding directly, she softly stated, "Whether the truth or the falsehood, there is no possibility for us anymore. I have already informed my grandmother. She will soon send a letter to the Zheng family, advising them to bring this matter to a close. As for my elder brother," Cui Yuning paused, displaying a calm and composed smile, for they were still relatives, and she wished for him to take care of his health. Having spoken, she nodded at the young servant and left with Cui Yuning. The servant knelt on the ground, and after a prolonged moment of daze, he scrambled back into the room. Before the young man could utter a word, he rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, young master, I have just learned some news. The matter concerning the sixth miss that you previously heard may indeed be false." As soon as the words fell, the young man's expression changed dramatically. He lifted his gaze, staring intently at the servant, his voice hoarse from disuse as he pressed, "What did you say?" The servant cautiously repeated the information. Zheng Qingling clenched his fists tightly, his heart feeling as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. If that matter were indeed false, what then did his words to Jinyang signify? Chapter 51. Zheng Qingling and Pei Yu engaged in a conflict upon exiting the courtyard. Cui Xian remained indignant, feeling unjustly wronged on her behalf. Had it not been for the loyal servant who ardently defended his master, she would have reprimanded him long ago. How dare he shamelessly seek assistance from Lady Jiao? Cui Yuning smiled gently to soothe her, reflecting on Zheng Qingling's condition with a tinge of melancholy. She never anticipated his illness would manifest in such a manner. A flicker of sympathy arose, albeit faint. Each individual must bear the consequences of their own choices. Cui Yuning lifted her gaze to the serene sky above, devoid of turmoil. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lady Wang sent someone to summon her. Unable to conceal the matter regarding Zheng Qingling, she disclosed the truth behind it. After her initial fury, Lady Wang's heart softened for her. How could such a precious young lady's marriage prospects be so fraught with difficulty? As she pondered, she began to consider what kind of suitor would be suitable for her. Cui Yuning wished to spare her mother from fretting over such matters, mentioning that her grandmother had advised her to observe closely during the Spring Banquet, at which time she would request the Grand Princess to act as matchmaker. Lady Wang was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. Her relationship with her mother-in-law was rather ordinary, making it difficult to contradict her. However, her mother-in-law genuinely cared for Lady Jiao, and with her watching over, the marriage would surely proceed without mishap. Somewhat reassured, Lady Wang noticed the rosy hue on her daughter's cheeks and reached out to touch them, expressing her concern. "Why are you so flushed?" Cui Yuning dared not reveal that she had consumed wine, responding with a feigned calmness. "Perhaps it is simply due to the stuffiness." Lady Wang dismissed her suspicions and invited her to stay for dinner. After the evening meal, Cui Yuning, accompanied by Bao Qin, returned to the Four Seasons courtyard. Bao Qin cast a glance at her complexion, noting the girl's fair skin and the persistent blush on her cheeks, which, as time passed, seemed to spread to the corners of her eyes and brows, imparting an innocent charm. Bao Qin confidently inquired, "Miss, did you drink today?" "Hush," Cui Yuning cautioned, placing her index finger to her lips and linking her arm with Bao Qin's. Whispering, "The Grand Princess insisted. We could not refuse." After a moment's thought, she added, "You must not tell Mother." Her nose crinkled slightly, and her voice carried a rare hint of playful innocence. Bao Qin glanced at the inebriated young lady, exasperated. "Miss, I am your maid, not the mistress's. Even though I was assigned by the mistress to attend to you, now that I am here, my sole allegiance is to you. I know well what should and should not be said." Cui Yuning responded with an "oh," and wrapped her arms around Bao Qin's, murmuring softly, "All right, you will always stay by my side. Want to you?" Bao Qin paused momentarily, then replied softly, "Of course." They made their way back to the Four Seasons courtyard. Once inside, Bao Qin called for Qinghe and Taos Wang to assist, instructing them to keep their voices low, as the young lady had drunk too much and should not be a source of commotion outside. Qinghe and Taos Wang nodded in agreement and came to serve. The inebriated young lady was rather easy to please, shedding her usual aloofness and reverting to the lively and delicate demeanor befitting a 15-year-old girl. Bao Qin found the transformation both amusing and heart-wrenching. Ever since the old matriarch returned to Qinghe, she felt that the young lady had changed, becoming more agreeable, yet also more sentimental than before. She had never imagined that this term would apply to her, yet it fittingly described her essence. The young lady, at times, merely sitting there, exudes an air of aloofness and distant grace from her eyes, reminiscent of a fleeting, ethereal breeze. She seems almost like an entity not belonging to this realm, ready to depart at any moment. This version of her is perplexingly unfamiliar, not at all resembling the capricious and willful Jinyang, nor the vibrant and impassioned Jinyang, who expresses her emotions freely. Bao Qin, cradling her instrument, gathered her thoughts, dampened a handkerchief, and gently wiped the girl's face. The girl murmured softly, cuddling her palm and nuzzling against it, pleading not to leave. Bao Qin chuckled softly, assuring her that she would not go anywhere. With this reassurance, the girl relaxed, closed her eyes, and slipped into a deep slumber. Bao Qin smiled helplessly, pondering how much wine had led to such a state. She resolved to remember this for the future, vowing that the girl should not indulge in alcohol outside. Qinghe approached, inquiring if there was anything she could assist with. Bao Qin requested her to take away the handkerchief and the basin of water from stand. Qinghe complied. After attending to everything, it was already the hour of high, and the moonlight was serene, with stars twinkling in the night sky. Qinghe came closer and noticed that Bao Qin's hand was pressed beneath the girl's face. She hastily asked, "Should we wake her?" Bao Qin shook her head, asking her to help bring over the bedding. "Are you sleeping here tonight?" "Yes." "Then I shall keep you company." Qinghe did not give her a chance to refuse, turning to bring over her own bedding and spread it out beside Bao Qin's. Upon seeing this, Tao Shuang also wanted to join. Bao Qin chuckled helplessly and tiptoed to extinguish the lamp. "Let's all sleep now." The following day dawned with rare, splendid weather. The sun shone brightly, and the apricot blossoms unfurled on the branches. Qinghe rose early and picked a few branches to place by the window. With the window half open, the courtyard brimmed with the essence of spring. When Cui Yuning awoke, she felt a sharp pain in her brow. She sat up, tugged at the bell by the bedside, and rubbed her forehead to alleviate the discomfort. Bao Qin lifted the curtain and entered, asking if the young lady was awake. Cui Yuning responded softly. Bao Qin approached to assist her with her morning routine, ordering the kitchen to prepare a hangover soup. After a moment, Cui Yuning, feeling guilty, asked, "Do you know what happened?" Bao Qin paused in her task of combing the young lady's hair, gazing at the beauty reflected in the mirror, and smiled. Has the young lady entirely forgotten what transpired last night? Cui Yuning's memories were hazy. She only recalled returning from her mother's courtyard, followed by a blankness as if a segment of her recollection had been severed. Was the wine truly that potent? Or am I perhaps constitutionally incapable of tolerating alcohol? This aspect eluded Cui Yuning, for in her previous life, on the day she wed Pei Yu, the ceremonial wine had been replaced with water. How much did the young lady consume yesterday? Just a small sip. Observing her genuine demeanor, Bao Qin was taken aback, then added, in the future, the young lady must exercise caution when out and about. One cannot be sure that ill-intentioned individuals might exploit such vulnerabilities. Cui Yuning understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. After freshening up, Bao Qin summoned breakfast. Cui Yuning took a few sips of the hangover soup, finally experiencing some relief from the pain in her brow. Her appetite was moderate. She had a light meal before halting. It was at this moment that Cui Xian burst in with great urgency. Cui Yuning frowned, lifting her gaze to her sister. "What is you in such a flurry, seventh sister?" Cui Xian, brimming with excitement, declared, "It's a matter of utmost urgency." Cui Yuning set down her chopsticks, instructed the servant to clear away the breakfast, and wipe her mouth before inquiring, "What is the matter?" Cui Xian replied, "Pei Yu and Zheng Qingling have gotten into a fight." Cui Yuning was taken aback and quickly asked for details. Cui Xian explained that Zheng Qingling had approached Cui Xiuxiu in the morning and, for some unknown reason, learned about her past with Pei Yu. Convinced that Cui Xiuxiu's actions were motivated by Pei Yu, he confronted him, leading to the altercation. She had received this news in haste, without even finishing her breakfast, and rushed over immediately. "Shall we go and have a look?" "Yes, we must go." Cui Yuning's expression suddenly turned cold as she rose and walked outside. "If this commotion gets out, what will become of my reputation?" Chapter 52. I will not choose either of you. Cui Yuning had never anticipated encountering an unexpected individual at the Cui residence, Pei Yin-shu. He stood beside the apricot blossoms in the garden, draped in a dark-colored cloak, his long hair tied back, with delicate and cool features reminiscent of a luminous full moon. A few dozen steps away stood a pavilion facing a pool of spring water, where Pei Yu and Zheng Qingling sat, both bearing injuries, their expressions listless as they allowed their maidservants to apply ointment to their wounds. Cui Yuning hesitated, instinctively considering retreat. However, the maidservant in the pavilion spotted them and promptly bowed in greeting. 7th Miss, 9th Mississippi. In an instant, various gazes were directed their way. Cui Yuning took a deep breath. There was no longer any pretense of ignorance. She approached and returned their smiles. As she reached Pei Yin-shu, she hesitated on how to address him. Cousin felt overly intimate, while elder brother seemed too deliberate. As she grappled with this dilemma, The young man before her slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement, greeting them. 7th Miss, 9th Mississippi. His clear voice dispelled some of the surrounding warmth. Cui Yuning politely responded. Young master. Cui Yuning sighed in relief and echoed her. Pei Yu, with his cool gaze, made way for them to pass. As Cui Yuning walked by, she caught a whiff of an exceptionally crisp plum fragrance, reminiscent of the scent she had encountered during her visit to the temple. She held her breath, daring not to look up, and hurried past. The young girl moved gracefully, the hem of her light green gauze dress fluttering like a butterfly in spring, ethereal and beautiful. With her eyes lowered, she revealed a delicate, luminous neck, contrasting beautifully against the soft green of her collar, akin to warm jade or a handful of snow atop an orchid. Suddenly, Pei Yu lowered his gaze. He had resolved long ago that one should not entertain thoughts that ought not to arise. He had understood this lesson in his previous life. Suppressing his feelings, he instructed his attendants to lead him to see Master Cui Yu, unwilling to witness her concern for her cousin firsthand, having seen enough in his past life. This was where he would draw the line. Pei Yu closed his eyes, exhaling the pent-up frustration in his chest. Let's go. Once Pei Yu departed, Cui Yuning felt a sense of relief and quickly entered the pavilion, glancing at the two injured individuals before silently taking her seat. Cui Yuning followed suit. The maidservants present hastily served the two with hot tea and snacks. Pei Yu, feeling the tension in the air, could not help but speak up. 9th Mississippi, Qinghe. Unwilling to be outdone, echoed the call. The girl remained silent, her expression unchanged, revealing no hint of emotion, which only intensified the sense of impending storm. Pei Yu felt a pang of unease and, after a moment's hesitation, took the initiative to apologize. He admitted that he had acted impulsively that day and should not have laid hands on Qinghe. Yet in that moment, the fury within him had overwhelmed his upbringing and morals. Qinghe had declared that their association would end here, a notion he had brought forth due to being misled by 6th Miss S words, which had sown discord between him and 9th Mississippi. Such a fleeting remark had proved to be his undoing, and Pei Yu found himself unable to contain his emotions any longer. He had harbored thoughts of her for many years, meticulously planning his proposal, yet he treated her with such casual disdain. How could he possibly endure this? What merit did such a person possess to be worthy of Jinyang? Did he even have the right to speak her name? It was then that he and Qinghe engaged in a fierce altercation. He struck first, having honed his skills in the 6 arts, proving himself not merely a scholar. Qinghe did not hold back either, and as their confrontation escalated, both emerged with injuries. It was only the intervention of their servants that separated them. Otherwise, one might have met a dire fate. Being young, both were fueled by their pride, and as the fight progressed, their tempers flared even more. If not for the mention of Jinyang, they would not have found the composure to cease their quarrel. After the skirmish, Pei Yu felt a pang of regret. His remorse was not for having struck Qinghe, but for the reason behind it, realizing that such actions could tarnish Jinyang's reputation. Thus, his apology came forth with genuine sincerity. Cui Yuning's expression softened as she turned her gaze upon Qinghe, who remained as gaunt as ever. Yet his eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, reminiscent of their initial encounter. She bit her lip and inquired about the cause of his altercation with Pei Yu. Qinghe felt a bitter pang in his heart. Upon entering, her first glance fell upon Pei Yu, affirming his fears that his suspicions were not unfounded. If it were not for the old lady's aversion to Pei Yu and the 6th Miss, their childhood bond would naturally lead them toward marriage. And what of him? What was his standing? Had she ever truly harbored feelings for him, or was she merely acquiescing to the old lady's wishes? Qinghe pondered the likelihood of the latter. If not, why would Jinyang so readily let go, displaying no sorrow, while he was left restless and tormented? Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of bitterness as he recalled their shared moments, a tumult of emotions bubbling within him. Yet he remained silent. Cui Yuning then turned her attention back to Pei Yu and asked, "What about you?" After a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the maidservants attending them. Cui Xian, recognizing the cue, rose and said, "You two discuss. I shall take a stroll outside." Cui Yuning considered this and chose not to stop her. Only then did Pei Yu begin to elucidate the reasons behind the conflict, ultimately apologizing for his impulsiveness that could potentially mar her reputation. Cui Yuning fell silent for a brief moment. Pei Yu understood her too well, grasping her emotions and frustrations, adeptly knowing how to placate her. After a lengthy pause, she addressed them both in a calm voice. Pei Yu and Qinghe lifted their gazes to her, fixated intently on her face. Cui Yuning spoke with tranquility. I shall not choose either of you. Pei Yu was taken aback, while Qinghe clenched his fists tightly. Perhaps you think I'm speaking in anger, but I am not. I do not deny that I once had feelings for both of you. Yet some matters belong to the past, and my disinterest is now genuine. There is no need for you to quarrel over me. It is unnecessary. Even if I cannot find a suitable husband at the Spring Banquet, I will request my brother-in-law to arrange a match for me. And I shall not choose between you two. It is time for you to let go of such hopes. The young girl spoke in a leisurely manner, her voice clear and laced with a hint of sweetness, as if she had been nurtured in a honeyed haven. Yet, the words she uttered were icily detached. Pei Yu felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her mouth opening in an attempt to formulate a response, only to discover that, in that moment, she had seemingly lost the very ability to speak. She was earnest in her resolve. She dismissed the history that existed between them, steadfastly gazing ahead, leaving both him and Qinghe far behind. Pei Yu swallowed hard, and after a prolonged silence, her voice emerged hoarse. Is it because I fought with Qinghe today that I have caused you displeasure? There was a semblance of truth in that, yet it hardly encapsulated the entirety. Cui Yuning pondered for a moment, a hint of distress crossing her features as she replied, You and Qinghe have brought me a measure of turmoil. I do not wish to continue down this path. It would be best for you, for me, and for everyone involved to let go completely. Chapter 53. He, her cousin, lived his life like a marionette. Cui Yuning wished to avoid being labeled a seductress. It baffled her, for she had never intentionally enticed them. Yet the rumors of their quarrels over her would inevitably lead to whispers behind her back, branding her as enchanting, restless, or even deliberately alluring. Despite her innocence in the matter, such is the nature of the world, with the Spring Banquet approaching, it was imperative to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. It would be for the best, for her, for Pei Yu, and for Qinghe. The young woman lowered her eyelids, a hint of fatigue evident in her gaze. Pei Yu, undeterred, pressed on, Is there truly no possibility? Cui Yuning replied with calm certainty, No, not even the slightest. No. Pei Yu's spirit plummeted, his face drained of color, nearly devoid of life. He had never anticipated such resolute words from her, words that felt like a death sentence. Regret washed over him once more. He regretted engaging in a fight with Qinghe today. Had it not been for this, Jinyang would not have lost her last shred of patience. Pei Yu pressed his palm firmly against his face, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within his eyes. I shall take my leave, he uttered, staggering to his feet. He could not bear to hear any further heart-wrenching declarations. Once outside the pavilion, he stumbled to the end of the small garden, where he finally halted, a dull ache spreading through his chest and limbs. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to resist glancing back. The weather in Luoyang was remarkably fine that day. Even at the hour of the snake, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze caressing the branches of the apricot blossoms, carrying a delightful fragrance. The young woman wore a delicate light green gauze dress, the fabric ethereal, her arms adorned with a pale pink wrap. The layers of her skirt were intricately folded, exquisite in detail, resembling a pink lotus blooming under the scorching sun, pure and beautiful. The oppressive heat seemed to dissipate in that moment. Pei Yu found himself recalling their first encounter. He was the eldest son of the Pei family's second branch in Hedong, often compared to the princess of Jinyang by his mother. As his cousin studied, his mother compelled him to do the same. As his cousin trained in martial arts, she insisted he join. Yet, unbeknownst to her, while his cousin grasped concepts with a mere glance, he struggled to comprehend them even after countless repetitions. The pressure was suffocating. When he heard his father mention a sister who had married far away in Luoyang, expressing a desire to check on her well-being, he eagerly volunteered without a second thought. In truth, he had no desire to meet this so-called aunt. He merely yearned to escape the confines of his cage-like home, to find a moment of respite. Upon arriving in Luoyang, he was welcomed by the elders of the Cui family, and for a brief period, he experienced the joy of carefree days. That year, the snowfall was particularly heavy, yet the few peach blossoms in the garden bloomed, their branches swaying gracefully, radiant in their beauty. He sheltered under the eaves, avoiding the snow, when he saw maidservants holding umbrellas, escorting a young girl closer. As the umbrella lifted slightly, he caught a fleeting glimpse. The girl appeared to be no more than 8 or 9 years old, with a delicate complexion and an enchanting demeanor, hinting at the grace she would possess in adulthood. As she approached, she greeted him sweetly, "Greetings, elder brother." It was only later that he learned she was the 9th daughter of the Qinghe Cui clan, the sister of the crown princess. He had lived in the shadow of his cousin since childhood, no matter how well he excelled in his studies. He could never surpass him. It was only when he encountered Jinyang that his mother ceased her relentless comparisons. She encouraged him to cultivate a relationship with Jinyang, suggesting he win her favor. She remarked that if he could marry Jinyang, she would no longer pressure him, despite the same commanding tone she always used. For the first time, he felt no annoyance. Instead, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He devoted himself to discovering Jinyang's preferences, crafting fresh flowers for her, composing the tales she adored, and acquiring the most fashionable hairpins adorned with pearls. The cherished daughter of the Cui family finally revealed a hint of special affection towards him. Events seemed to unfold in the direction he desired. In that moment, he naively believed he would grow old with Jinyang. However, all of his fantasies shattered when she outright rejected him. Pei Yu closed his eyes, averted his gaze, and strode out of the garden. It would be fine. It would be. He reassured himself repeatedly. He would charm her once more, just as he had in the past, accompanying her in playful antics, enjoying the blossoms, and engaging in light-hearted banter. Shortly after exiting the garden, Pei Yu encountered his cousin, who appeared to have just emerged from the main hall. His expression was calm, his features unremarkable, and his tall stature cast an aloof shadow over others. Pei Yu had grown accustomed to this demeanor. His cousin had always been emotionally detached, indifferent to everyone. As a child, he scarcely expressed laughter or tears, and it was only with age that he softened somewhat. Their mother often mocked him in private, calling him a creature devoid of sentiment. Yet the princess of Jinyang seemed to treasure him. At such moments, their mother would praise him for his understanding and filial piety, while inevitably taking a jab at the princess, suggesting that with a son like him, the family line would likely end. Pei Yu felt a tumultuous mix of emotions towards this cousin. Hatred, envy, jealousy, pity, and disdain, all intertwined. Pei Yu halted, his indifferent gaze sweeping past Pei Yu before settling on him. What was the quarrel about? His voice was cool and devoid of inflection. Although framed as a question, it sounded more like a statement. Pei Yu collected his thoughts and briefly explained the circumstances. Impulsiveness born from youthful infatuation. The young man seemed uninterested, merely acknowledging him before continuing on his way. He possessed strikingly handsome features, the kind that would typically evoke admiration. Yet his demeanor was so frigid that he resembled a deity enshrined in a temple, devoid of worldly warmth. Observing his cousin, Pei Yu suddenly felt a pang of pity. It seemed he would never experience the richness of human emotion, living his life like a marionette. He hastened to catch up with him. "Could you possibly request some additional leave for me?" "Why?" "I have some misunderstandings with Jinyang, and I wish to remain here to accompany her." "Misunderstandings?" "Perhaps not." Pei Yu recalled what Cui Yu had mentioned earlier and replied in a calm tone, "I cannot assist you. You must address this matter directly with the teacher." Cui Yu had subtly implied that their family's cherished daughter, with her innocent charm, seemed to regard Pei Yu as a playmate, leading to his misconceptions. After sipping a cup of tea, he remarked that neither family harbored intentions of a marital alliance, urging him to counsel Pei Yu against engaging in impulsive actions that could tarnish the reputation of his family's 9th daughter. Such words were undeniably harsh. However, as Pei Yu was his cousin and several years his senior, it was only fitting for him to convey this sentiment. The contemporary head of the Qinghe Cui clan, Cui Yu, was a distinguished figure of his time. Were it not for the late patriarch's decree prohibiting direct descendants from holding official positions for 3 generations, given his stature, repute, and erudition, it would not have been far-fetched for him to ascend to the rank of prime minister. The candid and unflattering remarks from such an esteemed individual clearly reflected his discontent with Pei Yu, as well as his deep affection for his daughter. Though the reasons behind the changes from the previous generation remained a mystery, he found great pleasure in witnessing this development. Chapter 54. Your heroism is both your strength and your weakness, Pei Yu departed, and Cui Yuning felt that she had said all that needed to be said. Thus she too took her leave. Just as she stepped out of the pavilion, a raspy voice called out from behind her. It was Zheng Qingling. He inquired, Jinyang, did you truly ever like me? Cui Yuning paused, her steps faltering. Suddenly, a phrase flashed through her mind, playing the lute to a cow. How fitting. It seemed that no matter what she articulated, Zheng Qingling remained ensconced in his own world, immersed in his own logic. She harbored a desire to pry open his mind and discern his thoughts, yet alas, that was not an option. Turning to face him, her bright, translucent eyes fixed upon him, brimming with confusion, as if questioning the reason behind his inquiry. Zheng Qingling's throat tightened. He yearned to explain, but restrained himself. Would Jinyang scorn him upon learning the truth, deeming him of poor character? He was acutely aware that he ought to be magnanimous, to embody the chivalrous Zheng Lang Jun of yore, generously wishing her well in her quest for a worthy suitor. Yet, he found himself unwilling, reluctant. Why should he wish her a blissful union? If that were the case, why could he not be the one? He would rather be deemed a petty man than the gentleman she described. Cui Yuning pressed her fingers to her brow, impatience flickering in her gaze. She truly wished to avoid further conversation with him. Why could he not comprehend the thoughts that Pei Yu clearly grasped? She had articulated her feelings with utmost clarity. With a sigh of exasperation, she pondered, perhaps this is the essence of a warrior? Lacking the intricate schemes of a scholar, straightforward and sincere, yet stubbornly entangled in a single, rigid notion. She understood that if she did not clarify her thoughts, Zheng Qingling would persist in his pursuit. Warriors were known for such tenacity. Thus, she nodded and said, I once liked you. Zheng Qingling rejected this response, instinctively shying away from the word once. Unwilling to hear her final judgment, he impulsively voiced his inner turmoil. If you truly like me, how could you let go so swiftly? I see no trace of sorrow in your eyes. The smile in Cui Yuning's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a steady gaze that seemed to penetrate his very soul. Zheng Qingling felt uneasy under her scrutiny and averted his gaze. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, raising her eyes to meet his. So, you believe that my lack of distress over your refusal to meet my gaze, my inability to eat or sleep, is abnormal, do you? Her calm tone, upon careful listening, revealed a hint of sharpness. Zheng Qingling instinctively wished to deny her assertion. Was he truly so fragile? He simply could not fathom how she could so easily move on. At the very least, he could not. This doubt reached its zenith upon learning of Pei Yu's existence. Yet, when he met the clarity of her bright eyes, his retorts faltered and silence enveloped him. Cui Yuning paid no heed to his feelings and stated matter-of-factly, I am not an ordinary woman of noble birth. I shall not be driven to despair merely by a fleeting glance. For me, individuals like you abound. Moreover, even if I cherished you deeply, I would never sacrifice my dignity and pride. As for why I no longer harbor affection for you, you are well aware that this relationship was relinquished by you from the very beginning. Her words, though softly spoken, struck him like blows to the heart. Zheng Qingling felt an overwhelming sense of turmoil, hastily attempting to clarify, that's not the case. I was misled by others and momentarily misunderstood. Jinyang, please grant me another chance. I have already given you that chance. What? After this incident unfolded, I awaited Pei Yu, and I had hoped to await you as well. However, after a prolonged wait with no sign of you, I contemplated extending you 2 more days, considering that our acquaintance is still rather shallow. But when you failed to appear, I understood that it was your lack of faith in me. Since you have severed ties with the past, why come seeking me? Actions speak volumes, yet all I desire is that you do not regret your decisions. Her tone remained composed throughout her discourse. After all, with the passage of so many days, her emotions had settled into a tranquil state. Zheng Qingling felt a profound sorrow, never having contemplated her inner turmoil. Nor did he realize that during his restless nights, she too had secretly yearned for him, waiting for his return. Merely entertaining such thoughts shattered his heart into fragments. But I regret it. He forced a bitter smile, covering his face as he spoke softly. I regret that day. I rejected you. Regret uttering such words. If I were to say now that I do not mind your temperament, would you believe me? How absurd. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended that he truly did not care whether Jinyang was good or bad, as long as she was willing to return his side. He had once scorned individuals of such nature, yet now he found himself transformed into one of them, willingly embracing this change for her sake. The young woman nodded without hesitation. I believe you. Just as Zheng Qingling's expression of joy was about to fully bloom, he heard her next words. However, Zheng Qingling, some things are simply in the past, much like a shattered mirror that cannot be restored. His smile faltered instantly. What do you mean? Cui Yuning reiterated. I truly no longer have feelings for you. Zheng Qingling grew anxious. I acknowledge that I was wrong this time, and I will change. I swear it will never happen again. Cui Yuning regarded him, reluctant to speak harshly, yet recognizing that only harsh words could sever his remaining hopes. She exhaled softly, fixing her gaze upon him. You are truly admirable, possessing a youthful spirit unmatched by others, along with a chivalrous heart that defends the weak. Many would find themselves drawn to someone like you. Zheng Qingling wanted to inquire about her feelings, but refrained. He understood her answer would certainly be that she had once liked him. Indeed, he knew her well. Cui Yuning paused before continuing. However, Zheng Qingling, I have never been in a position of weakness that requires rescue. Your youthful chivalry cannot find expression in my presence. It is both your strength and your flaw. Without lingering on that point, she shifted the topic, asking him, if we were to marry, would you take a concubine? Zheng Qingling was taken aback by her sudden inquiry. His face flushed crimson. He glanced at her and replied no. In his heart, there was only her. No one else could compare to her. But what if you encountered a girl who sold herself to bury her father? Would you assist her? Zheng Qingling hesitated for merely 2 seconds before nodding. I would, but I would not take her for myself. I would seek a proper place for her. Cui Yuning smiled ambiguously, refraining from commenting on the rightness or wrongness of his decision, and then asked, what if that girl were to threaten her life? What? She does not wish for refuge. She solely desires to marry you. Zheng Qingling was momentarily speechless. The girl's voice seemed to drift from the wind. Would you acquiesce? Zheng Qingling hesitated again. Observing his expression, Cui Yuning spoke on his behalf, providing the answer. You would acquiesce. Chapter 55. The lack of fate between me and Miss Jiu Zheng Qingling could not deny this fact. He had always possessed a kind heart, unable to remain indifferent. Remembering his promise to her not to take a concubine, he hastily clarified, even so, I would never lay a hand on her. Cui Yuning chuckled, deeming him quite naive. Zheng Qingling was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in confusion. Do you not find those words somewhat familiar? What? As the sun grew warmer, the young lady seemed to find the heat unbearable and returned to her seat in the pavilion. Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled mischievously and posed a question. If you refuse to marry her and she resorts to threatening her own life, do you truly believe she would not employ the same tactic again? At that moment, would you still resist her? Cold sweat immediately beaded on Zheng Qingling's forehead. He opened his mouth to explain that it was not so simple, yet found himself at a loss for words. The question rendered him incapable of defending himself. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, I did not intend for it to be this way. Cui Yuning reassured him, I know. She believed he was not that kind of person. But what difference did it make? He would still take a concubine. He would still share bed with her. His compassion prevented him from witnessing the demise of others. Just like Pei Yu, she genuinely believed his earlier defense. Upon seeing the concubine's semblance to her, her heart softened. Yet what good did that do? She had always judged actions, not intentions. Once an act was committed, it was done, regardless of whether it was coerced or not. In her eyes, it was wrong, an irredeemable transgression. As Cui Yuning reached this point, her spirit waned. At times, she wondered if she was being too particular, but then recalled the emperors of previous dynasties, where only empress one graced the harem. Looking back through the generations, countless emperors lived their lives with but a single empress. If even emperors adhered to such standards, why could they not? This ethos persisted until the reign of the current sovereign. In these times, with few offspring, the current emperor established a harem of 3,000 beauties, while ministers followed suit with their own concubines and mistresses. Thus, the moral fabric of society deteriorated. For men, it was of little consequence, but for women, it was a different struggle. Cui Yuning's gaze fell dejectedly. Zheng Qingling harbored a glimmer of hope, longing to speak, yet restrained himself, accustomed to her discouragement. Returning to her senses, Cui Yuning found her throat parched. She sipped some tea to moisten her lips. Regardless of intent, the outcome remained unchanged. They had acted. Zheng Qingling felt a bitter dryness in his throat. What could he say? He was left speechless. He could not even dare to tell her that she could not use unfounded matters to trouble him, for he understood that he truly might succumb to such actions. His heart was in turmoil, gripped by fear, more so than upon learning of Pei Yu's long-standing friendship with her. He feared losing Jinyang, not due to external influences or circumstances, but because he could not keep her by his side. After a long pause, he pressed his lips together and attempted once more. Cui Yuning simply stated, "What if there were a concubine?" Zheng Qingling remained silent. Cui Yuning laid bare her stance. "I will not consent to your taking a concubine. Should you do so, I shall demand a divorce. After the divorce, my reputation would suffer, making it difficult to remarry, and remaining unmarried would tarnish the reputations of the young ladies in the household. Look, this is the conclusion of our marriage. There is more to be said than just what he has expressed. Like all men, few possess true virtue." After finishing her tea, Cui Yuning observed that Zheng Qingling remained in a daze, so she chose not to disturb him further and gracefully exited the pavilion, making her way towards the garden. Zheng Qingling, a man of understanding, acknowledged her words. His chivalrous nature was both an asset and a flaw. As she articulated, with his noble heart, he would no longer press her. If he were to change, he would cease to be himself. At least one issue had been resolved. Cui Yuning sighed in relief. Yet her thoughts turned to Pei Yu, causing her brow to furrow once more. He would not be so easily placated. It would be prudent to swiftly seek out an admirable candidate for her. When the time came, he would have no choice but to accept it. Upon leaving the garden, Cui Yuning called out to Cui Xian, who was idly wandering nearby. Cui Xian approached briskly and, noticing her calm demeanor, inquired, "Is everything well?" Cui Yuning affirmed. Without prying for details, Cui Xian simply offered her congratulations. Cui Yuning asked if she had breakfast. If not, she could have a little something in her courtyard. Cui Xian, having already filled herself with pastries, replied that she was no longer hungry. The altercation between Zheng Qingling and Pei Yu had attracted the attention of numerous servants, and the gossip quickly reached the ears of the matriarch, Lady Cui. She ordered the dismissal of several gossiping maids, effectively silencing any further discussion on the matter. Subsequently, Lady Cui summoned Zheng Qingling. Upon seeing the slender youth, she refrained from being overly harsh, instead delicately broaching the subject of their failed match. Unable to directly cite Lunyang, she merely mentioned that Jinyang had a petulant disposition. After a prolonged silence, the youth finally spoke. "I do not blame Jinyang. It is simply that we are not fated for one another. She possesses a commendable character." After a day of quiet reflection in the pavilion, he had come to a clear understanding. Throughout, Jinyang had never wronged him in any way. It was his own arrogance and misplaced trust in others that had led him to betray her genuine affection. Given such circumstances, he felt no right to pursue a match. Jinyang had laid everything bare before him. She would not find happiness in marrying him. In a moment of despair, he had resolved to abandon his gentlemanly principles. Yet upon further contemplation, he deemed it wise to leave her with a favorable impression. He did not wish for her to remember him solely with disdain. Lady Cui was somewhat taken aback by his response, feeling a sense of relief, and promised to help him find a gentle and virtuous noblewoman at the Spring Banquet. Zheng Qingling replied that such efforts were unnecessary, as he intended to return to Xingyang after the banquet. Without Jinyang, Luoyang felt all too alien to him. Were it not for the constraints of decorum, he would have hastened back to Xingyang, eager to escape this city that constantly reminded him of Jinyang. Lady Cui, though regretful, did not attempt to dissuade him. There was no need for enmity if a union could not be formed. After bidding him farewell, her countenance hardened as she ordered Cui Xiuxiu to be taken to Beima Temple, where she could reflect on her behavior. For the time being, Lady Cui had no leisure to attend to her. Once Zheng, Qingling, and Pei Yu departed, she would find the time to address her, not through punishment, but ensuring she would not continue in her complacency. Upon learning of the situation, concubine Pei hurried to seek Lady Cui's intercession. Without so much as a glimpse of Lady Cui, she was dismissed with a warning that should she continue to be insubordinate, swift measures would be taken against Lunyang. Concubine Pei dared not wield her pregnancy as a threat any longer, acutely aware of the matriarch's ruthless nature and her capacity to act upon such threats. With the interference of Zheng, Qingling, and others now absent, Cui Yuning relished a rare period of tranquility. Her days were spent in light-hearted banter with her sisters, Cui Xian and Cui Wan, or in the company of the venerable Princess Anping, engaging in pleasant conversation. As a result, their rapport blossomed. Frequent visits inevitably led to encounters with that young lord. His mother, Princess Jinyang, was the niece of Princess Anping, which explained his regular visits to pay his respects. After 2 unexpected meetings, Cui Yuning refrained from further visits, as the presence of an unrelated male, particularly the cousin of Pei Yu, rendered the situation somewhat awkward. As the days passed following the awakening of spring, the weather began to clear. The Cui household received an official invitation from the residence of Princess Anping, calling for the young ladies of the household to attend the spring banquet. Chapter 56, particularly Miss Jiu, unforgettable encounter as dawn broke. The courtyard of the Four Seasons was already illuminated by lanterns. Baoqin instructed Xingyu and Tao Suang to prepare hot water while she made her way to the inner chamber to rouse the sleeping maiden. The curtains fell softly, casting delicate shadows. The young girl, with her snow-white arms resting on the embroidered quilt, had her silky hair cascading down, the cover not drawn tightly, revealing a warm, jade-like shoulder. "Miss, please awaken. The old lady has sent word for you to rise early," Baoqin gently called, lifting the curtain with a soft voice. After a brief moment, the girl stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes and asking the time. The sky was just beginning to brighten, the faint morning light filtering through the half-open window, casting a glow that made the room even more radiant. Baoqin tied back the curtains and approached her. "It is the 5th watch." Cui Yuning furrowed her brow and slowly sat up, ringing a small bell by the bedside. The waiting maids promptly entered in a neat line. As Cui Yuning rose, she allowed them to attend to her. "Why such an early rise today? Did you forget, miss? The spring banquet is upon us." Cui Yuning paused, calculating the time, and indeed realized it was upon her. How swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, the spring banquet had arrived. Without Zheng, Qingling, and Pei Yu, she found life considerably more pleasant. Indeed, her previous vexations had stemmed from them. Oh, how wonderful it would be to find a suitable suitor at the spring banquet, Cui Yuning mused idly, resting her chin on her hand. Tao Suang delicately inserted a ruby-gilded butterfly hairpin into her hair and, gazing at the beauty in the mirror, asked, "Which dress shall you wear, miss?" Cui Yuning replied. The dress adorned with floating light and intricate embroidery. The embroiderers had worked tirelessly for nearly half a month, and the exquisite fabric had finally arrived 2 days prior. Indeed, the floating light satin was of the finest quality. When unfurled in the sunlight, the clusters of golden peonies embroidered on the hem seemed to come alive, shimmering and dazzling. After completing her morning routine, Cui Yuning had a light breakfast before heading to the front courtyard. On the way, she encountered Cui Xian, who was also splendidly dressed today in an apricot-colored skirt adorned with entwined lotus patterns. A gilded phoenix hairpin was elegantly placed in her hair, and luxurious tassels accentuated her cheeks, enhancing her beauty akin to a water lily in bloom. Cui Yuning called out first, 7th sister. Cui Xian's eyes sparkled with surprise, and after a moment, she recovered and teased, You were beautiful enough on ordinary days. In such splendid attire today. I wonder how many suitors will be mesmerized at the spring banquet. Miss Jiu was naturally strikingly beautiful, even possessing a sharp and glamorous allure. Such vibrant colors were indeed befitting her. She could already envision the lively atmosphere of the spring banquet. Regardless, she did not expect to find a suitable suitor this year. Unlike her mother, she was not in a hurry. If this year did not yield success, there was always next year or the year after. Cui Xian playfully pinched her cheek and laughed. Not only those unrefined suitors, even I find it hard not to be enchanted. Cui Yuning, aware of her beauty, did not feign modesty. She smiled and thanked her likewise. Cui Xian was quite pleased with her makeup today. Upon her remark, she gently touched her face and smiled contentedly. The two of them entered the main hall together. Old Madame Cui briefly conveyed some instructions, and noticing the time was getting late, she ceased speaking and instructed the servants to escort them out. The stewardess, observing her expression, presented her with a cup of hot tea and inquired with a smile, "Are you worried about the two young ladies, madam?" Old Madame Cui accepted the tea but did not drink, fiddling with the tea lid, unable to conceal the furrow of concern on her brow. Indeed, both girls had fiery tempers, and she fervently hoped that this year's spring festival banquet would proceed without a hitch. After all, she had raised them, and how could she not be aware of their dispositions? Yet, the outside world was hardly as forgiving as home, and it was prudent to exercise a bit of restraint. Initially, she had not been concerned about Jinyang. However, the thought of her attending the banquet alongside Jinyang caused her heart to flutter. She feared that Jinyang might adopt Jinyang's reckless behavior. The events of the past 2 years were still fresh in her mind. Last time at the spring festival banquet, Jinyang had gotten into an altercation with Zhao Sanyang for reasons unknown, and within mere moments, she had splashed tea all over her, witnessed by countless onlookers. Fortunately, someone had intervened before it escalated into a full-blown fight, which would have been utterly disgraceful. Nonetheless, among the noble families of Luoyang, how many remained unaware of such incidents? They might dismiss it as childish antics, yet no one dared to propose a match thereafter. The stewardess chuckled. "Both young ladies are well aware of propriety. You need not worry at all. Just wait and see. Our two young ladies will soon be the talk of the town, and suitors will be flocking to our doorstep." Old Madame Cui reflected on her two exceptionally gifted granddaughters. A faint smile finally gracing her face. She could only hope for the best. As she spoke, her thoughts drifted to her granddaughter far away at Bema Temple. She lifted the tea lid, took a sip of the hot tea, and inquired softly, "How is Lunyang faring?" The stewardess replied, "She has been quite well behaved lately." Old Madame Cui set down her teacup and, with a measured tone, remarked, "Have someone keep a close watch on her. Ensure she does not wander off. If she truly becomes restless," pausing, her eyelids drooped, she added, "then take action." The stewardess stiffened and responded affirmatively. Old Madame Cui's demeanor remained composed as she softly chanted a Buddhist prayer, playing with her sandalwood prayer beads, while a maid assisted her into the Buddhist hall. If Lunyang were to remain calm, she would not resort to such harsh measures. After all, she was her own granddaughter, and despite being a concubine's child, she was still of her son's bloodline. However, if she were to misbehave, she would show no mercy. The spring festival banquet was held at the villa of Princess Onping, located on the outskirts, adorned with vermilion towers and azure tiles, an embodiment of royal luxury and extravagance. Princess Onping was acutely aware of her esteemed status. If she arrived early, the young ladies and gentlemen would undoubtedly feel constrained, thus she often chose to arrive last, remaining only briefly before departing, allowing ample time for the youth to mingle. Before the princess's arrival, to avoid any impropriety, the female guests and male attendees were seated separately. The women in the garden mostly belonged to their own social circles, gathering in small clusters to chat and laugh, appearing quite at ease. The young gentlemen, on the other hand, congregated near the pavilion by the artificial hill, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted banter, discussing topics without reserve, inevitably landing on the subject of the noble ladies, debating which lady was more beautiful and which more graceful. Is that Miss Lu San sitting in the pavilion across? Indeed, it is her. I wonder if brother has taken a liking to her. I must forewarn you, This Miss Lu San is notorious for her temper in Luoyang. She possesses a fiery spirit, yet her beauty is truly remarkable. Several young gentlemen from esteemed families visiting from afar frequently cast their glances towards the corner pavilion. Setting aside other matters, the young ladies seated there are exceptionally striking, each with their own distinct charm, surpassing even the beauty of flowers. When it comes to appearance, one must not overlook the Cui family of Qinghe. Whether the married or the unmarried daughters residing in their household, each is as enchanting as a celestial being. Particularly, the ninth miss is unforgettable upon first sight. Chapter 57. I choose him. Is she truly that beautiful? Why deceive you? One will know upon her arrival. Several young gentlemen, half convinced, observed their friend's earnest demeanor and decided to shift the conversation to other topics. They were all scions of noble families, having encountered countless beauties. How exceptional could one be? As they pondered, a stir suddenly arose in the garden. The ninth young lady has arrived. Following the sound, several young gentlemen turned their gazes to see two maidens escorted by attendants entering from the garden, making their way to the pavilion diagonally opposite. The pavilion overlooked a lake of spring water, where dozens of pink lotuses intertwined with emerald green leaves, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Evoking the verse of an ancient poet, the floating scent lingers along the winding banks. The round shadows grace the splendid pool. The maiden on the left donned a robe of deep sapphire adorned with peony patterns, paired with a light, gauzy skirt in begonia red embellished with golden floral motifs. A crimson shawl draped elegantly over her arms, her brows resembling distant mountains, her eyes akin to autumn waters. Such vivid, striking colors accentuated her exquisite features. Resembling a peony blooming proudly under the blazing sun, radiant and resplendent, rendering all else dull in her presence. The young gentlemen were momentarily rendered speechless. Cui Xian and Cui Yuning whispered to one another, I feel as though many eyes are upon us. No, to be precise, many are watching you. I told you, today countless gentlemen will lose their wits. She refrained from raising her head, fully aware of the expressions on those gentlemen's faces. Even she, who saw the ninth lady daily, found herself momentarily captivated. What more could be said for those young lads who had never beheld her beauty? Cui Xian found a spot to sit and turned her gaze toward the maiden in the red dress to her left. Miss Lu, why did you specifically invite us here? She had a few acquaintances among the guests, originally intending to bring the ninth lady to meet them, but was unexpectedly intercepted by a maid, who conveyed that Miss Lu had requested her presence. Miss Lu was a close friend of the Zhao young lady, with whom she had nearly quarreled at last year's Spring Banquet. Given this connection, their encounters were often marked by sharp exchanges, leaving little room for amicability. Thus, it was evident that her invitation bore ill intentions. Miss Lu's gaze swept over Cui Yaoning's face, her expression darkening as she coldly directed her attention to the maiden in the blue dress across from her. Did you not say it was only the seventh young lady? The girl in the blue dress grasped the meaning in her eyes, her countenance turning sour. She had thought herself the sole invitee. Everyone knew the temperament of the seventh young lady. It was said that even her several eligible sisters were reluctant to engage with her. Who would have thought that the ninth young lady, attending the spring banquet for the first time in years, would come with her? Before the gathering, Miss Lu refrained from saying anything too harsh, casting a sharp glance at her instead. Of course, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. I thought it a perfect opportunity to catch up during the spring banquet. She gestured for them to take a seat, her eyes sincere and her tone genuine. Were it not for Cui Xian's knowledge of her true nature, she might have been deceived. Hypocritical. Miss Lu paid no heed to the sarcasm in her voice, her gaze shifting slightly as she hesitated before asking, might this be the ninth young lady? Cui Yaoning nodded gracefully, affirming her identity. Her voice was sweet, and merely listening to it seemed to infuse a delightful essence deep within one's bones. Lu Shenyang's expression darkened further. Initially, she had chosen this spot due to its proximity to the male guest, having heard that several young gentlemen from Qinghe had arrived. She had hoped to seize the opportunity. However, with the arrival of Cui Jinyang, who could still see her, yet she was unwilling to vacate the pavilion without cause. And in her frustration, she cast a glare at the girl in the green dress. Cui Xian, noticing the fluctuation in Lu Sanyang's complexion, teased her with a smile. Lu Sanyang, could it be that my Jinyang is obstructing your view? If that were the case, do not hesitate to say so. I shall ensure Jinyang departs. Lu Sanyang glanced at the girl beside her, forcing a smile. Of course not. I would welcome Jinyang's presence here. Cui Xian's tongue, if not for her disdain, would have remained silent. She had initially aimed to provoke Lu Sanyang into embarrassment before the assembly of young gentlemen. Little did she expect that Jinyang's arrival would render her less foolish. Suppressing her ire, she smiled and said, I recently learned that at the Spring Banquet, several families, including the Zhengs of Xingyang, the Lis of Longxi, the Peis of Hedong, and the Wangs of Langjie, have sent their descendants to attend. There will be much to observe. Lu Sanyang paused before inquiring, is Jinyang approaching her coming-of-age ceremony? Indeed, it will be next month, she replied. Lu Sanyang chuckled. Then you must keep a keen eye. Should you take a liking to anyone, feel free to speak up. We assure you we shall not vie for him. Cui Xian interjected. That is only if you are able to compete. Lu Sanyang maintained her composure, pretending not to have heard. Cui Yuning stifled a laugh, tugging at Cui Xian's sleeve to express her gratitude. As they spoke, a ripple of excitement coursed through the garden. Several young ladies familiar to them rushed over, giggling. The young gentlemen are competing in throwing pots. Come, let us go see. Hurry, there are several handsome lads. If we don't hurry, we might lose our spots. Lu Sanyang felt a tug of interest and solicited the opinions of the two. Neither Cui Yuning nor Cui Xian objected, and the remaining ladies in the pavilion, of lesser status than Lu Sanyang, naturally had no qualms. The group made their way toward the male guests. The pavilion was surrounded by young, noble women peering curiously inside. Upon seeing the approaching group, several astute, noble women recognized their identities, clearing a path and inviting them in. Inside the pavilion, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, the opulence was self-evident. The young gentlemen present were all scions of illustrious families, each strikingly handsome. Yet, the most captivating were three seated at the innermost part. One youth exuded a clear and refined demeanor, while another embodied a carefree and spirited essence, their contrasting temperaments drawing the gaze of all the noble women. A few steps away, at a window, sat a slightly older young man, donned in a spacious silver-hued silk robe adorned with white crane patterns. His features were delicate, reminiscent of a master artist's exquisite ink painting, embodying grace and elegance. Cui Yuning's gaze flitted from Pei Yu to Zheng Qingling, before finally resting upon Pei Yu. He is truly suited to don such a hue, resembling the clutch of spring snow that has finally returned to his snow-capped mountain, akin to the crescent moon reflected in the tranquil lake, exuding an elegance that is exquisitely serene. Ultimately, there is an ethereal quality that seems devoid of the mundane essence of human existence. After a brief moment, Cui Yuning shifted her gaze. Someone inquired, who is being compared? The early arriving noblewoman responded, the esteemed Pei Langjun from Hedong and the distinguished Zheng Langjun from Xingyang. Lu Sanyang, with a smile, asked Cui Yuning, Ninth miss, whom do you believe will prevail? Her voice was soft yet perfectly audible. Cui Yuning sensed two pairs of eyes suddenly directed at her, seemingly awaiting her response, eager to see whom she would choose. To be frank, she wished not to select either. After a brief silence, her gaze traversed past the hopeful Pei Yu, landing on the composed and refined young man. Her voice delicate yet assertive. I choose him. Chapter 58. Could it be that this girl truly harbors feelings for Qinghe? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, setting aside the young gentleman's prowess and tosspot. What significance was there in selecting him if he did not participate in the contest? Lu Sanyang paused for a moment before explaining. Is those two who are competing? She subtly gestured towards Pei Yu and Zheng Qingling. The young girl nodded gently, as if acknowledging a matter of little importance. Her tone was excessively calm, as if she had posed a rather peculiar inquiry. Lu Sanyang struggled to maintain her smile. You know, yet you would choose others? Cui Yuning tilted her head, asking, is it not permissible to select? Her beauty was striking, with eyes as cold as a spring pond, imbued with a lingering chill of late winter. Lu Sanyang felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Her objections lodged in her throat. She forced a smile, of course one can choose. A glance towards the young man by the window prompted her to add, "That gentleman appears far more formidable than these two." In terms of appearance and demeanor, this was undoubtedly true. A man of such exceptional grace was a rarity in her life, though he seemed considerably older, perhaps just past the age of youth. One could only wonder about his status. At his age, he was likely already wed. Lu Sanyang pondered for a moment, recalling the earlier conversation in the pavilion. Unsure if Jinyang had taken a liking to this man. Why else would she overlook the two competitors in favor of him? Personally, Lu Sanyang preferred the two young men before her, rather than the aloof gentleman. It was no wonder she thought this way. The gentleman seated by the window maintained a consistently indifferent demeanor, casting a glance only when Jinyang spoke, as if they were entirely insignificant to him. Indeed, he was handsome, but his cold disposition left much to be desired. Just as she was mulling over these thoughts, someone revealed his identity. This was the son of the princess of Jinyang, the young Lord Pei Yu. Inside the pavilion, a young man clad in a blue cloak spoke with a smile. "You ladies possess discerning eyes. Whether in tosspot or various skills, our young lord excels effortlessly, never having faced defeat." To listen closely, one could detect a hint of boastfulness in his words. The speaker, with a jade crown adorning his hair, had naturally smiling eyes that sparkled with mirth, exuding an air of cultured elegance. "Ziyu," came a curt admonition in a cool voice. The youth, referred to as Ziyu, seemed well acquainted with the speaker, chuckling unconcernedly. To prevent Cui Yuning and the others from overthinking, he added, "I am not boasting in the slightest. Ask them if you doubt it." A group of young gentlemen from Qinghe readily chimed in agreement. Lu Sanyang thought to herself that they had all arrived together, naturally supporting one another. However, she was astute enough not to show her thoughts. "We certainly believe you," she replied with a smile. Cui Yuning nodded in agreement. Of course, she believed it. In her previous life in Qinghe, she had heard more than anyone else. Such a talent as Pei Yu was rare in the Pei family, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and various other arts, including tosspot, with no skill beyond his grasp. The noble ladies of Qinghe were nearly driven mad with admiration for him. She chanced upon a sight that resembled not the typical admiration a woman holds for a man, but rather the fervent devotion of a worshipper presenting their deity upon an altar. Cui Yuning sometimes found herself curious. Was there anything this person could not achieve? It seemed not. His lineage, appearance, physique, temperament, and knowledge were all of the highest caliber. Du Yu glanced at her in surprise, with his discernment. He could naturally tell that her admiration was genuine, which piqued his interest. How intriguing. Could it be that this girl harbored genuine feelings for Qinghe? If that were the case, he would first offer his condolences. After so many years of acquaintance, he understood better than anyone the state of Qinghe's health. Even the most beautiful celestial being would pale in comparison to the allure of flowers and grass in his eyes. The Princess Huayang was a case in point. Although the girl before him was 3 parts more beautiful than the princess, Du Yu did not believe that such beauty could sway Qinghe. Nevertheless, he was one who relished the spectacle, and turning towards Pei Yu, he said with a smile, "Qinghe, do show these 2 ladies a thing or two. They seem rather skeptical." Pei Yu furrowed his brow, his tone becoming somber. Ziyu, his features were delicate, and when his expression turned cold, he exuded an intimidating aura. However, having known Du Yu for a long time, he was well aware of his temperament. Despite his frosty demeanor, he was essentially good-natured. Besides, if he truly became angry, the worst that could happen was a scuffle. Du Yu thought with determination and continued to persuade. The youth seated by the window appeared unperturbed, taking a sip of tea before setting the cup down, his expression serene, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. It seemed as though the words had no impact on him whatsoever. Lu Sanyang could not restrain herself from speaking. "Since the young master is unwilling, let it be. If I remember correctly, is these 2 young gentlemen who are to engage in a contest." Her comment redirected the attention of the assembly back to Zheng Qingling and his companion. Perhaps due to the lack of focus on them, both gentlemen appeared somewhat disheartened. Their brows knitted lacking the earlier vigor. Servants in the garden had early on brought forth the arrows, inquiring after the two, and subsequently distributed several dozen arrows before stepping aside. A brave, noble woman inquired, "Shall the two young lords commence?" The question was met with a chorus of agreement. "Do hurry and begin. It has been long enough. I place my bets on Pei Jun. He is bound to win." Such words were contentious. The Zheng family of Jinyang had a long-standing martial tradition, and how could Pei Jun, despite his mastery of the 6 arts, possibly compare with Zheng Jun? Each noble woman championed her favored contestant, resulting in a heated debate. Pei Yu toyed with an arrow, suddenly losing all interest. What did it matter how fiercely he competed with Zheng Qingling? Jinyang did not even spare him a glance. He understood better than anyone that Jinyang truly did not care for them, which was why she ignored him entirely, showing no sign of being moved. He recalled how she had chosen his cousin earlier, neither selecting him nor Zheng Qingling. Though he could surmise the reason, he still felt a pang of anxiety. His cousin's attributes aligned perfectly with Jinyang's criteria for a husband. Pei Yu closed his eyes, trying to calm his racing thoughts. No more comparisons. Suddenly, a languid voice broke through the silence beside him. Pei Yu regained her composure, observing Zheng Qingling casually toss the arrow to a nearby servant. Her expression indifferent as she declared, "Consider this your victory," before striding out of the pavilion. The noble ladies exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Only Pei Yu understood that they all faced defeat. In the presence of Cui Yuning, neither of them emerged as a victor, having lost interest long before. Upon hearing her words, he relinquished the arrow and declared the contest over. The surrounding noble ladies, finding the situation dull, gradually dispersed in small groups. Noticing this, Du Xunyu laughed playfully. "Look, because of you, this game of tossing arrows has become quite uneventful. Why not showcase your skills for these young ladies?" Pei Yinshu, feeling a sense of impatience, was about to respond when he noticed the girl in the pomegranate red dress had not yet left. He pressed his lips together, signaling a servant to bring him an arrow, which he casually tossed, the arrow landing precisely within the target. Only then did he lift his gaze towards Du Xunyu. His tone calm. "Is that sufficient?" Chapter 59. The more you care, the more you worry. Du Xunyu was merely jesting, never anticipating that he would actually agree. He cast a bewildered glance at him, then looked toward the entrance of the pavilion, where he could only see a group of young women turning to leave. This was utterly inconceivable. Since when could a few words sway Pei Xingji? Understanding his temperament as he did, Du Xunyu had felt free to tease him. Yet today, he was behaving unpredictably. Taking a seat opposite him, Du Xunyu pressed further. "What is the situation?" Pei Yinshu's gaze was cool, his tone calm. "What? Spare me." Du Xunyu seized the teapot, poured himself a cup, and took a large sip, irritatedly retorting, "You are not one to act this way. Speak. What has caused such an anomaly today?" He held the tea, pondering if he had overlooked anything. There was nothing, was there? Everything seemed quite normal. Could it be that he truly felt guilty because of his earlier remark? The thought made Du Xunyu question himself again. It shouldn't be so. The Pei Xingji he knew could not possess such an emotion as guilt. Or was it possible that he did not understand his friend as well as he thought? It wasn't that he was unwilling to consider romantic entanglements, but having witnessed Pei Xingji's indifference towards Princess Huayang and the noble ladies of Chang'an, he knew that he was not the type to be swayed by feminine allure. Furthermore, Pei Xingji typically exuded a frigid detachment, almost resembling a reclusive scholar. The very notion of romantic emotions seemed beneath him. Du Xunyu was utterly perplexed, and in a fit of frustration, he questioned him. The young man seated across from him remained unhurried, sitting upright with impeccable poise, exuding the pride of a noble scion in every gesture. "It's nothing. If I wish to throw, I shall throw," he replied with a measured cadence, hinting at a casual indifference. Du Xunyu was about to inquire further when a youth clad in a snow-blue long robe approached. The boy's features were bright and clear. With a hint of resemblance to Pei Xingji, he seemed to be his cousin named, what was it? Pei Yu? That should be correct. Yet, being merely a cousin, he had not heard Pei Xingji mention him, suggesting a lack of familiarity. Uncertain, Du Xunyu halted his questioning and smiled at him. "Are you here to see Xingji?" Pei Yu respectfully greeted, "Du Lu Ge." Du Xun hailed from the esteemed Du family of Jingzhou, being the sixth in line at home, thus referred to as Du Lulang by outsiders. His temperament was free-spirited and charming, and his knowledge was profound. At his tender age, he had already risen among the ranks of notable scholars. Regardless of their familial bond or scholarly prowess, Pei Yu was obliged to address him as brother. After the greeting, Pei Yu honestly replied, "Yes." Pei Yinshu, maintaining his calm demeanor, said, "Speak." This was his usual tone, and Pei Yu sensed nothing amiss, stating that the teacher had permitted him to remain in Luoyang for a few more days, seeking his opinion. The young man's expression was placid, and his voice, as always, bore an air of detachment. "Since the teacher has consented, it is settled. There is no need to solicit my opinion." Pei Yu paused, then declared he would go seek Jinyang. Upon glancing at his elder cousin, who appeared unfazed, as if his words had not registered, he felt a slight relief. It seemed his cousin held no particular interest in Jinyang. He should not overthink it. Indeed, it was his distraction caused by Jinyang's words that unsettled him. How could his cousin, with his naive disposition towards emotions, ever concern himself with matters of love? Even if Jinyang harbored some feelings, it was certain that his cousin would remain indifferent. Yet, he must quell Jinyang's thoughts. Pei Yu felt a sense of relief as he hastily departed after bowing to them. The table was laden with an array of pastries and beverages. Du Qinghe took a bite of a dan cake, chuckling as he remarked, "Your cousin appears refined. Yet he possesses quite the mind, doesn't he? It's hard to gauge his character, but simply observing him reveals a lively intellect. I find it rather unappealing." After a few more words, Du Qinghe shifted the topic abruptly, inquiring about the Jinyang he had just mentioned. Was she not the maiden in the red dress? Du Qinghe's impression of that lady was indeed profound. He had encountered many beauties, yet none had captivated him as she did. The young maiden stood gracefully against the wind, her crimson shawl billowing, exuding an air of coolness, with striking features that seemed to blend the brilliance of rouge with a touch of snow, both crisp and ethereal. Though she appeared no older than 14 or 15, she lacked the exuberance typically associated with her age. Her demeanor was reminiscent of Qinghe. They bore a striking resemblance. Receiving no reply, Du Qinghe remained unfazed, continuing with a smile, "Your cousin possesses quite the discerning eye. However, I wonder if he can truly win her heart, for she seems a challenging conquest. The Qinghe Cui family, what an esteemed lineage. I recall the crown princess hails from the Qinghe Cui family. Or perhaps it was the bowling Cui family. My memory fails me. If your cousin wishes to marry her, it may prove difficult. The legitimate daughter of the Qinghe Cui family holds a status slightly above his own. The same would apply to you." As Du Qinghe's remarks grew increasingly absurd, Pei Yinshu interjected, his eyes revealing a hint of warning. "That is enough, Ziyu." Du Qinghe looked at him in astonishment. The young man remained composed, calmly stating, "A lady's reputation is paramount. One should refrain from frivolous discussions in public." Du Qinghe sensed something amiss. He hadn't said much. He merely noted the difficulty of courting that maiden. Oh, and he mentioned his cousin's connection with her. But surely, these were harmless comments, mere jest. Wait a moment. Why was he so agitated? When had Qinghe become so gentlemanly as to concern himself with such trivial matters? He recalled the earlier peculiarities during the game of throwing arrows, and now this situation, realizing that both instances seemed to revolve around this maiden. Du Qinghe could no longer sit still, casting a suspicious glance at him, tentatively asking, "Qinghe, do you know her?" Pei Yinshu's expression remained unchanged, his voice as cold and clear as chimes of ice, responding, "Who does not know the legitimate daughter of the Qinghe Cui family?" His tone and demeanor were faultless, embodying indifference as if nothing mattered to him. Yet, Du Qinghe suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had uncovered a secret, exclaiming triumphantly, "Indeed, it's related to her. Oh, Qinghe, you truly are flustered by your concern." Pei Qinghe possesses a naturally aloof disposition, remaining unmoved even when urged to participate in the game of throwing arrows. Yet now, he responds to every word spoken to him. If he fails to discern the underlying intricacies of the situation, he would truly be a fool. Du Xunyan cannot help but reflect, "Qinghe, look at you now." He inquires, "Does that young lady know your affections?" As Du Sunyun utters these words, he himself finds it astonishing. Who would have imagined that Qinghe would develop feelings for a girl 5 years his junior? He questions, is it love at first sight? Pei Yu raises his gaze, his pitch-black eyes revealing an air of detachment and indifference. He interjects just in time to halt Du Sunyun's boundless speculation. No. Chapter 60. Has she ever truly liked Pei Yu in this lifetime? Du Sunyu found himself perplexed by the question, unable to discern which statement it responded to. If it were the preceding remark, it would indeed provoke contemplation. Qinghe had long resided in Chang'an, yet this was his inaugural visit to Luoyang. Given his unfamiliarity with the locale, when had he ever encountered the ninth miss? Du Sunyu pondered deeply, and his mind wandered to Qinghe's earlier demeanor. No wonder he harbored no affection for Pei Yu. If the roles were reversed, he too would resent anyone vying for his attention. Qinghe's temperament was indeed too amiable. With newfound enthusiasm, Du Sunyu encouraged his friend, offering counsel. Listen to me. Young ladies must be cherished. You ought to present her with gifts to win her favor. Only then might you secure her heart. Trust me, I possess considerable experience. Pei Yu interjected unexpectedly. You have experience? Reflecting on his own romantic escapades, Du Sunyu felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly regained his confidence. Of course, it counts as experience. The courtesans in the flower houses are still young ladies. Despite his charm and lineage, it was his ability to endear himself to those girls that truly garnered their affection, as he was willing to invest time and thought into them. Feeling emboldened, Du Sunyu proclaimed, I certainly have experience. Countless noble women have taken a liking to me. Naturally, he conveniently overlooked the fact that Qinghe was even more popular. Pei Yu fell silent. His friend's libertine nature was no secret. Despite his illustrious ancestry, he preferred the company of courtesans over the constraints of marriage. He lifted a cup of tea and sipped thoughtfully. How could he not relate? Fully aware of the impossibility, he still clung to unrealistic hopes. Perhaps it was human nature to collide with a wall before turning back. Yet he was obstinate, having already faced the consequences once. Bleeding profusely, yet unwilling to let go. Perhaps due to his tenacity, fate had granted him another chance. But how absurd was it? Why, when given a second opportunity, did they already know each other? Was this divine allowance intended for him to once again watch her walk away with another? That seemed far too cruel. If that were the case, he would rather not have been granted a second chance at all. He cast his gaze downward, suppressing the turmoil within. Du Cunyu, undeterred, continued to urge him, trust me, as long as you invest your efforts in her, it won't be long before she agrees to you. His tone was insufferably presumptuous. Pei Yu returned to reality, a flicker of self-mockery in his eyes. On what basis did he presume success? Was it merely because of his scholarly aptitude, esteemed lineage, and handsome appearance? Yet, in her eyes, if she bore no affection, his merits were rendered meaningless. He ought to resign himself to this truth, having already borne witness to the outcome once before. Persisting would likely lead him to a fate reminiscent of his previous life. But still, her petulant yet assertive declaration, I choose him, echoed incessantly in his mind, a persistent reminder urging him to try once more. In his past life, there had been no Zhang Qingling. In that life, he had not been the one competing against Pei Yu in the game of toss. In that life, she had not chosen him. Many of the memories he held dear had veered off course. Was it possible that she had never truly held a fondness for Pei Yu in her heart? This notion surged uncontrollably within him. Qing exhaled softly, raising his palm to press against his chest, his brow slightly furrowed. He possessed an exceptionally cool and charming demeanor, and this aspect added a touch of frail beauty to his countenance. Look quickly. Your cousin is entangled with that young lady, Du Cunyu exclaimed, hastily directing his gaze toward the window. Pei Yu's thoughts returned to focus as he followed the direction of Du's finger. Pei Yu emerged from the pavilion, making his way to the octagonal pavilion diagonally opposite. Upon reaching the pavilion, he halted, summoning a maidservant standing nearby to deliver the peach blossoms nestled in a white jade plate. This was a custom whispered about during the Spring Banquet. If one wished to converse with a favored noble lady, they would present her with peach blossoms. If she reciprocated the sentiment, she would return a branch of apricot blossoms. Should she lack interest, she would neither accept the peach blossoms nor offer apricot blossoms in return. Under the gaze of the crowd, a rejection would inevitably lead to embarrassment. However, Pei Yu remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of Jinyang's nature. Though she would not accept the blossoms, she would likely provide him with an opportunity to meet. She was always like this. It was true that her temper was proud and willful, yet she was also soft-hearted and easily appeased. She would not allow him to lose face. Pei Yu reminisced about the times when the girl would feign anger, adopting a fierce demeanor, only to soften when he brought her favorite treats, awkwardly insisting, "Just this once. If you do it again, I shall punish you." In her moment of indecision, she would nibble on the pastries, and to cheer her up, he would feign distress over the expense, prompting her to gleefully demand he buy 10 more. At that time, he thought to himself how endearing she was. She knew full well he was performing for her amusement, yet she chose to play along rather than expose him. Looking back now, he felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, Pei Yu found himself yearning to see her, to express the depth of his longing, to convey how deeply he cherished her. The maidservant entered the octagonal pavilion with a white jade plate. Lu Sanyang and the others instinctively glanced at Cui Yuning. The reason was simple. Countless suitors had come to present flowers, yet she had not acknowledged a single one. Among them were renowned gentlemen from Luoyang, as well as some distinguished young masters who had traveled from afar. Lu Sanyang, with a hint of jealousy, inquired, "Who might this gentleman be?" She looked up at the maidservant delivering the flowers and remarked, "Our Jinyang has exceptionally high standards. There is no need to send ordinary suitors flowers here, lest they be heartbroken by rejection. Wouldn't you agree, Jinyang?" Lu Sanyang turned to Cui Yuning. Cui Xian, unable to bear it any longer, pressed down on Jinyang's hand and retorted sarcastically, "Indeed, our Jinyang possesses discerning taste, unlike you, Sanyang, who truly believes herself a celestial beauty simply because a few flowers have been sent your way." She stifled a laugh and added, "It's curious that since we arrived, hardly anyone has come to present you with flowers." Lu Sanyang glared, nearly on the verge of an outburst. The young girl in the green dress hurriedly intercepted her, fearing that she might engage in a confrontation with Cui Xian before such a large crowd, which would undoubtedly lead to a loss of dignity. "Which gentleman sent these flowers?" she inquired. The maid, bowing respectfully, replied, "They are from Master Pei Yu." Lu Sanyang was taken aback for a moment, and, the next instant, a surge of anger welled up within her. Given that Jinyang held him in disdain, yet he still sought her out. It was evident that such a man was inherently despicable. Never mind, she had little interest in such men. He could have her. With a cold snort, Lu Sanyang turned her face away. The maid, holding the jade plate, gently asked the young lady at the table for her opinion. The maiden, with her exquisite features and composed demeanor, delicately toyed with a branch of white apricot. Upon hearing the inquiry, she slightly lifted her eyelids and replied in a leisurely manner, "Please return them to Master Pei Yu. Thank you." Chapter 61. Has he truly been rejected? The maid's expression remained unchanged as she withdrew, cradling the white jade platter. This response was one she had grown accustomed to. After all, the floral tokens from the young masters had been her offering, and she had received an identical reply. It would have genuinely surprised her had the ninth miss consented. Being the most beautiful maiden at the Spring Banquet, her status and appearance granted her the privilege to be selective among the suitors. Once the maid departed, the pavilion buzzed with renewed energy. Lu Sanyang had anticipated that the ninth miss might refuse, yet upon witnessing the actual rejection, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If even a gentleman like Pei Yu did not capture her interest, she wondered what kind of person could possibly appeal to her. Recalling the earlier game of throwing arrows, she half-jokingly inquired, "Ninth miss, you aren't taken with that young lord, are you?" Cui Xian, who was sipping water, nearly choked at the remark. While others were oblivious to the reasons behind the ninth miss's choice of Pei Yinshu, Cui Xian understood it all too well. It was merely an attempt to sever any lingering affections from Zheng Qingling and Pei Yu. However, since the others were unaware, it seemed as though the ninth miss had a fondness for him. Cui Xian wanted to clarify, but found herself at a loss for words. The relationship between Zheng Qingling, Pei Yu, and the ninth miss was something that should remain undisclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, it would surely incite jealousy. Just the presence of Pei Yu had already attracted Lu Sanyang's attention. If Zheng Qingling were to be added to the mix, who knew how many noble ladies would be drawn in? Cui Yuning rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head with a playful smile as she gazed at her. "Why is Sister Lu so concerned about my affairs?" she asked. Her beauty was striking, and in this pose, she resembled a languid, pampered cat, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently on Lu Sanyang. Even as fellow women, being regarded in such a manner could make one blush. Lu Sanyang felt a wave of discomfort and cleared her throat. "Of course, I am concerned for you. If you wish not to answer, you need not say anything." After speaking, she felt somewhat disheartened, but, upon meeting the ninth Miss's enchanting visage, found her feelings entirely justifiable. Since she had said as much, Cui Yuning chose not to respond. They were not intimate friends, so there was no need to consider her feelings. Cui Yuning recalled her earlier conversation with her mother regarding keeping an eye on her brother as potential wife, and asked, "Has anyone from the Hedong Shui family come this time?" Her sister-in-law was indeed the legitimate daughter of the Hedong Shui family. Shui Jiwei, like the Zheng family of Xingyang, belonged to a lineage of martial generals, where both genders were treated equally and trained in martial arts from a young age. Shui Jiwei was skilled in combat, exuding a spirited and forthright nature. In her past life, when Pei Yu and a gentleman from the Shui family competed in a throwing game, she had unhesitatingly chosen him, while Shui Jiwei chose her own brother. Ultimately, Pei Yu emerged victorious. Shui Jiwei approached her with a broad grin to congratulate her and inquired if she harbored feelings for Pei Yu. At that time, she had not considered that Shui Jiwei would become her sister-in-law and responded evasively, harboring a hint of caution. Shui Jiwei, undeterred, continued to chat with her, and gradually, they became acquainted. Eventually, whether by fate or otherwise, she and her brother found themselves quite fond of one another, leading to a loving relationship and the birth of a niece. Alas, in her previous life, she had not the chance to witness it. Lu Sanyang and her companions were momentarily taken aback. The Shui family from Hedong? Has someone arrived? They had not heard any news. How does Jinyang know people from the Shui family? Cui Xian was also momentarily stunned, her face adorned with curiosity. Cui Yuning found it difficult to explain, casually deflecting by saying she had heard that the Shui family had a long-standing tradition of martial arts and was curious to see if the rumors held any truth. Since Lu Sanyang and her companions were not well acquainted with her, they believed her words. It was said that they practiced martial arts for generations. It must be credible. A young girl in a pale yellow dress, seated diagonally across from Lu Sanyang, softly remarked, "In my opinion, a scholar is far more elegant and refined, while a martial artist is inevitably coarse. If one were to marry, who knows what kind of suffering they would endure?" She was fair and demure in appearance, yet her words starkly contrasted her looks, prompting laughter from the others who teased whether she was infatuated, creating a lively uproar. Cui Yuning, feeling a twinge of worry that her rebirth might affect her brother's marital prospects, was troubled and decided to take a walk outside. Cui Xian promptly took her arm, joining her. Du Qinghe witnessed Pei Yu arranging for someone to deliver flowers inside. Although it was his first time attending the Spring Banquet of the Grand Princess Omping, he was well-versed in the unspoken rules surrounding such gatherings. As he leaned to observe the situation, he explained to Pei Yinshu, "TSK, if he is rejected in front of everyone, he will lose face. Your cousin certainly has a bold spirit." Pei Yinshu withdrew his gaze, his eyes betraying an indifferent calmness. "He will not be rejected." Du Qinghe was momentarily taken aback by his words, ensuring he was not imagining things, and quickly pressed, "What do you mean he won tea?" The young man across from him seemed to have lost patience, revealing a hint of weariness in his eyes. He sat gracefully by the window, his hair adorned with a jade crown, the wide-sleeved silver brocade top embroidered with crane patterns billowing gently in the breeze, exuding an ethereal and aloof aura. "He will not face rejection," Pei Yinshu silently assured himself. How could she bear to let Pei Yu suffer embarrassment in front of everyone? She would not. Knowing this, he lost all desire to continue observing, fully aware of the scene that would unfold. Why subject himself to such discomfort? Pei Yinshu lowered his gaze. Taking a sip from a jade cup, the tea now cold, leaving behind only a bitter aftertaste that spread across his tongue, mirroring his mood. He remained silent, accustomed to Qinghe's insistence to continue watching. TSK, still waiting at? Oh, their SA reaction. I told you, that girl is not someone easily won over. Pei Yu has been rejected. TSK, he looks truly pitiful. Qinghe shook his head, sighing dramatically, yet his face bore a smile, revealing no trace of sympathy for him. Pei Yu abruptly lifted his gaze, his palm tightening gradually, striving to calm his racing heart. What did you just say? Qinghe glanced at his expression, amused to see him so flustered, and mischievously replied, I said nothing much. Pei Yu ignored him, turning his attention back to the window. The maid returned the peach blossoms to Pei Yu, respectfully stepping aside. The youth seemed never to have contemplated the possibility of rejection. In disbelief, he ultimately fell silent, stumbling to another deserted pavilion where he sat, appearing somewhat lost and dejected. Indeed, he had been turned down. It became apparent that throughout his life, he had not held such affection for Pei Yu. This realization brought him a peculiar sense of joy. The young man's elongated, sharp eyes lifted at the corners, and his ordinarily indifferent features suddenly came alive, as if hues had been brushed onto an ink wash painting. It was the first time Sunyu had witnessed him in such a state. She glanced towards the corner pavilion again and noticed the ninth lady emerging with her sister, prompting her to call out for him to look. Pei Yu turned his gaze in response, only to witness Pei Yu striding swiftly to catch up with them. His brow furrowed as he prepared to rise, yet his movement abruptly halted. Someone had obstructed his path. Chapter 62. My cousin is not suitable for you. What are you doing sneaking behind those two young ladies? Shui asked with a cold glare, swiftly stepping in front of Pei Yu and scanning him with a look of disdain. Dressed impeccably, she was taken aback by his despicable behavior. Had she not arrived in time, it was uncertain what he might have done. Pei Yu paused, bewildered as he gazed at the girl in blue before him. Usually eloquent, he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, No, you've misunderstood me. I didn't intend to do anything. I merely wished to speak with them. Shui remained unimpressed and simply inquired, Did they consent? Pei Yu fell silent at once. Shui, knowing full well that they had not agreed, furrowed her brow even tighter and stated earnestly, Since they did not consent, your actions are inappropriate. If everyone were to behave as you do, who would dare to attend the Spring Banquet in the future? To pursue unwilling maidens is nothing short of lewd. The commotion finally caught the attention of the two young ladies ahead. Upon seeing them turn around, Shui instantly understood why this young man was so persistent. Such beautiful maidens were indeed captivating. She withdrew her gaze, gestured towards Pei Yu, and recounted his earlier actions, concluding with a warning to them that despite the Spring Banquet being hosted by the esteemed Princess Onping, they must remain vigilant against scoundrels. Her words were nearly an indictment directed at Pei Yu. Observing the girl in the apricot-colored skirt's peculiar expression, as if she were suppressing laughter, Shui found it quite curious. Being forthright by nature, she blurted out, Do you two know him? As soon as the question escaped her lips, she noticed the girl in the sapphire blue robe finally regaining her composure. Blinking as if to confirm something, she hesitated for a moment before responding, Why yes, we know him. The young lady was strikingly beautiful, her eyes like shimmering waters, and her hair styled in exquisite fashion, unmistakably a flower of wealth nurtured by the finest treasures. She appeared delicate, akin to a cat Shui had once seen, with round, glistening eyes and a coat as pure as snow, exuding a languid charm. Quite adorable. Clearing her throat, Shui diverted her gaze from the enchanting visage and apologized. I see you are acquainted. I was meddling. Cui Yuning gazed intently at her, realizing that her sister-in-law had not changed before her marriage in her previous life. She scarcely paid attention back then. After the Spring Banquet, their next encounter was on her wedding day. Later, her sister-in-law had donned the appearance of a married woman. Cui Yuning felt a twinge of regret, but then sighed in relief, grateful that her sister-in-law had not been influenced by her. Regardless of a lifetime, they had still met. The young lady's eyes sparkled as she offered a sweet smile, thanking her. I must thank you, Sister Shui. Feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze, Shui waved her hand dismissively, saying it was nothing, when suddenly a thought struck her. How did you know my surname is Shui? Cui Yuning blinked, her expression unwavering as she remarked, your sister possesses a striking elegance, unlike any ordinary woman. It is evident to me that she must hail from a family of martial generals, and thus I ventured a bold guess. She then turned the tables and inquired, is it truly the Shui family sister? Shui affirmed with a simple yes and introduced herself. Cui Yuning and Cui Xian similarly declare their names. Shui suddenly comprehended. The Qinghe Cui clan was renowned as the foremost noble family in the realm. It was no wonder such a graceful and refined young lady emerged from them. She had heard whispers of these two names prior to her arrival in Luoyang. Her aunt had harbored a glimmer of hope that her cousin might showcase his talents before them, and perhaps win the affection of one. Yet now, observing the situation, she lamented that her cousin stood no chance, for even the appearance of this dandy surpassed his own. Shui felt a twinge of regret. Should her cousin manage to marry this ninth miss, it would be a delight to behold her daily. Yet her cousin was not but a simpleton devoted solely to martial pursuits. It was best not to impose on such a distinguished lady. Regaining her composure, Shui smiled and addressed the young woman. Sister Shui, I believe this is your first visit to Luoyang. Allow me the pleasure of accompanying you on a stroll. The familiarity in her tone suggested a long-standing acquaintance. Shui found this somewhat perplexing. She had heard murmurs that Jinyang, despite her celestial beauty, possessed a notoriously bad temper. At that moment, she thought, if one were indeed as beautiful, what of a slightly irritable disposition? Yet, upon engaging directly, Shui discovered that the girl was rather gentle and charming, reminiscent of a cat with its endearing demeanor. Feeling somewhat unsettled, Shui initially considered declining the invitation. But upon locking eyes with the young lady, her refusal faltered and she acquiesced then. I shall trouble you. As they prepared to depart, Pei Yu, in a sudden rush, called out, Jinyang, I have something to discuss with you. Cui Yuning's brow furrowed, ready to express her irritation. But noticing her sister-in-law beside her, she stifled her frustration and calmly replied, since you have come to partake in the Spring Banquet, you ought to adhere to the established customs here. Cui Xian, with a stern countenance, interjected, do not tarnish Jinyang's reputation. If you truly wish to speak, it would be best to wait until this evening. To prevent any misunderstanding, Cui Xian clarified that he was a relative of their household. Shui nodded, choosing to remain silent. Pei Yu hesitated, his lips moving as if to speak, yet he persisted, I shall only say a few words. Or perhaps you might allow me to speak here. I assure you it will not take long. His anxiety was palpable. He was fearful that Jinyang might develop feelings, and he dared not delay a moment longer. Cui Xian's temper flared. Are you incapable of understanding simple words? Pei Yu, as if oblivious, gazed earnestly at Cui Yuning, pleading just once. Jinyang, grant me this singular opportunity. Cui Yuning felt a wave of annoyance, catching a glimpse of Shui awkward expression. She restrained the irate Cui Xian, sighing, Seventh sister, please escort Sister Shui to the side. I shall converse with him for a moment. Cui Xian's expression shifted, her foot stamping in frustration. Jinyang. Cui Yuning gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, I will be right back. Cui Xian seemed to wish to say more, but upon observing her expression, she held back, forcing a faint smile at Shui before taking her ahead to wait. Cui Yuning withdrew her gaze. Her demeanor turned frigid as she spoke. Realizing her impatience, Pei Yu felt a bitterness rise in his throat and ultimately inquired, Jinyang, why did you choose my cousin for the throwing of the pot today? Cui Yuning furrowed her brows. Is this the reason you summoned me? Pei Yu, fearing she might lose interest, hastily replied, I understand this may seem somewhat presumptuous, but believe me, your cousin is not suited for you. Cui Yuning was taken aback. Do you think I have feelings for him? Chapter 63. Do not slander him. It will only diminish my esteem for you. Pei Yu remain silent. Cui Yuning found herself both amused and infuriated. It was no wonder he was so eager to seek her out. Was it that he could not bear to see her thrive, or was it his cousin's success that irked him? Perhaps it was a combination of both. She recalled that Pei Yu had not always been malevolent. In her previous life, it was only after the untimely demise of the young prince that he was able to inherit the title of Duke of State, a debt of gratitude he owed to another, both emotionally and logically. Yet, she had never heard him mention it voluntarily. He seemed to have offered no prayers for him either. On the rare occasion she inquired about the young prince, Pei Yu would wear a pained expression, lamenting how he had been forced by his mother to compete with him, crushed to the point of being unable to hold his head high, and claiming that his past had been filled with oppression and suffering, so much so that even the mention of his cousin's name caused him distress. Cui Yuning, having witnessed the formidable nature of his mother, felt a pang of sympathy for him. Consequently, she refrained from further mention of the deceased as a mark of respect. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed that he had likely never felt gratitude towards his cousin, even though he had inherited the title of Duke of State. Even though he had taken his place in Pei Yu's heart, it was probably seen as merely his due. He was inherently devoid of warmth and loyalty. Cui Yuning gazed at him, her eyes filled with irony. Pei Yu, feeling her scrutiny, averted his gaze, striving to regain his composure as he explained, Jinyang, I am acting in your best interest. My cousin was born with an illness, lacking the capacity for joy or sorrow, devoid of any emotional needs. If he is so indifferent towards his own family, how could he possibly care for you? He understood precisely the kind of person Cui Yuning was. She was a flower nurtured in a garden of gold and jewels, requiring love, care, and adoration. But what could his cousin offer her? A creature so oblivious to the nature of emotions would only bring her harm. His words were sincere, devoid of any selfish motives. Cui Yuning looked at him, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the Pei Yu she had never encountered before, another facet of him. No, perhaps she had seen it before. In her previous life, just before his demise, he had spoken to her with scornful anger, stating that no matter how esteemed the Cui family was, a single word from the current authority could bring them to ruin, compelling her to tread carefully, labeling her as the daughter of a traitor. In a fleeting moment, their faces seemed to overlap. In truth, Pei Yu had never changed. It was just that before the downfall of the Cui family, he had no means to exert control over her. In his frustration and anger, he had to placate her, to seek her favor, to indulge her. Cui Yuning suddenly felt a sense of liberation. The guilt she had previously harbored towards Pei Yu, who had committed no wrongs in this lifetime, dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. They were, after all, one and the same. The Pei Yu of her past life was the same as the Pei Yu of this life. There was no need for even a hint of compassion. She regained her composure and retorted, So what if he is not suitable? Pei Yu was taken aback, perceiving her words as a mere expression of anger. He urged, Jinyang, I understand that you are speaking out of anger, but a young lady's marriage is of utmost importance. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. My cousin truly is not the right match for you. His tone implied that she was the one lacking understanding. This time, Cui Yuning felt a genuine spark of anger, and with each word, she scoffed. If he is not suitable for me, then who do you believe is? Pei Yu fell silent for 2 seconds, swallowing hard but refraining from speech. You? She said in a light, dismissive tone. It would be better to choose him. No matter how cold his temperament, at least his visage is pleasing. This statement held a ring of truth. Although she was unaware of his character, his appearance was undeniably flawless. Pei Yu felt a pang in her heart. Want to say more? That's enough. Pei Yu, stop disparaging him. It will only cause me to regard you with even less esteem. The young girl, with her piercingly clear eyes, cast a glance at him, uttered that remark, and turned to leave, quickly catching up with Shui Zhuwei and Cui Xian. Cui Xian glanced back and found the boy standing alone, his expression one of wistful loss, as if he had just misplaced something of great value. She thought that Jinyang must have spoken with conviction. Perhaps it was for the best. She asked, Are you finished? Cui Yuning nodded, somewhat distracted. She regretted saying that. She was hardly acquainted with Pei Yin Shu, let alone considering marrying him. The incident of selecting him had already been misconstrued by Pei Yu. So what about others? Would that young lord misinterpret it too? Cui Yuning felt a twinge of annoyance. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Cui Xian playfully flicked her forehead and teased. You're back to your senses. What are you thinking so earnestly about? Sister Shui is talking to you. Cui Yuning snapped back to reality. Noticing Shui Jiwei gazing at her, she warmly linked her arm with Shui's and softly said, "I apologize for making you wait, Sister Shui." A faint fragrance lingered in the air. Shui Jiwei froze, completely a loss, unsure why this exquisite girl was so amiable toward her. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked aloud. The young girl paused for a moment, a hint of shyness creasing her delicate nose, and stammered. "It's simply because I feel an instant connection with you, Sister Shui." Shui Jiwei sensed a hint of insincerity in her words. Suddenly, the girl inquired, "Sister Shui, have you been betrothed this year?" Shui Jiwei found the shift in conversation too abrupt and shook her head, indicating she had not. The trio settled in a pavilion. Cui Yuning eagerly poured a cup of tea for Shui Jiwei and smiled brightly, asking, "Would you consider my brother?" Shui Jiwei was taken aback, her mouth agape. Cui Xian also stood frozen, bemused, saying, "Jinyang?" She wanted to remark on why Jinyang was so warm toward Shui Jiwei. However, her elder brother indeed ought to be engaged. His status and appearance were commendable, and remaining unbetrothed at this age could lead to rumors of some affliction. With that thought, Cui Xian surreptitiously began to assess Shui Jiwei. She was undeniably beautiful, her complexion not overly fair, yet her bright phoenix eyes sparkled with wild spirit and charisma, reminiscent of a pantheress in the woods. What a spirited young woman. It was uncertain whether her elder brother's quiet and reserved nature would be compatible. Cui Xian felt an uncommon sense of concern. Shui Jiwei, somewhat amused yet bewildered, observed the two girls' earnest demeanor. Even with her temperament, she couldn't help but feel a degree of astonishment. She parted her lips, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a maid approached, announcing that her brother was seeking her. Shui Jiwei felt a wave of relief wash over her and quickly excused herself, leaving in haste. Cui Yuning rested her chin on the table, languidly inquiring of Cui Xian, "Seventh sister, have I frightened sister-in-law away?" Cui Xian chuckled at her, saying, "Do not mention her. I was startled as well. Do you truly hold such affection for her?" "Of course," Cui Yuning replied, contemplating that had she grown more acquainted with sister-in-law, she would undoubtedly come to cherish her. She possesses a genuinely amiable disposition. Cui Xian acknowledged this and then asked, "What did Pei Yu say just now?" Cui Yuning felt a flash of annoyance at the recollection. He presumed, "I have an affection for Pei Yin Shu," asserting that he is unworthy of me and advising me not to harbor any resentment towards him. Cui Xian suppressed her incredulity and asked, "What did you say?" Cui Yaoning's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness overtaking her. She confessed, "I remarked that Pei Yin Shu is handsome. So what if his demeanor is cold? I am enamored with his appearance." Cui Xian erupted in laughter, clutching her stomach, and only after a prolonged moment did she compose herself, wiping away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. Straightening up, she said earnestly, "But in all seriousness, you might want to consider Pei Yin Shu." Chapter 64. Young Master, this is the flower gifted to you by Miss Cui Jiu. Cui Xian stood from her perspective, enumerating the virtues of Pei Yin Shu. He possessed an admirable lineage and handsome appearance. Although his demeanor was somewhat aloof, his upbringing would undoubtedly afford his rightful wife the respect and dignity she deserved, which was more than sufficient. Most ladies from noble families merely seek respect and honor. In this regard, Pei Yin Shu was entirely capable of fulfilling such expectations. After finishing her thoughts, Cui Xian reminded her, "Consider Zheng Qingling, and then think of Pei Yu. If you do not make a decision soon, they will not easily give up." Cui Yuning sighed softly, realizing this was indeed a dilemma. However, Pei Yin Shu's status left her in a state of conflict. Cui Xian was unaware that Pei Yin Shu had been her elder brother in a previous life. They could face the situation with calmness due to their ignorance. But Cui Yuning, with her memories from the past, inevitably felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought. With a glimmer of hope, she inquired, "Are there no other suitable candidates?" Reflecting on this, Cui Yuning recalled a young man with a naturally cheerful disposition who seemed quite appealing, and who could interact with Pei Yin Shu so casually, suggesting that his status was likely not inferior. However, he might not even consider her. She remembered that despite his flamboyant manner of speaking, his eyes were bright and clear, evidently not one to be swayed by mere beauty. Moreover, if he were indeed attracted, she would not be inclined towards him. Cui Yuning let out a despondent sigh. Cui Xian chuckled lightly, playfully tapping her forehead, and chided, "You are usually so clever. Why are you so befuddled at this moment? You just chose Pei Yu in front of so many people, which clearly indicates your interest in him. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with. Given this alone, even if his friend harbored feelings for you, he could never consent." Cui Yuning belatedly grasped this point. Oh, that seems to be true. If Pei Yu misunderstood, one could only imagine how others perceived it. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she rubbed the warmth from her embarrassed face, reminding Cui Xian of a reality. Pei Yu might not even agree. Their acquaintance barely extended beyond a nod. She even suspected that Pei Yu might not remember her countenance at all. Considering Pei Yu's claim that he was oblivious to emotions, she felt a strong conviction, further dismissing the notion that he would regard her with any special attention. Having lived a second life, she no longer assumed that everyone would be drawn to her. It was more common for someone like Pei Yu to regard her with indifference. Cui Xian, however, was quite confident, retorting, "As long as he harbors no affection for another and remains unattached, he will surely be captivated upon seeing you." How many men are not swayed by beauty? Even without considering allure, your family background is more than sufficient to match his. He has reached adulthood, yet remains unengaged. Who else could he possibly seek but you? Cui Yuning silently added, "Princess Huayang." Cui Xian was momentarily taken aback, casting her a disapproving glance. Upon noticing the girl's averted gaze, she let out a cold huff in reprimand. What good is it if Princess Huayang likes him? Since Pei Yu has not accepted her, it clearly indicates he does not regard her favorably. Cui Yuning was eager to inquire what would happen if Pei Yu were to look down upon her. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, feeling that such a question might come across as disrespectful, especially since her seventh sister was only considering her well-being. She cradled her teacup, lapsing into silence. Cui Xuan, having spoken until her throat was parched, observed the young lady deep in contemplation and poured herself a cup of tea. She then tossed the question back to her. "What are your thoughts?" Cui Yuning hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Noticing her uncertainty, Cui Xian probed, "Do you harbor any dislike for Pei Yu?" Cui Yuning gently shook her head. "Then consider this. Is there anyone of higher status than him at the Spring Banquet?" Again, Cui Yuning shook her head. Cui Xian paused, offering a suggestion. "If you find him unworthy, you could travel to Qinghe and ask third sister to help you find an admirable husband. With your beauty and status, becoming a prince's consort is certainly within reach." Cui Xian laid out several paths before her, yet Cui Yuning was acutely aware that her choices were rather limited. She had to marry into Qinghe to uncover the truth behind the misfortune that befell the crown prince's family in her previous life. As for being a prince's consort, she viewed those princes as potential suspects, making such a union impossible. Thus, she was left with but one option, Pei Yu. Cui Yuning exhaled softly, resolutely deciding that he would suffice. She cast aside any concerns about propriety or moral integrity, for no one knew of her past, and thus, no one could cast judgment upon her. Pei Yu had mentioned that Pei Yu was born with ailments and lacked emotional needs. Yet what of it? She no longer desired any notions of true love. His noble lineage, appearance, and character were sufficient assurances that he would not engage in the disgraceful act of favoring concubines over wives. Beyond that, she wished for nothing more. In comparison to strangers, they shared a similar emotional distance. However, as long as he granted her the dignity she sought in public, that was all that mattered. Initially, Cui Xian had urged her to reconsider, but upon seeing her firm resolution, she was taken aback, hesitantly asking, "Are you truly choosing him, not considering other options?" The weight that had burdened Cui Yuning's heart finally lifted, and her spirits brightened. With a playful tone, she remarked, "It was you, seventh sister, who first advised me, and now you urge me to deliberate further. Tell me, how may I act to satisfy you?" Cui Xian voiced her concerns, fearing she might have misguided her. What if ninth sister were to be mistreated? What if he was not as commendable as he seemed? What if he were to favor a concubine and subject her to humiliation? Just the thought of these possibilities sent shivers down her spine. Cui Yuning rested her chin on her hand, pondering casually. If such were the case, she would accept it. After all, one cannot seek power without enduring some hardship. She placed a comforting hand on Cui Xian's, reassuring her, "Seventh sister, you know my nature. If I were truly disinterested, no amount of persuasion would sway me. Ultimately, this is my own decision." Cui Xian fell silent. To prevent her from overthinking, Cui Yuning shifted the topic, signaling to a serving maid outside the pavilion, requesting her presence. Although this maid served another lady, she was aware of the esteemed reputation of the ninth miss, and hurriedly approached, inquiring, "How may I assist you, miss?" Cui Yuning requested a fresh white apricot from her, and inquired whether she knew the whereabouts of the young lord. Upon receiving a nod, she handed the white apricot to her, asking the young lady to deliver it to the young lord. The maid stood in a daze for a moment before regaining her senses, nodding in agreement, and proceeded with the white apricot delicately placed on a jade platter towards the pavilion where the gentlemen were gathered. It was not uncommon for noble women to send flowers as invitations, though it was a rarity, and the gentlemen were intrigued, speculating which young master would be the recipient of the blossoms. The scene attracted much attention. The maid, holding the flowers, paused before the table of Du Cunyu and Pei Yu. This marked the fifth delivery. Du Cunyu, accustomed to such occurrences, lazily called out to the side, "Qinghe." The young man frowned slightly, about to decline, when suddenly the maid spoke. "Young lord, this is a flower sent to you by Miss Cui Jiu." Chapter 65. The moon in his heart approaches him from the sky. What? The young man's voice was husky, as if he feared to disturb something. His tone as gentle as the breeze in a tranquil valley, seemingly on the verge of fading away. The maid, slightly taken aback, repeated her words. Pei Yu's large hand tightened abruptly around the teacup. The force caused the veins at his wrist to swell, strikingly visible against his pale skin. His eyelashes fluttered lightly, as if attempting to discern the truth of the statement. The maid, receiving no response, began to speculate internally. Perhaps he had declined. Although the ninth miss was extraordinarily beautiful, the young lord was equally exquisite. It was not guaranteed that two such striking figures would be mutually attracted. She felt a tinge of regret, but concealed it well. The maid maintained a respectful posture, holding the white jade plate aloft with deference. The plate, exuding a warm luster, bore a delicate depiction of fish frolicking among lotus leaves. The lines flowing and lifelike, crafted by a masterful hand, yet it paled in comparison to the vibrant beauty of the white apricot blossoms. Du Cunyu, reveling in the unfolding drama, hastily handed Pei Yu a peach blossom, smiling as he said, "We have accepted." The maid appeared somewhat troubled, hesitating before mustering the courage to speak. "The ninth miss has only invited the young lord. I fear you cannot attend." Her words were tactful, for it was indeed unreasonable for both to attend the appointment together. "I am well aware of that," Du Cunyu replied with a smile, gesturing toward Pei Yu. That remark was meant for him. The maid grew more anxious. This was not proper protocol. Without the principal's consent, what could his acceptance signify? She discerned that this young gentleman was of a carefree disposition and recognized his unusual status, thus feeling even more apprehensive. "Enough, Ziyu." The young man finally spoke, seemingly impatient with his friend's reckless antics. He took the peach branch from his hand and inclined his head slightly. "Thank you." His voice was melodious, akin to the sound of ice shattering or jade striking. The maid accepted the peach branch and retreated, unable to resist sneaking a glance. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, billowing the young man's silver-white wide sleeves, layers of sheer fabric dancing in the air. His expression was indifferent, his demeanor aloof, as if he were about to transcend to the ethereal realm. While undeniably handsome, he lacked a certain warmth associated with humanity. She couldn't help but recall the ninth miss, a true blossom of wealth and nobility, nurtured by a family of gold, silver, and precious stones. The contrast in their temperaments was stark. Could they truly be a match? The maid quelled her thoughts and hurried back to the pavilion to relay her message. With outsiders present, Cui Xian, mindful of her status, refrained from speaking too much. merely winking at Cui Yuning with a sense of triumph, implying, "What did I tell you? He must be interested in you." Cui Yuning felt a bit shy. Her cheeks flushed as she accepted the peach branch, following the maid to a circular pavilion to await further developments. The maid serving in the circular pavilion brought tea and snacks before retreating. She did not stray far, remaining about 10 steps from the pavilion. This was an unwritten rule for private gatherings. If ladies and gentlemen wished to converse, designated pavilions were available in the garden, spacious and open, free from the fear of idle gossip. The maids serving in the circular pavilion adhered to this custom as well. Should anyone harbor impure intentions, they must also weigh the consequences. Cui Yuning had anticipated the repercussions when she initially summoned her maid to deliver flowers, yet upon arriving at the pavilion, the waiting period inevitably stirred a sense of bashfulness within her. Surely, he must have felt some delight at his promise to come. Or perhaps not. Maybe he bore no animosity towards her? Or did he merely act out of familial obligation? Perhaps it was simply courtesy, intending to reject her to her face? Cui Yaoning's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool of thoughts. Having been indulged and pampered since childhood, she had always been the one to choose. And this was her first experience sitting in anticipation of a man. There was no disdain, no impatience, only a palpable anxiety. The sensation was indescribable. Holding the tea poured by her maid, she felt as though countless ants were crawling within her chest, a subtle itch emerging. She took a small sip of the tea, forcing herself to suppress the rising restlessness. As Pei Yu approached, he found a young lady lost in thought. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the begonia tree as if admiring the blossoms, yet her autumn-like, crystalline eyes lacked focus. Her sleeves fell back, revealing a segment of a jade bracelet, its luster reminiscent of the vibrant green of a sunlit spring day, contrasting beautifully against her fair wrist, which appeared as pristine as fresh snow. Pei Yu averted his gaze and stepped into the pavilion. "Ninth young lady," he called softly. Cui Yuning, startled back to reality, hurriedly rose. "Young master." Pei Yu seated himself diagonally across from her, ensuring that the begonia tree remained visible. He regarded her intently and swiftly addressed the matter at hand. "What brings you to seek me, ninth young lady?" His voice was cool and detached, evoking a sense of indifference. Possessing striking beauty, his countenance, when unadorned by emotion, resembled a luminous moon, immediately drawing attention to his aloofness. Yet, when he fixed his penetrating gaze upon her, his dark eyes bore the ferocity of a predator lurking in the woods, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Cui Yaoning's anxiety peaked. Pei Yu continued to watch her, awaiting her response. "Do tell me your answer." He sought not trivial, fleeting interactions, but rather a steadfast claim upon her, desiring that her gaze hold only him within it. If such was unattainable, he would prefer to forego this ephemeral warmth. He had already learned the agony of yearning for such warmth during the sleepless nights of his past life and vowed never to tread that path again, rejecting any self-deception. Finally, the young lady spoke, her voice tinged with nervousness as her pearly teeth grazed her lip. Hesitatingly, she inquired softly, "Do you have a lady whom you hold dear?" Pei Yu was taken aback by her question and fell silent for a moment. Cui Yuning wondered if her inquiry had been too forward, but quickly considered that clarification was necessary. Facing rejection later would be far more awkward. Her delicate fingers clenched tightly, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The youth's cold, detached gaze swept across her face before he restrained himself and calmly asked, "What is your purpose in asking this?" Cui Yuning pondered whether his answer was affirmative or negative. Such ambiguous words left her in a state of distress and uncertainty. After much internal turmoil, Cui Yuning resolved to express her feelings with conviction. Meeting his gaze, she spoke each word deliberately. "If you do not have a beloved lady in your heart, what do you think of me?" It was a remarkably candid and forthright declaration. Pei Yu was momentarily taken aback, a buzzing in his ears as silence enveloped him. His mind consumed by her question, "What do you think of me?" His heart raced, akin to a long-dormant desert suddenly blossoming with flowers, as though someone in the darkness approached him bearing a lantern. In that instant, all around him was infused with color. His eyelashes fluttered gently, his palms slick with perspiration. It felt unreal. Could it be that one day, the luminous moon of his heart would descend from the heavens to meet him? Chapter 66. It matters not whether she is good or bad, the process of waiting is the most excruciating. Cui Yuning held her breath, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Regardless of the outcome, she had made her effort. If it were to fail, so be it. After a prolonged silence, the young man, seated diagonally across from her, finally spoke. He inclined his head slightly, and a moment later, his deep, cool voice resonated. Very well. Cui Yuning was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Was this an acceptance or rejection? She pondered whether to seek further clarification, fearing that misinterpretation might render her seem overly sentimental. Just as she hesitated, the young man abruptly inquired, "Why did Miss Jiu choose me?" He straightened his posture slightly, his long, pale fingers interlaced, and his dark eyes fixed upon her, unwavering, as if discerning the truth behind her words. Pausing briefly, he continued with an air of casual curiosity. "Given your beauty and status, the young masters of the Spring Banquet would be at your disposal, many of whom would be smitten at first sight. I am curious, in such circumstances, why would Miss Jiu choose someone she has only met 2 or 3 times? Cui Yuning was taken aback for a couple of seconds. She discerned his subtle implication, that he harbored no feelings for her. This was something she had anticipated. It would have been odd if he did. Her desire to marry him was not born of pure intentions, and if he truly developed feelings for her, she would perceive it as a burden, for love's debts are notoriously difficult to repay. Presently, this arrangement suited her well, as they both sought their own ends. She was indifferent to his affection or lack thereof, and unconcerned by his emotional detachment, provided he would, as her 7th sister suggested, grant her the dignity of a legitimate wife. This encapsulated the lives of most women from noble families, mutual respect and decorum. Cui Yuning exhaled softly, meeting his gaze with poise as she explained. It is because the young lord is the highest-ranking individual present. She did not shy away from revealing her ambitions. If Pei Yu could not accept this, it would signify they were not of the same ilk. In that case, it would be best not to squander time. Pei Yu paused for a moment, refraining from asking her, what if someone of higher status were to appear? He knew her answer would inevitably favor that person. Ultimately, he was the only one of the highest standing at the Spring Banquet. Aside from him, she had no one else to choose. He understood that she was willing to marry him, and that was sufficient. Cui Yuning then asked him, "Do you think I am coveting power?" The young man's expression remained calm as he replied softly, "It is only natural for people to aspire to higher places, just as water flows downward." What is wrong with that? Cui Yuning found him to be cold, yet his words were quite agreeable. Reflecting on Zheng Qingling's earlier concerns regarding Pei Yu, she hesitated, but ultimately decided to share her childhood acquaintance with Pei Yu with him. The young man raised an eyebrow. His tone, although cool, carried a hint of sarcasm. "Do you think I am unaware of this matter?" Cui Yuning was momentarily taken aback as comprehension dawned upon her. He was Pei Yu's cousin and must have heard her name from him. Her cheeks flushed, and she lifted her cup of tea to conceal her embarrassment. Fortunately, the young man appeared to have merely mentioned it in passing. He lowered his eyelashes, grasping the jade teapot adorned with entwined lotus patterns on the table, and inquired if she would like some. Upon receiving her refusal, he poured himself a full cup. Cui Yuning sipped her tea delicately, gradually calming her emotions, and posed the pivotal question, "Does this mean you agree to my request?" The young man paused momentarily, his silver-white sleeves rustling in the breeze. After a long silence, he bowed his head and replied softly, "Yes." A heavy stone in Cui Yuning's heart finally fell away. Propping her chin on her hand, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer and asked, "Why do you agree, considering, as you mentioned, we have only met a few times?" Cui Yuning did not possess the arrogance to believe he held any affection for her. Given his character, it was unlikely he would fall for someone at first sight. However, in terms of their interactions, they had exchanged but a few words, and she had grown up with his cousin. Why, then, did he consent? The young man fell silent once more. Sensing his reluctance to answer, Cui Yuning chose not to press further and shifted the topic. "Do you know my character?" Her cheeks puffed slightly, and she spoke in a somewhat displeased tone. "You must have heard how people speak of me in Luoyang." Pei Yu paused for 2 seconds. Naturally, he had heard. Arrogant, willful, and spoiled. Those unaware of her true nature might indeed perceive her as ill-natured. In her past life, when she arrived in Qinghe, despite being betrothed to Pei Yu, many young men from prominent families were enamored with her, inciting jealousy among the noble ladies of Qinghe, who privately concocted various slanders against her. During that time, her temper was quite fierce. If conflicts arose at gatherings, she would handle them on the spot, living recklessly, like a flame blazing brightly, just as he remembered her. Regardless of age, she had never changed. She tentatively inquired, "Do you think I bully others?" As she posed this question, her eyes, wide and unblinking, remained fixed on him, resembling a curious snow-white cat, her round eyes aglow, seemingly indifferent, yet her tail swayed gently. Pei Yu averted his gaze from her face with restraint and softly replied, "There is no need for you to test me. I do not concern myself with such matters. As long as you are the 9th miss of the Cui family and the younger sister of the crown princess, that is sufficient." She had overestimated his integrity. He was never that kind of person. Her virtues and flaws mattered not. Her identity alone sufficed. What did it matter whether she was good or bad? He simply recognized her as a tender-hearted girl. A bit spoiled and willful was of no consequence. He took delight in witnessing her vibrant demeanor. Cui Yuning suddenly realized that it was indeed due to her status. Perhaps, as 7th sister had suggested, he found it challenging to seek a wife at his age, and her standing was suitably comparable to his. As for Princess Huayang, Cui Yuning had only heard rumors of her affection for him, lacking clarity on the underlying circumstances. Conceivably, there were hidden depths. After contemplating for a while, she swiftly cast aside such thoughts. Having resolved the weighty matter in her heart, she felt an invigorating brightness envelop her. Propping her arm on the table, she cheerfully stated, "You may call me 9th Mississippi." Her tone carried a hint of haughty generosity. She seemed accustomed to being cherished, oblivious to any discrepancies, her eyes and brows curving in a smile akin to a peony in full bloom, both precious and resplendent. The young man's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he responded softly, calmly nodding, "Simply call me Qinghe." Qinghe, learned, inquiring, contemplative, discerning, and steadfast in practice. Cui Yuning pondered that her master must hold great expectations for him. However, upon reflection, Pei Yu had already fulfilled those anticipations. At 17, he was the top scholar of his class. Although his status may have played a role, his knowledge could not be lacking. She whispered his name softly. The young man stiffened momentarily, then fell into a long silence before finally speaking. "When Miss Jiu reaches maturity, I shall compose a letter seeking my mother's approval to propose to Princess Anping." Chapter 67. She would never know how well he understood her. Cui Yuning had yet to correct his form of address when she was taken aback by his mention of time. Stammering a reminder, "I will turn 15 next month." The implication was clear. It was too soon. While she wished to marry him, she had not anticipated it would happen so rapidly. If a proposal were to occur next month, did that mean they would wed this year? The thought sent a wave of anxiety coursing through her. In her previous life, Cui Yuning had not yet reached the age of blossoming before her untimely demise. She had been a naive and delicate young girl, unacquainted with the world. Due to her frail constitution and elevated status, as the daughter of the Prince of Jinyang, she had not faced significant adversity, even after marriage. However, this life was different. Marrying Pei Yu would not afford her the same indulgences from the Princess of Jinyang. Cui Yuning's mind was a chaotic tangle of thoughts, swirling like a ball of yarn, impossible to untangle. The young man fell silent for a moment, lowering his long lashes, and spoke in his customary cool and composed tone. "What of Miss Jiu's suggestion?" Cui Yuning, now attentive, corrected him. "It's Jinyang." The young man complied dutifully. She noticed a faint blush gracing the tips of his ears, sparking her curiosity. It was as if she had stumbled upon something novel, prompting her to gaze a moment longer. In an era of increasingly open societal norms, it was not uncommon for handsome young men like Pei Yu to receive declarations of affection from the noble women of Qinghe. Yet, She was surprised to find him so innocent. After observing him for a while, as his ears turned an even deeper shade of crimson, she reluctantly averted her gaze and voiced her thoughts. Let us take some time to observe one another and become acquainted with each other's temperaments. If we find ourselves well suited, we may then proceed to a formal engagement. The experience with Zheng Qingling had imparted a lesson upon her. Good looks and admirable character did not guarantee compatibility. Thankfully, she had recognized this in advance, avoiding a potential misstep. This period of consideration was as much for her as it was for Pei Yu. Should he harbor affections for another or tire of her, it would be far preferable to discover that before the binding of marriage than to face mutual disdain afterwards. Pei Yu remained silent for 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. I shall heed your counsel. His voice was calm, reminiscent of the delicate chime of crystal, maintaining its cool demeanor yet tinged with a subtle warmth. Cui Yuning felt as if her mind had gone awry. The young man paused for a few seconds before inquiring, "Does Jinyang have any further questions?" He sat with impeccable posture, exuding an air of elegance, clad in a gossamer robe that danced in the sunlight, each gesture reflecting the grace of an aristocrat. Cui Yuning noted that his attire was also made of shimmering brocade. However, his icy disposition dulled the ostentation, rendering him akin to a reclusive scholar in simple robes. Given his willingness to engage, she decided to forego any pretense of formality. "Will you take a concubine after our marriage?" she asked candidly. The young man's brow twitched slightly at her question, and after a moment of silence, he regained his usual composure, responding firmly, "No." The girl pressed on, "Will always be that way?" "Yes." "What about keeping a mistress?" Her inquiries grew progressively more probing, seemingly oblivious to the nature of her questions. As she gazed at him with her strikingly beautiful eyes, Pei Yu sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her demeanor. Where had she come across such tales? Was one not sufficient for her? Did she truly believe him to be some benevolent figure? Aside from her, he possessed no excess patience for the acquaintance of another. Even in his past life, when he learned of her impending marriage to Pei Yu, he never entertained the notion of diverting his affections towards another. Cui Yuning was unmistakably Cui Yuning. If she could be so easily replaced, she would not be herself. Certainly not. Pei Yu furrowed his brow and spoke to her deliberately. The Pei family has a rule. A man may take a concubine only after turning 40 without heirs. Cui Yuning felt compelled to retort that he was mistaken. How could she not be aware of such a rule? The master of the second branch of the Pei family had numerous concubines, having taken 4 or 5 beautiful maidens even at an advanced age, and he had plenty of offspring. Aside from Pei Yu, there was a legitimate son and 2 legitimate daughters, with countless illegitimate sons and daughters beyond that. Perhaps her expression revealed too much, prompting Pei Yu to clarify. The first branch adheres to this rule, established by my mother upon her marriage. Not to mention the other branches, ours indeed follows this tradition. Upon reflection, Cui Yuning recalled that this seemed accurate. The Duke of the State was a prince consort, with only the Princess of Jinyang in the rear courtyard, and she bore only Pei Yu, refusing to have more children. Thus, after his passing in the previous life, the first branch, having no heirs, reluctantly adopted Pei Yu. If such a rule truly existed, it was perhaps a comfort. Although she currently bore no objection to his taking a concubine, the future remained uncertain. They say feelings develop over time, and facing a countenance as serene as the moon, Cui Yuning could not be certain whether she might come to harbor feelings for him. Should she find herself drawn to him, it would inevitably lead to possessiveness. Coming to her senses and reflecting on her errant thoughts, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She raised her hand to fan herself and shifted the topic, inquiring if Pei Yu had any questions for her. She was a girl easily appeased, her emotions transparent. When pleased, her eyes sparkled, and when displeased, despite her efforts to conceal it, a trace would still escape. Pei Yu shook his head slightly, indicating he had none. She remained oblivious to the depth of his understanding of her. The affection that had burgeoned in obscurity was inherently obsessive, and only now, as daylight broke, did he find the slightest opportunity to express it. It was akin to him harboring secret affections for her over these many years. She would never know. Cui Yuning, assuming he had no desire for further inquiry, glanced up at him. The youth's features were as exquisite as jade, his expression reserved, rendering his emotions difficult to discern. She could not quite decipher whether she had irritated him with her questions. After all, apart from indifference, no other emotion graced his visage, as if the hint of blush that had earlier graced his ears had merely been a figment of her imagination. Not wishing to be bothersome, she proactively suggested taking her leave. Her reasoning was entirely reasonable. A solitary man and woman remaining in the pavilion for so long, even with maidservants present, would inevitably attract gossip. Pei Yu responded with a low acknowledgement. Cui Yuning exhaled in relief, lifting her skirts as she rose to depart. Jinyang, he called out to her. Cui Yuning paused mid-step. Having just exited the pavilion, the sun shone brightly, casting a golden glow upon her. She turned back, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. At this moment, the air still carries a hint of lingering winter chill, which is dissipated by the sun's warm embrace. She stands before a tree adorned with blooming crabapple flowers, a gentle breeze caressing her. A few petals delicately descend into her hair. The crimson shawl she has draped over her arm dances in the wind, reminiscent of a passionately blossoming balsam flower. Pei Yu approaches, halting before her, his gaze resting upon her obsidian locks. He raises his hand to brush away the few remaining petals that have settled in her hair, the wide sleeves of his silver-white robe grazing her cheek, ushering in a refreshing scent of plum blossoms. At that instant, Cui Yuning feels her body stiffen, an inexplicable warmth flooding her cheeks. She holds her breath, paralyzed with stillness. The young man extends his hand to pluck a fresh crabapple blossom from behind her, offering it to her while gazing intently, softly inquiring, "Shall I have the pleasure of seeing you tomorrow?" Chapter 68. Just say, "I am infatuated at first sight." His voice, seemingly cold, possessed an unexpected warmth. Cui Yuning's puzzled gaze wandered over Pei Yu's long, slender fingers, ultimately resting on the delicate pink-white blossom of the begonia. Instead of hastily accepting it, she inquired why he wished to see her. He clearly had no desire to know her better. So why did he seek her company? Perhaps her evident confusion prompted him to press his crimson lips together, and he softly elucidated, "You mentioned that we should become acquainted with each other's temperament. I assumed that understanding would come from our frequent interactions." Words often fell short. Much like their lack of engagement, she would never discover the fervent heart concealed beneath his aloof exterior, nor how deeply he cared for her. Realizing she had misjudged him, Cui Yuning felt a blush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks as she reached out to accept the begonia branch, nodding her agreement. Pei Yu subtly exhaled in relief, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, only then noticing that his palm was damp with perspiration. After all, he had yet to truly spend time with her. Any scant experience he had was merely a result of his observations. Fortunately, she did not seem genuinely upset. Once she consented, Cui Yuning asked where they would meet. At the Cui residence, Pei Yu suggested after a moment of contemplation, explaining his reasoning. "It would not tarnish your reputation, and I could pay a visit to the esteemed Qinghe recluse." Cui Yu was renowned throughout the land, known as Qinghe recluse. Pei Yu had visited him a couple of days prior, presenting himself as Pei Yu's cousin, but tomorrow he would be merely himself, not representing anyone else. Cui Yuning nodded in agreement, mentioning that she would go find Cui Xian. Just as she finished speaking, the garden suddenly erupted in noise. With a surge of people, Cui Yuning gestured for a maid. The maid, with a delicate countenance, bowed her head and replied, "Your Highness has arrived." The Grand Princess Anping, the initiator of this spring banquet, held a distinguished status upon her arrival. It was customary for all the young lords and ladies to pay their respects. Pei Yu paused for a moment before inquiring, "Shall we go together?" Cui Yuning pondered briefly, thinking that her seventh sister had likely already gone there at the maid's behest. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. The two proceeded in the direction the maid indicated. As they walked, Cui Yuning suddenly recalled a question, hesitating before asking, "What if others see us together and inquire about it?" Without a doubt, they would be the center of attention at the spring banquet, and if they walked together. The noble ladies would certainly gossip in private. As for her sister-in-law, how should she respond if questioned? Say nothing. After a brief pause, his cool, detached voice resumed. If they press for answers, simply say, "I am infatuated with you at first sight." Cui Yuning was taken aback, lifting her gaze to his aloof profile, feeling that the words she was about to utter lacked any convincing power. Would anyone truly believe it? She vocalized her doubt. The young man abruptly halted, his dark, cool eyes fixed upon her. After a moment, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Of course they would believe it. Jinyang is exquisitely beautiful, and it is only natural for me to be captivated at first sight. His voice was cool and clear, akin to the gentle patter of rain amidst lush bamboo groves, and his laughter struck like raindrops falling into the heart, causing an irresistible itch. In the past, others had made similar remarks, but Cui Yuning had paid them no mind. However, hearing it from him now imbued the words with an indescribable significance. Her ears flushed crimson as she pretended not to hear. They arrived not too early. The pavilion was already occupied by a considerable number of guests. Within the spacious square pavilion, 5 stone tables were arranged, and the attendees settled according to their ranks, with some of lower status relegated to the long corridor. The Grand Princess Anping sat at the central table, with a seat left vacant on her left, while on her right sat Cui Xian, accompanied sequentially by Lu Sanyang and others. In this dynasty, the left side is esteemed, and it was evident that the left position was reserved for someone of higher status. Upon their entrance, an immediate hush fell over the pavilion. How had these two come together? The male guests, having previously witnessed Pei Yu receiving flowers, had surmised it would be Cui Jinyang, and now, upon their arrival, they thought their assumptions confirmed. On the ladies' side, Lu Sanyang's expression darkened in an instant. All the distinguished individuals had been taken by Cui Jinyang. What options remained for them? Each one of them. Was mere beauty truly so remarkable? Those with lively spirits recalled the events of the throwing pots and could not help but speculate whether their simultaneous arrival indicated mutual interest. The Grand Princess Anping was taken aback, but her experience and discernment quickly restored her composure as she beckoned them to sit closer. The two complied. Once seated, various gazes converged upon them from all directions. Cui Yuning had anticipated this and remained unbothered, her demeanor calm. Pei Yu, accustomed to such scrutiny, remained unaffected. The attention did not perturb him in the least. Pei Yu and Qinghe were assigned to a separate table. They found each other displeasing. Had it not been for the spring feast, they would have relished a brawl to vent their frustrations. The stone table was laden with exquisite delicacies that tantalized their appetites. Yet neither had the inclination to eat. They stared blankly at the two seated beside the Grand Princess Anping. Both were exceptional in appearance. One possessed a cool elegance reminiscent of the bright, hanging moon, while the other radiated brilliance like a peony blooming under the scorching sun. Their contrasting temperaments harmoniously coalesced, appearing entirely natural, as if it were destined to be so. They knew that Jinyang had chosen him, yet they questioned whether it was merely a haphazard selection due to her indifference towards the others. Why were they together? Contemplating his lineage and looks, coupled with the words Jinyang had previously uttered, unease crept into their hearts as they had to concede that Pei Yu perfectly matched all of Jinyang's selection criteria. Were they now together because Jinyang had made a definitive choice? Qinghe stifled his wandering thoughts, offering himself a bitter smile as he poured a cup of wine and downed it in one swift motion. Enough. What did it matter to him who was associated with whom? Ultimately, he had no opportunity left. He gradually came to understand that he and Jinyang had never been suited for one another, even without Lu Nyang's meddling or the involvement of others. He and Jinyang would have inevitably reached this point. It was merely a question of time. All of this stemmed from his own disposition. Once, he took pride in his chivalrous nature, for he was not like those sons of noble families who squandered their days in indulgence and debauchery. However, after hearing Jinyang's words that day, he found himself engulfed in confusion. The atmosphere within the manor felt stifling, prompting him to seek solace outside. It was during this excursion that he encountered the elderly vendor from the other day. Recognizing him, graciously offered a bowl of wontons, more generous than any other, brimming with ingredients and topped with shreds of egg. When he attempted to pay, the old man refused, expressing gratitude instead, claiming that it was thanks to him that the wayward young master had been warned. Upon hearing that he was the son of the Qinghe family, the young master had even come to the stall to apologize. He was taken aback. Upon returning to the manor, he inquired of Cui Yuning, only to learn that it was Jinyang who had instructed him to act in such a manner. In that instant, doubt began to creep into his mind regarding his own actions. Could it be that the benevolent deeds he believed he was performing were truly virtuous? He dared not ponder too deeply, but came to understand why Jinyang had chosen to forsake him. He, who fancied himself a carefree knight-errant, was in truth a muddled fool, incapable of discerning the true nature of others. How could someone like him ever bring her happiness? Zheng Qingling poured another cup of wine, raising it in a distant salute to her. The liquor was fiery and sharp. He downed it in one gulp, tears springing to his eyes from the intensity. Yet he remained indifferent. Henceforth, he would go to the battlefield. This was the rightful destiny of a man from the Zheng family of Xinjiang. He also wished her well, hoping that all her endeavors would unfold as she desired. Chapter 69. You are actually here to see Jinyang, aren't you? Zheng Qingling's loss of composure was evident to many onlookers. However, contemplating the exquisite beauty of Jinyang, one could understand his behavior. Ever since Jinyang and the young prince entered together, the young lords of Luoyang found themselves utterly dejected, their hearts shattered. Though they knew that, given their statuses, marrying Jinyang was an impossibility, it did not hinder their fantasies. Who among the young men of Luoyang had not dreamt of bringing Jinyang home? Now, all hope had been extinguished. They were somewhat self-aware. If Jinyang did not even regard the young prince, their chances were even slimmer. In a moment of despair, countless young nobles resorted to drinking. Pei Yu, momentarily dazed, soon regained his composure and slowly picked at his meal. While he had initially felt a tumult of emotions, that turmoil had subsided to a mere 3 parts. Jinyang was being overly deliberate. Just after he had reminded her, she sought out her cousin. Was this not a display of pique? Even if she wished to provoke him and sever his affections, such theatrics were unnecessary. Had she understood him, she would know that he was not one to easily relinquish his pursuits. Still possessing a child's temperament, she had not changed a bit over all this time. He shook his head with a smile. As for her cousin, there was little to worry about. His demeanor was cold and indifferent. Beauty was as inconsequential to him as a mere stone. Princess Huayang had visited him countless times, only to be met with a closed door, which led her to complain to the emperor. The emperor, aware of her cousin's ailment, felt great sympathy for him, declaring that such matters were beyond his concern. Consequently, Princess Huayang had come to visit less frequently. Not only her, but many women had harbored affections for her cousin. Yet, with his nature being so detached and his familial connections equally feeble, no amount of persuasion from Jinyang would prevail if he did not acquiesce. Pei Yu resumed his meal, savoring each bite. Delicacies from mountains and seas, rich wines, were but a mere reflection of true enjoyment. Suddenly, a clatter echoed through the air. A wine cup slipped from his grasp, spilling its rich contents all over him. Pei Yu glanced at his soiled garments, his brow furrowed, and turned to see Zheng Qingling, thoroughly intoxicated, which ignited a spark of anger within him. Such a person, who would give up at the slightest setback, was unworthy of Jinyang's affections. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. This way, Jinyang would come to recognize Zheng Qingling's true nature and discern who was truly deserving of her. The inebriated Zheng Qingling was soon assisted by maidens to rest. At other tables, there were also those who, unable to withstand the drink, sought respite. However, they were few. The majority of attendees at the Spring Banquet, aside from merely observing one another, aimed to leave a favorable impression before the Grand Princess Anping, hoping to reap benefits in both official careers and matrimonial prospects. The Grand Princess Anping squinted as she sipped her wine, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. With a cheerful demeanor, she beckoned everyone to partake in the feast, jovially exclaiming, "Every time I see you young people, I feel an immense fondness. Merely being in your presence makes me feel years younger. Truly, you are all in the bloom of youth." Her gaze swept across the youthful faces. and she sighed with admiration. Lu Sanyang, summoning her courage, spoke up. If your highness does not mind, I would come to accompany you every day, only hoping that you do not find me less beautiful than Jinyang. As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards Cui Yuning. Princess Amping, aware that the girl was not one to be underestimated, smiled and remarked, in my eyes, you are all equally beautiful. At my age, the distinctions of beauty and ugliness have blurred significantly. You are all in the prime of your youth, each radiating vitality, akin to freshly peeled scallions. Even if one were less attractive, how much worse could it truly be? Yet, it is indeed true that Sanyang is not as lovely as Jinyang. Understanding the temperament of Lu Sanyang, she feared a dispute might arise between the two at the banquet due to this matter, so she offered some comforting words, mindful of her ties to both families. Out of both sentiment and reason, it was essential to prevent any conflict between them. Despite knowing that Princess Amping was merely offering polite compliments, Lu Sanyang felt a surge of delight in her heart. She caressed her own face and playfully inquired, Jinyang, with his highness saying such, you wouldn't be upset, would you? How could I be? Cui Yuning responded, astonished, and then added, Lu Sanjia, you possess unparalleled beauty. His highness speaks the truth. A sudden stifled laugh erupted from an unknown source, likely from a young gentleman who could not contain his amusement. Lu Sanyang nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Truly, she was sharp-tongued. She knew she could only be considered a modest beauty. Even Cui Xian, who surpassed her in grace, would not dare call herself a paragon of beauty, let alone her. It was evident what the onlookers were mocking her for, her lack of self-awareness, attempting to show off in front of those more accomplished. All this was the fault of Cui Jinyang, Cui Jinyang, and Cui Yuning. These two sisters were indeed her nemesis. Lu Sanyang fell silent. The latter part of the banquet proceeded in a tranquil manner. After the meal, Princess Amping retired for a brief rest, and the atmosphere in the garden relaxed once more. The male guests gathered to play polo, and most of the noble ladies followed to watch, while a small group congregated to play cards. Cui Yuning initially had no desire to watch, but could not resist Cui Xian's insistence. She took hold of Shui Jiwei, using her as an excuse, and said, let us go, Sister Shui. Your cousin is there. Let's have a look together. Cui Yuning paused, unable to resist glancing at Pei Yu. She hesitated, contemplating whether to mention the polo match to him, but reconsidered with so many people present and quelled the thought. Just as she was in turmoil, a lady-in-waiting approached Princess Amping, walking towards Pei Yu and pausing before him, seemingly engaged in conversation, though she bent low, obscuring her words. In the next moment, both their gazes turned towards her. Cui Yuning's heart leapt, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. The young girl fled in disarray, the pomegranate red hem of her dress billowing in the wind, cascading like a vibrant bloom of peonies, the crimson fabric swirling gracefully around her arms, dancing lightly in the air. In her palm, she clutched a pale pink begonia, which she had plucked hours earlier. The petals had begun to wilt, losing their earlier vibrancy. Yet she did not discard it, holding onto it tightly. The lady-in-waiting remained bent, waiting for a response that did not come, before finally lifting her head to see him gazing distantly at something, following his line of sight. Young master, what are you looking at? The young man slowly withdrew his gaze, replying nothing. The pace of speech was measured, yet there was an unusual delight in the tone. Lady Zhou, cautious not to overstep, bowed her head and reiterated the previous message. Her Highness, the Grand Princess of Amping, requests your presence. Pei Yu lifted his gaze to glance at the young lady, noting her presence among her sisters, before redirecting his attention and following Lady Zhou to the front hall. The Grand Princess of Amping, who claimed to be taking a brief respite, appeared anything but restful at that moment. She reclined against an elegant cushion, a thin layer of a velvet blanket draped over her. In the room, a maidservant knelt beside her, holding a jade platter adorned with cherry beads, while others attended to her by kneading her shoulders and massaging her legs. As Pei Yu stepped inside, he lowered his head and spoke in a calm voice, Your Highness. The Grand Princess of Amping cast a glance at the young man, resplendent in his dragon and phoenix robes, and suddenly broke into a knowing smile, asking with profound implication, "Qinghe, that day you mentioned that your grandmother's gift to me had been left behind. You came specifically to deliver it, didn't you, in truth, to see Jinyang?" Chapter 70. She no longer remembers him as the words fell. The hall fell into an instant silence. Princess Anping delicately plucked a glistening cherry pearl from the jade platter and awaited with great interest the ensuing reaction from Pei Yu. Would it be helplessness, a bitter smile, or perhaps a moment of dazed astonishment? Regardless of the response, it intrigued her as an elder. Prior to his arrival, Jinyang had taken the trouble to write to her, mentioning that this child was inherently aloof and would not easily connect with others, urging her to be more understanding. The implication was unmistakably one of protection for the child. As Princess Anping read the letter, her mind wandered back to a past event, prompting a wave of nostalgia. Had she known it would come to this, she might have acted differently. The child, upon birth, neither wept nor smiled. Was this truly intentional? Having traversed through life's myriad experiences, she had gained a profound understanding. And though she had never raised a child, she comprehended the innocence of youth. How could one blame an infant for its ignorance? To harbor resentment toward the child rather than seeking the physician was the most illogical of actions. Jinyang, proud throughout her life, now faced a significant downfall through her own child. She had previously offered both advice and reprimands, but to no avail. Only now did she grasp the meaning of regret. Regaining her focus, Princess Anping's gaze settled on Pei Yu. Over the course of 2 decades, this child had blossomed into a figure of exquisite beauty, possessing both grace and wisdom. Apart from his somewhat cold demeanor, he was nearly impeccable. Yet what of his indifference? His upbringing and character were undeniably commendable. With a sigh, she reflected that her understanding of the situation prompted her desire to provoke a slight emotional response from him. Otherwise, it would be too dreary for him to endure such monotony day after day. The previous remarks had been mere playful banter. They had never met before. How could there be instant affection? Such sentiments might occur with others, but not with her grandnephew. It was a malady, if it were so easily resolved. Jinyang would not have been anxious for so many years. With a sense of disinterest, Princess Anping popped another cherry pearl into her mouth. These cherry pearls were a tribute from Deng Zhou, a gesture from the emperor, who remembered his distant aunt in Luoyang and had sent numerous delicacies her way. They were large, richly colored, and sparkling. This season was indeed the most fitting for such a treat. Princess Anping was not one to indulge excessively. As a grand princess, she had savored countless delicacies over the years. Yet, the memories of the past inevitably stirred her emotions. As she narrowed her eyes, contemplating her next words, she suddenly heard the young man speak, his tone slow and calm. "Your Highness is wise." Each word was enunciated with clarity. Princess Anping was momentarily taken aback, straightening her posture in surprise. In her startled grip, she inadvertently crushed the cherry pearl between her fingers. The accompanying maidservant remained composed, swiftly bringing a basin of warm water and kneeling by her side to soak the princess's fingers. After a moment, she carefully lifted her hand to dry it with a silk cloth. Another maid removed the soiled velvet mat and replaced it with a fresh one. Princess Anping allowed them to attend to her, maintaining her composure. With narrowed eyes, she focused intently on the young man before her, demanding, "What did you say?" The young man bowed his head and repeated his statement once more. Princess Anping reclined back, her fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, still feeling as though she were caught in a surreal reverie. With uncertainty, she inquired, "Love at first sight?" The very notion seemed fantastical to her. The imperial physician had once asserted that this affliction was inherent, and if it could be alleviated before the age of 10, there might be hope for a semblance of normalcy. If not, he would remain oblivious to the spectrum of human emotions throughout his life. This was precisely why Jinyang was so anxious. He harbored no emotional needs and was utterly at a loss when it came to reciprocating feelings. Even when Jinyang treated him with such kindness, he remained unaware of what pain or sorrow truly felt like, resembling a marionette devoid of sensation or sentiment. How could he possibly fall in love? She could entertain the idea of affection blossoming over time, But the concept of instantaneous love was utterly absurd. The young man fell silent for a few moments before responding. No. He could have claimed it was love at first sight. However, such a fabrication might deceive the outside world, but would not fool Princess Omping. Furthermore, he wished to share the matter concerning Jinyang with his elder. Princess Omping, intrigued, asked, "Have you met before?" Pei Yu affirmed, "Yes, we encountered each other in our childhood." Jinyang had forgotten. But their first meeting had indeed taken place in the Imperial Garden. At that time, she was merely 5 years old, visiting Qinghe to meet the Crown Princess. She was a vision of beauty, her voice ringing with clarity, and she smiled at everyone. The Crown Prince and Princess, being more than 10 years her senior and childless at the time, doted on her as if she were their own, indulging her capricious and domineering nature. On the day they met, he had been accompanying his mother to see the emperor's uncle. After their visit, his mother had sternly ordered him not to follow her and returned alone to the Duke of Qinghe's residence, leaving him in the Imperial Garden. Such occurrences were not uncommon over the next decade. At the time, he did not perceive this as abnormal or feel any sense of grievance. Rather, he thought to himself. As expected, his mother frequently abandoned him. Whenever they ventured out together, he would invariably be left behind in various locations. Fortunately, he knew the way back. Upon returning home, he would often hear his father express relief that he had returned safely, while his mother would angrily berate him for not being lost yet. In those moments, his grandmother and father would chide his mother. Their reprimands ultimately transformed into his mother's beatings, as she struck him while weeping, lamenting how she had given birth to such a strange child who did not know how to cry, and glaring at him with fervor, demanding to know why he hadn't simply gone to die. His father would tell him that his mother spoke thus because she was ill, assuring him that she actually cared for him, urging him not to feel sad. He found it all rather perplexing. Why should he feel sorrow? Was this not the norm? He felt no pain and had no desire to weep, yet everyone seemed to believe he ought to cry. He made an effort, but discovered that tears would not come. So, he decided not to cry at all. When left in the Imperial Garden, he felt no urgency, knowing he could find his way home. It was then that he encountered her. She mistook him for a little eunuch, complimenting his appearance and expressing her desire to take him back to dine with her. Proudly declaring that her brother-in-law was the crown prince, a remarkable feat, he corrected her, stating that he was not a little eunuch, but rather that his cousin was the crown prince. Jinyang was skeptical and insisted on taking him back for punishment. The attending maid swiftly intervened, stating that he was the heir of the Duke of the state. Reluctantly, she acknowledged his status, but still insisted on bringing him back to the Eastern Palace, claiming it was an invitation. At that time, his facial injuries had yet to heal, and when Jinyang inquired about them, he calmly replied that they were inflicted by his mother. This revelation caused the young girl to widen her eyes in disbelief, indignantly declaring that his mother was indeed cruel. He, at that moment, was oblivious to the complexities of such emotions. Yet, she took delight in teaching him, explaining the concepts of pain, malice, sorrow, and jealousy among others. Eventually, she returned to Luoyang, and they never crossed paths again. He retained her words in his memory. In his previous life, when she and Pei Yu came to Qinghe, he recognized her at once, but she had no recollection of him. Chapter 71. He would carry this matter until old age at that time. He felt a tinge of loss, yet nothing more. After all, she was merely a companion from his childhood. Since she had no recollection of their past, there was no need for him to bring it up. He observed her relationship with Pei Yu with detached interest. Pei Yu presented her with the most coveted hairpin of the season, and she was overjoyed, reciprocating with a small purse. He endeavored to gift her something even more exquisite, yet she showed no reaction, turning instead to bestow upon Pei Yu a copy of the Book of Songs. One event followed another, and he finally comprehended that her heart belonged solely to Pei Yu. As he witnessed their growing intimacy, sharing moments at the Prajna Temple to appreciate the blossoms and flying kites in the countryside, they appeared to be a match made in heaven. The sight was unbearable for him, compelling him to leave. At that moment, he was unaware of the suffocating discomfort swelling within him. He sought the physician, who, frowning, assured him there was no grave concern, perhaps merely a result of the recent heat causing some agitation. He dismissed the thought. However, Upon receiving the news of Jinyang's impending marriage, he could scarcely contain the tumult of emotions within him, urging the carriage driver to hasten. Frustrated by the pace, he opted for a swift steed to return. Though he had never truly understood the essence of emotions, in that moment, everything became clear: jealousy, anguish, and envy. If these feelings were to be ranked, he had arrived before Pei Yu. Why, then, had she chosen Pei Yu? A tempest of jealousy and resentment surged within him, nearly overwhelming his resolve. As he neared Qinghe, he was ambushed. In the past couple of years, the court had been rife with turmoil, and the princes were engaged in covert machinations. He was a staunch supporter of the crown prince, naturally inciting discontent among the other princes, leading them to dispatch assassins against him on more than one occasion. Yet, he had not anticipated such an event on this day. In the night, assassins emerged from the dense thickets, relentless and more perilous than any previous assault, as if the orders behind their actions were to ensure his demise. Every individual has a limit to their strength. As he vanquished the last of his assailants and collapsed into a pool of blood, visions of the 5-year-old Cui Yuning flickered before him, followed by glimpses of the 15 or 16-year-old version of her, until they all faded away. He reached out, but grasped at nothingness, unable to seize anything. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself returned to the age of adulthood. Pei Yu lowered his eyelashes, suppressing the tumultuous emotions stirred by memories. Those were matters of a past life. He need not squander any more time dwelling on them. Princess Omping paused for a moment, a smile gracing her features. No wonder you were so eager to seek me out. It was for her. So, from the moment she arrived, you recognized her? Pei Yu affirmed her statement. Princess Omping regarded him with a hint of wistfulness. It was remarkable that a childhood companion had remained etched in his memory all these years. One could only imagine the life this child had endured in Qinghe. She had previously heard vague mentions of it, but now, having gleaned a little more, she felt a profound pity for the child. She sighed, yet turned the conversation to more pressing matters. In the case of others, it might not have mattered, but Jinyang was a precious gem of the Cui family. If his intentions were not genuine, she could not possibly consent. Princess Omping pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Qinghe, do you truly harbor feelings for her? Or do you merely regard her as a companion?" She spoke with a gentle tone, mindful that he was but a pitiable child. The identity of ninth Miss need not be elaborated. You must grasp that she is a young lady who has been cherished and nurtured, innocent and carefree. Her occasional temper is but a natural occurrence. Among daughters raised in wealth and luxury, few are inclined to emulate the grace and forbearance of those from more modest backgrounds. Indeed, girls brought up in indulgence seldom possess amiable dispositions. Should you treat her with indifference, she will surely rebel against you. While a few instances may be inconsequential, prolonged neglect could jeopardize your relationship. Though Princess Omping did not speak too bluntly, her words nonetheless urged him to contemplate carefully. The daughter of the Cui family from Qinghe is not so easily won. She recounted the events surrounding the crown prince's marriage to the crown princess. Although the crown prince sought the emperor's blessing for their union, he pursued Jinyang with great fervor, taking considerable time to win her consent. Most young ladies from esteemed families settle for mutual respect. A woman of Princess Omping's stature would find it difficult to find a man of equal rank. Thus, rather than merely seeking mutual regard, it is far better to choose someone whose sentiments resonate with one's own, so as to not squander one's time on this earthly plane. This was her belief, and she urged it upon them, wishing for both young souls to find their destined partners, much like she had with her own husband. Pei Yu listened quietly and then solemnly replied, "You may find my thoughts unexpected, yet I have contemplated the desire to marry ninth Miss for an extensive period. It has not been a fleeting whim, nor merely a matter of days or months." He refrained from elaborating further. None could comprehend the significance ninth Miss held in his life. At that time, he was but a blank slate, a mere 10-year-old boy, possessing only a swifter intellect and an aptitude for learning compared to others. He knew nothing of the world. He was unaware of why pain followed a beating, why he felt aggrieved and wished to weep, nor did he understand the need for ointment after a burn. No one had ever informed him, nor guided him on how to navigate such experiences. They all claimed that his mother's illness accounted for her treatment of him. Even his tutor spoke of filial piety and moral teachings, as if his lack of emotion and ignorance of pain justified their failure to enlighten him. He had initially believed this to be the norm. It was not until he encountered Ninth Miss that she began to paint upon his blank canvas, imparting to him the complexities of joy, anger, sorrow, and jealousy, transforming him from an uncomprehending stone into a being awakened by the divine presence of a forest nymph. The revelation from someone who had always been emotionally detached was particularly striking. Princess Onping discerned the profound affection concealed beneath his calm demeanor, and after a long silence, she asked, "Does Ninth Miss know?" She wished to ascertain whether Ninth Miss was aware of such feelings. Pei Yu paused before responding. "She does not know." Upon finishing, he lifted his gaze to Princess Onping, earnestly requesting, "I hope you will not disclose this to her. Unless one day she discovers it herself, I would prefer to carry this matter with me into old age. I seek neither pity, nor sympathy, nor guilt." Princess Onping, momentarily lost in thought, fell silent. This child bore a striking resemblance to her husband in his youth. It is not merely her appearance, but rather her manner of speaking that strikes a familiar chord. As she gazes upon him, she cannot help but be reminded of her youthful days with the prince consort, her eyes reflecting a warmth of nostalgia. And she nods in agreement. What thoughts occupy Jinyang's mind? She expresses a desire for them to become better acquainted first. The esteemed Princess Onping wholeheartedly concurs, offering him a few pointers on matters to be mindful of during his visit to the Cui residence, and shares insights into the preferences of young ladies. With a smile, she remarks, "If your mother were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Yet, scarcely had her words faded when a sudden thought crossed her mind. She glanced at the young man before her, and, noticing his composed demeanor, felt a slight sense of relief. "You have found someone who captures your heart. I am truly happy for you." Pei Yu lowered his eyelashes, expressing his gratitude before adding, "I shall pen a letter to inform my mother and kindly request your assistance as a matchmaker in seeking the hand of Jinyang." Chapter 72. Does the ninth lady have someone she fancies? Princess Onping raised her eyebrows in slight surprise, though she had anticipated this moment. After a brief pause, she composed herself and smiled, saying, "Then you must exert yourself. A good woman is sought after by many families. It is not so easy to marry a daughter from the Cui family of Qinghe." Pei Yu lowered his gaze and replied softly, "I understand. Until the day of our marriage, anything could happen. Just like her and Pei Yu. What does it matter that they grew up together for so many years? If she says she does not like him, then she does not. He had sought this opportunity across 2 lifetimes, and he would not let it slip away." Princess Onping smiled again, saying, "As long as you are aware, it is good. If your relationship with the ninth lady comes to fruition, I shall personally act as your matchmaker." Pei Yu respectfully acknowledged her words. The sun shone brightly, causing the leaves on the branches to wilt. The moment Cui Yuning caught the gaze of Pei Yu and Lady Zhou, she fled in disarray, hastily catching up with Cui Xian in the corridor. As they walked, the girl feigned calmness, yet her flushed ears betrayed her emotions. Cui Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she could no longer contain her curiosity, exclaiming, "What exactly is going on between you and that young prince?" Cui Jiwei also looked on with bright eyes. Cui Yuning realized she could not hide the truth from them and spoke candidly. "I knew it," Cui Xian exclaimed, her excitement surpassing her own. "I told you he treats you differently." She had always sensed that the young prince regarded the ninth lady with a unique fondness. Although he did not express it overtly, she felt it deeply. Her intuition, at times, proved more accurate than her own vision. After all, she did not rely on intellect, but rather on her feelings. Cui Jiwei pondered the young prince's appearance and thought to herself that her cousin should abandon any attempts at attracting the ninth lady. He truly had no chance. Her cousin was inferior even to Pei Yu, let alone that young prince. It would be best for him to give up. She planned to speak to him about this matter later at the horse racing grounds. Cui Yuning, however, did not perceive any particular difference in how he treated her. Yet, considering he had agreed to her request, she found it somewhat credible. Perhaps it was due to her status, or perhaps her looks. Who could say? In truth, she did not care much about the reasons. as long as the outcome was favorable. After all, how many things in life turn out as one wishes? Cui Yuning smiled without responding. After a while, Cui Xian ceased her chatter, and the group proceeded to the horse racing grounds. Finding little interest in the events, Cui Yuning pulled Cui Xian away from the gathering. Before leaving, she grasped Xue Zhuwei's hand and inquired about her current residence, intending to send her an invitation to visit. Xue Zhuwei discerned the sister's true intentions. The invitation was a pretext. They were primarily concerned about her brother, were they not? She pondered with curiosity about what her brother might look like, especially considering he had yet to become engaged, leaving the ninth lady, his sister, so worried. Yet, looking at the two sisters' faces, it was hard to imagine. How unattractive could he possibly be? Yet his unmarried status and his background left much to be speculated. Xue Zhuwei had not considered marriage before coming, merely accompanying her cousin. Faced with their enthusiastic invitation, she felt compelled to refuse, which instantly left Cui Yuning disheartened. What on earth is happening with my brother? Is he unable to win over his wife? It is not that she is unwilling to assist. Rather, she simply ignores him. With a sigh, she prepares to inform their mother. She has already selected a suitable sister-in-law for her brother. But the next steps depend on their mother and on how her brother will strive to bring her home. Xue Zhuwei observes the bright eyes of the girl before her dimming and wonders if her words were too harsh. After a moment of reflection, she adds, "If there are no further matters at hand, shall I invite you out for some leisure?" Cui Yuning quickly responds, "Then it's settled, Sister Xue." Seeing her eagerness, Xue Zhuwei contemplates whether she should have spoken differently, but ultimately dismisses her reservations and readily agrees. What could be the harm in going out to play? Surely her brother wouldn't chase after her from the estate. She smiles, finding the notion rather absurd. The trio parts ways, and before returning to their residence, Cui Yuning and Cui Xian pay a visit to the Grand Princess Anping to inform her of a departure from the banquet. Ordinary individuals would naturally lack the privilege to do so, but their relationship with the Grand Princess necessitates this visit. As the sun shifts, the heat of the day gradually dissipates. The Grand Princess Anping, just awakened, hears her maids announce the arrival of the two young ladies from the Cui residence. She shoots them a reproachful glance for not informing her sooner and hastily makes her way to the front hall, instructing someone to present several plates of cherry pearls. These are this spring's tribute. Do try them. If you find them delightful, take some back to your residence. The Grand Princess is not merely speaking for formality. Before they depart, she has them packed a generous box full of the succulent treats. Cui Xian discreetly lifts the lid of her box, and as expected, the pearls within are significantly larger than those in her own. She remarks with a soft hum, "I told you she must like you." Yet, Cui Yuning feels there is a different reason behind it. Her thoughts drift to Pei Yu, who is summoned by Lady Zhou, and an unsettling premonition lingers in her heart. He must have shared something with the Grand Princess. Although the Grand Princess had previously held affection for her, she perceives it now as a form of bias, akin to that of an elder favoring a cherished younger relative. She doubts her own capacity for such endearment. Thus, the source of this change is evident. Cui Yuning rests her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly at the darkening sky outside. "Oh, Jinyang, why are your ears so red?" "And no, it must be the wind," she stammers. Upon returning to the Cui residence, Cui Yuning instructs that the cherry pearls be divided into several portions, one for her grandmother, one for her parents, and another for her brother. Although the old matriarch has already received a delivery of cherry pearls from the Grand Princess, she cherishes the filial piety of her granddaughters. With a smile, she has a plate washed and asks about their day. As if it were necessary to inquire, Cui Xian pops one into her mouth and cheerfully exclaims, "Jinyang has left that group of ignorant boys utterly mesmerized." Her tone is casual and irreverent, prompting the old matriarch to furrow her brow and feign a strike. "And you?" Cui Xian quickly dodges, feeling a twinge of guilt as she replies, "Not many." In truth, she is not entirely lacking in suitors. There was a gentleman by the surname Zhao, who was reasonably handsome. However, his penchant for wielding weapons reminded her of Zheng Qingling, prompting her to hastily shake her head in refusal. She preferred individuals who were dedicated to their studies and possessed good character. Upon hearing this, The venerable Lady Cui discerned her lack of interest, and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "I shall not concern myself with your choices. Do as you wish. This matter shall be left for your mother to ponder." Lady Cui reclined once more upon the couch, and the maids, noticing her posture, hurried to gently pat her back in comfort. She waved them off and turned her gaze towards her granddaughter, inquiring, "And you, my dear ninth daughter, have you encountered anyone to your liking today? If so, I shall promptly send someone to inquire further." Cui Yuning nodded softly, her voice barely above a whisper yet tinged with a touch of shyness. "There is one." Chapter 73. She believes in his means. Old Madame Cui straightened her back and inquired with keen interest, "Who is it?" Her little granddaughter, raised in indulgence and caprice, possessed discerning taste, and few could captivate her attention at first glance. Old Madame Cui pondered over the guest list for the spring banquet, wondering which noble scion had managed to enchant Jinyang so. Was it Shui Sanlang or Wang Wulong, or perhaps a remarkable young gentleman from a family unknown to her? Before she could arrive at a conclusion, the young lady seated on the soft stool beneath the couch spoke, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, her features exquisite, and her voice light yet resolute. "It is the son of Princess Jinyang." Old Madame Cui was taken aback, suddenly recalling something. The son of Princess Jinyang. Wasn't that the young master of the Duke of Zhengguo's household? Duke of Zhengguo. Old Madame Chui's gaze grew intricate as she contemplated Pei Yu's cousin. Cui Yuning nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Old Madame Cui unconsciously tapped her fingers on the table, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she gazed at her granddaughter, rendered momentarily speechless. The mere mention of Pei Yu's cousin conjured scenes of impending excitement. Had Pei Yu truly nurtured feelings for Jinyang all these years? Would he genuinely relinquish his affections? If he refused to let go, it would lead to a rivalry between the brothers over a single woman, and regardless of how the men might handle it, the reputation of their daughter would inevitably suffer. She could not bear to see Jinyang subjected to such slander. Old Madame Cui sighed. If she refused to concede, she feared Jinyang would throw a tantrum. Yet, if she acquiesced, she worried that it might not be a suitable match. Deep down, she understood better than anyone else that, setting aside the relationship between Pei Yanshu and Pei Yu, it was evident how exceptional Pei Yanshu truly was. But still, old Madame Cui suddenly spoke up. Does he truly hold her affections? No, Cui Yuning replied candidly, but in terms of status and appearance. He is undoubtedly the most outstanding among those present at the spring banquet. Were she to claim affection, old Madame Cui might suspect that the young master had cast some enchantment upon Jinyang. Yet, Cui Yaoning's clear-eyed articulation of the pros and cons revealed her awareness and rationality. Cui Xian quickly chimed in. What Jinyang states is correct. Apart from him, can you find a more distinguished suitor? Those princes from Chang'an may not be any more exceptional than he. Although she had never encountered those so-called noble offspring, she privately believed that the young master was an extraordinary rarity. Beyond him, her imagination faltered. Old Madame Cui shot her a glare. You ought to have your mouth sewn shut. Is it fitting for you to discuss matters of the royal family in such a casual manner? Cui Xian stuck out her tongue, chastened into silence. Cui Yaoning gently reassured her. Grandmother is merely a man. If you find him unsuitable, we can always seek another. Your thoughts are of utmost importance. If the family were to disagree entirely, she would have to devise another plan. It could not be that this marriage would lead to discord within the family. Old Madame Cui hesitated precisely because she recognized Pei Yanshu's exceptional nature. Without him, was she to seek a prince? Yet, as Seventh Miss noted wisely, those princes were hardly superior. Though residing in Luoyang, she had heard whispers of their reputations. Apart from the crown prince, none seemed worthy. The third prince is tempestuous, the sixth prince is overly ambitious, and the seventh prince is avaricious. Lady Cui suddenly felt a headache and waved her hand, saying, It is getting late. You may all return and rest, allowing me to ponder in peace. Cui Xian wished to speak further, but Cui Yaoning restrained her, bowing to their grandmother before withdrawing. Upon exiting the courtyard, Cui Xian, dissatisfied, broke free from her grasp and exclaimed, Sister, if you do not seize the moment, what if grandmother does not agree? Cui Yuning replied, calmly. Then we shall find another. What if the next is not as commendable? Cui Xian countered. Then so be it. Do you not find that disheartening? No. Cui Yuning halted and suddenly turned to Cui Xian. Am I to quarrel with my family over a man? Cui Xian was momentarily speechless. No matter how admirable outsiders may seem, they could never rival the affection of family. Once married, should conflicts arise with the in-laws, it is the maternal family that must provide support, making a rift with one's own kin unwise. Romantic feelings may wane, but familial bonds endure. Cui Xian pondered briefly before explaining, I simply think it a pity for the two of you. There is no need for pity. Cui Yuning smiled gently, envisioning the serene and composed visage of the young man. I trust that grandmother will deliberate wisely. If Pei Yu is truly worthy, grandmother will not overlook him. She had faith in her grandmother's affection and in Pei Yu's capabilities. Upon returning to her quarters, Cui Yuning allowed her maid, Bao Qin, to assist her with her ablutions. After her bath, a rosy hue graced her cheeks from the steam. Her dark hair dripped with water, her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled with the essence of spring, resembling a captivating mermaid perched upon a reef from a tale of the fantastical. Bao Qin approached with a handkerchief to dry her hair. Miss, I have heard some news, she said. Cui Yuning, thinking of Pei Yu's impending visit the next day, found herself restless. Leaning on her couch with a book, she looked up and asked, What is it? Bao Qin responded, The sixth young lady has returned this evening. Cui Xiu's trip to the White Horse Temple, orchestrated by their grandmother, was somewhat known to Cui Yuning, who surmised that it was a means to temper her temperament. After all, as members of the Qinghe Cui clan, if Cui Xiu were to commit any disgraceful acts, it would tarnish not only the reputations of the unmarried daughters, but also affect those already wed. The rationale is simple. If your siblings are of ill repute, how can you be any better? For the sake of reputation, suitors must also consider the risks of marrying into such a family. Cui Yuning calculated the time. Had she returned so soon? Bao Qin shared what she had heard from elsewhere. It is said that the sixth young lady fell gravely ill, unable to find a capable doctor, and thus had no choice but to return. She pointed out, at this moment, Mistress Pei is still in tears. Cui Yuning, however, found it hard to believe that Cui Xiu was truly ill. Her constitution was far more robust than that of their peers, and now she was feigning a fragile demeanor. It was clear that she was plotting something. At this critical juncture of her return, Cui Yuning pondered. Could it be that her sixth sister had heard something? It was not beyond possibility, for this sister could hardly bear to see her thrive. At times, she finds it rather ironic that although Cui Xian has committed numerous acts of bullying against Cui Xiu, the latter has never dared to confront her. Instead, she repeatedly inflicts harm upon those who treat her with kindness. This indeed exemplifies the age-old adage of receiving kindness but nurturing enmity. Cui Xiu has grown accustomed to the goodwill extended towards her, and when it wanes, she perceives a shift and harbors resentment. Truly, she embodies the essence of an ingrate. Cui Yuning mused, lifting her gaze towards the window. The moon hung delicately over the willow treetops, and the stars twinkled like scattered gems. As she gazed into the profound darkness of the night, she tightened the thin blanket around her. So, dear sister, what brings you back? Is it to once again disrupt my peace, or merely to pay a visit? Should it be the former, I shall come to see you next April. Chapter 74. This is what they owe me. The plot of the sixth daughter and her mother within the confines of the evening fragrance hall. The lights blazed brightly as the physicians bustled in and out with their medical kits, laboring for several hours before managing to stabilize Cui Xiu's condition. Qiu Ai, who served by the side of the matriarch, hurried back to report. The elderly matriarch, having dozed for a few hours in the afternoon, was now wide awake, reclining on her couch and conversing with others. Upon hearing the news, she inquired in a soft tone, Is she truly gravely ill? Qiu Ai responded affirmatively, recounting all that she had observed within the evening fragrance hall. The matriarch, playing with her prayer beads, leaned back against the couch, the flickering orange candlelight casting shadows around her. Her voice, like a whisper carried by the wind, held a hint of a smile as she remarked, So, she is not feigning illness? Qiu Ai momentarily froze, for she was not one of the favored maidservants and could not fathom the matriarch's thoughts. After a long silence, she eventually bowed her head and replied, "This servant is dull-witted." The matriarch had not expected an answer from her, and she waved her hand dismissively, allowing her to withdraw. Once alone, the matriarch continued to twirl her prayer beads, tilting her head to ask the stewardess, "Do you believe the sixth daughter has genuinely caught a chill? Or is she deliberately pretending to be ill to return?" The stewardess, having been with her for a long time and sensing her doubt regarding the sixth daughter, replied in alignment with the matriarch's sentiments, "Whether true or false is of little consequence. What truly matters is what the sixth daughter will do upon her return." These words resonated deeply with the matriarch, prompting her to smile approvingly, though her expression remained cold. "Then let us grant her an opportunity." The stewardess, observing the matriarch's demeanor, silently hoped that the sixth daughter would not act foolishly, for the matriarch would not afford her a second chance. For the sake of the Qinghe Shui family's reputation, for the current crown princess, and for those daughters already wed or awaiting marriage, the sixth daughter must face dire consequences. Humans are not devoid of emotion. Who can be without feelings? The matriarch did harbor some affection for her several illegitimate granddaughters, yet should matters escalate to that extent, her heart would ache as well. After all, they were still the bloodline of the second master. Madame Pei, having seen Xiao Ai out, turned back to glance at her unconscious daughter, immediately overwhelmed with sorrow. The girl on the bed lay with her eyes tightly closed, her complexion pale, nearly devoid of any color, the heavy scent of medicine saturating the room. Madame Pei sat down and wept profusely. "What are you thinking, clashing with your grandmother? The doctors have come and gone after prescribing medicine, and now that we are alone, I fear nothing," she lamented, tears streaming down her face. "You know your grandmother favors others. Can you truly compare yourself to seventh sister or ninth sister? If you must assign blame, then blame me, your aunt, for being unable to provide you with support." Madame Pei's sobs were uncontrollable as she pounded her chest, her cries filled with anguish. "The old lady is heartless. Should you continue to provoke her, neither I nor even your father will be able to protect you. Sixth daughter, you are still young. You do not understand. Listen to your aunt. Do not dwell on what should not be thought of. This match is untenable. I shall implore your father to find you a better one." The cacophony of cries echoed incessantly in her ears. Cui Xiu struggled to open her eyelids, tilting her head to glance at Aunt Pei, who was weeping and cursing by the bedside. She softly called out, "Aunt." Aunt Pei, filled with surprise, rushed over and exclaimed, "You are awake?" Cui Xiu nodded. Tears streamed down Aunt Pei's face as she grasped her hand, inquiring about her current condition, whether she felt unwell, and if she needed a doctor summoned. Cui Xiu shook her head, took a sip of water to moisten her parched lips, and replied, "It's nothing. I am well aware." She had consulted Jinyang and understood the severity of her situation. Moreover, fortune favors the bold. Without enduring a loss, how could she hope to reclaim anything? She did not wish to linger in Bema Temple for a lifetime. Although her grandmother desired her to stay, she was resolute in her defiance. Upon hearing her words, Aunt Pei sensed the unusual nature of her illness. Remembering how she had been carried back, a mix of anger and heartache washed over her. "Sixth miss, must you persist in this manner? Can we not avoid comparisons with them? If you wish to marry, I will ask your father to assist you." Cui Xiu clenched her fists, her voice laced with hatred as she retorted, "No. Why should it be so? Why does ninth miss enjoy such ease and comfort, while I'm left to watch like a rat in the gutter?" She had already apologized, but what more did they want from her? Her grandmother and the others were undeniably biased. But why should it be so? Furthermore, Cui Xiu's anger boiled as she grasped Aunt Pei's hand. Her eyes reddened as she asked, "Do you not harbor hatred for them, Aunt?" Aunt Pei was taken aback and quickly covered her mouth. "Enough." With a stern expression, she ordered the serving maids to leave the room before continuing in a grave tone, "Sixth miss, do you truly wish for your brother, for Aunt, and for your unborn brother to perish together?" Cui Xiu shook her head in tears. "I do not." Aunt Pei's tone softened somewhat as she warned, "As long as you harbor no such thoughts, that is good. Keep your feelings hidden. If this matter were to spread, we would all be in grave danger." Cui Xiu unaccustomed to Aunt Pei's ire, yet understanding the stakes, nodded, though her heart remained heavy with discontent. Why should Ninth Miss possess everything? During her time at Bema Temple, she had heard that Ninth Miss shone brilliantly at the Spring Banquet, with countless suitors falling at her feet. Clearly, she was no less deserving. Yet her grandmother had deprived her of that opportunity. How unfair! Cui Xiuxiu bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks, her voice hoarse like a beast wail. Aunt, I cannot accept this. In recent days, she had dreamt of various scenes. She dreamt of marrying the son of the Wang family, living a life of bliss and fulfillment. She also dreamed of Ninth Miss marrying Pei Yu, their lives harmonious and joyful. Was that not wonderful? Cui Xiuxiu thought bitterly. Why must Ninth Miss be so disobedient? If she were to be compliant as before and marry Pei Yu, none of this would have transpired. All of this was the fault of Ninth Mississippi. How could she not resent her? Her entire life had been shattered by her. Cui Xiuxiu's eyes were reddened, her nails deeply embedded in her palms. Yet she felt no pain whatsoever. Auntie, I desire their reputation to be utterly ruined. Even if I remain unmarried for the rest of my life, so be it. I want her to suffer as I do. Suddenly, Aunt Pei delivered a sharp slap across her face. Rising to her feet, she gazed at her with disappointment and said, Have you not listened to a word I've said? Cui Xiuxiu, covering her face, stared at her in a daze, as though confronting a stranger. She cried out, Auntie, how could you strike me for the sake of Jinyang? Why on earth would you do this? Are you truly siding with her? Her entire body trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks as she cried out in despair. What have I done wrong? It is they who owe us. I merely seek to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 75. How did she become this way? The plot of Lunyang and her daughter. Skip if unpleasant. Madame Pei gazed at her, feeling an undeniable pang of sorrow. Yet, she could not indulge her. The matriarch was a ruthless individual. For the sake of the Cui family's reputation, she would not tolerate anyone who posed a potential threat. If Lunyang dared to act so recklessly, the matriarch would show her no mercy. How could she bear to lose her only daughter? Lunyang, do you truly wish to drive us to despair? As she uttered these words, it seemed as though she had exhausted all her strength, stumbling to her knees, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. If you persist in this obstinacy, the matriarch will not only deal with you, but also with me and your brother. None of us will escape unscathed. Consider this a plea from your mother. Grant us a path to survival. Cui Xiuxiu's heart ached as she descended from her bed to assist her. Mother, please rise. Madame Pei refused to budge, tears streaming down her face as she declared, If you do not acquiesce, I shall remain on my knees until you relent. Cui Xiuxiu stared at her in disbelief. Mother! Yet, Madame Pei feigned ignorance, not even glancing her way. After futile attempts to lift her, Cui Xiuxiu's emotions finally broke free. Mother, your son is your child. Am I not yours as well? Have you ever considered my feelings? For so long, I have known that Wang Shi was the reason you married father, leading to my status as a concubine's daughter. Yet I still had to bow and scrape to appease Jinyang. Have you pondered the torment I have endured? Upon witnessing the shock in her mother's eyes, Cui Xiuxiu felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She released her grip, crying and laughing simultaneously. You have never considered me. Your heart only holds space for my brother. I have developed a rift with Jinyang, and yet you only think of me soothing her. Why should I? Why does that sickly wretch not simply perish? At that moment, she realized the depth of her hatred for Jinyang. She despised Jinyang for possessing what she could never attain despite her best efforts. She loathed that a fragile, ailing child was nurtured by a matriarch known for her merciless disposition. And what of Wang Shi? Had she not been so exquisite, father would never have harbored such desires, and he would not have forcibly married her mother, leading to her status as a concubine's daughter. Had she been born legitimate, she would have been destined for a radiant life, all of which was ruined by Wang Shi. This was a debt owed to her by both of them. Shouldn't Jinyang treat her well? Given the repercussions of their actions, she was entitled to a lifetime of kindness. The thought of her own suffering while they frolicked unburdened only fueled her resentment. The world truly was unjust. Madame Pei stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such words could emanate from the once obedient Lunyang. Lunyang, how could you possibly think this way? She understood well that in this household, one could only endure by winning the matriarch's favor. Thus, she encouraged her to play with Jinyang, believing it to be for her benefit. How could it be construed as a means to ingratiate herself with Jinyang, as Lunyang suggested? She had never considered herself virtuous to ascend to her current position. She had employed numerous cunning schemes and had caused harm to many. Yet, it is only Lunyang who has devoted her heart to nurturing. Nonetheless, she has transformed into a person filled with resentment. Aunt Pei is deeply pained, struggling to breathe. Cui Xiuxiu cannot absorb a single word. Is it not true? Aunt Pei wishes to articulate something further, but suddenly, a sharp pain radiates from her abdomen, as if something is gradually escaping. She lowers her gaze and is met with a cascade of crimson gushing forth beneath her apricot-colored skirts. Panic-stricken, she reaches out towards her Lunyang. Cui Xiuxiu stands frozen, taking a long moment to regain her senses before letting out a piercing scream, summoning the maids to rush in and calling for a doctor. Trembling all over, she dares not cast a glance at the couch. It will be fine. She did not intend to provoke Aunt Pei. Her anger simply overwhelmed her. It is all Jinyang's fault. Had it not been for them, she would not have quarreled with Aunt Pei, and Aunt Pei would not be angry. Nor would she find herself in this predicament. She incessantly reassures herself in her mind, as if by doing so, the blame could be shifted onto others, thereby alleviating her guilt to some extent. The household physicians had scarcely rested when they received word from the evening fragrance hall to attend to a matter. Suspecting something was amiss with the 6th Mississippi, they hurriedly grabbed their medicine boxes and rushed over, only to find the situation dire, prompting them to urgently send for a midwife. The commotion was so great that it roused nearly half of the Cui household, and the physicians toiled until the late hours. Yet the child could not be saved. Cui Xiuxiu was practicing her calligraphy in the study when she heard from Zhu Xiang that the child was lost. Her eyelids fluttered, and she clenched her fists, asking, "How is Aunt Pei?" Zhu Xiang replied that there was no major concern, though she had yet to awaken. Cui Xiuxiu felt a wave of relief wash over her, ready to speak when a chorus of greetings from the maids and servants reached her ears, shortly followed by the entrance of an elderly matron. She recognized her as the stewardess who served her grandmother. The stewardess smiled as she guided, "6th Miss. The old lady requests your presence." Cui Xiuxiu instinctively trembled, forcing herself to maintain composure as she inquired, "Might the matron know what my grandmother seeks me for?" The old servant, smiling politely, replied, "If the 6th Miss desires to know, you shall find out upon your arrival." With no other option, Cui Xiuxiu followed her. It was now the 4th watch of the night, the darkness thick and profound, the world enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their footsteps, with not even a whisper of birds or insects. A sense of trepidation gripped Cui Xiuxiu as they arrived at the Showan Hall. It seemed that Grandmother Cui had only recently risen, lazily reclining on the couch, draped in a thin outer garment, her hair loosely arranged, and her aged visage illuminated by the orange glow of the candlelight, casting an air of the uncanny. This was the first time Cui Xiuxiu had encountered such a sight of her grandmother, and her heart raced with turmoil, leaving no room for errant thoughts as she performed a greeting. Grandmother Cui did not permit her to rise, instead looking down upon her, demanding, "Are you aware that Aunt Pei has lost her child?" Cui Xiuxiu clenched her fists, bowing low as she replied, "I am aware." Grandmother Cui lightly tapped the table, her expression enigmatic as she asked, "I have heard from those serving in your courtyard that prior to this, you quarreled with Aunt Pei?" Cui Xiuxiu was taken aback, realizing that if her grandmother was privy to anything, her demeanor would not be as it is now. Releasing a breath, she earnestly confessed, "It was my folly. I quarreled with Aunt Pei over trivial matters." Madame Cui appeared oblivious to the fact that it was her actions that led to the loss of the child. In a calm tone, she remarked, "Though she is but a concubine, she is nonetheless your biological mother. To confront one's elders is a grave act of filial impiety. Once you recover, you should visit the ancestral hall to recite scriptures for concubine Pei and that unfortunate child." She added, "In light of our distinguished guests arriving in the next few days, it would be prudent for you to remain indoors." Unable to contain her curiosity, Cui Xiuxiu inquired. Might I ask who the esteemed guests are? Unperturbed by her indiscretion, Madame Cui replied, It is the suitor chosen by Ninth Lady, the young master Pei Yu. Cui Xiuxiu clenched her fists and quietly acquiesced before exiting. Madame Cui, narrowing her eyes as she observed her retreating figure, turned to the housekeeper and remarked, I am quite eager to see what mischief she will conjure in the days to come. Chapter 76. The weather is fine. You and Jinyang take a leisurely stroll. Cui Yu spent the night at Aunt Hu's residence. Aunt Hu is young and beautiful, with a gentle disposition and an exceptional talent for catering to others' needs, which Cui Yu greatly appreciates. Over the years, he has spent a considerable portion of his time at her side, even more so than with his legitimate wife, Wang Shi. At dawn, a trusted confidant presented an invitation. Attended by Aunt Hu, Cui Yu dressed and stepped outside, casually inquiring about the sender of the invitation. Due to his father's last wishes, the Cui family's legitimate heirs are barred from holding official positions for 3 generations. With his ambitions thwarted, he often sought solace in the company of a few close friends, indulging in poetry, wine, music, and chess, thus cultivating numerous friendships. The confidant replied, It is from a young lord from Qinghe. Cui Yu found this curious. He had already expressed his thoughts on the matter regarding Pei Yu, and Pei Yu had assured him of his control over his younger cousin. To Cui Yu, the matter seemed resolved. There was no need for further apologies. The confidant, sensing his thoughts, smiled and remarked, Perhaps the young lord feels a sense of regret. Cui Yu chuckled lightly, thinking it unnecessary. He was not one to confuse right from wrong. Pei Yu was Pei Yu, and Pei Yu was Pei Yu. Even among close brothers, the principle of collective punishment is seldom applied, let alone among cousins. Having said this, he instructed the confidant to respond to Pei Yu's invitation. Once the confidant departed, Aunt Hu lifted the curtain and entered, respectfully asking if he would like to have breakfast there. After Cui Yu nodded in agreement, she called for the meal to be served. After finishing breakfast, Cui Yu stepped outside. Aunt Hu watched him leave the courtyard before returning indoors, at which point the maids filed in to tidy up. The newly appointed maid, Lu Ha, noticed Cui Yu's continuous stays and smiled, complimenting, Master truly dotes on Aunt Hu. Aside from you, I dare say, none of the other concubines, not even the mistress. Before she could finish, Aunt Hu's chief maid, Kai Xing, interjected sharply. Foolish girl, do you think you can speak freely about the master's affairs? Lu Ha, startled, hastily bowed her head in apology. Aunt Hu, fiddling with the branches of peach blossoms in a vase, casually ordered, Send her to serve elsewhere. I cannot accommodate a maid with such a loose tongue. Lu Ha turned pale, trembling in fear. As she was led away, she could not comprehend her punishment. She had spoken no untruth. Aunt Hu's decree had sealed her fate, and in the future, who would dare employ her again? Kai Xing, observing Aunt Hu's expression, poured her a cup of tea, advising Aunt, Do not stoop to the level of that shallow-minded girl. Aunt Hu smiled as she accepted the tea, her gaze sweeping across the room filled with maids. In a cold tone, she declared, Today's words are also for you. Should I hear any further disrespect towards the mistress, do not expect me to show leniency. The maids knelt in unison, acknowledging her words. Aunt Hu, retrieving her gaze, took a sip of tea and permitted them to rise. She understood their lack of comprehension, but that was sufficient for her. The eldest master is unlike the second master. She was not like Pei Yuning, lacking the backing of a powerful family, such as the He Dong Pei clan. She was merely a slender mare. Her current ease of life was attributed not solely to the master's affection, but also to the kindness of a gentle mistress. Even the most despicable of individuals possess an understanding of conscience. To this day, Aunt Hu cannot help but be lost in thought when recalling her encounter with the matriarch. It is often said that the 3rd and 9th daughters of the Qinghe Cui family are renowned for their beauty, yet one must ponder, without the matriarch's exquisite appearance, would they exist at all? Perhaps even Kai Xing and her peers do not believe that she sincerely wishes for the matriarch's health to improve, so that she need not rely on medicine any longer. There exists no second matriarch as splendid as she. Moreover, although the master may appear weary of the matriarch over the years, seldom visiting her chamber, this does not necessarily indicate a lack of affection. The truth and falsehood of such matters are often indistinguishable. Furthermore, as long as the crown princess and the ninth daughter remain, and the Wang family of Taiyuan stand strong, no one can usurp the matriarch's position. She would not follow the tragic path of Aunt Pei, who only concerned herself with how the sixth daughter fared, neglecting to consider how she and fifth Lang would fare should the sixth daughter falter. Cui Yu entered the study and, upon arrival, saw Pei Yu standing before an ancient painting, clad in a flowing robe of snow-white gauze, adorned with a jade crown. His features were striking and lively, embodying the carefree elegance admired by contemporary scholars. Cui Yu had heard of his reputation and held him in high regard. Had it not been for the matter concerning Pei Yu, they would have already engaged in conversation. He approached with a smile, saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Pei Yu turned, displaying even greater respect than before, bowing his head in greeting. "I have only just arrived myself." Cui Yu invited him to sit, and, once tea was served, began, "Our families are related. There is no need for such formality between us. If you do not mind, you may call me uncle." Pei Yu complied. The two conversed about poetry and scholarly pursuits. Pei Yu possessed an exceptional memory, mastering various arts swiftly, and Cui Yu, being a prominent figure of the time, effortlessly shared his insights on poetry and strategy. Their discussion flowed with great enjoyment. As noon approached, Cui Yu invited him to stay for lunch, but Pei Yu mentioned he needed to pay a visit to the old matriarch. Cui Yu sensed something amiss, leaning back lazily and taking a sip of tea, regarding him with a bemused expression. Eventually, Pei Yu revealed his true intention for the visit. Cui Yu set down his cup, his expression a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be angry or to scold him. Initially, he thought Pei Yu had come to apologize regarding Pei Yu. After their pleasant conversation, he believed he sought advice. It was only now he realized it was about the ninth daughter. Cui Yu had a favorable impression of him, and upon understanding the reason for his visit, his irritation lessened. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Are you fond of the ninth daughter?" Pei Yu met his gaze with candor, affirming, "Indeed." Cui Yu found himself at a loss for words. Having admired Pei Yu, his esteem only grew after their exchange, realizing that the man was worthy of his reputation. "Does the ninth daughter know you are here today?" he asked. "She does," Pei Yu replied. Cui Yu, observing the young man's moon-like countenance, understood the sentiment. At such an age, how many young women do not admire a dashing gentleman? After his initial frustration faded, he contemplated the matter, concluding it could indeed be a fine match. He did not delve as deeply into the implications as the old matriarch and others might have. He felt that as long as character and appearance were satisfactory and the ninth daughter was pleased, that sufficed. Pei Yu met all these criteria perfectly. Having made up his mind, Cui Yu led him to pay a visit to his mother. The bond between mother and son was rather tenuous. Apart from the customary exchanges during festive occasions, they seldom interacted. Therefore, when he took the initiative to approach her, the old lady Cui was taken aback. But upon seeing Pei Yu beside him, she understood. With narrowed eyes, she scrutinized the young man standing below with his head bowed, feeling a measure of satisfaction in her heart. Her eldest son, though seemingly reserved and introverted, possessed an underlying arrogance, and it was evident that anyone valued by him was remarkable in their own right. This sense of satisfaction reached its zenith after her conversation with Pei Yu. Noticing that the hour was getting late, the old lady Cui invited the two of them to dine with her at noon, and she sent someone to summon Cui Yuning. Smiling as she suggested to Pei Yu, "The weather is splendid today. After our meal, you and Jinyang should take a stroll together." Chapter 77. Does mother know who has come today? Cui Yuning, burdened with thoughts, had a restless night, drifting between slumber and wakefulness until dawn finally claimed her. When she awoke once more, the day had brightened significantly. The window was ajar, and gentle rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a playful dance of light and shadow, mingling with the warmth of the midday heat. As her mind gradually cleared, she pulled the bell by her bedside. Before long, there was movement outside. Baoqin entered, cradling a basin of warm water, parting the beaded curtain, followed closely by Qinghe and Tao Swan. Upon entering, Baoqin set the basin on the wooden stand, wiped her hands, and, Drawing closer, she gently gathered the curtains, smiling as she remarked, "Miss, did you not sleep well?" Cui Yuning, taken aback, touched her cheek, fretting over the evident pallor that might betray her. Anyone aware of their own beauty would, of course, cherish their visage, and she was no exception. Furthermore, with Pei Yu's visit today, she was particularly concerned about her appearance and hastily called for Qinghe to fetch a bronze mirror. Bao Qin, with a reassuring smile, comforted her. "Do not worry, miss. You're as lovely as ever. I merely surmised from the sounds of your restless movements last night that you did not sleep soundly." Cui Yuning exhaled in relief and glanced into the bronze mirror, where she beheld a beauty with skin like jade and exquisite features, showing no signs of fatigue. Taos Wang, with a playful grin, teased, "The young lord from Qinghe is quite remarkable, having captured the young lady's heart in such a short time. Previously, neither Master Pei nor Master Zheng enjoyed such favor." Qinghe, having been with the young lady for quite some time and being ever observant, discerned a hint of truth in Taos Wang's jest. She lightly tapped Taos Wang on the head, chiding her for her unfounded claims. "What nonsense are you talking about? The young lady is not swayed for such reasons." Taos Wang, feeling indignant, turned her head defiantly. "Young lady, you should arbitrate this." Bao Qin shot them both a stern glare, her expression serious as she admonished, "It seems the young lady has spoiled you too, allowing you to jest about such matters." As Bao Qin was the head maid and a mentor to both, her stern demeanor silenced them instantly. With a grave countenance, Bao Qin instructed, "Apologize to the young lady at once." Qinghe and Taos Wang complied, bowing their heads in contrition. Cui Yuning set aside the mirror and stated calmly, "This shall not happen again." Having grown up alongside her, Qinghe and Taos Wang were unwaveringly loyal, and she had no intention of holding grudges. Yet, since Bao Qin had spoken, she felt it necessary to honor her authority. To act as if nothing had transpired would undermine the weight of Bao Qin's words. For the other servants in the household would surely take heed of such matters. Ultimately, they had served her since childhood. A gentle reprimand was sufficient. Cui Yuning toyed with a strand of her dark hair, softly explaining her reasoning. "I am not well acquainted with the young lord, and it would not be appropriate to behave as I might have in the past. Moreover, we are currently in a phase of getting to know one another. Leaving a poor impression would only provide grounds for criticism." Her pride would not allow her to suffer humiliation in front of Pei Yu, as this was merely about maintaining her dignity. Once she elucidated her reasoning, Qinghe and Taos Wang nodded in understanding, affirming that it was indeed as it should be. Such a kind-hearted young lady was not one to be scrutinized by others, regardless of their status, even if he were a young lord. Cui Yuning smiled faintly. Seated before the mirror, Bao Qin took up the comb and began to arrange her hair while relaying the news that had reached the front yard that morning. Lady Pei had lost her child. Cui Yuning was momentarily taken aback, momentarily forgetting the combing of her hair, and looked up at Bao Qin, inquiring when it had occurred, surprised by her sudden gaze. Bao Qin paused, her comb entangling a strand of dark hair. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly asked, "Miss, did I pull your hair?" However, Cui Yuning's curiosity outweighed any discomfort. She shook her head and repeated her question. Bao Qin released her grip on the comb, bowing her head as she replied, "It is said to have happened early this morning, but I do not know the specific time." She paused for a moment, lowering her voice. "I heard that Lady Pei lost her child in the evening fragrance hall, and the household doctors were busy throughout the entire night." Cui Yuning was taken aback, deep in thought, given that it was late and Lady Pei had been in the evening fragrance hall. It was hard to believe that the child's demise was unrelated to her sister, Cui Xiuxiu. Her sick sister had a knack for causing upheaval. She had just returned and was already embroiled in trouble. Cui Yuning recalled that in her previous life, the child had been born and was a boy, celebrated as the sixth in line during the full moon festivities, which she had attended. Lady Pei's pregnancy had been fraught with peril, and it was assumed that she would be blessed with a resilient child. Who would have thought that it would come to this? Cui Yuning felt a twinge of melancholy, but ultimately, it was just a distant cousin, and after a brief moment of reflection, she moved on. What of Lady Pei? She pondered. She must be heartbroken. The details are shrouded in secrecy, and I am not fully informed, but if you wish to know more. I could send someone to inquire. Cui Yuning halted her. No need. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Compared to Lady Pei, she was more intrigued by her sister's current state of mind. She had never truly understood Cui Xiao. If she could so unreservedly harm her own cousin, could she remain indifferent to her biological mother, Lady Pei? Bao Qin readily agreed and continued to style her hair. Once she had finished, it was time for lunch, and a senior maid from the matriarch's side came to relay a message. Wan Zhu lifted the curtain and entered, greeting them before announcing, "Ninth young lady, an esteemed guest has arrived. The matriarch invites you to join for lunch." Cui Yuning lifted her gaze, inquiring, "Is it that young lord?" Wan Zhu smiled and confirmed, adding that this gathering was merely a family affair. Thus only the elder master and lady were invited. Pei Yu was a cousin of the crown prince, somewhat related to the main household, while the second branch was more distantly connected. The matriarch, wary of a situation reminiscent of Zheng Qingling, had chosen to invite only the main family this time, to avoid any future awkwardness. Cui Yuning nodded and asked, "Has my mother sent someone?" "Von you to plead." "The nurse has already been sent." Cui Yuning fell silent, calling for Bao Qin as they made their way to Shoan Hall. On the way, they encountered Wang Shi, and Cui Yuning hurried over, calling out, "Mother." The weather had been pleasant lately, and Wang Shi appeared much improved, rarely summoning the household doctor, although she still emanated a faint medicinal scent that even incense could not mask. Cui Yuning gazed at her mother, recalling her appearance in her past life. In her previous life, she was frail and frequently sought the physician's aid, often forgetting that her mother also possessed a delicate constitution. Approaching her mother, she took hold of Wang's arm and inquired about her health. Much improved, Wang replied with a reassuring pat on her hand, a smile gracing her lips. "I see your health has also improved. You no longer fall ill as often as before. It seems that taking strolls has indeed proven beneficial." In the past, she had worried greatly about Jinyang's health. Jinyang was born weak, panting after just a few steps, and struggling to catch her breath after a few cries. She truly embodied fragility. Yet, in the past month or two, for reasons unknown, she had not summoned the doctor. Cui Yuning smiled softly, realizing that it was not merely the result of taking walks, but rather the burdens of a revived life that had alleviated her ailments. She preferred not to dwell on this topic and cheerfully redirected the conversation, asking, "Mother, do you know who is going to visit today?" Chapter 78. He never anticipated such a day would arrive. Who else could it be? Wang's expression was half smiling, half serious as she cast a teasing glance at her daughter, saying, "It is you, my dear girl, who has chosen such a fine suitor for yourself." Cui Yuning felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, stamping her foot in exasperation. "Mother, we are not at the stage of suitors yet. We are merely acquaintances." Wang, with a rare playful tone, replied, "Am I mistaken? That young lord from Qinghe is not your chosen candidate?" A smile broke across her face, illuminating her features. Wang was extraordinarily beautiful, yet to the eyes of others, she always appeared dignified and gentle, like what meticulously measured by the rulers of noble families, graceful and lovely, yet lacking a certain vivacity. She was a daughter of the Taiyuan Wang clan and the impeccable matriarch of the main family. Cui Yuning seldom beheld her mother in such a light-hearted manner. Momentarily taken aback, in her memories, her mother rarely laughed so freely. She pondered that perhaps in her previous life, her frail health had caused her mother to worry endlessly about her ailments, leaving little room for laughter. Regaining her composure, she felt her cheeks warm at her mother's words. Cui Yuning shot her a bashful glare. "If you continue like this, I shall ignore you." Though irritated, she did not release her mother's arm. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Wang chuckled, then turned serious as she inquired, "At the Spring Banquet, was he the only one who caught your eye?" Cui Yuning perceived a double meaning in her mother's words. It seemed to imply that she was merely captivated by Pei Yu's looks. She corrected her, stating, "It is his family background and appearance that align with my expectations." Wang chose not to argue further, gently stroking her daughter's long hair, and earnestly asked, "Are you certain he is the one?" Cui Yuning responded, "Are you referring to merely acquaintances?" Wang nodded. Cui Yuning affirmed, "Yes." Wang sighed softly. "Jinyang, You must understand the implications of a status. Two men vying for one woman, and they are cousins. Such a relationship, even in the absence of any scandal, would certainly pique the curiosity of society for a considerable time. I worry whether you, with your temperament, can bear the weight of this. Mother, I am aware of your concerns, and you need not worry about my momentary whims. Cui Yuning met her mother's gaze, articulating each word with conviction. It was after much contemplation that I arrived at my decision regarding him. She shared her mother's anxieties, but also possessed her own. It was precisely because she had contemplated those matters that she ultimately chose him. What a public opinion! Would anyone dare to confront her openly with their judgments? No, they would not. Thus, that was sufficient for her. Wang affectionately touched her long hair, expressing her pride. You have grown up. Cui Yuning leaned against her shoulder, playfully shaking her mother's arm. As long as you are not displeased with my choice, everything is well. I trust your judgment. Wang smiled warmly, genuinely remarking, moreover, aside from his status, the young man is indeed quite exceptional. Cui Yuning giggled, sweetly replying, my judgment aligns with yours. Wang's expression momentarily faltered, wishing to argue that her judgment was hardly commendable, but gazing at her daughter's hopeful face, she sighed and chose silence. With the presence of these children, she felt fortunate enough. What more could she possibly desire? Life rarely offers such completeness, whether you marry in Qinghe or not. Your presence allows Sanyang to share heartfelt words, aware that her mother longed for her sister far away in Qinghe. Cui Yuning refrained from mentioning the uncertainty surrounding her union with Pei Yu and responded with a smile. Wang Shi chuckled, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, have you been keeping an eye on potential matches for your brother? Indeed, Cui Yuning nearly forgot this matter. Upon her mother's query, she hurriedly replied, Shuiji Wei from the Shui family of Hedong. Wang Shi paused, somewhat incredulous. Cui Yuning, irritated by her mother's gaze, retorted, Mother, do you truly perceive me as so mercenary? Wang Shi quickly reassured her, stating, I merely believe our ninth miss is nearing her coming of age. She is becoming quite the young lady. Despite recognizing that ninth miss had not yet shown such sentiments, it was evident that she was preoccupied with her brother's affairs, and a sense of comfort welled up within her. If she were still of her former frail constitution, she would not delegate such matters to her. Without granting her a chance to speak further, Wang Shi asked, what do you think of that young lady? Cui Yuning expressed her approval, lauding Shuiji Wei from head to toe. Wang Shi understood her daughter's haughty disposition. She seldom regarded ordinary individuals highly. Therefore, Cui Yuning's admiration for Shuiji Wei indicated that the latter possessed exceptional qualities. At the very least, her beauty must be remarkable. Wang Shi discreetly noted her name, preparing to gather more information. As they conversed, they arrived at Shoentang. Cui Yuning entered first to pay her respects to her grandmother and father, her gaze finally drifting to Pei Yu, the young lord. Upon this sight, she momentarily lost her focus. Dressed in a flowing robe with wide sleeves and adorned with a snow-white veil, he appeared ethereal as delicate rays of light filtered through the lattice, illuminating him. His countenance was as refined as the gentle breeze and moonlit waters. After a brief moment, Cui Yuning regained her composure and lowered her gaze to take a seat. This gathering was merely a family banquet, allowing for a more casual atmosphere. The esteemed matriarch, Cui Laofu Run, occupied the top seat, with Cui Yu and Wang Shi seated in succession to her left, accompanied by two younger members. Once all were assembled, Cui Laofu Run exchanged pleasantries before calling for the meal to be served. From the moment Wang Shi entered, Cui Yu's gaze remained fixed upon her. She appeared even more slender than earlier in the year, leaving him to ponder how she had become so delicate. He could not help but express his concern with a few inquiries. Wang Shi, smiling gracefully, replied, I have already consulted the physician of the household. She is much improved. Her demeanor was poised and elegant, leaving no room for criticism. Cui Yu's heart stilled as his gaze lingered on her face for several moments before he calmly looked away. Raising his cup to propose, come, join me for a few drinks. Cui Yuning, having learned from her grandmother about the afternoon outing with Pei Yu, quickly interjected, Father, is it customary for a guest to be inundated with wine? We have plans to go out this afternoon. She added, and you do drink less. Were you not satisfied with your previous gatherings with your friends? Cui Yu gazed into his daughter's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Wang Shi's, and after a brief pause, awkwardly diverted his gaze, setting down his cup with a simple, "All right." Cui Yuning then summoned someone to clear the wine from the table, replacing it with tea. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her head slightly and whispered to Pei Yu, "If you wish to toast them later, it would suffice to use tea in place of wine." The young girl's brow furrowed, clearly still vexed by her father's drinking. Yet they were so close that he could discern the gentle quiver of her eyelashes, resembling butterflies poised for flight, ethereal and beautiful. For a moment, he could not comprehend her words, as his vision was entirely filled with her reflection. Pei Yu's body tensed, feeling that his current demeanor was overly impolite. He instinctively stepped back a little, lowering his gaze to conceal his moment of indiscretion. He had never anticipated that such a day would come, where he would hear such biased words in the mouth of Cui Yuning. Chapter 79. If you are thus, how can I trust others? The meal was consumed in a state of superficial harmony, yet profound disconnection. After dining, the venerable Mrs. Cui accompanied her guests in the front hall for a brief conversation. However, her age and waning energy soon compelled her to retire to her chambers. Madame Wang, seizing the moment, gently inquired about the circumstances of Pei Yu's family, his parents' well-being, his academic pursuits, the number of siblings he had, and his likes and dislikes, all trivial matters. Seated at the lower end of the table, Pei Yu maintained a solemn demeanor, his gaze averted as he listened attentively, responding with courtesy. On the opposite side, Cui Yuning propped her arms upon the chair, observing him. Pei Yu often emanated an aura akin to a celestial being residing in a temple, gazing down upon the myriad facets of life with an indifferent gaze, seemingly detached from worldly affairs. Consequently, many perceived him as aloof and unapproachable. She, too, had once held this belief, thinking him haughty and difficult to engage with. Yet now, she discerned a hint of something different. He appeared less obtuse than she had imagined, even if, as Pei Yu claimed, he was oblivious to emotions. His respectful demeanor and lack of impatience were sufficient. Jinyang, her father, called from the pavilion outside the corridor. Cui Yuning withdrew her gaze and hastily exited. Pei Yu lowered his eyes, his lashes fluttering, a subtle blush gracing his ears as he shifted awkwardly, attempting to conceal his discomposure. Why did she regard him so, with such focus, as if he were the sole object of her attention? Realizing this, the youthful alabaster of his neck was tinged with a rosy hue. Madame Wang observed him with growing satisfaction, akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. Her contentment only deepened upon learning that a man could take a concubine only after the age of 40 without offspring. Such family regulations would surely make Jinyang's marriage comfortable. As for feelings, they could develop over time. Even childhood sweethearts did not guarantee a perfect union. Just as she and Cui Yu, once familiar companions in their youth, now exchanged nothing but silence. At times, Madame Wang pondered whether her familiarity with her husband had dulled his interest over the years. She was not one to shy away from adaptation. In her youth, she had cherished her bond with him and had naively sought solutions. She had even mustered the courage to set aside her pride as a Wang to gently propose that he refrain from taking a concubine. Cui Yu had smiled and agreed, and she had been overjoyed, believing that a gentleman's word was as steadfast as a horse's pull. Yet, not long after, he had accepted a lean steed sent by a friend, claiming he could not refuse, asserting it would be the last time. What could she say? She could only smile and acquiesce. But what was there to signify a finality? Initially, Cui Yu had approached her with earnest apologies, offering various reasons. Yet gradually he ceased to do so, unwilling to confront his repeated breaches of trust, while the back courtyard saw an influx of new faces. She refrained from seeking him out or questioning him again. The couple maintained a facade of mutual respect, which became a tale of harmony. Yet within her heart, discontent brewed. Her father and brothers were all devoted solely to their legitimate wife. In such an environment, how could she accept that the suitor she had chosen had betrayed her? In her youth, her family had arranged a union with a reputable family, though not as illustrious as the esteemed Shui clan of Qinghe. It's still a lineage of distinguished officials. At that time, her heart lingered on her childhood sweetheart. Despite her mother's warnings that being the wife of a high-ranking household was fraught with challenges, and tales of her great aunt's discontent within the Cui family, she married nonetheless. Having made her choice, she bore the bitter fruits alone, unwilling to confide in her family or reveal the depths of her sorrow. This prolonged self-torment gradually diminished her vitality. She no longer harbored extravagant aspirations, only wishing for the health and happiness of her 3 children. Regardless of Cui Yu's unfulfilled promises, their matters were theirs alone. He showered affection upon Sanyang, Xiyin, and Jinyang, ensuring that no illegitimate offspring overshadowed them, and that was sufficient. Wang Shi came to her senses, offering a contrite smile before inquiring about other matters. Pei Yu responded to her queries one by one. Cui Yu glanced up at his wife, noticing the warmth and gentleness in her eyes, though there was a fleeting look of distraction upon her face. He quickly returned to the present, and, seeing his idle daughter, beckoned, "Jinyang, come here." Cui Yuning approached and sat across from him. "Father," she addressed him. Cui Yu seldom returned home, only managing to visit once every 10 days or half a month, with a multitude of wives and children diminishing their opportunities for connection. She respected her father, but felt no closeness. Cui Yu inquired about her opinion of Pei Yu. Cui Yuning was astonished by her father's interest in her marital prospects, though she found it somewhat tiresome to repeat her mother and grandmother's sentiments. When she relayed their words, Cui Yu fell silent. While her remarks were indeed clear-headed, they seemed overly pragmatic. Among his daughters, all blushed at the mention of marriage, yet Jinyang's demeanor remained tranquil, as if the matter did not pertain to her. Regaining his thoughts, he asked, "Do you like him?" Cui Yuning replied that she did not. Cui Yu furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak, fearing his tone might be too severe. After contemplation, he softened his approach, saying earnestly, "Jinyang, with our family background, you need not worry about facing difficulties wherever you marry. You may choose whomever you wish. Sanyang has wed the crown prince. Our family is already sufficiently illustrious. You need not seek a powerful alliance. If you have someone you fancy, as long as his lineage is not too humble, you may have your wish." The young girl appeared intrigued by his words, meeting his gaze directly, and stated plainly, "But I only wish to marry someone of high status." Cui was taken aback. As a gentleman of renown, he mingled with free spirits, and while he harbored aspirations for power, he expressed them subtly. None had been so unabashed as Jinyang in declaring her desire for influence. Yet, she was his cherished youngest daughter, and he could not bear to speak harshly to her. Besides, aspiring for power was not inherently wrong. Avoiding her bright eyes, Cui Yu sighed softly, saying, "As your father, I hope you may marry for love and grow old together." "Father," Cui Yuning gazed intently into his eyes, articulating each word with precision. "The human heart is fickle. At this moment, he may admire my youthful beauty and treat me well, yet in the future, he may inflict harm upon me for the sake of another. Thus, I would prefer to choose someone unfamiliar." The young girl spoke with resolute clarity, her eyes mirroring those of Cui Yu, causing him to momentarily falter. It was as though he were conversing with Wan Yang. Yet, she had always been gentle, never employing such a tone. For reasons unknown, Cui Yu awkwardly turned his head away. After a while, he heard Jinyang's calm voice. "Father, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Even you and mother, who have been childhood friends, cannot steadfastly adhere to your true intentions. If you, too, are susceptible, how could I ever trust that others would treat me sincerely?" Chapter 80. Do you wish to fly a kite? When Mrs. Wang emerged, she found that Cui Yu had already departed, prompting her to inquire further. He was not the type to be discourteous. Even if he had to leave prematurely, he would certainly provide notice. Was there an urgent matter at hand? Mrs. Wang pondered this silently, concealing her thoughts. The young lady before her gently blinked and composedly replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps my father had some pressing business to attend to." Mrs. Wang nodded, accepting this explanation, and then spoke to Pei Yu, encouraging him not to stand on ceremony and to treat this place as his own home. Pei Yu bowed his head in acknowledgement. After such an extended conversation, a hint of fatigue emerged on Mrs. Wang's brow. She entrusted some matters to a maidservant and, with assistance, retired to rest. Once they departed, the corridor fell into silence. Observing that Cui Yuning was seated, Pei Yu also took a seat. Meeting her gaze as he inquired, "Would you like to take a short rest?" His voice was melodious, evoking images of lofty mountains and flowing waters, with the resonance lingering like a sweet melody. Instead of responding directly, she asked him, "What about you?" Pei Yu maintained an upright posture, akin to a green bamboo standing amidst a forest. His eyes betrayed no turbulence as he calmly stated, "I shall wait here for you." Cui Yuning chuckled. "You may not realize how long I can sleep." Pei Yu remained unfazed. "It matters not." His tone was serene, suggesting that he would wait indefinitely, regardless of the duration. Cui Yuning was taken aback, feeling a tinge of discomfort. Propping her arm, she unconsciously pinched her earlobe and gestured to lighten the mood. "Is it truly your wish to marry a daughter of the Qinghe Cui family?" After a prolonged silence, he replied softly, "Yes." Cui Yuning exhaled, feeling reassured. She glanced at the sun outside and declared that she had no desire to sleep, asking if he wished to rest. Pei Yu declined. Finding the surroundings too crowded, Cui Yuning led him to a pavilion in the small garden, where they were served a pot of refreshing drink and an array of exquisite pastries. Pei Yu paused momentarily, recognizing this as the very pavilion where Zheng Qingling and Pei Yu had once clashed. At that time, they had merely brushed past each other, and he had never imagined that such a day would arrive, an occurrence he had not dared to dream of even in his slumber. He lowered his gaze, suppressing the emotions that surged within. After she seated herself, the young lady initiated conversation, seemingly testing the waters or simply engaging in casual chatter. Her topics ranging from the whimsical to the trivial. Her nature had always been one of innocence and exuberance. Recently, perhaps due to Pei Yu, she had changed significantly. He found joy in her disinterest in Pei Yu, yet he felt a certain vexation regarding these shifts. He wished for her to be eternally joyful and cherished, even if that cherished one was not himself. After a considerable time, he heard her remark, "They all admire you." He understood that her reference included her grandmother and parents. Pei Yu was not surprised. Since the age of 10, it had been rare for anyone to harbor dislike towards him. Naturally, few would recall that in his youth, his reserved nature and reticence had rendered him less likable. Until later, when he encountered her, her temperament was in stark contrast to his. He was oblivious to pain. While she was the type to shed tears at the slightest mishap, such as losing a hairpin, she was delicate, yet willful, and prone to tears. The young girl was unaware of what it meant to feel embarrassed, born in a luxury. She was accustomed to being adored by all and had grown used to issuing commands with a sense of entitlement, demanding that he perform various tasks. Perhaps finding him too easy to manipulate rendered him uninteresting to her, as she quickly lost interest. Yet, she continued to direct him, treating him more like a subordinate, assuming a serious demeanor as she imparted many lessons to him. As time passed, he became renowned in Chang'an as a prodigy, and no one could resist his charm. Everyone praised him as a paragon of elegance and virtue. Pei Yu's thoughts returned to the present. He did not inquire about her feelings. Without her uttering a word, he already knew her response. "Why subject oneself to humiliation? Do you wish to fly kites?" he asked. Cui Yuning paused for a few moments. Perhaps influenced by Pei Yu's previous remarks, it was difficult for her to envision someone like him asking such a question. Wasn't he supposed to be ignorant of emotions? How could he instinctively know how to please a girl? As she pondered this, she stole a glance at Pei Yu's expression. Even after posing such a question, his demeanor remained calm and indifferent, as if he had merely inquired whether she had dined. She felt her thoughts straying. He simply lacked understanding of emotions, but he was not devoid of manners. If he wished to marry a daughter of the Cui family, naturally, he should consider how to win her affection. Cui Yuning stifled the strange feelings rising within her and glanced at the sky outside the pavilion, expressing her concern. Will it be too hot? She was not one to be coy. Having agreed to be seen by him and informed her elders, her involvement with Pei Yu was practically a done deal. Of course, this was contingent upon no unforeseen circumstances arising on his end. Thanks to Zheng Qingling, she had grown accustomed to such matters, until the last moment. One could never know what unexpected events might occur. The midday breeze was filled with warmth, and the sun poured through the clouds, casting down its rays, wilting the leaves and rendering even the chirping of birds and insects sporadic and faint, as if one were experiencing a mirage from prolonged exposure to the sun. On such a day, venturing outside would surely be sweltering. Just thinking about it made Cui Yuning feel a considerable amount of sweat breaking out. Pei Yu remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly aware that the timing was not right. He pressed his lips together and added, "Then we shall wait a couple of days. When the weather is fine, I will send the invitation." Cui Yuning agreed, lifting her cup to take a sip. The sweet and sour flavor was quite refreshing, and having chilled the water beforehand, she felt the heat dissipate slightly with each sip. "What kind of kite do you like?" "A hibiscus flower," she replied casually. Jinyang. Someone called her from outside the pavilion. Cui Yuning looked up to see Cui Xiuxiu approaching with a maid, both smiling. A sudden smile brightened her face as she beckoned for the two to come closer. It seemed that only upon reaching the pavilion did Cui Xiuxiu realize there were guests present, and she quickly exclaimed, "Had I known there were visitors, I would not have come." As she spoke, she began to introduce her identity to the guests. Cui Yuning rested her chin on her hand, watching her with an air of leisure. She was curious to see what else Cui Xiuxiu could say to Pei Yu, and whether all men would indeed fall for her display of vulnerability. Ninth Lady, Cui Xiuxiu chided playfully, "With such sweltering weather today, why not invite the young lord to the front hall to rest? It is quite warm here." Cui Yuning smiled gently, inquiring, "Is my sixth sister feeling better now?" Cui Xiuxiu hesitated momentarily, replying that she was much improved, though her gaze drifted toward Pei Yu. It had only been a short while since their last meeting, and already the ninth lady had replaced her with someone even more admirable. How biased their grandmother was. She clenched her fist, still wishing to say more, when a young man before her suddenly spoke. He slightly lowered his head and, with great poise, began, "Sixth Miss, I have some matters to discuss with Ninth Mississippi." Chapter 81. Just be yourself. Cui Xiuxiu's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. She was not ignorant of social niceties and clearly understood Pei Yu's implied message. If there were no matters of importance, she should take her leave. Despite uttering such unfeeling words, the youth's eyes remained as calm as a placid ancient well. Cui Xiuxiu had never encountered someone like him. He was neither as gentle and courteous as Pei Yu nor as carefree and spirited as Zheng Qingling. Instead, he bore an air of aloofness and indifference. Yet simply by sitting there, he effortlessly embodied the essence of a noble scion. Cui Xiuxiu found herself momentarily entranced, only to realize her rudeness and hastily averted her gaze. She was aware that Jinyang was quite fair, yet she herself was not devoid of charm. How could he remain so unmoved? Frustration bubbled within her, but she understood that lingering would only lead to embarrassment. Thus, she stated, "Then Jinyang, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." Upon finishing her words, she couldn't resist stealing another glance at Pei Yu's reaction. However, the youth had already risen, adopting an air of formality as he prepared to bid her farewell. Cui Xiuxiu's face stiffened, anger igniting within her as she swiftly exited the pavilion. Cui Yuning, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed a rare sight to witness Cui Xiuxiu in such a predicament. After indulging in her amusement, Cui Yuning casually returned to her senses and noticed Pei Yu gazing at her. She awaited him to inquire about the tension between her and Cui Xiuxiu. After all, it was evident to anyone that their atmosphere was fraught with hostility. A normal person would surely be curious. Even if Pei Yu lacked emotional insight, he would undoubtedly be intrigued. She thought confidently, playing with a strand of her cascading black hair. He was remarkably ethereal in appearance. Merely gazing at his face for a few moments could redden one's cheeks, let alone prolonged eye contact. After only a few seconds of meeting his gaze, Cui Yuning felt uneasy and instinctively looked away. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Why don't you ask me about my situation with her?" The youth's eyelids flickered slightly. Who? Her question felt like a punch against soft cotton, deflating her frustration. That very person. He regarded her with his cool eyes, seemingly puzzled as to why she would inquire. Cui Yuning was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy silence, she succinctly explained, "There are some grievances between us. She disapproves of me, and I feel the same towards her." His tone remained calm as he listened to her complaints with a composed demeanor. The young woman wrinkled her nose, feigning tranquility, and said, "Don't you want to know why she dared to offend me?" Pei Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "Brazenly audacious?" Cui Yuning burst into laughter, but quickly composed herself, adopting a serious expression as she remarked, "Why don't you guess if I bullied her instead?" Pei Yu raised his gaze to meet hers. The young woman appeared like a wronged kitten accused of stealing fish. Clearly innocent, yet feeling abandoned by those who should believe her. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled like beautiful gems. Somewhere within him, a softening occurred as he gently said, "I believe you." Cui Yuning was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of disarray. It is precisely because she understands that Pei Yu is devoid of emotional biases that she perceives the sincerity in his words more clearly. But why is that? Pei Yu does not trust her, nor does Zheng Qingling. Why then would he? Cui Yuning speculated that he must be unaware of the specific reasons. She confessed to him her numerous misdeeds and her rather difficult temperament. A flicker of amusement glimmered in Pei Yu's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving her uncertain if it was merely her imagination. He remarked, "And so what?" The young woman gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Pei Yu continued, speaking each word with intention. "Regardless of how bad your temper may be or how spoiled you are, it matters not. The person I intend to marry is you, not anyone else." Cui Yuning, taken aback, asked, "Is it because of my status?" The young man's brows twitched ever so slightly before he replied, "Yes." As Cui Yuning comprehended this, she felt a certain comfort in it. If he valued her solely for her status, then he would likely accept any indiscretions she might commit, allowing her the freedom to be unrestrained. After pondering, she voiced her confusion. Pei Yu met her gaze directly, assuring her that her behavior in Luoyang could be mirrored in Chang'an. No one would dare to cast a disapproving glance in her direction. "You need not be anyone's wife. Simply be yourself," he stated. He did not require Jinyang to embody the ideal of a perfect highborn matron. She need only be herself. The carefree and innocent Shui Jinyang. Cui Yuning's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness as she pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, "I now find you a bit more admirable than before." Though she wished to express a desire to marry him, such a confession felt somewhat undignified. After some contemplation, she opted for a different phrasing, recognizing that his emotional detachment might render such sentiments trivial in his ears, akin to discussing what meal to have that day. Pei Yu glanced at her. Indeed, it was a trivial matter, yet she was contemplating their future together. He cleared his throat softly, suppressing the tumult of emotions stirred by her words, and responded in a low tone. Indeed, this was the expected reaction. Cui Yuning, unfazed, inquired if he felt warm. At that moment, she simply wished to distance herself from the front courtyard. Following Cui Xiuxiu's remark, she too noticed that the pavilion felt somewhat warm, with the breeze carrying a hint of heat. However, it was likely just a midday sun. Pei Yu shook his head slightly. Cui Yuning observed that he was not perspiring and felt reassured enough to continue their conversation. Although Pei Yu was not particularly loquacious, he answered her queries adequately. Initially, she had wondered if he might feel uncomfortable, but after a while, she dismissed that notion. He was indeed a good listener, attentive and supportive. In his presence, she felt liberated from the need to speak softly for fear of losing face. She was unburdened by the worry of saying something amiss. It dawned on her that a lack of emotional entanglement could foster such ease, a contrast to her previous reservations. But wait. Cui Yuning gazed upon the young man's cool demeanor and realized that her newfound comfort stemmed from the fact that this person was Pei Yu. Aside from him, few could remain unmoved by her appearance. Even those who might not appreciate her character would often utter sweet words to placate her for the sake of her beauty. Accustomed to being adored, she had become adept at discerning genuine affection from mere flattery. As Cui Xiuxiu stepped out of the garden, her countenance immediately turned frosty. Before she could utter a word, A stern-faced matron accompanied by several robust maidservants appeared in the corridor. Each maidservant possessed a formidable physique, exuding an aura of strength. Cui Yuning, feeling an inexplicable twitch in her eyelids, hurriedly approached with a forced smile, inquiring, "Madam, what brings you here?" The matron regarded her with a penetrating gaze, the complexity of which left Cui Yuning momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, the matron had no intention of elucidating anything, as she solemnly commanded the maidservants to take action. The maidservants responded in unison, and one forcefully pushed aside the bamboo fragrance, swiftly restraining Cui Yuning, their smiles devoid of warmth as they spoke. "Sixth miss. Please come with us." Chapter 82. How could she be so heartless? Upon regaining her senses, Cui Yuning instinctively let out a sharp scream, prompting a swift maid to cover her mouth with a cloth. A wave of terror surged within Cui Yuning as she struggled even more fiercely. What was happening? Why had her grandmother suddenly summoned her? In her frantic state, a troubling possibility crossed her mind. Could it be? Did her grandmother already know that the demise of her aunt's child was somehow related to her? The thought of her grandmother's deep concern for lineage made Cui Yuning clench her teeth, a sense of dread finally taking root in her heart, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The matron in charge cast a glance at the maid, scolding her silently. After all, the sixth young lady was still their mistress. And who permitted such presumptuous behavior? The maid awkwardly smiled, slapping her own face in apology, acknowledging her error. The matron returned her gaze, standing calmly beside Cui Yuning, gently reminding her, "Young lady, you are well aware of the old lady's temperament. Should this escalate, I fear the consequences would be beyond your capacity to bear." Gradually, Cui Yuning regained her composure, the earlier fear dissipating like a receding tide. She took a deep breath, allowing her emotions to stabilize. It wouldn't happen. Her aunt would not disclose such matters. After all, she was her aunt's child, and her aunt would never allow her to be reprimanded. Cui Yuning exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration and nodded at the matron, signaling her understanding of the unspoken warning and her intent not to cause trouble. The matron smiled, exchanging a knowing glance with the maid, who, receiving the cue, promptly removed the cloth without hesitation, tucking it into her bosom despite its soiled state. Cui Yuning shot her a resentful glare. She would remember today as humiliation. With a restrained gaze, she scrutinized the faces of the maids, vowing not to spare any of them. As for the matron, this old dog could wait. Once her grandmother was gone, she would see who would protect her. She had both time and patience on her side. Having lived for many years, the matron had encountered all manner of individuals. Just a single glance was enough to discern the resentment simmering beneath Cui Yuning's surface. She chuckled derisively. Did the sixth young lady still believe there was a future for her? The old lady had granted her one opportunity, which she had squandered herself, even in death. She could hardly blame others. Pei Yu was her biological mother, and now that her child was lost, Cui Yuning's indifference was inexplicable. If Pei Yu had treated her poorly, it would be somewhat understandable, but the truth was Pei Yu had cared for her deeply. If her own mother could be so devoted, how could she expect kindness from others? It was no wonder that Cui Yuning would harbor jealousy towards the ninth young lady. Her nature was inherently flawed. And how could she regard a mere cousin with any significance? Even those of lower status understood the importance of gratitude. The sixth young lady, merely a venomous serpent lurking in the gutter. The matron suppressed her disdain and continued onward. The midday sun blazed, marking the time when the masters took their repose, while the maids and servants found a moment's respite, hiding away in the coolness of the courtyard. The path was deserted, devoid of even the chirping of birds or the rustling of insects, amplifying the silence that enveloped the surroundings. After Cui Yuning had calmed herself, she initially thought she was merely going to her grandmother's house to receive a reprimand or perhaps to kneel in the ancestral hall, and if matters escalated, to endure a beating as punishment. However, as she ventured deeper into the desolate path, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She abruptly wrenched herself free from the grasp of the maids and ran desperately back. This was certainly not the route to her grandmother's courtyard. Where on earth were they taking her? A vague suspicion began to form in her mind. Yet she struggled to believe it. What transgression could warrant such harsh treatment from her grandmother? Jinyang was her granddaughter. Was she not deserving of the same affection? How cruel! Anxiety gripped her heart as she fled without a backward glance. She needed to find her father. As long as she located him, she would be safe. Her father was her grandmother's favored youngest son. With his protection, surely her grandmother would relent. If her father chose not to shield her, she would expose the truth. If she could not find solace, she would ensure no one else could either. Her eyes hardened with resolve, her fists clenched tightly. The maids, caught off guard by her sudden escape, were momentarily stunned before hastily pursuing her. Cui Yuning, having been sheltered from hard labor her entire life, could not hope to match the strength of the laboring maids, and within moments, they caught up to her. The leading maid, the very one who had silenced her with a cloth, grinned wickedly and said, "Sixth miss, do not make it hard for this old servant." Their strength was astonishing, and despite her desperate attempts to break free, she found herself firmly restrained, unable to move. The matron in charge approached, looking down at her with a disdainful gaze. "Sixth miss, you do not seem to comprehend your predicament as well as you claim." With that, her patience evidently exhausted, she waved her hand dismissively. "Silence her. Take her away." The maids complied. It was in that moment that Cui Yuning fully understood the meaning of fear. Tears streamed down her face, but with her mouth covered. Only muffled whimpers escaped her lips. The maids continued to drag her further into the wilderness until they passed through a moon gate overgrown with weeds. Finally halting at a long-abandoned courtyard, Cui Yuning recognized the place. It had once been known as Liyuan, the residence of Aunt Sue, who had been favored by her grandfather during his lifetime. After her grandfather's death, her grandmother had swiftly dispatched Aunt Sue and her son with a cup of wine to join him in the afterlife. And the servants who had attended them were sold off, leaving the place to fall into desolation. Fear overwhelmed Cui Yuning, and she could not help but weep. Upon reaching the main hall, the matron stepped forward to open the door. Inside, the old matriarch sat at a table, sipping tea, her expression momentarily distant, as if lost in thought, her eyes appearing light and ethereal. Once inside, the maids released their hold on Cui Yuning, stepping aside to wait at the door. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she rushed forward, prostrating herself in a desperate plea for forgiveness. "Grandmother, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare again, I promise. Whatever you say will be my command. I will never retort." Despite her cunning nature, in that moment, she was merely an unwed girl, and before the threat of life and death, her innate fear could no longer be suppressed. Madame Cui smiled ambiguously, inquiring, "What did you err?" Cui Yuning pondered over her recent actions, and then collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "I should not have angered my aunt," leading to the loss of her child. Before Madame Cui could utter a word, she continued her lamentation. "Grandmother, please believe me, it was never my intention. That was my aunt, and she carried my unborn brother within her. I wish for their well-being more than anything. How could I possibly be so cruel?" A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, a stillness that sent a chill down one's spine. A shadow of despair clouded Cui Yuning's heart, and just as she was about to speak again, Madame Cui's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, echoed, "If you had not mentioned it, I would have remained unaware of your connection to this matter." Chapter 83. Grandmother, do you truly wish to hear this? Cui Yuning looked up in astonishment. If it were not for this matter, then what could it be? She racked her brain, unable to comprehend how she had offended her grandmother. She had only returned a day prior and had yet to leave the estate. The matriarch, discerning the confusion in her eyes, had already harbored intentions of retribution. She did not wish to keep Yuning in ignorance. Sipping her tea, she inquired, "Why did you not visit concubine Pei after her miscarriage?" Cui Yuning suddenly found the situation absurdly laughable. Was this truly the reason? Over such a trivial matter? Indeed, her grandmother placed great importance on the filial piety of the younger generation. Yet, to escalate such a minor issue to this extent, even to the point of harboring murderous thoughts, was beyond her comprehension. How had she never witnessed her grandmother's concern for concubines before? Moreover, she found it hard to believe her grandmother cared much for the unborn child of concubine Pei. With numerous grandchildren, what affection could a yet-to-be-born child, whose gender remained unknown, possibly elicit? Even for Wulong, she had not seen her grandmother exhibit much tenderness. Though Cui Xiuxiu felt disdainful within, she dared not reveal a hint of it on her face. She understood that her life was precariously held in her grandmother's hands. If she wished to survive, she could not afford to be clever. She had to express her thoughts candidly. Lowering her head, she sobbed, "Though it was not my intention. I did indeed cause genuine harm to concubine Pei, and I truly do not dare to face her." Her words were sincere. At that moment, witnessing her concubine lying in a pool of blood, she felt an inexplicable terror that kept her from approaching, forcing her to merely watch as others carried her away. In the aftermath, she experienced a fleeting moment of regret. She should not have injured concubine Pei in such a manner. The concubine had cared for her deeply. Yet even then, she had not confided to her grandmother that it was she who had caused it all. As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears streamed down Cui Xiuxiu's face, glistening like pearls upon her eyelashes, rendering her weeping profoundly poignant. The matriarch's expression softened slightly, seemingly moved by her words, which sounded somewhat justifiable. Cui Xiuxiu felt a sense of relief. However, before she could fully savor her fortune, she heard her grandmother's voice, laced with a sardonic chill. "If that is the case, can you tell me what exactly you said to concubine Pei that provoked her to miscarry? She is not some delicate flower." The matriarch was not oblivious to some of Xiuxiu's thoughts and schemes, but since concubine Pei belonged to her son's household and was favored by him, coupled with her generally compliant nature and lack of significant troubles, the matriarch had little desire to speak ill of her. Yet, would a person like that truly suffer a miscarriage over just a few words? Her curiosity was piqued. She longed to know the reckless words that sixth miss had uttered. Cui Xiuxiu trembled, unable to suppress her shivers, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on her brow, and after much stammering, she could not utter a single coherent sentence. Such words she dared only share with a concubine. She was acutely aware that if others were to discover this matter, she would be the first to be silenced. This was the illustrious Cui family of Qinghe, the foremost noble house in the realm. Although most noble families appeared resplendent on the surface, they were often rife with dark secrets and continuous intrigues within their inner chambers. Cases like her father Cui Li's, harboring thoughts of his sister-in-law and collecting women similar to her to take as concubines, were indeed rare. Once this matter is exposed, the reputation of the Qinghe Cui family will be irrevocably tarnished, unless absolutely necessary. She had never anticipated that it would come to this. After all, she is also a daughter of the Qinghe Cui family. With their infamous standing, how could she possibly distance herself from it? The old lady Cui, having waited in vain for a response, finally lost her patience. She set her teacup down with force and slammed her hand on the table, coldly commanding, "Speak. If you do not, I shall send you to accompany that wretched Su." Cui Xiuxiu trembled, gazing up at her, tears streaming down her face. "Grandmother, are you truly so heartless? I am your granddaughter. Why must you treat me this way? Are you not afraid that father will resent you if he finds out?" The old lady Cui let out a chilling laugh and merely replied, "Does he dare?" Cui Xiuxiu felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. Her strength seemingly drained in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground, laughing and crying simultaneously. Indeed, he did not dare. Grandmother hails from the esteemed Wei family of Jingzhou, a highborn lady who has presided over the Cui household for many years. No one dares to challenge her, not even her husband, who often yields to her will, let alone her two sons. Moreover, given her father's indifferent nature, which extends even to his concubines, how could he possibly confront her for the sake of a mere illegitimate daughter? She saw through it all, and thus a sense of unwillingness arose within her. Why should this be? Why should her father live so freely while she, due to her status, must submit to others and seek favor from the likes of Jinyang? They are all wretches. They all deserve to perish. Since her fate is sealed, what is there to fear? Cui Xiuxiu fixed her gaze on the old lady Cui, her tone oscillating between strangeness and mockery. "Do you truly wish to know, grandmother?" Her demeanor, unsettling as it was, inexplicably reminded the housekeeper of the late Lady Su, and thoughts of her demise sent a chill down her spine. She shifted slightly to stand before the old Lady Cui. The elder waved her hand dismissively, glancing at Cui Xiuxiu. "Speak." The old lady scoffed. "If she dares to rise from the grave, I shall regard her with respect." With a cold smirk, she took a sip of her tea. At this moment, Cui Xiuxiu, aware of her impending doom, felt indifferent to everything and continued. "I merely had a conversation with my aunt about father and how he dares to harbor improper thoughts towards his sister-in-law." Her words, light-hearted yet thunderous, caught the old lady off guard. The cup in her hand trembled and shattered on the floor, but she remained oblivious, her gaze fixed fiercely on Cui Xiuxiu. Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. "What did you say?" It was the first time Cui Xiuxiu had witnessed her grandmother lose composure, and it filled her with delight. She repeated herself with a smile, feigning concern. "I wonder if Uncle knows about this. If he does, smack." The old lady Cui rose and struck her across the face, her countenance fierce as she demanded, "Where did you hear such nonsense? How dare you slander your elder?" Cui Xiuxiu covered her face, glaring at her with intense resentment, and retorted sharply, "I am not speaking nonsense. This is indeed the truth. If it were not for the resemblance between my aunt and my stepmother, why would my father have chosen to marry her?" It is said that the matriarch of the Cui family favored her youngest son, specifically requesting the daughter of the Pei family to become his esteemed concubine. However, in reality, it was Cui Li who sought this arrangement himself. The matriarch contemplated the visages of both Wang and Aunt Pei, her heart shaken, yet she concealed her emotions. Turning her head to instruct the stewardess, "What use is there in allowing such a rebellious and unfilial wretch to live? In broad daylight, she dares to slander her own elders. Do not delay in executing her." Chapter 84. Just a concubine's daughter, the following day dawned bright and sunny. Cui Yuning had just finished her bath and was seated before the mirror when a servant from the front courtyard delivered distressing news. The sixth young lady had suffered a severe fever the previous night and had passed away. Cui Yuning was instantly taken aback, momentarily forgetting the lute she was holding as she inquired again through the beaded curtain. "What?" The messenger maid anticipated such a reaction, for the news was indeed shocking. They had all found it hard to believe when they first heard it. How could a person simply vanish? Just the day before, someone had seen the sixth young lady meandering through the garden. Cui Yuning collected her thoughts and softly repeated the information. Qinghe, observing her mistress's expression, sensed her bewilderment and took the initiative to ask the maid for further details, questioning how such an abrupt occurrence could happen. The messenger maid, though not entirely informed, relayed the snippets she had gathered from the old lady's courtyard. It was said that the sixth young lady had never fully regained her health, and after being exposed to the wind, she developed a fever in the middle of the night. Unbeknownst to her, the maid, Zhu Xiang, had dozed off, and it was not until the early hours that anyone discovered her. By then, it was too late. The sixth young lady had already passed, and no rescue was possible. Just days prior, the news of concubine Pei's miscarriage had emerged, and now, with the sixth young lady's demise, it was evident that there were few dedicated servants in her courtyard. The old lady was furious and had executed them all. The messenger maid wore a sorrowful expression. Although the incident did not directly involve her, it was still a consequence of the negligence of the maids that led to the young lady's untimely death. Their futures would likely be bleak. Upon hearing this, Cui Yuning furrowed her brow. She found it hard to believe that her elder sister could have succumbed to fever, especially considering Zhu Xiang's diligent care. A nagging suspicion arose within her. Could this incident be linked to her grandmother? What had the sixth young lady done to provoke such ire? Was the tragedy of concubine Pei's miscarriage truly connected to her? Surely, such a transgression did not warrant death. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to set aside her thoughts and told the messenger maid that she understood and would visit shortly. Baoyin exchanged a glance with Qinghe, who nodded in agreement and cheerfully handed some silver coins to the messenger maid, politely sending her on her way. Once the maid had departed, Baoyin resumed combing Cui Yuning's dark hair, noticing her deep in thought. Unable to restrain herself, she offered a few words of comfort. Cui Yuning, regaining her focus, smiled at her and remarked, "I am not truly saddened. Rather, I find it somewhat lamentable. A living person has simply ceased to be. How could one not reflect on the transience of life and the capriciousness of fate?" She felt little sorrow. In her previous life, after marrying Pei Yu, her interactions with Cui Xiuxiu had diminished, and now, having been granted a second chance, she had come to see her true nature, thus feeling less grief. Bowing too felt a sense of lament, though not for the sixth young lady, but rather for concubine Pei. In a mere 2 days, she had lost 2 children, despite having been favored for so many years and once overshadowing the second wife. No one could have foreseen such a tragic outcome for her progeny. It was indeed a pitiable fate. After finishing her hair, Cui Yuning changed into a plain-colored coat and a lake-green gauze skirt, appearing remarkably simple, akin to water collected after a gentle afternoon rain, radiating a serene hue. A few orchids adorned her hair, and besides that, she bore no other embellishments. The recent demise of her cousin, who was of the same generation, did not warrant excessive mourning. For the Qinghe Cui family, it was merely the passing of a concubine's daughter from the second branch, not a significant event, merely a matter to be communicated to the relatives on Aunt Pei's side. Once she had donned her attire, Cui Yuning proceeded to the front hall. Aunt Pei had been there for an unknown duration, having recently suffered a miscarriage. Her health was already precarious, and a succession of distressing news had rendered her emaciated, a stark contrast to her former beauty with bright almond-shaped eyes and a peachy complexion. She appeared quite pitiable. Pei Yu stood beside her, softly offering words of comfort. Aunt Pei seemed oblivious, seated in her chair, staring blankly into the air, her expression sorrowful, as if peering into the depths of her grief. Cui Yaoning's gaze swiftly traversed the other attendees in the hall. Zheng Qingling, her brother, her elder sister, and several younger brothers were present. Not seeing her 7th sister felt quite normal to Cui Yuning. Cui Xian possessed a haughty disposition. Upon hearing of Cui Xiuxiu's demise, she would likely take pleasure in it rather than mourn, and persuading her to come and pay her respects would be a task more arduous than slaying her. As she entered, Cui Yuning approached her for conversation, nervously twisting her handkerchief as she whispered, "Sixth sister was well just yesterday. How could she be gone today? Ninth sister, what do you think could have happened?" Her tone lacked genuine sorrow. It was more a lamentation over the abrupt departure of someone familiar, a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of time and worldly affairs. There had been numerous upheavals in the household over the past few days. Their mother had mentioned today that once the days passed, they should invite a Taoist priest to their home for a consultation. Cui Yuning responded with half-hearted agreement. Cui Li had just emerged from their mother's presence, unaware of who had provoked her, for she was in an unusually foul mood today, delivering a sharp reprimand to him. He had intended to retort, but the look in her eyes compelled him to swallow his words. After all, he feared that his mother might not be entirely unjustified. It was only through their mother that he learned of Six Sisters' passing. Cui Li felt a twinge of impatience. After all, she was merely a concubine's daughter. One less child was inconsequential to him, and he could always father another. Having to entertain these younger relatives in the front hall was indeed bothersome. As he muttered to himself, he suddenly heard a bright voice calling, "Second uncle." Cui Li turned to see a young girl with a radiant face, squinting slightly. He smiled and approached her. "Ah, ninth sister, why are you dressed so plainly today?" He began, but suddenly realized her attire was a reflection of mourning for sixth sister. He cleared his throat, his gaze shifting to the girl beside her, who timidly addressed him, "Father." Cui Li struggled to recall a semblance of memory. Eighth daughter? Eighth daughter, like her aunt, was unassuming and taciturn. He seldom saw his children, and thus had little impression of this daughter. Was her auntess surname Liu or Zhao? Despite pondering several times, he could not recall, and soon dismissed the thought, for she was not an important woman in his eyes. Cui Yuning was well aware that her second uncle was a man of little scruple. The fact that he could still smile so gently on the day of his daughter's passing filled her with a sense of dread regarding his callousness. She took an involuntary step back and murmured, "Second uncle, please accept my condolences." With her head bowed and standing against the light, her features were obscured, almost ethereal, like flowers seen through a fog. Cui Li felt a twinge of pity. his gaze lingering momentarily on her dark tresses before he averted his eyes, smiling as he inquired, "I have heard that your mother has fallen ill again. I wonder if she has improved over the past few days?" Chapter 85. The bitter taste of being wronged, Cui Yuning politely remarked, "Much better." The normally flamboyant individual, now subdued, inevitably drew curious glances. Quid smiled, iston ambiguous, either teasing or reflecting sentiment, acknowledging that Jinyang had indeed matured. Her manner of speaking and acting had transformed for what it once was, bringing comfort to both her elder brother and sister-in-law. Cui Yuning preferred silence, merely offering a smile in response. Fortunately, Cui seemed to have spoken casually, exchanging pleasantries before inviting them to sit and enjoy some tea. Then he strode off in search of concubine Pei. Cui Yuning raised her gaze. As Qinghe approached, the atmosphere brightened instantly. He first greeted Zheng Qingling, Pei Yu, and the nephews, before finally reaching concubine Pei. With one hand resting on the table and the other draped over her shoulder, he leaned into converse with her, exuding an air of intimacy. Concubine Pei's eyes gradually focused, as if she had finally found her anchor. She leaned against Cui Li, clutching her handkerchief, and wept openly, seemingly determined to release all the sorrow that burdened her heart. Cui Li gently patted her back, smiling as he comforted her, nestled in his embrace. Concubine Pei was oblivious to his words, her initial wails gradually softening into quiet sobs. Whispers among the maidservants floated through the air. The second master truly cares for concubine Pei. Alas, she is pitiable. In just 2 short days, she has lost 2 sons, leaving only the 5th master. How will she manage now? Indeed, her plight was lamentable. Yet, given the second master's kindness towards her, it would not be long, one might surmise, before she bore another child. Cui Yuning averted her gaze and lowered her head to sip her tea, contemplating. If the second master truly cared for concubine Pei, how could he wound her heart so? Though she did not hear her uncle's words, the sight of him smiling while concubine Pei mourned her losses felt like a mockery in itself. Observing the smile on her uncle's face was akin to stepping into a quagmire while wandering through a forest, the cold, slick scales of a serpent brushing against her, raising every hair on her body. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Cui Yuning inquired with concern, "What is it?" Cui Yuning snapped back to reality, dismissing her worries with a simple, "Nothing," as she swallowed the tea forcefully to quell the rising nausea within her. Perhaps 8th sister held no affection for her uncle, yet she was reluctant to reveal the depth of her disdain for him. From a moment in her previous life when Baoqin met her demise, her aversion to him had taken root. What semblance of a senior did such a man possess? Were he not the son of her grandmother and the second master of the Qinghe clan, his daily conduct would have warranted a swift and brutal end at the hands of the townsfolk. Cui Yuning chose to turn away from the superficial hypocrisy that surrounded her, setting down her tea and declaring to Cui Yuan, "I shall go visit grandmother." Cui Yuan followed her. "I will accompany you." The two had scarcely left the main hall when they were called back from behind. 8th young lady, 9th young lady, 9th young lady. Zheng Qingling, breathless from haste, caught up to them, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the heat and exertion. Yet he paid no mind, hoarsely calling out to them. Due to the passing of someone within the household, he donned a pale white round-collared robe today. Though his frame appeared slender, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, reminiscent of the spirited demeanor he possessed upon his arrival, and simultaneously halted their steps, aware that had come to seek, glanced at her, and proactively suggested that she wait ahead, allowing them a moment of privacy. Subtly nodded in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to her expression clear and composed, as she performed a slight bow, addressing him as brother. One stood in the corridor, while the other remained at the entrance of the main hall, mirroring their positions on that fateful night of their first encounter. The person remained unchanged. The sun blazed as fiercely as before, yet the emotional landscape had irrevocably transformed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, suddenly felt a pang of bitterness. The affection of youth is fervent and sincere, grand and unpretentious, thus resembling a raging fire that engulfs an entire forest, enduring long after the flames have subsided. Back then, he was brimming with exuberance, eagerly anticipating the return of the fairest flower from Tu, never once imagining the present circumstances. How absurd, how laughable! Lowered his gaze slightly, striving to conceal any hint of his discomposure, for the nature of their current relationship rendered words devoid of significance and could only serve to burden her. She had articulated the truth so plainly, tearing the veil off all pretense. How could he dare to drag her back in the mire? He took a step back, adhering to the conventions of decorum, and softly declared, "I have come to bid farewell." Was taken aback, observing her expression, unexpectedly broke into a bitter smile. "Please forgive my audacity in addressing you so. Do you truly perceive me as one so incapable of discerning right from wrong? I acknowledge that I was misled by the words of, but after that day, I realized my error. I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish that you do not regard me so unfavorably." The news of his demise came as a shock to him, but he never suspected her involvement. He merely wished to bid her goodbye. As spoke, a hint of grievance flickered in his eyes. In his moment of frustration, he recalled that day, realizing the weight of being wronged. It was indeed an unpleasant sensation. A profound sense of shame washed over him, and he finally uttered, "I apologize." This apology came forth unexpectedly. However, understood that he was addressing the events of that day. In truth, time had dulled the sting of that moment. She had long since ceased to dwell on the grievances of the past. When she cared for, his opinions and feelings mattered to her, and his words and actions could sway her emotions. Yet now, in his absence, what significance did his views hold for her? Regarded him with calmness, refraining from offering forgiveness. At that moment, she found it impossible to speak with magnanimity on behalf of her former self. She adjusted the shawl that had slipped from her arm and explained evenly, "I was merely surprised by your sudden departure. I did not think so ill of you." From the very beginning, she had always recognized that was not a bad person. He was simply a product of his fortunate upbringing, possessing a certain naivety unacquainted with the harshness of the world. Indeed, it is often the case with children of noble families. They remain blissfully unaware of the world's perils, particularly the young men, who are shielded by their mothers and kin. As long as no lives are at stake, they are permitted to indulge in their whims. Cui Yuning does not perceive herself to be significantly superior. Therefore, she does not impose harsh judgments upon them. Qinghe gazes at her and suddenly breaks into a smile. All right, he beams, a youthful chivalry gleaming in his eyes as he leans against the door. "I have decided to return to Jinyang. After much contemplation, I felt compelled to see you. I hope you do not consider my persistence burdensome." Cui Yuning chuckles softly, assuring him it is not so. Qinghe laughs again, gesturing toward the way ahead. "All right, off you go. The 8th young lady awaits you." Chapter 86. Safe travels. Cui Yuning gently nodded, observing the boy's feigned carefree smile, and sighed inwardly, sending forth her blessing. Safe travels. The boy was taken aback, his mouth agape, as if he had heard some extraordinary words. Cui Yuning raised an eyebrow, deliberately pausing her tone. "I thought you would wish to hear such sentiments, but it appears not." Qingling's face flushed crimson in an instant, hurriedly replying, "I do wish to hear it, truly. I merely—" Gradually, his voice trailed off. "I just didn't expect you would be willing to say it. I thought you would prefer to sever ties with me." Cui Yuning remained silent, her shawl draped around her, unfazed by her lack of response. Qingling had grown accustomed to this silence. After all, it was he who had distanced himself from her first. He had erred and must acknowledge it. What right did he have to hope for anything further? The fact that she chose to utter such words moved him deeply. Qingling felt as though his eyes were clouded by the wind and sand, a hint of moisture gathering in their corners. Yet, he believed such a display was too reminiscent of a young girl, prone to ridicule. Thus, he averted his gaze and said, "Do remember me." Upon uttering those words, he reconsidered and hastily corrected himself. "Forget it. Perhaps it is better if you don't. It seems I have left you with little but unfavorable impressions, and I would rather you not recall me with only negative memories. Upon my return, I shall enlist in the military. Regardless of life or death, a son of the Zheng family ought to reside upon the battlefield. If in the future You hear of a young general named Zheng Qingling at the frontier? That would be me. I aspire to become a person of worth by then. Zheng Qingling gazed into the girl's bright eyes, wishing to express that he should learn how to be a Zheng Qingling unencumbered by the burdens of kindness. However, he thought better of it. Why add to her troubles? Her happiness was sufficient. The sentiments he harbored for her, his affection, he would conceal within his heart, keeping them from the knowledge of another. As for marriage, he had never contemplated it. Jinyang was correct. He was too easily swayed by kindness. While this may be seen as youthful chivalry by others, it would prove burdensome for a wife. He had no desire to repeat the path she described. Such a man, as he would only hinder a woman's life. Let us speak of it later. Zheng Qingling inquired, "Have you selected a suitor?" The girl nodded, responding with poise, "I have." Despite having anticipated this, a pang of sorrow still gripped his heart. Zheng Qingling tightened his fist beneath his sleeves, striving to maintain a tone of nonchalance. "Is it that young lord from the other day?" Cui Yuning affirmed, "Yes." "Pei Yu's brother?" he asked. "Indeed." Zheng Qingling fell silent for a moment, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "His status suits you perfectly. However, should you truly be certain of your choice, it would be prudent to investigate him further, lest you find yourself in a predicament akin to mine." He referred to the incident involving Cui Yu's scheming. Cui Yuning wished to assert that Pei Yu would not behave in such a manner, but upon observing Zheng Qingling's expression, she reconsidered and simply nodded in agreement. Zheng Qingling continued to advise her gently, stating that the climate in Qinghe was quite pleasant. He recalled her frail constitution and remarked that the weather there would be beneficial for her health, similar to that of Luoyang, assuring her that she would adapt swiftly. He seemed to embody the role of a caring elder brother, meticulously looking after his sister. Cui Yuning listened in silence. After a while, Zheng Qingling paused, chuckling self-deprecatingly. As if apologizing for taking up so much of her time, he exhaled softly, gazing at her earnestly, and wished her the fortune of finding a suitable husband, hoping that all her future endeavors would meet with success. Cui Yuning detected the sincerity in his words and expressed her gratitude, reciprocating his well wishes with a heartfelt desire for him to be courageous and valiant. Zheng Qingling beamed with delight, affirming her words before urging her to seek out Cui Wan, noting that she must be anxiously waiting alone. Amused, Cui Yuning bid him farewell and proceeded towards Cui Wan. Zheng Qingling watched the silhouette of the young woman until she vanished from sight before turning towards the main hall, taking a path entirely opposite to hers. This time, he did not glance back. Cui Wan and Cui Yuning walked arm in arm towards Shoan Hall. Along the way, her curiosity got the better of her, and she whispered, "Sister, what did cousin Qingling say to you?" Cui Yuning replied, "A farewell." Cui Wan was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Is he returning to Xinjiang?" "Yes." "So soon? Why would he return to Xinjiang just like that?" Cui Wan's words trailed off as she suddenly realized that Zheng Qingling's purpose for coming to Luoyang was to meet with her sister. Clearly, the possibility between them had dissipated, rendering his continued stay seemingly pointless. She reined in her wandering thoughts, intrigued by her sister's feelings. After all, they had once nearly become a couple. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. As Cui Wan contemplated, she glanced at her sister, who today wore a remarkably simple attire, adorned only with a few orchids in her hair, devoid of any other embellishments. Her dark hair contrasted beautifully with her fair complexion, and her bright eyes radiated the essence of spring, encapsulating the warmth of March. The term radiant hardly sufficed to describe her beauty. Cui Wan shifted her gaze from her sister's face to her expression, noting the coolness in her eyes, which seemed untouched by the recent events. This resemblance stirred in her a recollection of that young nobleman. There appeared to be a subtle similarity between her sister and him. Cui Wan's emotions became intertwined, prompting her to ask aloud. Cui Yuning paused for a moment, then responded truthfully, "I do feel some sentiment, but it is merely that, since we have missed our chance, it remains in the past." She had merely been moved by Zheng Qingling's forced smile, leading her to utter a few extra words. Perhaps it was simply a matter of fate. She had always been a person of clear preferences, quick to love and equally quick to dislike, making it difficult for her to harbor the complex emotions that Zheng Qinghe possessed. Raised in a family of nobility, surrounded by exquisite treasures, she viewed a man's affection as a trivial adornment, something she could do without, yet prefer to have. She desired a man's genuine admiration, believing that with her beauty and background, no one could remain indifferent to her allure. Power and beauty are, without a doubt, the aspirations of most men in this world, and she embodies both splendidly. Perhaps there are those who do not favor her appearance, yet they cannot easily dismiss her esteemed lineage. Likewise, some may not desire power, but they cannot ignore her exquisite beauty. In the past, Cui Yuning was confident of this truth. However, she now harbors doubts. Take Pei Yu. For instance, he remains indifferent to her. It is said that when one fixates on a person for too long, illusions may arise. Otherwise, how could Cui Yuning have perceived Pei Yu at the end of the corridor? She stood there entranced. The young man at the corridor's end approached with measured steps, the gentle breeze caressing the silver fabric draping his form. As he moved, the jade pendant at his waist swayed slightly, the tassels below resembling tender green shoots peeking through the snow. As he drew nearer, he inclined his head and spoke. 8th Miss, 9th Mississippi Chapter, 87. No need to say, I trust you in moments of familiarity. Understanding blossoms anew. The instant Cui Yuan recognized Pei Yu's arrival, she comprehended his purpose. She glanced at Jinyang, silently signaling her intent to wait ahead. Cui Yuning, still lost in her thoughts, remained in a daze. Noticing this, she absent-mindedly nodded, responding with a soft, all right. Cui Yuan inclined her body in a respectful bow to Pei Yu and proceeded forward. Pei Yu, maintaining his gaze ahead, lifted his head only after Cui Yuan's footsteps had faded, calling out to her once more. Jinyang. It took Cui Yuning a moment to regain her senses. What brings you here? The moment the words escaped her lips, she sensed a slight dissonance. Did her question imply she was eager for him to leave? She cleared her throat and, casting her eyes towards the azure sky beyond the corridor, added, I merely meant to say that today is not ideal for flying kites. His youthful eyelashes fluttered, and his crystalline eyes met hers, his voice resonating with clarity. Am I only permitted to visit you on kite-flying days? His gaze, cool and composed, bore no trace of turmoil. Yet, Cui Yuning inexplicably perceived a hint of grievance within it, as if he were reproaching her for her apparent indifference. They had agreed to spend more time together, yet she had seemingly cast him aside. Cui Yuning lightly tapped her forehead, realizing how foolish she must have been to interpret his demeanor in such a manner. In her mind, Pei Yu viewed their interactions as a test, akin to a student grappling with challenging questions, seeking clarification without shame. He appeared devoid of passion or attachment, a notion she recognized as somewhat presumptuous. Though she bore no contempt, a twinge of guilt washed over her, akin to speaking ill of someone in their presence. She murmured, That's not the case. You may come whenever you wish. After a prolonged silence, he responded softly. His expression remained detached, his tone equally so, hinting at a semblance of displeasure. Yet, upon reflection, she considered that perhaps he did not fully grasp the concept of unhappiness. Historically, those in vulnerable positions invoke sympathy, and as Cui Yuning contemplated this, she felt an inexplicable surge of compassion for him. This was not an appropriate venue for conversation. Thus, as they walked side by side, she recounted the events of the day at the residence. Their acquaintance was not deeply established, and many topics remained unspoken. She merely mentioned the passing of Cui Xiu, sharing her and her sister's feelings of melancholy. After speaking, Cui Yuning couldn't help but steal a glance at his face, hoping to detect a flicker of astonishment. Yet, Pei Yu's demeanor remained unruffled. The breeze stirred his flowing silver robe, adorned with embroidered cranes that shimmered like celestial beings in sunlight, as if poised to soar away. He appeared utterly unperturbed, devoid of curiosity or shock. Despite knowing the cause of her demise, this was the first time Cui Yuning encountered someone so unfazed, prompting her to ask, Aren't you at all curious? The youth shook his head slightly. Cui Yuning surmised he must not know who Cui Xiu was, so she volunteered. She was the one who spoke with us yesterday. Pei Yu looked at her, acknowledging I know. The young girl paused, her exquisite and radiant face reflecting a blend of confusion and curiosity at his indifference. He silently chuckled within, responding, because it is of no concern to me. His calm demeanor carried an undertone of detached cruelty. As someone unaffected, she was deemed unworthy of emotional investment, arrogant and indifferent. Cui Yuning seemed to glimpse another facet of Pei Yu. Despite having encountered him numerous times, she had perceived him as aloof yet remarkably courteous, a true gentleman molded by a prestigious lineage. However, she now discerned that beneath his humble and polite exterior lay a core of profound emotional detachment. Strangely, Cui Yuning felt no aversion. Perhaps it was because Pei Yu was candid, articulating his thoughts without pretense. She found herself admiring his honesty more than the hypocritical facade of those who were insincere. A sudden curiosity arose within her. Was Pei Yu truly indifferent to everything? What about her? She believed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would eventually become husband and wife. Surely, she must hold a unique place in his heart. Yet, despite these thoughts, she found herself at a loss for how to broach the subject with him. Pei Yu gazed at her, as if he could see into her soul, and calmly remarked, "You're not a stranger." The girl was momentarily taken aback, surprised at his uncanny ability to discern her thoughts. However, she quickly smiled, a hint of pride gracing her lips. She wrinkled her nose, feigning composure as if to prevent him from becoming arrogant due to this revelation, and replied nonchalantly, "I see." Her lively and charming demeanor emerged effortlessly. Pei Yu felt as if a feather had brushed against his heart, leaving it tender. She had always been a vibrant and spirited young woman. Due to her frail constitution and the presence of her elder sister, the crown princess, she had been spared from the burdens of marriage that could compromise her own desires. As a result, the Cui family had allowed her to develop a free-spirited temperament, unchanged since her childhood. Yet, in this lifetime, she rarely exhibited such emotions. He sensed that she was constrained by some unseen force, unable to live as freely as before. Pei Yu wondered if his own reincarnation had caused this transformation in her. If so, he would rather have never been given a second chance. He let out a barely perceptible sigh. "What are you pondering?" The young girl, keenly attuned to his emotions, inquired. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream